The chilling proclamation pierced through Boruto's heart like a venomous ice pick, igniting the oppressive blaze of fury and despair that smoldered. Within his chest, a suppressed, self-mocking, and resolute cold laugh escaped from deep within Boruto's throat. Rainwater cascaded down his cheeks, blurring the line between tears and rain. No longer attempting to stifle his trembling body, he straightened his spine defiantly, as if striving to break free from the invisible and burdensome shackles of fate. He averted his gaze from Sasuke, letting it drift past his father's cold grave, past the terrified and bewildered faces, finally locking onto the tip of the Kusanagi sword that pointed at his throat. His right hand rose slowly yet resolutely. No hand seals, no extraneous movements. Blue chakra surged forth from his palm like a torrent long suppressed. The light was not blinding, yet it stood out vividly against the dim rain, spinning and compressing rapidly, emitting a low, dangerous hum of the Rasengan. I have no choice. Boruto's voice rose sharply, hoarse yet filled with a frenzied determination that seemed to tear through the curtain of rain. Then let's see, Uncle Sasuke. At the moment he shouted the last word, he moved. The mud beneath his feet erupted. His figure blurred into a blue afterimage in the cold rain, like a moth drawn to flames, embodying a desperate and reckless momentum as he charged towards the deadly Kusanagi. Sword, towards the elder he once revered. The roaring Rasengan in his hand was his sole, blood-tinged response. The crowd erupted in terrified screams. The solemnity of the funeral was utterly shattered. Sasuke's Sharingan, concealed beneath his hat, glowed ominously, reflecting the blue sphere and the resolute figure of the boy with clarity. His expression remained unchanged, as unyielding as stone. Just as the Rasengan, shrieking as it tore through the air, was about to collide with his body, Sasuke moved. There was no grand display of power, he merely sidestepped at an incredible angle, barely brushing past the edge of the Rasengan. The motion was simple, precise, an efficient instinct honed through countless life-and-death battles. The Kusanagi sword remained sheathed, the scabbard rising swiftly like a black viper, striking upwards with lightning speed. Bang! A dull, thunderous sound echoed. The tip of the scabbard struck Boruto's wrist with pinpoint accuracy as he lunged forward with all his might. A tremendous force coursed through him, and he felt his entire arm go numb, the gathered chakra dissipating in an instant. The blue Rasengan burst like a popped bubble, vanishing into the icy rain. The overwhelming force did not relent. Driving deep into Boruto's body, he soared into the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the muddy ground. Cough! Mud mingled with the metallic taste of blood as it erupted from his throat, a searing pain radiating from his back, as if his very insides had shifted. Icy muck coated his face and clothes. The disparity in power was staggering. Anger and impulsiveness paled in comparison to absolute strength and experience. Boruto struggled to rise, his vision blurred by pain and mud. He saw Sasuke's silhouette appear above him like a specter, silent and imposing. Rainwater dripped from the edge of his hat, striking Boruto's face with a bone-chilling cold. The tip of the Kusanagi scabbard pressed firmly against his chest, its immense weight rendering him nearly breathless. Sasuke looked down upon him, rain cascading down his stern visage, the scarlet hue of his Sharingan resembling frozen blood, devoid of any fluctuation. Give up, Boruto! Sasuke's voice pierced through the rain, still cold, yet with an almost imperceptible hint of fatigue or something else. You do not even possess the qualifications to make me serious. He paused, the pressure from the scabbard intensifying. Come with me. This is your last chance. What? Boruto struggled to lift his head from the mud, rain washing away the grime from his face, revealing his blue eyes filled with anguish and confusion. What about my father? Why are you doing this? Each word drained him of strength, a heart-wrenching inquiry. Sasuke's lips seemed to twitch slightly, so fleeting it could be mistaken for a mirage. He offered no answer to Boruto's question, merely repeating the cold command. For the village, and for you. Come with me. For the village? For me. A flash of absurdity and deeper fury flickered in Boruto's eyes. Pointing a sword at me? Treating me like a monster? Is this what you call for? He struggled violently, ignoring the excruciating pressure of the scabbard against his chest. If Naruto, my father knew how you treat me. Shut up. Sasuke's voice suddenly soared, his first display of clear emotion, cutting through the air like a cold blade against iron. The pressure of the scabbard against Boruto's chest intensified, nearly crushing his ribcage, forcing him to choke and cough violently. You have no right to speak his name. Sasuke's voice turned icy once more, but that moment of loss of control sent ripples of deeper turmoil through Boruto's heart. Why? Why had his father's name become taboo? In that suffocating standoff, whoosh, 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 a series of sharp sounds tore through the rain. Several kunai, wrapped in explosive tags, shot toward Sasuke's back and side like a deadly swarm, perfectly timed to strike when Sasuke's attention was locked onto Boruto. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated instantly. Orange fireballs erupted in the cold rain, waves of heat and shock mixed with mud, creating a deafening cacophony. The reinforcements from Konoha had finally arrived. Sasuke's response was lightning quick. As the sound of kunai slicing through the air reached his ears, his form blurred, leaving only an afterimage behind. The explosion engulfed the spot where he had just stood, mud and debris flying in all directions. Secure the area. Target. Boruto Uzumaki. Prioritize containment. Uchiha Sasuke. Designated as an extreme threat. Use force if necessary. A calm yet heavily burdened voice rang out amidst the aftermath of the explosion, directing the arriving ENBU. It was Nara Shikamaru's voice. Through the rain, Boruto could see him standing some distance away, brow furrowed, rain drenching his usually neat hair, his expression grave. Behind him stood several masked, formidable ANBU ninjas, along with Sai, whose complex expression and clenched fists spoke volumes. Chaos. The funeral scene had transformed into a battlefield. Boruto's heart raced. An opportunity. He glimpsed a faint glimmer of hope. Sasuke's figure reformed at the edge of the explosion's glow, a corner of his hat singed. He paid no heed to the approaching ENBU, his Sharingan sweeping through the smoke of the explosion, once again locking onto the struggling Boruto below. The Kusanagi sword in his hand, this time, the scabbard slipped away, revealing the true blade glimmering with a chilling light. The intent to kill was colder than the rain, but Boruto was faster. The instinct to survive overwhelmed the pain and shock that, in the moment the explosion ignited and smoke billowed to obscure his vision, he summoned every last ounce of his strength to hurl a smoke bomb to the ground. Poof! Thick white smoke erupted instantly, engulfing his location completely. Cough, cough. Target released smoke. Be cautious. The shouts of the ANBU echoed through the chaos. Boruto, indifferent to his surroundings, pushed through the excruciating pain that threatened to dismantle his very being. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his memory of the terrain beyond the village, he scrambled towards the thickest plume of smoke, fleeing from the crowd and into the expansive, dark embrace of the death forest. Each step sank into the mire, splashing icy droplets around him as lungs burned with each agonizing breath, yet a singular thought echoed in his mind with fervor. Run. Survive. I must live. I must uncover the truth. Through the haze, Sasuke's silhouette emerged like a specter, the glint of the Kusanagi sword flashing amidst the downpour. He distinctly perceived the staggering figure of Boruto, golden hair trailing as he desperately made for the forest. He did not pursue immediately. The Umbu's shuriken and kunai struck again, attempting to impede him. Sasuke, wielding his Kusanagi sword with casual grace, deflected each attack as if merely brushing away dust, the sound of metal clashing resonating crisply. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the direction Boruto had vanished, his crimson Sharingan swirling with a tumult of complex emotions cold yet unfathomably intricate. Mission. His deep voice was nearly drowned by the rain. Failed. The Umbu's assaults intensified. Sasuke's form blurred once more, effortlessly evading all attacks, moving with the ease of a leisurely stroll. He cast one final glance at the darkness of the forest that had swallowed the youth's figure, akin to a colossal beast lying in wait. Or is it just beginning? The moment the words left his lips, he vanished entirely, leaving behind only ripples in the air and bewildered Umbu. The rain fell heavier still, a relentless deluge as if the heavens had been rent asunder. The trees of the death forest loomed tall and menacing, their dense canopies intertwining above to form a shroud of darkness, with only sporadic droplets piercing the gaps, landing on the carpet of decaying leaves below, producing a monotonous and oppressive pat-pat sound. The air was thick with the fetid scent of decay and damp earth. Boruto sprinted through the shadows, each step a precarious dance between agony and survival. Every breath felt as though he were swallowing molten steel. The place where Sasuke's blade had struck him throbbed with a dull ache that intensified at every movement, sending waves of darkness across his vision. The spot on his wrist where he had been hit was swollen and pulsing with a painful numbness. His legs were caked in mud, each effort to free his heavy boots from the mire demanding Herculean strength. Ha! Ha! His labored breaths echoed starkly in the stillness of the forest. He dared not pause, for behind him loomed the specter of that frigid Kusanagi sword, or the lethal kunai of the Konoha umbu. The seal on his right eye throbbed under the cold rain, sending pulses of scorching heat through him, akin to an unruly alien heart. Each throb was accompanied by a chilling, seductive power that sought to infiltrate his very being. Boruto bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain and taste of blood snapping him back to a semblance of clarity. Get away! He roared within, desperately suppressing the alien force within him. He could not rely on it, he must not. That would only cement his fate as a monster. His father had suffered because of this. Images of his father's twisted visage on the cold gravestone, Sasuke's lifeless gaze as though regarding a mere object, the terrified whispers of the villagers. These visions plagued his weary mind, slicing through his resolve. Why? Uncle Sasuke, leaning against the slick trunk of a massive tree, he gasped for air as icy rainwater trickled down his neck, sending shivers through him. The man who had once shielded him in times of peril, who had sternly taught him the ways of the ninja, who had guided him in moments of confusion. How had he become this? That cold blade cut deeper than any enemy's strike. The overwhelming sense of betrayal and abandonment felt like the boundless rainforest encasing him, threatening to engulf him whole. I must survive. Boruto wiped the rain and mud from his face, determination igniting within the depths of despair. For my father, for myself, to uncover the truth. He struck his painful chest with resolve, forcing himself from the tree, orienting himself, and stumbling forward once more that he needed sustenance, medication, a dry place to tend to his wounds. He had to endure as a true ninja. The forest seemed interminable. Time lost all meaning as hunger gnawed at his insides like a wild beast. The cold forced his body into uncontrollable tremors, and the wounds from his relentless flight throbbed with an intensified sharpness. Just as exhaustion and despair threatened to overwhelm him, he discerned faint voices and the sound of metal clashing from deep within the thicket ahead. Boruto became instantly alert, akin to a startled animal, swiftly lowering his body and holding his breath, utilizing the dense underbrush and shadows of the trees to stealthily advance. Pushing aside a massive, damp fern, he discovered a small clearing in the woods. 4 rogue ninjas, their attire disheveled and their expressions fierce, encircled a pile of supplies covered by waterproof tarps. 2 large wooden crates lay in the center, flanked by several bulging bundles. One was cursing as he checked the tarp for security. Damn this wretched weather. This job is cursed, grumbled a burly man with a scarred face, stomping his muddy feet. Less chatter, and let's finish up and get out of here. If this cargo gets ruined, the boss will have our skins. What's there to fear? This godforsaken place has nothing but ghosts, scoffed a shorter, stockier man. Still, better to be cautious, murmured the shadowy figure who appeared to be the leader. Rumors are swirling, Konoha's dogs are keen. Also, I've heard the vessel has escaped and is in this vicinity. The vessel? The scarred man chuckled. That kind of monster? If we catch it, we can make a fortune. Fool. The leader snapped sharply. Do you think you can handle that? Touch it and it's death. Hurry up. The vessel? Boruto's pupils dilated. Were they speaking of him? What was this cargo? Who was this boss they mentioned? A chill crept up his spine, quickly replaced by a more pressing thought: food. Medicine. He spotted one of the bags partially opened, revealing sealed rations and what appeared to be medical supplies. These were essentials for his survival. More importantly, chaos. He needed distraction to completely escape any potential pursuit behind him. A daring and perilous plan instantly formed in Boruto's mind. He inhaled deeply, the cold air biting at his lungs. He needed to act swiftly, without hesitation. Silently, he unfastened his ninja tool pouch, retrieving the last few shuriken and a smoke bomb. The seal on his right eye began to pulse restlessly, the icy power seeping through. He forcefully suppressed it, channeling chakra into his feet. Timing his attack as the 4 were engrossed in the supplies, the leader turned to inspect another direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boruto hurled all 3 shuriken with all the strength his left hand could muster. The target was not the men, but a withered branch above them, bearing a massive beehive. The shuriken severed the branch with precision. Crack. Buzz. A colossal, honeycomb-laden branch crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. In an instant, thousands of agitated, furious wasps surged into the air like a cloud of black smoke, emitting a terrifying buzzing sound as they swept towards four unsuspecting humans below. Ah, what is that? It's a beehive. Run. Damn it. I've been stung. Ah. Chaos erupted in the clearing. The rogue ninjas panicked, scrambling to shield their heads and futilely swatting at the wasps with their weapons, their screams and curses rising in cacophony. Goods were overturned, packages scattered. Now is the moment. Boruto dashed out from his hiding place like a cheetah. His target was the scattered packages on the ground, filled with provisions and medicine. He moved with astonishing speed, using the confusion and the swarm as cover, reaching the supplies in the blink of an eye. Someone's here. The alert, lanky rogue ninja was the first to notice, enduring the pain of his stings as he drew a kunai and lunged forward. You little thief. You're dead. Without a second glance, Boruto snatched up a box of medicine and stuffed it into his clothes, then delivered a powerful kick to a nearby wooden crate. The heavy box slid towards the lunging rogue ninja, hindering his advance. Seizing the opportunity, Boruto grabbed a packet of hardtack and turned to flee into the depths of the dense forest. Don't let him escape. Capture him. The small leader, clutching his swollen, stung face, shouted in exasperation. The other two rogue ninjas, having shaken off some of the wasps, pursued him with fierce determination. Kunai and shuriken whistled toward Boruto's back. Driven by his instinct for survival, Boruto weaved clumsily between the trees. A sharp pain seared through him as a shuriken grazed his shoulder. The agony and loss of blood made his vision blur, and his steps grew unsteady. Stop! The pursuers closed in, their malicious laughter echoing ominously. The shadow of death loomed once more. At that moment, the mark on his right eye surged with an unprecedented heat. The cold, violent power surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Ugh! Boruto let out a muffled groan of pain. His vision was instantly engulfed in crimson. Everything around him seemed to slow down. The malevolent movements of the rogue ninjas and the trajectory of the kunai became strikingly clear. A surge of tremendous power flooded his legs, propelling him forward with newfound speed. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a kunai that whizzed past his nose. Then he sprang off a large tree, his body defying the laws of physics as he rebounded at an incredible angle, swiftly increasing the distance between him and his pursuers. The sudden burst of speed and his peculiar maneuver left the pursuers dumbfounded. Well, what was that? His eyes. Boruto had no time to spare. This power was fleeting, retreating as swiftly as it had come, leaving behind an excruciating backlash that felt as though his very soul were being torn apart, accompanied by a fierce dizziness. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. Summoning his last reserves of willpower, he gritted his teeth and, seizing the brief moment of shock among his pursuers, stumbled into a denser area of the forest completely, vanishing from their sight and perception. Time seemed to stretch as he ran, until he could no longer hear any sounds behind him, until the air in his lungs felt utterly depleted. Only then did Boruto collapse, like a lifeless heap, into a secluded pit partially encircled by colossal tree roots. The cold, muddy water soaked through his body, yet he felt no chill, only the bone-deep pain coursing through him and a wave of dizziness washing over his mind. He gasped for breath, each inhalation tainted with the metallic tang of blood. Trembling, he retrieved the mud-streaked box of medicine and the packet of hardtack from his clothes. Opening the box revealed several rolls of clean bandages, a small vial of antiseptic, and a few painkillers. He had the means to survive. Yet, no joy filled him. Leaning against the cold tree roots, he shakily lifted his hand to his burning right eye. The mark pulsed beneath his skin, like a cursed insignia embedded in his flesh. Just moments ago, that power, that sensation of being able to control everything, yet cold and merciless, he had nearly succumbed to it. Monster Boruto gazed at his dirt-streaked and bloodied hands, murmuring in a hoarse, despairing voice, "Have I truly become a monster?" Tears mingled with the rain, falling silently. Weary, he closed his eyes, fumbling to tear open the bandages and prepare to tend to the bleeding wound on his shoulder. At that moment, his fingers brushed against another hard object in his pocket, a small item he had inadvertently pocketed amidst the chaos when he had kicked the wooden box. He pulled it out. It was a metal plate, roughly the size of half a hand. It was neither gold nor iron. Cool and heavy to the touch point, one side of the plate bore an intricate symbol, an abstract, sharply defined owl, wings partially unfurled, its piercing eyes gazing ahead, and on its chest, an almost imperceptible, simplified triangular pattern resembling the Shell organization's emblem, yet distinctly different, more like an overlay or a mutation. This symbol he had never seen before. Cold, mysterious, it exuded an ominous aura. Boruto clutched the icy metal plate tightly, his knuckles whitening from force. The rogue ninja's words goods, boss, container along with this enigmatic symbol, his father's accident, Sasuke's odd behavior, his own flight, did they all share some terrifying connection? As he stared at the metal plate, attempting to untangle his chaotic thoughts. Rustle, rustle. A faint, yet unusually clear sound of footsteps crunched on the damp leaves. Drawing closer from afar, halting just beyond the edge of his hiding place among the tree roots, it was neither the stealthy tread of the umbu nor the careless movements of the rogue ninjas. These footsteps were steady and rhythmic, imbued with a unique cadence that seemed deliberately subdued yet impossible to conceal completely. Boruto's heart raced to his throat. Every muscle in his body tensed, even the wound forgotten. Like a startled rabbit, he curled up, holding his breath, his right hand stealthily reaching for the last shuriken remaining in his ninja tool pouch. Was it Sasuke pursuing him? Or perhaps the accomplices of those rogue ninjas? Or something even more terrifying? The footsteps came to a halt, right at the edge of the shallow pit. The cold sound of rain seemed amplified in that moment, a familiar voice, laced with an indescribably complex emotion, pierced through the rain, gently resonating. Boruto, is that you? Chapter 3, The Shadow of the Night Owl. The instant he heard that voice, Boruto's taut nerves felt as if they had been abruptly plucked. It was his teacher, Konoha. This realization cracked open the heavy ice that had settled in his chest, a warm current of mixed feelings, disappointment, reliance, and faint hope surging forth. Yet, he did not respond immediately. The cold blade of Sasuke's demeanor, the relentless pursuit of the umbu, the savage faces of the rogue ninjas, these experiences were burned into his memory, a reminder of the cost. Of trust, he remained curled up, like an injured beast, only slightly loosening his grip on the shuriken, and he cautiously lifted his head, peering through the wet, obstructive gaps between the tree roots above. The veil of rain blurred his vision, but he still recognized the figure. Instead of the iconic green Nin vest, he wore a plain, dark gray outfit, completely soaked by the rain, his wet hair clinging to his forehead, his face a mixture of rainwater and undeniable fatigue and worry. One crucial detail caught Boruto's attention. Konoha was not wearing the Leaf Village headband on his forehead. Konoha, sensei? Boruto's voice was hoarse and dry, emerging from the depths of his throat with a palpable sense of trepidation and uncertainty. It's me. Upon hearing the response, Konoha visibly exhaled in relief, his tense body relaxing slightly. He swiftly crouched down, deftly and cautiously sliding into the narrow, shallow pit. The cramped space instantly felt suffocating, the cold, damp air mingling with the metallic scent of Boruto's blood and the earthy odor of mud. Konoha's gaze fell upon Boruto, without hesitation. As he observed Boruto's condition in the feeble light, his pupils dilated, and he inhaled sharply, shock and anguish etched across his face. The boy before him was scarcely recognizable as human. His golden hair was matted with mud and clotted blood, sticking haphazardly to his pallid forehead. His face bore numerous abrasions and grime, and his lips were cracked and pale. The makeshift bandage hastily wrapped around his shoulder was soaked through with blood and mud, presenting a dark, somber hue. Most striking were his once vibrant blue eyes, now sunken into their sockets, laced with ghastly blood vessels, filled with an overwhelming sense of fatigue, pain, confusion, and a numbing despair. The rapid transformation had nearly obliterated the young boy. "You're gravely injured." Konoha's voice trembled with unmasked emotion, a blend of anger and concern. He quickly rummaged through a similarly drenched but evidently waterproof bag at his back, his movements efficient and instinctual like that of a seasoned ninja. "Stay still, let me tend to you." He produced a roll of clean gauze, a bottle of pungent medicinal powder, and a sealed pack of high-energy rations. Boruto observed Konoha's urgent actions, witnessing the genuine concern in his eyes, and his taut body finally relaxed. He did not resist, as Konohamaru carefully unwrapped the makeshift bandage that had long since become sodden and caked with blood and mud. When the grotesque wound was exposed to the damp, chilly air, the torn flesh and swollen, pale edges caused Konohamaru's brow to furrow deeply. "Brace yourself, it will sting a bit." Konohamaru's voice lowered, exuding a stabilizing presence. He swiftly cleaned the wound with antiseptic, his movements brisk yet gentle. The icy liquid, mixed with its intensely irritating scent, surged against the wound, causing Boruto to shudder violently. He bit down hard on his lower lip to stifle a cry, beads of cold sweat immediately forming on his forehead. "How did you find me?" Boruto managed to utter, attempting to distract himself from the searing pain with conversation. Rain pattered against the tangled roots above, creating a dull, persistent sound. Konohamaru carefully sprinkled the soothing medicinal powder over the wound, providing a momentary relief after the initial burning sensation. After the funeral, the chaos was swiftly quelled by Uncle Shikamaru. However, the atmosphere in the village is quite dire. As he skillfully rewrapped the wound with clean gauze, his voice dropped to a whisper, filled with a sense of suppressed urgency. The higher-ups, particularly the advisors Tsunade and Mito, have taken a very hard stance. They deem you the primary suspect in Lord Naruto's incident, believing the seal within you poses an extreme danger demanding immediate elimination measures. Elimination. Boruto echoed the chilling words, his heart feeling as though it had been plunged into an icy abyss. But Uncle Shikamaru resisted the pressure. Konohamaru's tone suddenly shifted to one of fervent conviction, his rapping becoming more vigorous. He maintains that there are significant doubts regarding the evidence chain, with many unexplained phenomena at the scene. He defied the consensus and ordered that you be brought back for a thorough investigation rather than eliminated. For this, he engaged in a fierce argument with the two advisors, even shattering a table. He paused, casting a complex glance at Boruto. The pressure on Uncle Shikamaru is unimaginable. The village has lost its Hokage, and anxiety reigns. The higher-ups need a reconciliation. And you, unfortunately, have become the most obvious target. Boruto listened in silence, feeling a slight warmth from Uncle Shikamaru's steadfastness, yet the terms suspect and reconciliation pierced him like needles. As for Sasuke-senpai, Konohamaru's brow furrowed deeper, confusion and bewilderment evident in his eyes. His actions are utterly inexplicable. About a week before Lord Naruto's incident, he began to behave extremely unusually, seemingly investigating something perilously dangerous, his movements shrouded in secrecy, even elusive to Uncle Shikamaru. The night before the incident, Konohamaru's voice dropped even lower, as if recounting a forbidden tale. Someone saw him in an intense argument with Uncle Shikamaru in the Hokage office, voices raised, and even if there were fluctuations of chakra. No one knows the specifics, but afterwards, Sasuke-senpai left the village in a furious haste, only to reappear at the funeral. And then that tragedy occurred. The argument prior to his father's incident, Sasuke's strange actions, the cold blade at the funeral. Konohamaru's words felt like heavy puzzle pieces crashing down upon Boruto's heart, delineating a vast and dark enigma. He felt ensnared by an invisible net, tightening with every struggle. And he, Boruto Uzumaki, seemed merely a bait manipulated by fate at the center of this web. I didn't harm my father," Boruto exclaimed suddenly, his blue eyes ablaze with humiliation and fury, his voice cracking with emotion. At that moment, I felt the seal in my right eye searing painfully. Something was terribly amiss. I had a strong foreboding and rushed towards the Hokage office to warn my father. But when I arrived, all I saw was blinding white light, a distorted space, and my father consumed by the radiance. And then, the explosion. He shut his eyes in anguish. The echoes of the explosion, the ruins, and his father's last blurred silhouette tormented his nerves like the most cruel of instruments. "I believe you, Boruto." Konohamaru pressed firmly on Boruto's uninjured shoulder, his gaze resolute, imbued with unwavering conviction. "I know your character better than anyone. This is undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Someone has exploited the power of the seal to fabricate that incident and shifted all suspicion onto you. We must uncover the truth and expose the puppet master to clear your name." Sensei, gazing into Konohamaru's eyes, filled with unreserved, almost blind trust, the accumulated grievances, fears, and helplessness of recent days surged within Boruto like a burst dam, instantly overwhelming his resolute facade. His nose tinged with bitterness as hot tears mingled with the cold rain, cascading uncontrollably from his eyes. In that moment, Boruto recalled the cold metal tag he had tightly clutched in his palm. Konohammer Sensei, he opened his hand, offering the metal tag, warmed by his body and sweat, to Konohamaru. I acquired this from a group of rogue ninjas transporting goods while on the run. They mentioned cargo, the boss, and warned to be cautious of the vessel, which must refer to me. They seemed both fearful and greedy of me. Konohamaru's gaze fell upon the metal tag. As he discerned the unique owl symbol etched upon its surface, particularly the small yet distinct triangular mark at its center, reminiscent of the Shell organization's insignia. But with eerie, extending lines, his expression shifted dramatically. More shocked than before, a hint of indescribable horror flickered across his face. This is... Konohamaru's voice shifted in pitch, imbued with an incredulous horror. He seized the metallic plate, his fingertips turning pale from exertion, bringing it closer to his eyes to scrutinize, as if to verify the nightmarish symbol's authenticity. Raindrops struck the cold surface of the plate, and the abstract owlet's line sharp. Its gaze piercing like a blade seemed to come alive in the dim light, coldly observing them. Night Owl. Konohamaru nearly bit his tongue, forcing the name through clenched teeth, his voice heavy with unprecedented gravity and trepidation. It's them. They truly exist, and they have already infiltrated here. Night Owl? Boruto had never encountered this name. Yet Konohamaru's reaction sent a chill through him. A clandestine organization more secretive, more deranged, and infinitely more perilous than Shell. Konohamaru's voice dropped to a whisper as he scanned the surrounding darkness with vigilance, as if fearing to awaken the lurking shadows. The intelligence department has scant records on them, only that they operate like true night-dwelling owls, thriving in the deepest darkness and chaos. Rumors suggest they have inherited Shell's core legacy concerning the Suki and Wedge research. Yet their ideology is far more extreme and warped. They adhere to a terrifying doctrine of purification evolution, believing that the ninja world has decayed, and only by mastering the powers of the Sasuke perhaps even through some forbidden means to replace or become the Tsutsukikin, they usher in a so-called new world. To this end, they engage in various inhumane, forbidden experiments. Konohamaru's fingers fiercely rubbed against the cold symbol on the metal plate, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. This symbol signifies the identity of their core members. They hold it as a treasure. The cargo they transport could never be mere ordinary supplies. It is likely the key materials for those forbidden experiments. Or perhaps, samples directly related to the powers of the Tsutsuki, plundered from some unknown place. He suddenly lifted his gaze to Boruto, urgency flooding his expression. Boruto, the situation is far worse than we imagined. The Night Owl organization harbors an almost pathological obsession with perfect vessels like you. They believe you are the key to realizing their mad evolution blueprint. If they discover you here, bearing the identity token of their core members, before Konohamaru could finish his sentence, a sudden, incessant rustling distinct from the sound of raindrops erupted from all directions around their shallow hiding place, sending an instant jolt of terror through them. The sound resembled countless tiny, hard claws frantically skittering over the damp layers of fallen leaves and rough tree trunks, drawing closer at an alarming speed, like a tightening web of death woven from sound. Simultaneously, a frigid, viscous presence, laden with intense malice and unbridled greed, swept through the area like invisible, suction-cupped tendrils, pinpointing their shallow pit with chilling precision. This presence was cold and formidable, brimming with an inhuman distortion, far beyond that of any ordinary ninja. Konohamaru's complexion turned ashen. He swiftly shielded Boruto behind him, his right hand gripping several specially made kunai, glimmering with a ghostly blue sheen clearly laced with poison, while his left hand formed a complex defensive seal with lightning speed. His chakra surged, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade, fixating on the direction from which the sound and ominous presence emanated, and he hissed urgently. Damn it, we've been locked onto. It's a summoning beast swarm, and at least one extremely powerful sensory enemy. The Night Owl's minions. They are upon us. Almost simultaneously with Konohamaru's warning, the wedge mark in Boruto's right eye ignited like a spark in hot oil, exploding into unprecedented searing pain. A cold, tempestuous force, imbued with a sense of destruction, surged uncontrollably through him like a torrent, staining the edges of his vision crimson. A sense of extreme danger gripped his throat like a cold hand. The pursuers from a night owl organization were faster, more ruthless, and far more enigmatic than the pressures from Konoha and Sasuke. Chapter 1. Blade in the Rain. The chilling declaration pierced Boruto's heart like a poisoned ice lance, igniting the suffocating flame of despair and rage that simmered within his chest. Huh! A suppressed, self-mocking laugh, laden with defiance, escaped from the depths of Boruto's throat. Rain cascaded down his cheeks, rendering indistinguishable between rain and tears. He ceased to suppress the tremors coursing through his body and instead straightened his back, as if striving to break free from the heavy shackles of fate. No longer did he gaze at Sasuke, his eyes swept past the cold, grave attire of his father, past the faces filled with fear and confusion, finally locking onto the tip of the Kusanagi, sword poised at his throat. His right hand slowly and resolutely rose. No seals were formed, no superfluous motions made. The blue chakra surged forth from his palm like a torrent long suppressed, erupting in a whirlpool of energy. The light was not blinding, yet stood out starkly against the dim rain, rapidly spinning and compressing, emitting a low, dangerous huma, spiraling sphere of power. Do I have no choice? Boruto's voice suddenly rose, hoarse yet imbued with a madness that tore through the rain. Then let's see. Uncle Sasuke. The moment the last word escaped his lips, he surged forward. The mud beneath his feet erupted violently, his figure blurred in the cold curtain of rain, resembling a moth darting toward flames, driven by a desperate ferocity, charging towards the lethal Kusanagi sword, towards the elder he had once revered. The spiraling sphere in his hand was his only blood-soaked response at this moment. The crowd erupted in terrified screams. The solemnity of the funeral was utterly shattered. Sasuke, beneath his hat, observed with his Sharingan, the crimson glow reflecting the blue orb and the determined figure of the youth. His expression remained unchanged, as unyielding as stone. Just as the spiraling sphere, accompanied by a shriek that split the air, was about to collide with his body, Sasuke moved. There was no grand display, he merely slipped aside at an incredible angle, nearly brushing the edge of the spiraling sphere. His movements were simple, precise, and executed with the efficiency honed through countless life-and-death battles. The Kusanagi sword remained sheathed, yet the scabbard shot upward like a black serpent, swift as lightning. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The end of the scabbard struck Boruto's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, but tremendous force coursed through him, and he felt his entire arm go numb, the gathered chakra dissipating in an instant. The blue sphere burst like a popped bubble, dissipating into the cold rain. The immense power did not relent, driving through his numbed arm into his very being. He was like a kite severed from its string, propelled into the air by this force before crashing heavily into the muddy ground. Cough. The mixture of mud and blood surged from his throat, and a searing pain radiated from his back, as if his very organs had shifted. The cold mire coated his face and clothes. The overwhelming disparity in strength, anger, and impulsiveness seemed feeble against the absolute might and experience. Boruto struggled to rise, his vision blurred by agony and mud. He glimpsed Sasuke's figure, appearing like a specter, silently hovering above him. Rain dripped from the edge of the hat onto Boruto's face, chilling him to the bone. The tip of the Kusanagi scabbard pressed firmly against his chest, right where his heart resided, an oppressive weight that nearly robbed him of breath. Sasuke looked down upon him, rain cascading down his stoic visage, the crimson in his Sharingan resembling frozen blood, devoid of any emotion. Give up, Boruto. Sasuke's voice cut through the rain, still cold, yet perhaps tinged with an imperceptible weariness? Or something else? You lack the qualifications to make me serious. He paused, the pressure of the scabbard intensifying. Come with me. This is your last chance. Wy. Boruto laboriously lifted his head from the mud, rain washing away the filth from his face, revealing his blue eyes filled with pain and confusion. Why? Did you do this to my father? Each word seemed to drain his strength, laden with a heart-wrenching inquiry. Sasuke's lips seemed to barely tighten, so subtly it could be mistaken for an illusion. He did not answer Boruto's question, but repeated the cold command. For the village, and for you. Come with me. For the village? For me? A flicker of absurdity and deeper rage flashed in Boruto's eyes, pointing a blade at me, treating me like a monster? Is this what you call for? He struggled violently, disregarding the searing pain from the scabbard against his chest. Naruto, if my father knew you were treating me like this. Shut up. Sasuke's voice suddenly rose, the first time exhibiting a clear emotional fluctuation, like a cold blade scraping against iron. The pressure of the scabbard intensified, almost shattering his ribcage, causing Boruto to gasp and cough violently. You have no right to speak his name. Sasuke's voice returned to its icy demeanor, but that moment of loss of control sent ripples of deeper turmoil through Boruto's heart. Why? Why had his father's name become a taboo? In this suffocating standoff, whoosh, 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 several sharp sounds pierced the rain. Kunai, entwined with explosive tags, flew like a deadly swarm, accurately targeting Sasuke's back and side. The timing was impeccable, coinciding precisely with Sasuke's fixation on Boruto. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated instantly. Orange fireballs erupted in the cold rain, waves of heat and shock mingling with mud, creating a deafening cacophony. The pursuers from Konoha had finally arrived. Sasuke's reaction was instantaneous. As the sound of the kunai sliced through the air, his form blurred like a phantom, leaving only an afterimage behind. The explosion engulfed the spot where he had just stood, mud and debris flying in all directions. Secure the scene. Target: Boruto Uzumaki, priority control. Sasuke Uchiha designated as an extreme threat. Use of force permitted if necessary. A calm yet heavily burdened voice echoed amidst the aftermath of the explosion, directing the arriving Umbu. It was Shikamaru Nara's voice. Through the rain, one could see him standing a short distance away, his brow furrowed, rain soaking his usually neat hair, his expression grave. Behind him were several masked, formidable Umbu ninjas, and Sai, with a complex expression, his fists tightly clenched. Chaos. The funeral site had transformed into a battlefield. Boruto's heart raced. An opportunity. He glimpsed a fleeting chance for survival. Sasuke's figure reformed at the edge of the explosion, the brim of his hat singed. He paid no heed to the incoming Umbu, his Sharingan sweeping through the smoke and debris. Locking onto the struggling Boruto once more in his hand, the Kusanagi sword was now drawn, the scabbard sliding away to reveal the glinting, cold blade. The intent to kill was colder and more piercing than a rain, but Boruto was faster. The instinct to survive overwhelmed the pain and shock. As the explosion illuminated the surroundings and smoke billowed, he exerted every last ounce of strength to hurl a smoke bomb to the ground. Puff! Dense white smoke erupted instantly, enveloping his position entirely. Cough, cough. Target released smoke. Be cautious, the Umbu's shouts echoed. Boruto scarcely paid heed to his direction, enduring excruciating pain as if his body were disintegrating. Drawing upon the scant remnants of his memory of the terrain outside the village, he frantically made his way towards the densest smoke, fleeing to the vast, shadowy embrace of the deathly forest, away from the throngs of people. Each step sank into the mire, splattering icy droplets, his lungs aflame with agony, yet a singular thought surged through his mind, screaming madly. Run. Survive. Must survive. Unravel the truth behind it all. Amidst the smoke, Sasuke's figure emerged like a specter, the glint of his Kusanagi sword flashing through the rain-soaked air. He distinctly perceived the golden-haired figure staggering yet desperately charging towards the forest. He did not pursue immediately. The Umbu's shuriken and kunai assailed him once more, attempting to intercept his path. Sasuke wielded the Kusanagi sword with casual grace, as if brushing away dust, deftly parrying each attack with a sound like ringing metal. His gaze remained fixated on the direction in which Boruto had vanished, his crimson Sharingan swirling with an intricate tapestry of emotions, icy yet unfathomably complex. Is the mission a failure? His low voice was nearly drowned by the downpour. The Umbu's onslaught intensified. Sasuke's form blurred as he effortlessly evaded their attacks, moving with the ease of a leisurely stroll. He cast a final glance at the darkness of the forest that had swallowed the boy's figure, akin to a monstrous beast lying in wait. This merely the beginning? As the words fell from his lips, he vanished entirely, leaving behind only ripples in the air and a bewildered Umbu. The rain fell heavier, a relentless torrent, as if the heavens had torn open. The trees of the deathly forest loomed tall and grotesque, their dense canopies weaving a dark ceiling overhead, with only sporadic droplets filtering through the gaps to strike. The leaf-strewn ground, producing a monotonous yet oppressive sound. The air was thick with the scent of damp decay and earthy musk. Boruto dashed through the darkness, his feet sinking deep into the mud. Each breath felt like swallowing a searing blade. The spot where Sasuke's sword had struck throbbed painfully, and every movement sent waves of darkness clouding his vision. The inner side of his wrist was swollen, a dull ache mingling with sharp stabs of pain. His pants were caked in mud, and every laborious extraction of his heavy boots from the mire consumed immense effort. Huh! Huh! His heavy breathing echoed starkly in the silent forest. He dared not pause. The chilling presence of that Kusanagi sword, or the lethal kunai of the leafs, umbu, loomed ominously behind him. The wedge mark on his right eye pulsed with heat, ignited by the cold rain, like a restless foreign heart. Each pulse was accompanied by an icy sensation, imbued with a potent temptation that sought to spread through his nerves. Boruto bit down on his tongue, the acute pain and taste of blood jarring him back to lucidity. Get away! He roared internally, desperately suppressing the alien power within him. He could not rely on it, absolutely not. Doing so would only cement his label as a monster. His father had suffered because of this. His father's visage twisted in the cold stone of the monument, Sasuke's frigid gaze akin to that of one observing lifeless matter, the villagers' terrified whispers. These images clawed at his weary mind, replaying and slicing through his consciousness. Why? Uncle Sasuke, leaning against the slick trunk of a massive tree, he gasped for breath. Icy rain seeping down his collar, sending shivers through him. The man who had once stood before him in times of peril, sternly teaching him the ways of the ninja, guiding him through confusion. How had he come to this? That frigid blade cut deeper than any enemy's attack. The overwhelming sense of betrayal and isolation, akin to the boundless rainforest surrounding him, threatened to engulf him. I must survive. Boruto wiped the rain and mud from his face, a flicker of stubborn resolve igniting amidst despair. For my father, for myself, to uncover the truth. He struck his aching chest with determination, forcing himself away from the tree, orienting himself before stumbling onward. He needed sustenance, medicine, a dry place to tend to his wounds. He must survive like a true ninja. The forest seemed endless. Time lost all meaning. Hunger gnawed at his stomach like a ravenous beast. The cold forced his body into involuntary shivers, and the wounds, battered by relentless movement and the damp chill, throbbed with sharp intensity. Just as exhaustion and despair threatened to overwhelm him, voices and the sound of metal scraping echoed from deep within the dense foliage ahead. Boruto instantly became alert, akin to a startled animal, lowering his body and holding his breath, using the shadows of the thick underbrush and tree trunks to stealthily approach. Parting a large, damp fern, he glimpsed a small clearing. .4 disheveled, menacing rogue ninjas, or perhaps more accurately, armed thugs encircled a stash of supplies covered with a waterproof tarp. Two large crates lay at the center, surrounded by several bulging bags. One of them was cursing as he checked the tarp's security. Damn this wretched weather. This job is cursed, a scar man grumbled, stomping mud off his boots. Quit your whining and finish up. If this cargo gets ruined, the boss will flay us alive. Another tall, lean figure scanned the dark woods warily. Were you afraid of? In this godforsaken place, who else could be around but ghosts? Scoffed a shorter, stocky man, unconcerned. Better to be cautious, murmured the last, a sullen man who seemed to be the leader. The winds are shifting. The leaf dogs are keen. Also, I've heard the vessel has escaped and is roaming nearby. The vessel? The scarred face scoffed. That kind of monster? If we catch it, we might be able to cash in big, fool. The leader snapped. You think you're able to handle that? Touching it is a death sentence. Move it. Vessel? Boruto's pupils dilated. Were they speaking of him? What was this cargo they referred to? Who was their boss? A chill crept up his spine, swiftly replaced by a more urgent thought. Food. Medicine. He caught sight of a corner of one bag that had come undone, revealing sealed rations and what appeared to be medical supplies. These were essential for his survival. More importantly, chaos. He needed chaos to entirely escape any potential pursuit. A bold and perilous plan swiftly formed in Boruto's mind. He inhaled deeply, the frigid air piercing his lungs. He needed to act swiftly and decisively, with no time to linger. Quietly, he unlatched his ninja tool pouch, retrieving the last few shuriken and a smoke bomb. The wedge mark in his right eye began to pulse restlessly again, icy power seeping forth. He forcefully suppressed it, concentrating his chakra into his feet. With the four men distracted by the supplies, the moment arose as the leader turned to inspect another direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boruto hurled all three shuriken with all the strength he could muster from his left hand. His target was not the men, but a brittle branch overhead, burdened by a massive beehive. The shuriken struck true, severing the branch's base. Crack, buzz. A colossal, honeycomb-laden branch crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. In an instant, thousands of agitated and enraged wasps surged into the air like a dark cloud, emitting a terrifying buzzing sound as they swept towards the unsuspecting four humans. Below, what is that? It's a beehive. Run. Damn it. I've been stung. The clearing was instantly engulfed in chaos. The rogue ninjas, in a state of panic, clutched their heads and fled, waving their weapons in vain to fend off the wasps, as screams and curses erupted all around. Goods were overturned, and packages scattered. Now is the time. Boruto dashed out from his hiding place like a cheetah. His target was the scattered packages on the ground, filled with provisions and medicine. He moved with remarkable speed, taking advantage of the chaos and the swarm of wasps. And in the blink of an eye, he reached the supplies. Someone's here. The most alert and lanky rogue ninja was the first to notice the anomaly. Enduring the pain of the stings, he drew a kunai and lunged forward. You little thief. You're dead. Without a glance, Boruto snatched a box of medicine and stuffed it into his clothes while kicking a wooden crate that had rolled to his feet. The heavy crate slid toward the advancing lanky ninja, impeding his movement. Seizing the opportunity, Boruto grabbed a package of hardtack and turned to flee into the depths of the dense forest. Don't let him escape. Capture him. The small leader, clutching his swollen face from the stings, shouted in frustration. The other two rogue ninjas, having shaken off some of the wasps, pursued him with a menacing ferocity. Kunai and shuriken whistled through the air, aimed at Boruto's back. Driven by the instinct for survival, Boruto navigated through the trees with clumsy agility, dodging the attacks. A searing pain shot through him as a shuriken grazed his shoulder. The agony and blood loss blurred his vision, leaving him dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Stop! The pursuers closed in, their sinister laughter echoing ominously. The shadow of death loomed once more. At that moment, the wedge mark on his right eye erupted with unprecedented heat. That cold, violent power surged forth like a flood breaking through its dam, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Ugh! Boruto let out a muffled groan of pain. His vision was instantly engulfed in crimson. Everything around him seemed to slow down. The rogue ninja's menacing movements and the trajectories of the kunai became strikingly clear. A surge of formidable strength coursed through his legs, propelling him forward with astonishing speed. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a kunai that whizzed past his nose. Then he suddenly pushed off from a large tree, his body defying the laws of physics as he rebounded at an incredible angle, instantly widening the gap between him and his pursuers. This sudden burst of speed and uncanny movement left the pursuers dumbfounded. Well, what was that? His eyes. Boruto had no time to spare. This power arrived swiftly, only to dissipate even faster. Like a receding tide, it left behind an excruciating backlash, as if his very soul were being torn apart. Darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Clinging to his indomitable will, he gritted his teeth and, taking advantage of the stunned moment of his pursuers, he exerted every last ounce of strength to stumble into a denser, more tangled area of foliage, vanishing completely from their sight and perception. Uncertain of how long he ran, until he could no longer hear any sounds behind him, until the air in his lungs felt completely depleted, Boruto collapsed like a ragdoll into a concealed pit, half surrounded by massive tree roots. The cold, muddy water soaked through his body, yet he felt no only the excruciating pain coursing through his bones and muscles, and waves of dizziness washing over his mind. He gasped violently, each breath tinged with the metallic taste of blood. Trembling, he retrieved the muddy box of medicine and the package of provisions from his clothes. Opening the box, he discovered several clean rolls of bandages, a small bottle of disinfectant, and a few painkillers. He had resources to survive. Yet he felt no joy. Leaning against the cold tree root, he shakily raised his hand to touch his burning right eye. The wedge mark pulsated beneath the skin, like a cursed emblem embedded in his flesh. Just moments ago, that power, that sensation of being able to control everything yet feeling so cold and merciless he had nearly succumbed to it. Monster Boruto murmured to himself, gazing at his blood-stained and muddy hands, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. Have I truly become a monster? Tears mingled with the rain, silently cascading down his cheeks. Weary, he closed his eyes, fumbling to tear open the bandages, preparing to tend to the bleeding wound on his shoulder. At that moment, his fingers brushed against another hard object in his pocket, a small item he had kicked away from the wooden crate amidst the chaos, thoughtlessly stuffed into his bag. He pulled it out. It was a metal plate, roughly the size of half a palm. It was made of an unknown material, cool and heavy to the touch. One side of the plate was engraved with a peculiar symbol, an abstract, sharply delineated owl, wings partially unfurled, its piercing eyes gazing forward. On the owl's chest, a minuscule, triangular emblem resembling an organizational insignia was barely discernible, though not entirely identical, more like an overlay or a mutation. This symbol he had never seen before. It emanated an icy, mysterious aura, tinged with an ominous atmosphere. Boruto clenched the cold metal plate tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The rogue ninja's references to cargo, leader, and container, along with this bizarre symbol. The incident involving his father, Sasuke's odd behavior, his own desperate flight. Did a terrifying connection exist among all these elements? Just as he was lost in thought, trying to untangle the chaotic threads in his mind. Rustle, rustle. A faint yet exceptionally clear sound of footsteps treading upon the damp leaves approached from the distance and halted just outside the shallow pit where he was concealed. It was neither the stealthy approach of the Umbu nor the careless noise of the rogue ninjas. These footsteps were steady and rhythmic, imbued with a unique cadence that seemed intentionally softened yet impossible to entirely conceal. Boruto's heart leapt into his throat. Every muscle in his body tensed, and even the pain from his wound faded from his awareness. Like a startled rabbit, he curled his body tightly, holding his breath, while his right hand stealthily reached for the last remaining shuriken in his ninja tool pouch. Was it Sasuke pursuing him? Or perhaps allies of the rogue ninjas? Or something far more terrifying? The footsteps came to a halt, right at the edge of the shallow pit. The sound of the cold rain seemed to amplify infinitely in that moment. That a familiar voice, laden with an indescribable complexity of emotions, broke through the rain curtain and softly called out, "Boruto, is that you?" Chapter 3. The Shadow of the Night Owl. The instant he heard that voice, Boruto's taut nerves felt as if they had been suddenly plucked. It was his teacher, Konoha. This realization cracked the heavy ice within his chest, allowing a warm current of mixed feelings, soft grievance, dependence, and faint hopeito rise within him. Yet he did not respond immediately. The cold blade of Sasuke, the relentless pursuit of the Umbu, the brutal faces of the rogue ninjas, these experiences were etched into his heart like a brand, reminding him of the price of trust. He remained curled up, like a wounded beast, merely loosening his grip slightly on the shuriken. He cautiously lifted his head, peering through the damp, obstructive gaps of the tree roots above. The rain curtain blurred his vision, but he still recognized the figure. Instead of wearing the iconic green Nin vest, he was clad in a plain dark gray outfit, completely soaked by the rain, his damp hair clinging to his forehead, his face a mix of rainwater and unmistakable fatigue and worry. One crucial detail instantly captured Boruto's attention. Konoha was not wearing the Konoha forehead protector. Konoha. Sensei? Boruto's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with tentative uncertainty, struggling to emerge from the depths of his throat. "It's me." Upon hearing the response, Konoha visibly sighed in relief, the tension in his body easing slightly. He swiftly crouched down, moving with agility and caution into the narrow, shallow pit. The space within instantly felt cramped, the cold, damp air hitting him with a mix of Boruto's blood and the scent of mud. Konohamaru's gaze immediately fell upon Boruto. As he discerned Boruto's condition in the dim light, his pupils constricted in shock, and he gasped, his face instantly etched with horror and anguish. Before him stood a boy almost unrecognizable. Golden hair was matted with mud and clotted blood, sticking haphazardly to his pale forehead. His face was marred with abrasions and grime, and his lips were cracked and pallid. The makeshift bandage hastily wrapped around his shoulder was soaked through with blood and murky water, presenting a grim dark brown. Most striking were his once vibrant blue eyes, now sunken into their sockets, filled with horrific blood vessels, and suffused with an overwhelming weariness, pain, confusion, and a near-numb despair. The rapid transformation had nearly obliterated this young man. "You're gravely injured." Konohamaru's voice quivered with an uncontainable tremor, a mix of anger and heartbreak. He immediately rummaged through a similarly damp, yet evidently waterproof backpack behind him, his movements efficient like a seasoned ninja. "Don't move, let me take care of this." He extracted a roll of clean gauze, a bottle of pungent specialized ointment, and a sealed pack of high-energy rations. Watching Konohamaru's frantic actions and seeing the genuine concern in his eyes, Boruto's tense body finally relaxed. He did not resist, as Konohamaru carefully unwrapped the makeshift bandage that was already soaked and caked with blood and mud. When the ghastly wound was exposed to the damp, cold air, the rolled flesh and swollen, pale edges caused Konohamaru's brows to furrow deeply. "Bear with it, it will hurt a bit." Konohamaru's voice lowered, imbued with a stabilizing assurance. He swiftly cleansed the wound with antiseptic, his movements brisk yet gentle. The icy solution, mixed with a potent, irritating scent, struck the wound, and the intense sting caused Boruto to flinch, biting down hard on his lower lip to suppress a cry cold. Sweat instantly beading on his forehead. "How did you find me?" Boruto managed to speak, attempting to divert his mind from the agonizing pain through conversation. Raindrops pattered on the intertwining roots above, creating a dull, continuous sound. Konohamaru cautiously sprinkled the cool, soothing powder over the wound, eliciting a momentary relief after the burning sensation. After the funeral, the chaos was swiftly subdued by Uncle Shikamaru. But the atmosphere in the village is dreadful. As he skillfully rewrapped the injury with clean gauze, he spoke in a hushed, urgent tone. "The higher-ups, especially advisors Kurama and Mito, are exceedingly adamant. They believe you're the primary suspect in Lord Naruto's incident, considering the catalyst within you to be a highly dangerous source, demanding immediate elimination measures." Elimination. Boruto mulled over the cold words, his heart sinking as if plunged into an icy abyss. But Uncle Shikamaru stood firm. Konohamaru's tone suddenly became insistent and resolute, his rapping motions growing more forceful. He insists that there are significant doubts in the evidence chain, with many inexplicable aspects at the scene. He defied the majority and ordered that you be brought back for a thorough investigation rather than eliminated. For this, he had an extremely heated argument with the two advisors, even shattering a table. He paused, casting a complicated look at Boruto. "The pressure Uncle Shikamaru faces is unimaginable. The village has lost its Hokage, and the people are in a panic. The higher-ups need a culprit. And you, unfortunately, have become the most evident target." Listening in silence, Boruto felt a warmth in his heart from Uncle Shikamaru's steadfastness, yet the terms suspect and culprit pricked at him like needles. As for Sasuke-senpai, Konohamaru's brow furrowed even deeper, his eyes filled with profound confusion and disbelief. His actions are entirely beyond comprehension. About a week before Lord Naruto's incident, he became extremely erratic, seemingly investigating something perilously dangerous, his movements shrouded in mystery. Even Uncle Shikamaru found it hard to track him. The night before the incident, Konohamaru's voice dropped lower. As if recounting a forbidden tale, someone witnessed a fierce argument between him and Uncle Shikamaru in the Hokage's office. Their voices raised, and even a burst of chakra was felt. No one knows the specifics, but afterward, Sasuke-senpai stormed out of the village, only to return unexpectedly at the funeral. And then that incident occurred. The confrontation before his father's incident, Sasuke's bizarre actions, the chilling blade at the funeral. Konohamaru's words fell like heavy puzzle pieces upon Boruto's heart, outlining a vast, dark enigma. He felt ensnared by an invisible web, tightening with every struggle. And he, Boruto Uzumaki, seemed merely a bait manipulated by fate at the center of this web. I didn't harm my father. Boruto suddenly lifted his head, his blue eyes aflame with humiliation and fury, his voice cracking with emotion. At that moment, I felt the catalyst in my right eye suddenly burn intensely. Something was terribly wrong. I had a strong premonition and rushed toward the Hokage's office to warn my father. But when I arrived, all I saw was blinding white light, a distorted space, and my father consumed by that light. And then there was an explosion. He shut his eyes in agony. The roar of the explosion, the sight of the ruins, the blurred outline of his father in his final moments, these images tortured his nerves like the most brutal of instruments. "I believe you, Boruto." Konohamaru firmly grasped Boruto's uninjured shoulder, his gaze unwavering, imbued with a rock-like conviction. "I know your character better than anyone. This is undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Someone has exploited the power of the catalyst to create that catastrophe and shifted all suspicion onto you. We must uncover the truth and root out the puppeteer to exonerate you." Sensei, gazing into Konohamaru's eyes, filled with unreserved and almost blind trust, the accumulated grievances, fears, and helplessness flooded Boruto like a dam bursting. His nose tinged with heat, the scorching liquid mingling with the cold rain. He could no longer suppress the tears streaming from his eyes. He could see that moment. Boruto recalled the cold metal plate he had been clutching tightly in his palm. "Konohamaru Sensei," he opened his hand, presenting the metal plate, warmed by his body and sweat. "I obtained this from a group of rogue ninjas transporting goods while I was on the run. They mentioned cargo, the boss, and warned to be cautious of the vessel. It must refer to me. They seemed very afraid of me, yet also very greedy." Konohamaru's gaze fell upon the metal plate. Upon recognizing the unique owl symbol etched onto its surface, particularly the small yet distinct triangular mark on its chest, reminiscent of the Shell organization's emblem, but with peculiar extended lines, his expression shifted dramatically. The shock he displayed was greater than any previous moment, even tinged with an indescribable horror. This is Konohamaru's voice trembled, tinged with an incredulous terror. He seized the metal plate with fervor, his fingertips turning pale from the intensity of his grip, bringing it closer to scrutinize, as if to ascertain the reality of this nightmarish emblem. Raindrops pelted against the cold surface of the plate, and the abstract owl, with its sharp lines and piercing gaze like a blade, seemed to come to life in the dim light, coldly. Regarding them, "Night Owl." Konohamaru nearly ground his teeth, forcing the name through clenched jaws, his voice laden with an unprecedented gravity and trepidation. "It's them. They truly exist, and they have infiltrated here." Night Owl? Boruto had never encountered this name before, yet Konohamaru's reaction sent a shiver down his spine. It is an underground organization even more secretive, more insane, and more perilous than the Shell. Konohamaru's voice dropped to a whisper, his eyes scanning the surrounding darkness with vigilance, as if fearing to disturb the entities lurking within the shadows. The intelligence department has scant records on them, only knowing that they operate like true nocturnal owls, thriving solely in the deepest darkness and chaos. Rumor has it they have inherited the core legacy of the Shell organization regarding the Tsutsuki and Wedge research, but their ideology is even more extreme and twisted. They adhere to a terrifying purification evolution theory, believing that the ninja world is decayed, and only through completely mastering the power of the Tsutsuki, or even through some forbidden means replacing or becoming a Tsutsuki, can they bring forth the so-called New World. To this end, they spare no effort in conducting all manner of inhumane, forbidden experiments. Konohamaru's fingers rubbed the cold symbol on the metal plate with intensity, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. This symbol serves as the identity marker for their core members. They regard it as a treasure. The goods they transport cannot possibly be ordinary supplies. They are likely key materials for those forbidden experiments, or perhaps samples directly related to the Tsutsuki power plundered from someplace. He suddenly raised his head to look at Boruto, his eyes filled with an unprecedented urgency. "Boruto, the situation is worse than we imagined. The Night Owl organization harbors an almost pathological obsession with perfect vessels like you. They believe you hold the key to realizing their insane evolution blueprint. If they discover you here, bearing the mark of their core member." Before Konohamaru could finish his sentence, a cacophony of rustling sounds, distinct from the patter of rain, erupted from all directions surrounding their hiding place beneath the tree roots, sending chills down their spines. The sound resembled countless tiny, hard claws frantically scuttling across the damp layers of fallen leaves and the coarse bark of trees. It approached rapidly, akin to a death net woven of sound, tightening with alarming speed. Simultaneously, a chilling, viscous presence, imbued with intense malice and naked greed, swept across the area like invisible tentacles equipped with suction cups, precisely locking onto the shallow pit's location. This malevolent sensation was cold and powerful, infused with an inhuman distortion, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. Konoha Maru's complexion turned ashen. He abruptly shielded Boruto behind him, his right hand swiftly grasping several specially made kunai, shimmering with a ghostly blue hue, evidently laced with poison, while his left hand formed a complex defensive seal with lightning speed. His chakra surged within him, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade, fixated on the direction for which the sound and malevolent perception emanated. He hissed urgently. "Damn it, we've been locked onto. It's a summoning beast horde along with at least one exceedingly powerful sensory enemy. The night owl's minions, they are coming." Almost simultaneously with Konohamaru's warning, the wedge mark on Boruto's right eye ignited like a spark thrown in a boiling oil, erupting in an unprecedented wave of searing pain. A cold, violent force, steeped in an aura of destruction, surged uncontrollably within him like a runaway flood. The edges of his vision were instantly drenched in a crimson hue, a perilous sensation akin to a frigid hand, clutched at his throat with suffocating intensity. The pursuers of the Night Owl organization were swifter, more brutal, and more bizarre than the hunt from Konoha and the pressure brought by Sasuke. Chapter 4. Minions and Shadows. A chilling rustle, reminiscent of a deathly tide, abruptly drowned out the cold patter of rain. Countless shadows surged forth from the darkened woods. Not humanoid in form, but rather grotesque beetles, each the size of a fist, entirely encased in a dark purple chitinous exoskeleton. Their compound eyes glimmered with an ominous green light, mandibles clacking menacingly, while 6 spiny legs scurried across the damp leaves and tree trunks with astonishing speed. Bone-eating insects. Beware their corrosive secretions and voracious bites. Konohamaru warned sharply, completing his hand seals with his left hand. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a low incantation, chakra surged into the muddy ground beneath him. A tremendous sound resounded as a thick earthen wall erupted from the earth, encircling the edge of a shallow pit, leaving only a narrow observation slit. Almost instantaneously, hissing sounds erupted. Dozens of dark green, acrid, caustic liquids shot forth like poisonous arrows, violently colliding with the newly formed earthen barrier. The solid earth was quickly corroded, pockmarked with deep holes, releasing billowing white smoke. Acid splattered, a few droplets landing in the stagnant water within the pit, sizzling ominously as bubbles erupted on the surface. Such potent corrosiveness. Boruto gasped, watching the rapidly deteriorating outer wall, his heart racing. Had it not been for Konohamaru's quick reflexes, they would surely have been drenched in acid by now. But this was merely the beginning. Swish, swish, swish. The piercing sound of shurikens slicing through the air tore through the downpour. Several kunai, glimmering with a ghostly blue sheen and featuring peculiar shapes, sailed from various angles, bypassing the earthen wall, striking towards the shallow pit like venomous serpents. The kunai trailed fine, nearly transparent chakra strings. Shadow clone technique, shuriken. Konohamaru's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, as he unleashed the kunai held tightly in his right hand. In an instant, the kunai multiplied mid-air, transforming into a multitude of azure streaks, accurately countering the incoming enemy projectiles. Clang, clang. A series of crisp metallic clashes erupted within the confined space. Sparks flew. Konohamaru's kunai successfully intercepted a majority of the assault, yet a few cunningly angled ghostly blue kunai penetrated the blockade, hurtling towards Boruto with lethal intent. The wedge-shaped mark on Boruto's right eye glowed like a searing brand, pain coursing through him alongside a chilling, frenzied power. The crimson at the edges of his vision intensified. In the face of death's threat, instinct overrode rational thought. He let out a low growl, his body arching back at an unnatural angle, surpassing his own limits. A kunai grazed the tip of his nose, embedding itself in the tree roots behind him. Simultaneously, he instinctively pushed against the ground, his body sliding along the earth like a boneless eel. Another kunai whizzed past, nearly grazing his scalp, severing a few strands of golden hair. His movements flowed with an eerie, almost inhuman coordination. But this was not his ability. It was the power of the seal controlling his body. Boruto. Konohamaru observed Boruto's inhuman evasion, his heart tightening, but there was no time for questions. He keenly sensed the chakra strings attached to the fallen enemy, kunai tightening. Be cautious. It's a puppet manipulation. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the downed ghostly blue kunai exploded, not in a blast, but in an instantaneous disassembly, transforming into several elongated, snake-like constructs composed of metallic joints. They sprang to life, propelled by the chakra strings, snapping their glimmering metallic mandibles towards Konohamaru and Boruto with lightning speed. Fire release, Camellia Blossom Crimson. Konohamaru reacted with blinding speed. Drawing a deep breath, his chest expanded as his hands formed seals faster than the eye could follow. Dozens of fist-sized fireballs, enveloped in sharp shuriken, burst forth like blooming camellias, hurtling towards the oncoming mechanical centipedes with scorching force. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs collided violently with the metallic centipedes, erupting in brilliant flames and ear-splitting metallic screeches. The intense heat melted parts of the joints, obliterating several centipedes. Yet, two exceptionally resilient ones broke through the flames, charging directly at Konohamaru. A fierce glint flashed in Konohamaru's eyes. He did not retreat, but advanced. His right hand glimmered with a layer of pure chakra, gleaming like a surgical blade, as he executed a precise strike at speeds nearly imperceptible. Swish, swish. Two streaks of blue light flashed, cleaving the two ferocious mechanical centipedes in half, reducing them to smoking scraps of metal that fell to the ground. Well done, teacher. Boruto sighed in relief. But Konohamaru's expression grew even graver. Do not let your guard down. The main adversary has arrived. Konohamaru's gaze fixated on the observation slit of the earthen wall. Through the rain, three figures appeared, ghostly and silent, on the ground encircled by the bone-eating insects. Clad in matching dark gray combat suits, cloaked with hoods, their faces obscured by metallic masks bearing abstract owl designs. Only their eyes and mouths were visible. The leader was tall, exuding a chilling, deep-seated malevolence, the very source of that twisted sense of malice. Behind him, one figure was skillfully manipulating several nearly transparent chakra strings, clearly the puppeteer controlling the mechanical centipedes. Another figure formed a peculiar seal with his hands, seemingly maintaining a mental link with the swarm of bone-eating insects. Surrender the container and the night owl seal, and you may escape death. The towering masked leader intoned, his voice rasping through the mask with a metallic edge, devoid of warmth, as if discussing matters unrelated to himself. His gaze pierced through the rain, locking onto Boruto with unnerving precision. The container, the night owl seal. They indeed sought Boruto and that metallic plate. Not a chance. Konohamaru bellowed, chakra surging forth without reserve. His hands formed seals at a speed even greater than before. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A highly compressed, visibly transparent air projectile swiftly took shape in Konohamaru's mouth, piercing through the air with a shriek, thunderously launching towards the towering masked figure. As the projectile raced forth, even the raindrops were instantaneously repelled, shattered. In the face of this formidable assault, however, the towering masked figure merely raised his right hand. Instantly, his arm was enveloped in a flowing, mercury-like dark purple metallic sheen. Bang! The vacuum great sphere collided violently with the metallic arm. The anticipated explosion did not occur. The highly compressed air projectile was absorbed silently, as if a stone sinking into the sea, consumed by that fluid dark purple metallic arm, leaving only a faint ripple across its surface. What? Konohamaru's pupils dilated. A technique capable of absorbing ninjutsu? This was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. Stubborn and obstinate, the tall masked figure coldly uttered, as the arm that had devoured the vacuum great sphere swung forward. A torrent of compressed, twisted air, infused with some of the vacuum great sphere's properties, surged towards the earthen wall like a rampaging tornado. Boom! The already damaged earth flow wall was blasted open, debris and soil flying. The immense force propelled Konohamaru and Boruto away violently. Ugh! Konohamaru groaned, twisting in midair to shield Boruto, both crashing heavily into the muddy ground beyond the shallow pit. Engage. Target the container alive. Eliminate the other. The tall masked figure commanded coldly. The puppeteer's fingers danced once more. More mechanical centipedes catapulted from the shadows of the trees. Meanwhile, the masked figure maintaining the mental link let out a sharp whistle, reminiscent of an insect's call. The encircling swarm of bone-eating insects surged towards the newly created breach like a commanded army. Simultaneously, more ghostly blue kunai rained down from all directions, sealing off any potential escape routes. A desperate situation. Boruto struggled to rise, every bone in his body groaning in protest. The wedge mark on his right eye throbbed violently, searing with a cold power that raged like a beast breaking free from its cage, roaring to claim dominion over his body. His vision was awash in crimson, the anxious face of teacher Konohamaru, the grotesque swarm of insects, and the cold gaze of the masked man, all warped into a twisted tableau filled with murderous intent. "Get away from me!" Boruto let out a primal roar. This time, he no longer resisted entirely. The instinct for survival and his fierce desire to protect Konohamaru overwhelmed the fear within him. He actively channeled the frenzied power of the wedge, not allowing it to control him, but seeking to infuse it into his jutsu. In an instant, a brilliant blue chakra erupted from the palm of his only remaining functioning left hand. Yet this time, the brilliance was interwoven with ominous, dark purple veins, like blood vessels. The form of the Rasengan became exceedingly unstable, its edges twisting violently, emitting a piercing, almost otherworldly hum as if the fabric of space were being torn apart. "Boruto, no." Konohamaru's face paled as he beheld the Rasengan, laced with dark purple veins. He understood all too well the danger and corrosive nature of the wedge's power. But Boruto could hear nothing. His focus was solely on the lethal threats that surged toward him, like a wounded beast. He charged headlong into the swarm of insects and the oncoming mechanical centipedes, cradling the dangerously unstable, destructive Rasengan in his left hand. Die. At this critical juncture, a shadow darker than the night materialized without warning at the edge of the battlefield, atop the highest crown of a giant tree. A wide-brimmed hat obscured the figure's face, revealing only a sharply defined jawline. The black cloak remained motionless amidst the wind and rain, as if he were one with the shadows, quietly observing the chaotic and intense battle below. Uchiha Sasuke. He did not intervene, yet his deep Sharingan, concealed beneath the hat's shadow, clearly reflected all that transpired below. Boruto's uncontrollable Rasengan infused with dark purple veins, Konohamaru's desperate attempt to intercept the eerie abilities and ruthless attacks of the Night Owl's minions. His gaze lingered momentarily on Boruto's mutated Rasengan, where a complex swirl of emotions flashed in the depths of his crimson pupils. Then, his sight shifted to the tall masked man whose arm absorbed jutsu, along with the one commanding the bone-eating swarm. Sasuke's lips barely moved in the shadows, as if confirming something. Below, Boruto's mutated Rasengan was on the brink of colliding with the surging tide of insects and the deadly mechanisms. Destructive energy was about to erupt. Konohamaru's eyes widened in horror. "Boruto." Meanwhile, atop the tree crown, Sasuke's fingers seemed to lightly rest on the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. Chapter 5. The bloodied wedge. The aura of destruction coalesced in Boruto's palm, roaring. The Rasengan, tainted with ominous dark purple veins, resembled a miniature storm on the verge of eruption, emitting a deafening, tearing sound. The edges of the blue chakra sphere twisted violently, the dark purple veins writhing like living creatures, radiating a chilling wave that seemed capable of consuming all light. Boruto's eyes blazed crimson. The dam of reason teetered under the violent onslaught of the wedge's power, leaving only the instinct to protect Konohamaru and obliterate all threats before him. He shot forth like a released arrow, brandishing the uncontrollable sphere of destruction, charging straight into the surging tide of bone-eating insects and the gleaming, lethal mechanisms. "Boruto, stop!" Konohamaru's desperate shout was drowned out by the thrumming energy. His eyes wide with terror, he lunged toward Boruto, attempting to halt this suicidal attack. He understood all too well the horrific backlash this uncontrolled power could unleash upon its wielder. In that critical moment, Sasuke's fingers, resting on the sword's hilt, finally moved. With no fanfare, a black afterimage shot forth faster than the eye could perceive, as if he had teleported into the path ahead of Boruto's charge. Lightning release, Chidori. A deep, gravelly voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Sasuke did not draw his sword. Instead, his left hand was instantly enveloped in a blinding, tumultuous lightning, akin to the cacophony of countless birds in flight. He did not strike Boruto, nor did he attack the Night Owl's minions, but rather forcefully pressed his electrifying palm against Boruto's left arm, which cradled the mutated Rasengan. Zzzt. The ear-splitting crack of electricity erupted. The wild lightning chakra surged like myriad silver serpents, instantaneously coiling around Boruto's left arm and violently flooding into the impending explosive Rasengan. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The once unruly and destructive Rasengan, upon contact with this pure and domineering lightning chakra, seemed to be injected with a potent sedative. The violently twisting edges abruptly stabilized. The chaotic clash between the blue chakra and the dark purple wedge power momentarily achieving a fleeting, precarious equilibrium under the forceful intervention of the lightning. Boruto's forward momentum was forcibly arrested. His crimson eyes regained a glimmer of clarity as he stared in astonishment at the lightning enveloping his left arm and the energy sphere in his palm that was temporarily subdued. A powerful numbing sensation coursed through him, suppressing a portion of the frenzy brought on by the wedge's power. Control it. Sasuke's icy command pierced Boruto's ears. Carrying an undeniable authority, or be consumed by it. Sasuke, uncle? Boruto's heart raced. Why did he intervene? Wasn't he intent on killing me? This fleeting confusion was swiftly eclipsed by the immense pressure radiating from the still humming, vibrating energy sphere in his hand. Control it? How could he control it? The instinct for survival and Sasuke's commanding presence ignited an unprecedented willpower within Boruto. He no longer resisted the wedge's power, nor did he allow it to rampage unchecked, but focused all his mental energy to guide and restrain that cold, chaotic force, forcing it back into the form of the Rasengan. Sweat mingled with rain as it dripped from his forehead. His jaw clenched tight. Every muscle in his body trembled under the immense mental strain. Humph! Such an annoyance. The tall masked man at the forefront let out a cold snort. Sasuke's sudden intervention had completely disrupted his plans. His metallic arm shot up again, pointing at Sasuke and Boruto. Take them both down. The puppet master's fingers danced wildly, and more mechanical centipedes surged forth like venomous dragons emerging from their lairs, bypassing the temporarily frozen Boruto to pounce on Sasuke. The insect manipulator's sharp whistle sounded once more, and the bone-eating swarm abandoned the breach, surging toward Sasuke like a wave of purple. At the same time, several ghostly blue shuriken were launched at deadly angles towards Sasuke's vital points. Faced with this trifecta of assaults, Sasuke's gaze was as cold as eternal ice. He did not even glance back at the approaching attacks. Instead, the depths of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan suddenly whirled beneath the brim of his hat. Shinra Tensei, an invisible yet overwhelming force erupted around Sasuke, creating a cataclysmic repulsion. Boom! Like thunder striking the earth. The air was violently compressed before exploding outward. The approaching mechanical centipedes were the first to meet this invisible wall, instantly twisting, deforming, and shattering into countless metallic fragments. The surging bone-eating swarm was swept back by an unseen tidal wave, crashing into nearby trees with a resounding cacophony, spraying sap everywhere. The ghostly blue shuriken, on the verge of striking, plummeted as if they had entered a viscous mire, losing speed and ultimately hovering helplessly around Sasuke, unable to advance another inch. Absolute control. Overwhelming power. The three night owl-masked figures stepped back in unison, their eyes beneath the masks filled with shock and trepidation. Uchiha Sasuke. The very name represented the pinnacle of strength within the ninja world. The vessel is mine. A flicker of madness and greed flashed in the tall masked man's eyes, seemingly overshadowing his fear of Sasuke with an insatiable desire for the vessel. His metallic arms suddenly expanded, the flowing dark purple sheen deepening as if it were poised to strike. Just then, a faint sound, akin to leather being pierced, echoed. A slender, almost entirely transparent light purple spike shot forth from the shadows behind Sasuke, without warning. The timing was impeccable, striking at the precise moment after Sasuke unleashed his powerful Shinra Tensei, when the old force had just dissipated and the new had yet to manifest. The speed of the spike was astonishing, aimed directly at the vital point at the nape of Sasuke's neck. Sasuke-senpai, be careful behind you. Konohamaru's alarmed voice rang out. He had been vigilant, quickly detecting this deadly ambush. Yet, he was too far away, and in his injured state, he could not provide aid in time. Sasuke's Sharingan caught sight of it. However, having just executed a powerful Shinra Tensei, his body was in a brief state of rigidity. Any forced movement would come at a great cost. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he managed a minuscule lateral shift. The light purple spike missed its mark at the nape, instead plunging forcefully into Sasuke's left shoulder, near the collarbone. Sasuke's body jolted violently. An icy, numbing, and highly corrosive energy surged from the wound, wreaking havoc on his nerves and chakra pathways. He stifled a groan as the Chidori flowing over his left hand flickered erratically. What chilled Sasuke even more was that the spike, having successfully struck, instantly softened and dissipated, as if it had never existed. The assailant remained hidden in the shadows, striking and retreating without a trace. The towering masked figure's eyes gleamed with ferocity upon witnessing this. He hesitated no longer, his metallic arm, accompanied by a shrill whistle that tore through the air, lunged at Boruto's spiraling ball, which was dangerously wavering due to Sasuke's unstable lightning. He aimed to seize the vessel. With agonizing pain in his left shoulder and the peculiar toxin rapidly eroding him, Sasuke's left hand's Chidori was nearly collapsing. He raised his head sharply. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan fixed intently on the towering masked figure, his eye power surging fiercely. Even injured, he remained Uchiha Sasuke. Amaterasu. Black. Ominous flames ignited instantaneously on the metallic arm of the towering masked figure. Silent, yet imbued with the essence to incinerate all. The towering masked figure let out a pained and enraged howl. The Amaterasu black flames. This fire, said to never extinguish. Acting decisively, his other hand, unencumbered by metal, transformed into a blade, fiercely severing his own arm consumed by the black flames. Clang! A sharp sound of metal fracturing echoed. The bizarre metallic arm was forcibly severed at the shoulder. The severed limb fell to the ground, instantly engulfed by the black flames. The towering masked figure staggered back, blood gushing from the stump, his face twisted in agony beneath the mask, his gaze toward Sasuke laden with deep-seated resentment and a tinge of fear. Sasuke forced the Amaterasu to activate, stirring the toxin within him, a trickle of dark purple blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his form swaying unsteadily. Sasuke Ajisen. Boruto, witnessing Sasuke's injury and bloodshed, was struck with terror. The temporarily suppressed, mutated spiraling ball in his hand lost control, dark purple patterns spreading wildly. Now's the time. Move. The hidden assailant, a small figure clad in a serpentine-patterned mask, appeared like a phantom beside Boruto. His target was not Boruto, but the Night Owl insignia metal plate tightly held in Boruto's other hand. A clawed hand, covered in fine scales with sharp nails, lunged swiftly for the metal plate. Simultaneously, the insect user masked figure emitted a shrill whistle. All remaining bone-eating insects, including those stunned by Shinra Tensei, responded as if receiving a self-destruct command, frantically charging towards Sasuke. Konohamaru and Boruto. The acid within them ignited instantly, their bodies swelling rapidly. Not good. They're going to self-destruct. Konohamaru's face turned pale. Chaos. The stench of death permeated the air. Boruto's right eye seal burst forth with unprecedented brilliance under the multiple stimuli. The uncontrollable mutated spiraling ball in his palm finally erupted in full force. A torrent of violent energy, mixed with lightning, blue-purple chakra, and dark purple wedge power, surged forth indiscriminately in all directions. Boom! The deafening explosion intertwined with the muffled blasts of countless bone-eating insects self-destructing unleashed a storm of destruction in the rainforest. A blinding light instantly consumed everything. The shockwave violently hurled dirt, broken wood, and insect remains into the air. The rain was instantly vaporized into a dense mist. Within the explosion's glaring light, Boruto felt an irresistible force slam into his chest, the metal plate seized by the serpentine claw in the chaos. He coughed up blood, his body tumbling backward like a kite severed from its string, consciousness overwhelmed by violent shockwaves and the backlash of the wedge power. Before succumbing to darkness, he seemed to glimpse Sasuke's black figure shielding him from the direction he was thrown. In the aftermath of the blinding light and thunderous noise, a scene of devastation unfolded. A charred crater formed at the explosion's epicenter, rainwater rapidly flooding in, creating a murky pool. Surrounding trees lay toppled and broken, emitting wisps of smoke. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, the pungent odor of acid, and the metallic tang of blood. Konohamaru struggled to rise from the mire. Half his body corroded and bloodied by acid, sharp pain piercing through him. He anxiously searched. Boruto. Sasuke-senpai. At the explosion's periphery, Sasuke knelt on one knee. His Kusanagi, sword deeply embedded in the ground for support. Dark purple blood flowed from the wound on his left shoulder, his complexion pale, breath uneven. Clearly having paid a hefty price due to the strange toxin and the forced activation of his eye power. His Sharingan remained fixated on the explosion's center. His gaze cold and serious. Not far behind him, in the muddy water, Boruto lay motionless, his body charred, breathing faintly, the seal on his right eye dimmed. yet ominous dark purple patterns lingered beneath his skin. Meanwhile, at a slight distance from the explosion's center, the towering masked figure, now with one arm severed by Sasuke, stumbled, supported by the puppet master and the insect user, attempting to retreat. Their masks were damaged, and their bodies bore numerous wounds, evidently having suffered greatly. Yet, what made Sasuke and the struggling Konohamaru's pupils constrict was the serpent-patterned masked assailant. He had not departed. He stood in a relatively intact clearing, toying with the Night Owl insignia metal plate just seized from Boruto. Rainwater cascaded down his eerie mask. He seemed entirely unconcerned with his companion's disordered retreat, his gaze curiously sweeping over the injured Sasuke, the unconscious Boruto, and finally settling on Konohamaru, a low, hoarse laugh escaping his throat, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. Heh, Uchiha Sasuke, truly worthy of being at the pinnacle of the ninja world, even able to suppress the heart-eating poison for so long. The serpentine-masked figure's voice slithered through the mask, carrying an unsettling slickness, and the perfect vessel, Vortex Boruto, is indeed a tantalizing material. He paused, his gaze shifting to the metal plate in his hand, his tone becoming playful yet fervent. However, the most crucial key is finally in hand. With it, the entrance to the lair shall soon be opened for us. The legacy of the gods will ultimately belong to the Night Owl. With that, he paid no further heed to Sasuke's icy glare or Konohamaru's furious stare, forming an exceedingly peculiar hand seal with one hand. The space before him rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a still pond, creating strange waves. At the center of the ripples, a pitch-black rift, seemingly capable of swallowing light, silently opened. From within the depths of the rift, a muffled rumbling of some colossal machinery could be faintly heard, alongside a chilling, ancient, inhuman aura of terror. What sharpened Sasuke's gaze like a blade was the fleeting glimpse within that rift, where he caught sight of an eerily familiar, yet deathly pale golden glow. The shape of that light resembled a strand of lifeless hair. The figure clad in a serpentine mask let out a final, triumphant hiss, plunging unhesitatingly into the pitch-black rift of space. The rift sealed behind him, akin to a wound closing, swiftly vanishing as if it had never existed. All that remained was the chilling sound of rain and the eerie silence of the battlefield. Sasuke slowly rose, drawing forth the Kusanagi, sword embedded in the ground. The rain washed over the dark purple wound on his left shoulder, cleansing the bloodstains from his cold visage. He gazed at the spot where the masked figure had disappeared, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan swirling with an unprecedented icy killing intent and a weighty confirmation. "I found you," he uttered in a low voice, reminiscent of shattering ice. Konohamaru, dragging his wounded body, rushed to Boruto's side, examining his injuries. Upon hearing Sasuke's murmur, he abruptly lifted his head. "Sasuke-senpai, do you know who he is? What lies beyond that rift? That golden—" Sasuke did not respond to Konohamaru's inquiries. Instead, he approached Boruto, casting a glance at the unconscious youth, whose body bore the marks of the curse of the seal, then looked at Konohamaru, who was gravely injured. After a moment of silence, he commanded, "We must go." His voice remained cold, yet it carried an undeniable authority. They could not linger here. Greater troubles were swiftly approaching. Was he referring to the pursuing forces from Konoha, drawn by the explosion and the powerful chakra fluctuations, or the more frenzied retribution of the Night Owl organization? Konohamaru studied Sasuke's inscrutable expression and then glanced at the faintly breathing Boruto before finally nodding resolutely. He tore a strip from his clothing to tend to his most severe wound, and then struggled to lift Boruto onto his back. Sasuke cast one last look at the spot where the serpentine figure had vanished, then glanced toward the direction from which the towering masked figure had retreated. His gaze obscured beneath his hat. He turned and stepped forward, delving deeper into the darkness of the rain-soaked forest. Konohamaru, carrying Boruto, stumbled along behind him. The unrelenting cold rain continued to fall, washing over the blood-stained battlefield and the deeper, more sinister conspiracy that had only begun to reveal itself. The shadow of the Night Owl had silently spread its wings, enveloping the shinobi world. And Boruto Uzumaki, burdened with the suspicion of patricide and the curse of the seal, had only just embarked on a perilous journey into the abyss. Chapter 6. Venom and truth. Cold raindrops hammered against the rocky ceiling of the cave, trickling down into small streams that pooled into murky puddles within. The air was damp and chilling, thick with the stench of blood, the bitter aroma of herbs, and an inescapable, faintly sweet yet toxic scent. Deep within the cave, a flickering campfire struggled to dispel a small patch of darkness, casting unsteady shadows. Konohamaru leaned against the frigid stone wall, his complexion pale as parchment. He tore away the tattered sleeve of his garment, corroded by the acid of bone-eating insects, revealing his left arm and half his chest, a gruesome sight of blood and exposed bone. The edges of the wound bore a dire, dark purple hue, reminiscent of decaying roots, slowly being eroded by an invisible toxin. The agony felt like countless needles incessantly piercing his nerves, cold sweat soaking through what remained of his clothing. Gritting his teeth, he shakily combined the last remnants of potent antidote and coagulant powder he carried, applying it to the ghastly wound. As the powder made contact with the rotting flesh, it emitted a faint sizzling sound, inducing a wave of searing pain that forced a groan from him. He had to remain conscious. Boruto still needed him. Not far from him, Boruto lay unconscious on the ground. His breath was weak and rapid, his face marred by the scorched remnants of the explosion, while the dark purple patterns of the seal's corruption pulsed beneath his skin, alive and writhing. Each beat of the patterns accompanied Boruto's involuntary spasms of pain, akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment, exuding an aura of danger and fragility. On the opposite side of the campfire, Sasuke sat cross-legged, the Kusanagi sword resting across his knees. His eyes were shut, the shadow of his hat obscuring most of his face, yet his tightly pressed lips and the cold sweat trickling from his brow betrayed the immense suffering he was enduring. Near his collarbone, the wound inflicted by the serpent-masked man's poisoned strike bore a sinister, spiderweb-like dark purple hue spreading across his skin. The heart-corroding poison ravaged his chakra pathways and nerve endings, each heartbeat sending waves of icy numbness and tearing pain coursing through him. Sasuke's chakra surged within him, a turbulent undercurrent fiercely battling the invading toxin. His chakra was pure and vast, imbued with the ferocity of lightning and the depth of release, forcibly suppressing the toxin's spread and gradually pushing it out of the wound. Dark purple poison dripped from his fingertips, each drop sizzling as it landed on the rock below, creating tiny pits. This process was slow and perilous. A single misstep could allow the toxin to rebound, targeting his vital points directly. Time passed in oppressive silence and painful gasps. Only the crackling of the fire, the sound of dripping water, and Boruto's occasional moans of suffering shattered the stillness. Konohamaru, having managed to bandage his most severe wound with the torn fabric, was utterly exhausted. Leaning against the stone wall, he breathed heavily, casting a complex gaze at Sasuke, who was focused on healing, and then at the unconscious Boruto. Countless questions gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. Sasuke-senpai, the blade pointed at the funeral. The act of saving in the forest, yet suffering from injury and poisoning, and that fleeting pale golden light as the serpent-masked man opened the rift, Sasuke-senpai. Konohamaru's voice was hoarse and dry, breaking the silence. It seemed as if he struggled to swallow, his voice trembling. Was that Naruto's hair? The flickering shadows of the campfire danced across Sasuke's face. He remained with his eyes closed, but his healing movements seemed to momentarily pause. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke, his voice low and raspy, imbued with a weariness that forcibly suppressed his pain. Colder than the cold rain outside the cave, it is not a matter of seams. Those 4 words struck Konohamaru's heart like a heavy hammer. He shot upright, pulling at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain, yet the shock and urgency in his eyes eclipsed the discomfort. You mean, Lord Naruto is really in the hands of the Night Owl? In that lair? Is he still alive? Sasuke did not answer immediately. His chakra surged once more, and the dark purple poison oozing from his shoulder wound intensified. After a moment, he finally opened his eyes. His deep and profound eternal Mangeki Sharingan glimmered with a chilling, sharp light in the fire's glow, directly piercing through Konohamaru. His fate is uncertain. Sasuke's voice held no fluctuation, yet it carried a weighty pressure, his breath exceedingly faint, like a candle flickering in the wind. He is trapped in a core area filled with ancient machinery and cold energy. Konohamaru's heart sank to the depths. Uncertain fate. Faint breath, imprisoned in such a place. Anger, worry, and immense sorrow instantly overwhelmed him. Lord Naruto. So, your words at the funeral regarding Boruto, Konohamaru, were meant to draw close to the Night Owl. Sasuke interrupted him, his tone cold and direct, as if declaring a meticulously planned, frigid scheme. They have been secretly observing Boruto, coveting his vessel identity. The funeral was the opportunity for the key, the Night Owl's mark, to emerge, and also the place where they were most likely to reveal themselves. The public pursuit of Boruto is the only way to lower their guard, even to accept my token of allegiance. The truth sliced through the core like a chilling blade. Konohamaru inhaled sharply, instantly grasping the rationale behind all of Sasuke's unusual behaviors. He was performing, putting on a show for the Night Owl organization, a deadly gamble with Boruto as bait and himself as the blade's edge. The ultimate aim was to infiltrate the Night Owl's inner circle and locate Naruto. The blades are drawn at the funeral, and the expulsion and observation within the forest serve only to deepen the illusion of betrayal and gain the trust of the Night Owl. Why did you not inform Uncle Shikamaru? Why did you not tell us? Konohamaru's voice brimmed with anger and trepidation. Do you comprehend the danger we face? Boruto, he cast a glance at the unconscious Boruto, feeling the boy's anguish from betrayal and the despair on the brink of chaos. His heart bled. The more who know, the greater the flaw. Sasuke's voice remained icy, unwavering. Shikamaru must exhibit genuine fury and pursuit to deceive all potential eyes within and outside the village. As for Boruto, Sasuke's gaze fell upon the unconscious youth, his Sharingan flickering with an indescribable complexity, swift as a mere illusion. He must endure these emotions. Rage, despair, the pain of betrayal from one's kin. These potent feelings would maximally elicit the reaction of the wedge, solidifying the Night Owl's belief in its value and facilitating my observation of the wedge's integration and controllability. Observing the wedge's integration. Konohamaru's heart lurched. So Boruto is not merely bait, but also Sasuke's experimental subject for studying the wedge. This realization sent a chill down his spine. What now? Konohamaru struggled to suppress his tumultuous emotions, his voice trembling with excitement. The key has been seized by that snake-faced bastard. Your identity may be compromised. Although Lord Naruto's position is secured, how do we enter? How do we rescue him? The loss of the key indeed hinders our plan. Sasuke's voice grew somber, tinged with gravity. The man in the snake mask, codenamed Viper, is the leader of the Dark Beak division of the Night Owl organization, one of the most perilous serpents. He is adept in assassination, poison techniques, and space ninjutsu, extremely cunning. He recognized me. Sasuke's fingers instinctively tightened around the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. However, he also revealed that access to the lair requires specific spatial coordinates and the key to function simultaneously. The key may be lost, but I have memorized the coordinates. Sasuke's Sharingan slightly rotated, the crimson glow flickering deep within his pupils. Photographic memory is one of the fundamental abilities of the Sharingan. As for identity, Sasuke's lips curled into a cold smirk, laced with mockery. Viper, in his arrogance, eager to unlock the lair's door and seize the legacy of the gods, will not immediately disseminate the truth of my betrayal throughout the Night Owl. This grants us a final moment of respite. He paused, his gaze sharpening like a blade. The core defenses of the lair are exceedingly formidable. A forced entry is tantamount to suicide. Our sole hope lies in utilizing Boruto. Utilizing Boruto? Konohamaru's heart raced with alarm, watching Sasuke warily. The wedge is the bridge to the power of the Otsutsuki. Sasuke's voice bore a chilling rationality. The core area of the Night Owl is saturated with modified and amplified Otsutsuki energy. Only one who possesses a similar wedge and can initially channel its power may approach the core without triggering catastrophic defenses, perhaps even locating and reaching Naruto. You intend to send Boruto in. Konohamaru nearly leapt to his feet. He can scarcely maintain control. You witnessed his loss of composure just moments ago. Sending him in is a death sentence. Moreover, the Night Owl's members are waiting within to ensnare him. This is a confrontation he must face. Sasuke's voice was resolute, imbued with an unwavering determination. Either learn to master the wedge, reclaim the key within the lair, and find Naruto, or be consumed by the wedge or perish at the hands of the Night Owl. There is no third path. Yet, Konohamaru sought to argue when outside the cave. An exceedingly faint, yet rhythmically distinct chirping of birds pierced through the rain. 3 short notes followed by one long, repeated twice. Konohamaru's expression shifted in an instant. This was the specific signal for the Konoha Anbu to confirm target positions amidst complex terrain, preparing to launch an ambush. They are very close. Damn it. The pursuers are upon us. Konohamaru struggled to rise, but his injured body and excruciating pain caused him to stagger. Sasuke's eyes widened suddenly, the cold light of the Sharingan flaring. He forcibly suppressed the roiling toxins and chaotic chakra within, his left hand tightening around the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. Almost simultaneously, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures adorned in animal masks, their presence fierce, materialized at the cave's entrance like specters. They moved soundlessly, the kunai and short blades in their hands glinting coldly in the light of the campfire, instantly sealing all possible escape routes. Leading the charge was one donning a dog mask, emanating a steady and powerful aura, none other than the Umbu captain. Even more disheartening for Konoha was the sight of an elderly woman, garbed in the Hokage advisor's robes, her stooped figure supported by a cane, emerging behind the Umbu. The rain soaked her silver hair, yet the gaze emanating from behind her glasses was like poisoned ice, sharp, cruel, and unmasked with killing intent. Fixated upon the three injured within the cave. Tsunade Koharu. Her voice was aged yet shrill, imbued with an air of judgment. Penetrating the rain to clearly reach the cave, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Boruto, and the traitor Sarutobi Konoha. Surrender at once. Otherwise, you shall be killed without mercy. The chilling killing intent flooded the cave like a tangible cold wave. Chapter 7. The Cleansing Eye Opens. Tsunade Koharu's ruthless decree echoed like the death knell within the damp cave. The frigid killing intent mingled with the howling winds and rain outside, instantly extinguishing the warmth of the campfire. Several elite Umbu members, poised like coiled leopards, locked their auras onto the three within the cave. The cold light of the kunai reflected off their unyielding animal masks, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The dog-masked Umbu captain raised his right hand slightly, poised to strike at the command's utterance. Konohamaru's heart sank into an icy abyss. His grievously wounded body could scarcely move, chakra nearly depleted. He teetered on the edge of collapse. He gazed at the unconscious Boruto, then at Sasuke, pale and still oozing dark purple toxic blood from his left shoulder wound. Despair coiling around his heart like icy tendrils. Is this it? Will it end here? Lord Naruto, Sasuke's Sharingan erupted with a sharp, cold gleam beneath the brim of his hat. The chakra within him surged like a repressed volcano, defying the corrosive poison and excruciating pain of his meridians, forcing itself to erupt. The Kusanagi sword hummed ominously in his grasp. He would not sit idly by, even if it cost him his last ounce of strength. He would carve a path to survival. For Naruto, and for, just as Sasuke was about to forsake all and unleash his chakra with reckless abandon. Ugh! A groan of unimaginable agony, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, escaped the lips of the unconscious Boruto. This groan acted as a signal. The dark purple lines of the wedge power, which had merely been faintly undulating beneath his skin, suddenly writhed like a venomous serpent doused in boiling oil, swelling and spreading wildly. A wave of cold, violent energy, imbued with a sense of destruction, erupted from Boruto's center. Buzz! The invisible shockwave spread instantly. The campfire was pressed down against the ground, sparks flying. Water droplets dripping from the cave's ceiling shattered into mist. The rubble and dust on the ground were violently upheaved. Boruto. Konohamaru was horrified. He recognized this power all too well. It was the precursor to the wedge's loss of control, and more ferocious than any previous instance. Stimulated in this state, restrain him. Tsunade Koharu's sharp voice quivered with a barely perceptible fear and deeper killing intent. The monster's power is about to spiral out of control. Act! Act! The dog-masked Umbu captain wasted no time, barking orders. Several figures shot forward like arrows released from a bow, lethal intent aimed directly at Sasuke, Konohamaru. In the epicenter of the energy wave, Boruto. A fierce glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he strained to summon chakra. The Kusanagi sword was ready to be drawn. Even at the cost of his own toxicity, he would block this first wave of attack. However, a cry, entirely unlike that of a human, intertwined with boundless anguish, fury, and despair, erupted from Boruto's chest like a wounded, dying ancient beast. His tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. They were not the familiar azure. His right eye remained that searing, burning emblem radiating an eerie purple-black light. Meanwhile, the once clear blue of his left eye was now completely engulfed by a profound indigo hue, reminiscent of cosmic nebulas. The pupil transformed into a series of intricate, slowly rotating golden rings, akin to gears. The entire eyeball emanated a chilling, penetrating aura, as if it could see through the very fabric of all energy flows and spatial structures. The pure eye? Under the immense stimuli of excruciating pain, wrath, and the peril of life and death, Boruto's pure eye awakened for the first time, fully and completely. At the moment the pure eye opened, time seemed to stretch infinitely, unraveling. Within Boruto's otherworldly perspective, the approaching Umbu ninjas were no longer mere blurred figures, but rather energy models composed of countless flowing chakra pathways, explosive muscle fibers, and the trajectories of their weapons. Their speed, within the realm of the pure eye, became predictable. The violent clash of the purple lightning chakra suppressing the poisonous toxin within Sasuke, along with every intricate detail of their fierce confrontation, became vividly apparent. The toxin, like a creeping vine, stubbornly eroded vital chakra nodes. The remnants of the acidic chakra left on Konohamaru's corrosive wounds were akin to maggots, slowly destroying the remnants of life. Outside the cave, the seemingly hunched form of Tsunade was gathering a chilling, viscous chakra, akin to a venomous snake, rapidly coalescing. Her target was none other than Boruto, the epicenter of the energy explosion. Danger! Sasuke's chaotic thoughts flickered through Boruto's mind, nearly consumed by the raging power of the wedge. Yet the cold inside of the pure eye forcibly granted him a sliver of perception beyond chaos. Protect. Must protect. The primal instinct for survival, intertwined with complex emotions for Konohamaru and Sasuke, and an intense obsession regarding his father's whereabouts, coalesced into an unprecedented, formidable mental anchor. At the moment the pure eye awakened, he did not succumb entirely to the frenzy of the wedge's power. Rather, he instinctively, albeit clumsily, sought to guide this surging destructive energy. Get away! Boruto roared like a beast. He raised both hands high, no longer forming a Rasengan, but unleashing the tumultuous, dark purple-veined chakra within him, unreservedly, like a torrential flood, toward the incoming Umbu and the outside Tsunade, striking fiercely. No form, no technique, only the purest, most primal outpouring of energy. A cataclysmic beam of destruction, intermingled with ethereal blue, dark purple, and tempestuous lightning, instantly filled the entire cave entrance. What? Defense. Retreat quickly. The two leading Umbu, caught in the forefront, barely had time to cross their kunai in front of them, gathering all their chakra for defense. Boom! A deafening roar. The destructive beam crashed violently against the Umbu's defenses, like a red-hot iron rod thrust into snow. Their protective chakra shattered as if made of paper. The kunai twisted and melted upon contact with the beam, and before they could even utter a scream, they were violently hurled away by the raging torrent of energy, crashing into the muddy ground outside, their fates unknown. The beam surged onward, carrying the aura of annihilation, charging towards Tsunade amidst the downpour outside. For the first time, genuine terror flashed in Tsunade's murky old eyes. She had never anticipated Boruto would unleash such terrifying energy, imbued with spatial rending characteristics. In this state, with a frantic cry, she disregarded her image, thrusting her cane into the ground, hastily forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, poison barrier, a wall of dark green, emitting a pungent odor and a potent corrosive aura, instantly rose before her. This was her ultimate defensive jutsu, highly toxic, capable of eroding most chakra and physical attacks. However, hissing, the destructive beam collided fiercely with the poison barrier. The anticipated corrosive stalemate did not occur. The energy, a blend of wedge power and Boruto's furious chakra, seemed to possess a higher-level disintegrative property. The dark green poison barrier began to dissolve, making a shrill sound, visibly breaking down and penetrating through. Impossible! Tsunade screamed, her aged face pale. She stumbled backward in disarray. Yet the beam's speed was too swift. Although it had been partially diminished by the poison barrier, the residual shockwave still struck her body with tremendous force. Uffed! Tsunade felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. Spitting out blood, her hunched form flying back like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily into the mud, covered in filth, her cane flying from her grasp. Struggling to rise, she felt her internal injuries flare up, leading to another violent cough, her gaze toward the cave filled with resentment and an unmistakable hint of fear. The cave entrance lay in ruins, a massive breach created by Boruto's indiscriminate strike, with shattered rocks and charred marks scattered everywhere. The remaining Umbu, intimidated by this terrifying display of power, hesitated to advance, cautiously surrounding their severely injured comrades and the disheveled Tsunade. Inside the cave, smoke and dust filled the air. After unleashing that devastating blow, Boruto seemed to have expended all his strength. The golden rings in his pure eye rapidly dimmed. The indigo hue of his eyes slowly faded back to their original blue, though a trace of icy resonance lingered in the depths of his pupils. His body weakened. He toppled forward, slipping back into unconsciousness, the dark purple veins beneath his skin settling down, yet his breath was even weaker, evidently suffering from a more severe exhaustion after this outburst. Konohamaru was thrown to the ground by the explosive shockwave, gazing at the horrific destruction at the cave entrance. Then at the unconscious Boruto, his heart overwhelmed with shock. The pure eye? That was the legendary pure eye. Boruto had actually awakened it. As Boruto erupted, Sasuke forcibly interrupted his own chakra surge, plunging his Kusanagi into the ground to stabilize himself, avoiding a direct impact from the torrent of energy. His Sharingan, hidden beneath his straw hat, fixed intently on the unconscious Boruto, especially on his left eye that had just shed its pure eye form. His expression filled with unprecedented gravity and a hint of affirmation. The pure eye at last, Sasuke whispered to himself, his voice tinged with a barely detectable rasp. The prophecy of Otsutsuki Kagaya had begun. He abruptly raised his head, glancing toward the stunned pursuers outside and the disheveled Tsunade, quickly assessing his surroundings. Boruto's earth-shattering strike, though it had temporarily deterred the enemies, would inevitably attract more formidable presences, like a beacon in the night. The Night Owls, true masters of Konoha, and even other forces coveting the power of Otsutsuki could swarm at any moment. We cannot remain here for even a second longer. Go. Sasuke's voice was resolute, laced with undeniable determination. He suppressed the encroaching toxin in his left shoulder and the backlash from his interrupted chakra, swiftly moving to Boruto's side and lifting him up. Boruto felt alarmingly light, like a feather. Konohamaru, keep up, Sasuke barked, his gaze sweeping over the struggling Konohamaru. Konohamaru, witnessing Sasuke carrying the unconscious Boruto, then glancing at the wary pursuers outside, gritted his teeth and summoned his last reserves of strength to stand, stumbling after Sasuke. Instead of heading toward the cave entrance, Sasuke turned and rushed deeper into the cave. There lay only a stone wall, slick with moss. Senior Sasuke? That way is a dead end. Konohamaru exclaimed in shock. Sasuke did not respond. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan suddenly gleamed with a crimson light in the darkness, locking onto a specific point on the stone wall. He swiftly formed several intricate hand seals with his empty left hand, each infused with spatial fluctuations. Simultaneously, he summoned the remnants of his Thunder Attribute chakra, compressing it to its utmost density at his fingertips. Huh! Sasuke uttered a low exclamation. His finger, charged with lightning chakra, struck fiercely at the designated point on the stone wall, locked in by his Sharingan. Zap! A blinding bolt of lightning erupted. The area of the wall he targeted rippled violently, as if a stone had been cast into still water, distorting the very fabric of space. A vortex, dark and profound, flickered with unstable arcs of electricity at its edges, was forcibly torn open by Sasuke's ocular prowess and lightning chakra. From the depths of the vortex, a muffled, mechanical rumble echoed, reminiscent of the sound accompanying the opening of the spatial rift by Viper Fong. In, Sasuke shouted, unhesitatingly carrying Boruto upon his back as he stepped into the inky abyss of the vortex. Konohamaru, glancing back at the ominous passageway and the pursuing enemies outside, alongside Tsunade's fierce glare directed at him, steeled himself. There was no retreat. He followed closely behind Sasuke, rushing into the twisted vortex. Just as Konohamaru vanished, Tsunade's frantic voice rang out, "Stop them!" Several shurikens and jutsu illuminated the air towards the vortex. However, it was too late. Once Sasuke and his companions entered, the vortex flickered violently, emitting a dull hum before collapsing swiftly, sealing itself away, leaving only a moss-covered stone wall, as though nothing had ever transpired. Outside, a group of bewildered ANBU ninjas stared in disbelief, while Tsunade sat in the mud, her expression a mixture of resentment, confusion, and fear. The cold rain washed over the shattered entrance of the cave, cleansing the remnants of this haphazard pursuit. Boruto, Sasuke, and Konohamaru, like droplets merging into the sea, disappeared into the depths of the spatial passage. Their destination lay within the Night Owl's lair, a place shrouded in frigid machinery and forbidden powers, which had devoured the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 8. Between divine slumber, the dizzying sensation of spatial distortion ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by an oppressive silence and chill. Sasuke, bearing the unconscious Boruto and the staggering Konoha, emerged into a vast corridor constructed entirely of a dark silver metallic substance. The corridor soared high, illuminated by a strip of lights emitting a constant pale glow, casting a cold sheen upon the metallic walls, devoid of warmth. The air was dry, thick with an amalgamation of ozone, disinfectant, and an indescribable, rust-like odor reminiscent of decaying flesh. Silence. An absolute silence. Apart from the labored breaths of the trio, there was no sound of machinery or signs of life, as if the entire vast lair had succumbed to death. Konoha, enduring the searing pain of his wounds and the unsettling pressure of the corridor, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The passage extended straight ahead, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Flanked by countless identical, sealed metal doors, their surfaces smooth and cold, reflecting the pale light. An oppressive weight pressed upon their hearts. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the area from beneath his straw hat. His complexion had grown even paler. The wound on his left shoulder, having forcibly torn through the space, seemed to have allowed the dark purple toxins to spread further, sending sharp pangs of pain with every breath. Yet he stood resolutely, like a dark spear thrust into the silence. The energy field was deliberately suppressed. Sasuke's voice was low and raspy, laced with barely perceptible gasps, as if preparing for concealment or some ritual. He keenly sensed that the immense mechanical rumble and cold energy fluctuations he had felt when the spatial rift opened had now been largely obscured by a powerful force field. Carefully, he lowered Boruto against the frigid metal wall. Boruto remained unconscious, his complexion nearly translucent, breath faint, the dark purple veins beneath his skin resembling coiled serpents, temporarily subdued yet exuding an unsettling aura. The strain from the awakened Byakugan and the burden of spatial transference had left him in a dire state. "We must find Lord Naruto swiftly," Konoha exclaimed, glancing from Boruto to the seemingly bottomless corridor, anxiety gripping him. Viper Fong could obtain the key ahead of them, poised to take the next step at any moment. "The core is that way." Sasuke pointed towards the corridor's end, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan seemingly penetrating the heavy metallic wall and energy shield, locking onto a distant direction, the source of the energy shielding, where Naruto's presence was weakest. He paused briefly, adding, "But the path has been distorted. The spatial structure here is abnormal." Approaching what appeared to be an ordinary metal wall, the crimson light of his Sharingan shifted. To him, this wall was not solid. Within it flowed dim lavender energy lines, resembling veins, intricately intertwined to create a vast, ever-shifting labyrinthine illusion. Forcibly breaking through would trigger catastrophic alarms, and blindly rushing in would lead to being lost in spatial traps. "Stay close to me, not a single misstep," Sasuke instructed, his tone grave and unwavering. He took a deep breath, suppressing the numbness from the toxins, extending his left index finger. Gathering a minuscule yet exceedingly pure bolt of lightning chakra at its tip, akin to the most delicate of probes, he began to trace his finger slowly along the wall. The lightning at his fingertip moving like a living entity, navigating along the nearly invisible dim lavender energy lines. His movements were painstakingly slow, each shift accompanied by subtle chakra adjustments, as if he were deciphering an immense, intangible lock constructed of energy. Konoha held his breath, hoisting Boruto upon his back. Closely following Sasuke, his eyes fixated on the path traced by Sasuke's fingertip, refusing to lose focus. He could feel the air around them subtly warping with Sasuke's actions, an invisible pressure permeating the space. Time flowed slowly in this silent unraveling. Each second felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Sasuke's fingertip halted at an exceedingly complex nexus of energy nodes. His gaze sharpened, and he thrust the lightning at his fingertip inward. A deep, resonant tremor rippled through the space. The smooth metallic wall before them slid open soundlessly like mercury, revealing not the anticipated passage, but an unfathomably vast vertical abyss. The chasm descended into an unfathomable darkness. Opposite the abyss floated a colossal, pulsating core structure, connected by numerous thick, dark purple energy conduits, resembling a heart. The core emitted a chilling, inhuman pallor, the very source of the energy sensed within the previous spatial rift. The sound of massive machinery, filtered through the barriers, now resonated like a low, heartbeat-like hum. What struck Konohamaru with paralyzing fear was the sight within the transparent cylindrical container at the core center, where a blurred figure floated in the pale, energy liquid. That dazzling golden hair, akin to sunlight, now lay lifeless, drifting like withered straw within the liquid. The familiar orange Hokage cloak was tattered and worn. Naruto Uzumaki lay with tightly shut eyes, devoid of color in his face. His body pierced by dozens of slender energy probes, each adorned with flickering runes, connecting him to the surrounding conduits. His presence flickered like a dying candle in the wind. His life signs nearly extinguished. Lord Naruto. Konohamaru's anguished cry escaped him, tears instantly blurring his vision, even having prepared for the worst. Witnessing this scene felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Beneath the brim of his hat, Sasuke's facial muscles tightened momentarily, his Sharingan swirling with a tempest of fury and a chilling intent to kill. Yet he forcefully restrained his impulsive thoughts. The abyss could not be traversed directly. A visible layer of dark purple energy, reminiscent of rippling water, enveloped the spherical core's outer structure, signifying the formidable shielding force he had sensed earlier. Countless intricate symbols, resembling a circuit board, flickered erratically across the surface of the barrier. In the midst of this divine slumber, Sasuke's voice was as frigid as the winds of the underworld. They regarded him as the deity's battery, siphoning the remnants of Ninetales' chakra and the essence of his life from within. At the precipice of the abyss, a narrow, suspended walkway, constructed of dark purple energy, connected their platform to the spherical core structure across the void. The bridge emitted a faint glow, appearing as a slender thread leading to the depths of hell amidst the abyssal darkness. Sasuke's gaze was fixated on a groove on the outer wall of the spherical core structure, which perfectly matched the shape of the Night Owl emblem. Viper must be inside, conducting some sort of ritual with the key. As if to validate Sasuke's assertion, the light emanating from within the spherical core suddenly intensified. The energy probes linked to Naruto blazed with blinding brilliance, forcibly extracting even more energy. Naruto's suspended body convulsed violently, a visage of excruciating pain etched upon his face. Though still unconscious, his faint life force flickered like a dying candle in the wind, as if it might extinguish entirely in the next moment. No. Konohamaru's eyes widened in desperation as he set down Boruto and prepared to rush onto the walkway, without regard for his own safety. Stop! Sasuke's sharp command halted him. That barrier, and the walkway itself, they are lethal traps. His Sharingan clearly perceived the walkway's energy structure as exceedingly unstable, concealing numerous trigger-based spatial cutting traps and nodes of energy annihilation. The layer enveloping the core radiated terrifying energy fluctuations, potent enough to vaporize steel in an instant. To touch it without the key was tantamount to suicide. What do we do? Konohamaru's voice trembled with despair. Sasuke's gaze slowly shifted towards the unconscious Boruto leaning against the wall. His expression was a complex tapestry of resolution, heaviness, and a tinge of reluctance. Only he, Sasuke, could potentially cross that layer of energy without triggering the barrier's catastrophic retaliation, given that he possessed the wedge. It was a defense constructed from Otsutsuki energy, which might allow him leniency against a power of the same origin. Konohamaru felt as if struck by lightning. He looked at the unconscious Boruto, teetering on the brink of life, then towards Naruto across the abyss, whose life essence was being siphoned away. The immense pain and decision weighed upon him like two insurmountable mountains. Should he let Boruto enter? In his current state, doing so would be a death sentence. Viper was still inside. Time for hesitation had expired. Sasuke suddenly turned his gaze towards the entrance from which they had come, a cold glint flashing in his Sharingan. They were coming. A faint yet chilling sound of scratching echoed from the depths of the passage they had just traversed. It resembled the frantic scuttling of numerous tiny metallic claws across the smooth metal floor, approaching rapidly. In Sasuke's Sharingan vision, three distorted life forms emanating a palpable malevolence and aura of transformation raced towards them at high speed. They were not humanoid. Rather, they resembled grotesque amalgamations of human, beast, and machine. Their pallid skin was covered in metallic plates, sharp bone blades protruded from their joints, crimson compound eyes flickered menacingly, and corrosive slime dripped from their maws, biochemical sentinels of the Night Owl. Konohamaru, block them. Buy me some time. Sasuke shouted, resolute in his actions. Without hesitation, he stepped beside Boruto, propping him up against himself. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the writhing toxins within. swiftly forming a series of intricate hand seals imbued with spiritual guidance. He aimed to forcibly awaken Boruto's lingering consciousness through a secret technique. This was their final hope. Observing Sasuke's actions and hearing the chilling sounds drawing closer behind them, Konohamaru's last vestige of hesitation was replaced by determination. He spun around, dragging his battered body to shield the entrance of the passage from the abyssal platform. "Come on, you monsters!" Konohamaru roared, his remaining right hand clutching a kunai, chakra igniting recklessly like the last flicker of a candle in the wind. He understood he could not hold them off for long, but he was willing to expend his last ounce of strength to buy even a second for Sasuke and Boruto. The three biochemical sentinels emitted piercing shrieks, like three flashes of pale lightning, charging at Konohamaru, who stood resolute at the platform's entrance. The battle erupted instantaneously. The sparks from the clash of kunai and bone blades exploded in the frigid corridor. Konohamaru's roar intertwined with the monster's howls. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained oblivious to the fierce battle behind him. His entire focus was on Boruto, his hands enveloped in pure in-release chakra. He gently pressed his fingertips against Boruto's temples. "Boruto," Sasuke's voice resonated like a whisper traversing the soul, heavy with an unprecedented urgency. "Awaken. Your father is waiting for you. Only you can save him." Chapter 9. The Descent into the Abyss. Sasuke's deep, urgent call resonated as a stone cast into a stagnant pool, sending ripples through Boruto's consciousness, which had been consumed by boundless darkness and pain. "Awaken. Your father is waiting for you. Only you can save him." The visage of his father, Naruto Uzumaki, eternally adorned with a cheerful smile, was submerged in chilling energy liquid, pierced by probes, his life flickering like a candle in the wind. Each fragment a sharp reminder piercing Boruto's chaotic awareness. "Father," a barely audible groan escaped Boruto's cracked lips. His tightly shut eyelids trembled violently. The light in Sasuke's eyes ignited. The secret technique had taken effect. He immediately amplified the output of his in-release chakra, his guiding fingertips piercing through the dense fog shrouding Boruto's consciousness. "Boruto, look at me. Feel the wedge. Use it. To save him." Sasuke's voice reverberated like a bell, striking deep within Boruto's soul. Simultaneously, the battle at the entrance of the passage had reached a fever pitch. "Ugh!" Konohamaru let out a painful cry as a stealthy foe's sharp bone blade brutally pierced his already injured left leg. Blood gushed forth. The agony nearly brought him to his knees. Yet he gritted his teeth, thrusting his kunai with unwavering resolve into the eye of another assailant. The creature, struck in the eye, shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly. Corrosive slime splattered all over Konohamaru, burning his skin. Seizing the moment, a third attacker circled around the fray, its crimson eye locking onto the defenseless Sasuke and Boruto on the platform, lunging with its maw dripping with slime as swiftly as an arrow. "Not on my watch." Konohamaru's eyes widened in horror. He yanked the kunai from the creature's eye socket and hurled himself at the assailant. Using his body as a final shield, he collided forcefully with the creature's side. With a heavy thud, Konohamaru and the creature crashed against the cold metal wall. He coughed up blood, his consciousness beginning to blur. Yet he clung desperately to the creature, using his last strength to restrain its movements. "Sasuke-senpai. Boruto. Hurry." Konohamaru's voice was faint and hoarse, akin to a final gasp. This harrowing sacrifice, this ultimate act of guardianship, served as a last surge of vitality, injecting Boruto's consciousness with renewed vigor. Boruto's eye shot open. The wedge mark on his right eye blazed like a burning black-purple sun, emitting blinding light. His left eye, the clear eye, reopened. Within the profound indigo of his irises, the faint golden gears spun wildly, cold and all-seeing. This time, it was no longer a chaotic eruption. In the throes of his father's impending demise, guided by Sasuke's unwavering spirit and bolstered by Konohamaru's resolute sacrifice, an unprecedented surge of emotion, a potent blend of profound sorrow, fury, and a fierce protective instinct, anchored his consciousness, which had been on the brink of being consumed by the power of the wedge. He perceived it, his clear vision pierced through all obstacles. Across the abyss, within the spherical core, the feeble flicker of his father's life force, so fragile it seemed it could extinguish at any moment, came into view. Energy probes, penetrating his father's body, greedily siphoned the last remnants of his essence. Within the core, a figure adorned with a serpentine mask, Viper Fong, stood at the control panel, slowly inserting the Night Owl seal key into a slot. A blinding surge of energy flowed through the ki into the core. Behind him, Konohamaru was drenched in blood, desperately clinging to a fierce assailant, his life flickering like a candle in the wind. Sasuke stood protectively before him, his left shoulder spreading with poison. His Sharingan fixed on the approaching predator, the Kusanagi sword drawn and glimmering with electric light, poised for a final stand. Time. There was no time left. The voice of Boruto, hoarse yet imbued with a chilling resolve that transcended pain, pierced through. He forcefully pushed away Sasuke's supportive hand and steadied himself. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin writhed like living entities, yet this time, he did not resist. Instead, he actively channeled the cold, violent power of the wedge into his legs. Boruto. Sasuke felt a jolt at the sight of the cold light in Boruto's eyes. A fusion of clear-sighted insight and the wedge's might. He glimpsed hope, yet also perceived immense peril. Leave this to me. Go. Without hesitation, Sasuke transformed the Kusanagi sword into a streak of black lightning, its shrill cry slicing through the air as it charged toward the final assailant. Thunder erupted. Boruto did not look back. All his will, all his strength, were locked onto his father, ensconced within the spherical core across the abyss. He stepped onto the shimmering, dark purple energy bridge suspended in midair. Buzz. The instant his foot touched the bridge, an anomaly occurred. The energy bridge beneath him was not a solid entity, but a pure flow of energy. At the moment Boruto stepped on it, dozens of invisible, rapidly spinning spatial blades erupted from either side of the bridge. These blades, formed from twisted spatial fractures, were silent, yet capable of slicing any substance into molecular fragments. Simultaneously, the energy structure of the bridge fluctuated violently, transforming into a boiling mire, generating a powerful suction that sought to drag the intruder into the endless abyss below. The trap was activated. Had this been the Boruto of before, he would have been doomed. But now, with his clear eyes fully opened, those invisible spatial blades appeared marked with clear red trajectories in Boruto's vision. The weak points of the energy flow and safe paths on the bridge emerged like beacons in the dark. Huh. Boruto let out a low growl, the power of the wedge endowing him with speed and reflexes beyond his limits. His body became a blur upon the narrow bridge. With incredible angles, he sidestepped, glided, and rolled. Each movement grazed the deadly edge of the spatial blades with precision. His feet, as if equipped with suction cups, rapidly tapped upon the wildly fluctuating energy flow, each step landing perfectly on the fleeting stable nodes marked by his clear sight. Faster, even faster. The shrill scream of the spatial blades tore through the air beside him. The abyss's pull felt like a giant hand dragging him down. Boruto summoned the wedge's power to its utmost, the purple-black light in his right eye nearly igniting. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin burned like a searing brand, causing excruciating pain, yet he paid it no mind. His father's life force was fading rapidly. Give me strength. Boruto roared inwardly. The short span of the bridge felt like a journey through hell. As Boruto took his final step, crashing onto the edge of the platform on the other side, the bridge behind him collapsed with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless dark purple motes, vanishing into the abyss's darkness. He had succeeded, but the cost was a tremendous depletion and a deeper erosion of the wedge's power, causing him to kneel, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his forehead. There was no time to adjust. He looked up fiercely. Before him loomed the dark purple barrier of the divine wall, flowing like water, radiating waves of destructive energy. Behind the barrier, Viper Fong had fully inserted the Night Owl Seal key into the slot. The entire spherical core erupted with a blinding light. The liquid within the energy conduits boiled violently. The energy probes connected to Naruto glowed with utmost intensity. The final essence was being frantically siphoned. Naruto's body convulsed violently, his skin taking on a foreboding gray pallor. No. Boruto's eyes widened with fury. He sprang to his feet, heedless of everything, charging toward the barrier. Foolish vessel. Viper Fong, through the barrier, watched Boruto, who charged like a moth to the flame, with a raspy, mocking laugh emanating from beneath his mask. The divine barrier, a creation of the Otsutsuki, could only be unlocked with the key. You think with your immature wedge, you can. His words were abruptly cut off. For Boruto did not crash into the barrier as he had anticipated. At the very moment Boruto was about to touch the barrier, the wedge mark in his right eye erupted with an unprecedented purple-black radiance. Simultaneously, the clear eye of his left eye, with its pale golden gear-like pupil spun to the utmost, under the inside of the clear eye. The barrier no longer appeared as a singular entity, but was composed of countless flowing energy nodes following specific patterns. Meanwhile, the wedge, as if stimulated by a source of shared energy, surged forth with the cold, violent force within Boruto, responding to his strong will not with reckless impact, but as the most precise key, instantly resonating with the frequency of the barrier's nodes. Zing! Boruto's body, like an ink drop dissolving into water, effortlessly and silently penetrated that barrier capable of annihilating all. What? Impossible. For the first time, true shock and disbelief flickered in Viper Fong's eyes beneath his mask. This surpassed all his understanding of the wedge and the divine barrier. Boruto had successfully breached the barrier. His feet landed heavily on the inner platform of the spherical core. The cold metallic sensation enveloped him, surrounded by enormous energy conduits and the roaring sound of machinery in operation. At the core's center, Naruto's suspended vessel was within reach. The agonizing sight of his life essence being siphoned burned like a searing iron into Boruto's eyes. "Release my father." Boruto let out a beastly roar, his eyes ablaze with furious wrath and icy intent, locking onto Viper Fong at the control panel. The blue chakra in the palm of his right hand gathered frantically, swirling, compressing. But this time, it was no longer a mere spiral sphere. The blue sphere of light, interwoven with glimmers of golden insight from the clear eye and dark purple arcs of the wedge's power, became the wedge space spiral sphere. A terrifying spiral sphere, infused with the power of spatial annihilation, insight, and Boruto's boundless fury, rocketed toward the stunned Viper Fong with a shrill cry, targeting not only his body but also the Night Owl seal key he held in his hand. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Would Boruto's extraordinary strike disrupt the ritual and reclaim the key? Or would Viper Fong, after recovering from his shock, reveal the true terror of the Dark Beak leader? Meanwhile, beyond the platform, Sasuke's sword sliced toward the last assailant, and Konohamaru's life flickered at the edge of the abyss. Chapter 10, Father and Son, Light and Shadow. The wedge space spiral sphere. Boruto's roar intertwined with the shrill cry of energy tearing through the space. That sphere of destruction, merging the golden inside of the clear eye, the dark purple arcs of the wedge, and the azure chakra, did not strike in a straight line, but, guided by Boruto's precise will, traced a bizarre arc, as if predicting the evasion route, hurtling toward Viper Fong at the control panel with the might to obliterate all. The aim is not merely to take a life, but to obliterate the key that has been inserted into the groove, which is guiding the extraction of Naruto's essence. The Night Owl seal. The pupils behind the serpent mask suddenly constrict. The shock of Boruto penetrating the barrier of divinity still reverberates, yet this terrifying strike, merging spatial rending and precise foresight, looms ominously before him. The speed is astonishing, the angle devilishly cunning, far exceeding his expectations. "Humph, I underestimated you." A furious hiss escapes from the throat of Viper Fong, but as the leader of the Dark Beaks, his reflexes are unparalleled. He chooses not to confront the terrifying Rasengan, clearly infused with spatial power, head-on, but instead, he leans back sharply, akin to a boneless serpent, evading the frontal assault of the Rasengan with an incredible and flexible angle. Simultaneously, his right hand, which inserted the control key, remains steadfast, twisting violently. Buzz. The entire spherical core shudders violently. The control panel erupts with blinding red light. The brightness of the energy probe linked to Naruto reaches its zenith in an instant. The last surge of immense life essence is forcibly drawn out. Naruto's suspended body arches violently, emitting a soundless, excruciating spasm, the pallor of his skin spreading rapidly, his life force plummeting like a sheer cliff. No. Boruto watches in horror as his father's final vitality is ruthlessly siphoned away, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. His fury threatens to shatter his reason. Although Viper Fong evades the core of the Rasengan, the energy edge, imbued with spatial rending properties, still grazes his left arm. Sizzle. No blood splatters. The area of his left arm, along with part of his shoulder armor, is as if erased by an invisible eraser, instantly vanishing into nothingness. The severed edge is smooth as a mirror, space briefly torn open to reveal a pitch-black rift, which is swiftly mended by the force of order. Ugh. Viper Fong emits a pained and enraged groan, his face twisted in agony beneath the mask. He stumbles back, an eerie numbness emanating from the severed arm. The residual waves of spatial rending consuming him. What infuriates him further is that Boruto's uncontrolled Rasengan, although avoided, crashes ruthlessly into the side of the control panel. Boom. The deafening explosion mingles with the piercing sound of twisted metal. The control panel is blasted open, a large gash formed, flames and electric serpents erupting. The Night Owl Seal key in the groove is violently hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion, spiraling toward the corner of the core. The ritual is interrupted. Yet Naruto's life hangs by a thread. The key. Viper Fong disregards the agony of his severed arm, his crimson eye fixated on the flying key, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunges for it. Meanwhile, Boruto pays no heed to the key soaring through the air. His eyes are solely fixed on his father, suspended in the energy fluid, the flame of life flickering perilously close to extinguishment. Father! Boruto emits a heart-wrenching cry. Exhausting the last vestige of his strength, recklessly lunging towards the central cylindrical vessel. The wedge mark in his right eye burns fiercely. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin radiating like molten lava, inflicting agonizing pain, yet he remains unfazed. With his fist, imbued with the remnants of the wedge power, he strikes the resilient, transparent exterior of the vessel with all his might. Bang! 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 The dull and desperate sound of his fists colliding with the specially reinforced glass reverberates. Spiderweb-like cracks appear on the glass, yet it remains remarkably resilient. It's futile. Once the vessel enters its final divine slumber, the exterior's strength, Viper Fong mocks as he lunges for the key. However, his taunt is once again interrupted by an anomaly. Just as Boruto desperately pounds the vessel, tears mingling with blood dripping onto the cold glass. A faint yet immensely warm and familiar golden light suddenly seeps forth from the depths of Naruto's withered body, emerging with great difficulty, defiantly. It is the Ninetales. It is the indelible flame of will residing deep within Naruto's soul. It is the last echo ignited by the desperate call of a father and son. This faint golden glow, as if alive, penetrates the frigid energy liquid, breaching the cracked glass of the vessel, gently touching Boruto's battered hand, marred with scars and dark purple patterns. At the moment of contact, boom. The wedge mark in Boruto's right eye explodes with an unprecedented violet-black radiance. Yet within this brilliance, a peculiar warmth of gold intertwines, as if the remaining power and will of the Ninetales, through this bloodline touch, momentarily merged with the wedge. An indescribable torrent, blending the warmth of his father and his own ferocious power, surged through Boruto's entire being. The burning pain beneath his skin miraculously subsided slightly. A tremendous sense of power, rooted in his bloodline, to protect his loved ones, welled up within him. Open for me. Boruto unleashes a roar that transcends all limits. His fist, no longer merely enveloped in dark purple wedge power, is now cloaked in a faint, vibrant golden flame. With a fusion strike of the remaining will of the Ninetales and the wedge power, it descends upon the cracked exterior of the vessel like a blazing meteor. Crack! This time, the incredibly resilient reinforced glass can endure no more. It shatters completely like fragile ice crystals. The cold energy liquid cascades out, mingled with shards of glass. Without hesitation, Boruto plunges into the deluge. The icy energy liquid immediately soaks him, the bone-chilling cold nearly freezing his blood. Yet, his gaze is solely on his father. So close, his breath faint to the point of vanishing. Father, grab hold of me. Boruto extends his trembling, equally cold hand, gripping Naruto's helplessly limp and equally cold hand tightly. At the moment their hands clasp, hiss, I've got you. Viper Fong's venomous voice echoes from behind. He has disregarded the key, seizing the moment Boruto attempts to save his father, appearing like a specter behind him. His remaining right hand, coated in a viscous, sweetly poisonous dark purple venom, claws poised, shrieks with the sound of rending space as it lunges toward Boruto's heart. He intends to utterly annihilate this flawless vessel that disrupted his plans and severed his arm. This strike is swift, ruthless, venomous, infused with the essence of Viper Fong's lifelong resentment and soul-corroding poison. Boruto, having just unleashed his full power to save his father, is left with no strength to evade. In a dire moment, divine power, a deep, hoarse voice, imbued with undeniable strength, reverberates within the core like thunder. The space between Boruto and Viper Fong violently distorts and spins without warning. A pitch-black vortex materializes in an instant. Viper Fong's deadly claw plunges into the center of the vortex, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, causing not even the slightest ripple. Instead, a powerful spatial pull ensues, threatening to swallow his entire arm. Uchiha Sasuke. Viper Fong emits a roar of fury and shock, yanking back his arm in desperation. Retreating in disarray, his crimson eye fixates upon the barrier beyond. There, upon the barrier of divinity, a narrow opening, barely wide enough for a person to pass through, flickering with unstable lightning, is gradually sealing. At the edge of the opening, Sasuke's figure is discernible. He kneels on one knee, the Kusanagi sword propped beside him. Supporting his body, dark purple poison markings creeping from the wound on his left shoulder to his neck, even climbing up half his cheek. Dark purple poison blood spills from the corner of his mouth, yet his eternal Mangeki Sharingan remains locked onto Viper Fong within the core. The crimson light akin to burning flames. With his severely injured body, he forcibly expends his ocular power and chakra, tearing open a brief gap in the barrier. Using his divine power to save Boruto. The cost is the heart-corroding poison spiraling out of control, madly eroding his life force. Sasuke uncle. Boruto, witnessing Sasuke's harrowing state, is struck with dread. Take Naruto and go. Sasuke's voice is hoarse, akin to a worn-out bellows, each word accompanied by the surge of poisoned blood, yet filled with undeniable resolve. He yanks out the Kusanagi sword, unsteadily rising, the sword tip aimed directly at the furious Viper Fong. With this battered form, he aims to buy Boruto and Naruto the final moments of escape. At this moment, as Boruto grasped Naruto's hand, the pallid visage of his father displayed the faintest tremor in his tightly closed eyelids. A flicker of consciousness, as fragile as a candle's flame in the wind, struggled to awaken under the warmth of their connection and the overwhelming energy surging from the outside world. Chapter 11. The Vessel and the Key. Sasuke, his figure swaying yet resolutely wielding his sword, stood like a blood-stained black monument, firmly anchored in Boruto's gaze. Poisonous patterns had crept up half his face, dark purple blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto the frigid metallic platform. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan was locked onto the enraged Viper Fong, its crimson glow flickering like a dying ember, yet burning with a resolve potent enough to consume everything. Take Naruto away. The hoarse voice, akin to a dilapidated bellows, was both a final command and a farewell. Boruto's heart felt as though it were gripped by an icy hand. The immense sorrow and fury threatened to tear him asunder. Yet, he had no time to hesitate. His father's cold hand rested in his palm, the barely perceptible flicker of life awaiting his protection. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto gritted his teeth, tears mingling with the chilling energy liquid streaming down his face. He abruptly turned away from the heartbreaking sight, focusing all his will upon his father in his arms. Father, hold on, Boruto shouted, summoning every ounce of strength to drag the unconscious Naruto from the shattered vessel. Naruto's body was frigid and heavy, as if laden with lead. Boruto himself was at his limit. The pain from the seal on his right eye was excruciating, and the dark purple lines beneath his skin burned like red-hot wire, each breath taxing his exhausted organs. Nonetheless, he clenched his teeth, hoisting one of Naruto's arms over his shoulder, using his own body to support him. The only escape lay through the rapidly sealing rift that Sasuke had torn open with his life. Viper Fong was repelled by Sasuke's majestic power, his single eye filled with venomous wrath. He glanced at the closing rift, then at Boruto, who was struggling to move with Naruto, before his gaze fell upon the shimmering night owl key in the corner. In an instant, he weighed his options. The key, the organization's grand scheme. A vessel could be replaced, but the key and core data must not be lost. Uchiha Sasuke, you seek death. Viper Fong abandoned his pursuit of Boruto, unleashing all his fury upon the obstructing Sasuke. His remaining hand opened, gathering a swirling mass of violently churning, deadly dark purple poison. At the center of the sphere, a black core spun, as if capable of devouring light, emanating the essence of heart-corroding poison. He hurled the poison sphere at Sasuke, simultaneously transforming into a twisted afterimage. Darting toward the key, he intended to eliminate this greatest obstacle before seizing the key and fleeing. Faced with the poison sphere capable of instantaneously corroding steel and obliterating souls, a cold smirk curled at Sasuke's lips, tinged with a sense of liberation. He did not evade. He did not even glance at the lethal attack. His Sharingan penetrated through the approaching poison sphere and Viper Fang's form, finally resting on Boruto, who was staggeringly dragging Naruto toward the rift. "I've come a step late this time," Sasuke murmured, his voice barely audible. The Kusanagi in his hand erupted with an unprecedented, blinding bolt of lightning that burned like life itself. The sword's tip did not point at Viper Fang, but rather plunged fiercely into the control center of the spherical core, which had been partially destroyed by Boruto, yet its core energy circuits continued to hum with life. Lightning release. Kirin. With a thunderous crack, a colossal bolt of lightning, as if connecting heaven and earth, surged forth from Sasuke's sword tip, crashing into the control center. This was not an attack, but an ignition, a detonator for the frenzied energy within the spherical core. "Madman, do you wish to perish together?" Viper Fang shrieked in horror. Unable to fathom that Sasuke would resort to such a method, the core within the divine slumber erupted as if plunged into an ocean of lightning. A blinding white light instantaneously consuming everything. The chaotic energy surged like a rampaging torrent, wildly rushing through the energy conduits. The massive spherical structure emitted a mournful wail, akin to an ancient beast on the brink of death. Countless metallic structures twisted, melted, and exploded. The entire space trembled violently, as if on the verge of complete collapse. Sasuke had forcibly activated the self-destruction protocol at the cost of his life. This was the final, most chaotic opportunity for Boruto and his father to escape. Go! Amidst the thunder and explosions, Sasuke's final roar resonated like a thunderclap. Boruto was propelled forward by the explosive energy behind him. He fiercely protected his father in his arms, bracing his back against the searing shockwave and flying metal debris. Pain coursed through him, but he paid it no mind. Utilizing the momentum, he rolled and crawled towards the rift, now narrowed to barely enough space for one person to pass sideways. At the edge of the rift, unstable lightning licked the fissure like a venomous serpent. "Father, hold on tight," Boruto bellowed, expending his last ounce of strength as he slammed into the rapidly closing gap with Naruto in his embrace. A searing pain shot through his body as the fabric of space tore apart. It felt as though he was being forcibly stretched and compressed. Yet, Boruto gritted his teeth, channeling all his chakra and the remnants of his power to shield his father. Before his eyes, light and shadow twisted and shattered. The lament of the massive machine, the roar of energy explosions, and Viper Fang's frantic shrieks, all sounds elongated, distorted, and were ultimately engulfed by an abyss of silence. Time became an enigma. Perhaps it was but a moment, or perhaps an eternity. With a thud, the icy mud mixed with the scent of decaying leaves engulfed him. Boruto crashed heavily onto the muddy ground, the biting cold jolting him awake. Instinctively, he tightened his arms around his father, who still lay in his embrace. Cold, yet seemingly holding a flicker of the faintest breath. He struggled to lift his head. Icy raindrops pelted his face. Before him, the cold metallic layer was replaced by the familiar, damp, and decayed scent of the deathly forest. They had escaped from that hellish realm of divine slumber. Boruto glanced back. Behind him lay only a sinister expanse of trees shrouded in rain, along with the underbrush they had toppled upon their exit. The rift had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Uncle Sasuke, Konohamaru-sensei. A tidal wave of profound sorrow and exhaustion crashed over Boruto, nearly overwhelming him once more. He struggled to remain upright, lowering his gaze to his father. Naruto's complexion was ashen, his breath so faint it was barely discernible, his body cold. And the wound pierced by the energy probe no longer bled, but bore ominous dark purple edges, evidently tainted by the night owl's energy corruption. "Father, hold on. We made it back. I will take you home." Boruto's voice trembled, tears mingling with the rain streaming down his face. He strained to lift Naruto, but his exhausted body felt as if it were falling apart. The moment he moved, pain shot through him, causing him to collapse back into the mud. In the depths of his despair, swish, 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 several figures emerged like specters through the rain, appearing around them. They were ninjas from Konoha. Leading them was Nara Shikamaru. His expression was grim, bloodshot eyes reflecting the immense toll of their pursuit. Behind him stood Ino, the medical team leader, along with several elite Umbu. Upon seeing Boruto clutching Naruto in the mud, and the latter's pitiful condition, Shikamaru's pupils constricted sharply, his body swaying almost imperceptibly. "Naruto, Boruto." Shikamaru's voice was hoarse and dry. He posed no questions, hesitating not for a moment, as he raised his hand decisively. Quick. Medical team. Highest priority rescue. Target, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Boruto is to be prioritized for protection. Immediately transport them back to Konoha Hospital. Hurry. Ino and the medical ninjas surged forward like arrows released from a bow, carefully taking Naruto's cold body and swiftly performing essential life-saving measures. As several medical ninjas assisted the nearly exhausted Boruto, Sasuke and Konohamaru remained inside. Boruto grasped Shikamaru's sleeve, his voice hoarse, laden with profound sorrow and a plea for salvation. Please save them. Shikamaru gazed into Boruto's bloodshot blue eyes, filled with anguish and hope, then glanced at Naruto, who was swiftly carried away by the medical team. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Drawing a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. Umbu Team 1, Team 3. My orders are clear. Proceed to the area with the abnormal energy residue. At all costs. Search for Uchiha Sasuke and Sarutobi Konohamaru. If they are alive, we will find them. If they are dead, we will recover their bodies. Understood. A number of elite Umbu vanished into the rain, racing toward the area from which Boruto and the others had escaped. Shikamaru's gaze lingered on Boruto, his expression a tapestry of emotions, fear, scrutiny, heaviness, and a hint of barely perceptible guilt. Boruto, return first, he said in a low voice. We'll discuss everything once you are out of danger. The relentless cold rain continued to fall. Outside the intensive care unit of Konoha Hospital, the acrid scent of disinfectant hung in the air. Behind the large observation window, Naruto lay ensconced in a web of life support tubes and monitoring devices. Immersed in a specially formulated nutrient solution, his vital signs were perilously weak, with the flickering lines on the monitor resembling a candle flickering in the wind. The medical team had employed every means at their disposal to keep him alive, but whether he would awaken, and when, remained uncertain. The remnants of the night owl's energy and the depletion of his life essence posed the greatest challenge. In the adjacent room, Boruto also lay on a hospital bed, connected to various instruments. His external injuries healed rapidly under medical ninjutsu, yet the dark purple patterns of the cursed seal beneath his skin remained stubbornly visible, emanating an ominous aura. Compounding the medical team's woes was the cursed seal on his right eye and the sporadic, uncontrolled flickering of the inhuman indigo and pale gold aura, the pure eye, in his left eye. His chakra pathways were in disarray due to repeated overexertion and the impact of the cursed seal. Shikamaru stood before the observation window, gazing at the unconscious Naruto, then through the one-way glass at the sleeping Boruto in the adjoining room, his brow furrowed in deep thought. In his hand was a thin report just delivered by the Umbu, still damp with rain. The report contained only a few cold lines. High-intensity energy annihilation residue, found in the search area. Spatial structure extremely unstable, with traces of temporary spatial rifts. A small quantity of biological tissue fragments, belonging to an unknown modified organism, and metallic debris discovered. No traces of Uchiha Sasuke or Sarutobi Konohamaru found. Preliminary determination, missing. Sasuke and Konohamaru were lost, with no sign of life or death. Shikamaru wearily rubbed his temples. The assassination at the funeral, the escape through the forest. The truth behind the night owl's lair, Sasuke's sacrifice, fragments of clues and intelligence swirled chaotically in his mind. His gaze towards Boruto's room was imbued with an unprecedented weight. This child bore burdens heavier and more perilous than anyone could fathom. Just then, Boruto seemed to sense something, his eyelids fluttering slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. Confusion clouded his gaze, soon filled with overwhelming sadness and pain. Instinctively, he reached for his right eye, the searing pain of the cursed seal still vivid. He turned his head, and through the glass, he saw Shikamaru standing outside, as well as his father, whose fate hung in the balance in the adjacent room. Tears fell silently. His gaze ultimately settled on his bandaged hand, where the dark purple lines flickered ominously. Yet, in a deeper realm, visible only to the pure eye, he sensed the faint yet tenacious golden light, the residual will of the Nine Tails, within his father. Resonating with the cold and violent purple-black power, the cursed seal, deep within himself. The vessel, Boruto whispered, his voice hoarse and hollow. He slowly raised his hand, staring at his palm as if it held an invisible key. Outside, the rain began to subside, and a crack in the dark clouds allowed a ray of pale sunlight to struggle through, illuminating the towering Hokage rock in Konoha. The statue of the seventh Hokage stood resolutely, yet the shadow beneath it appeared deeper than ever before. In the depths of that unnoticed shadow, a figure with a severed arm and a tattered serpentine mask toyed with a key bearing the glimmering emblem of the night owl. His single eye peered through the mask's crevice toward Konoha, emitting a low, raspy laughter reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. The vessel shall return, and the key shall forever remain in my grasp. The game has merely begun. Chapter 1. Stigma and shadows. The scent of disinfectant in Konoha Hospital clung to Boruto, enveloping him in a thick, unshakable layer that lodged itself in his nostrils and consciousness. He lay on the hospital bed, a white sheet covering his chest, the serpentine dark purple patterns beneath his skin glaringly evident under the cold fluorescent light, like a mark of shame. The cursed seal on his right eye burned faintly beneath the bandage, each heartbeat accompanied by a prickling sensation from his disordered chakra pathways. Outside, Konoha village exuded a false tranquility. The rain had ceased, and the sunlight was blinding. Yet Boruto could feel countless gazes upon him, piercing through the walls like icy probes. Fixated on his being, curiosity, fear, suspicion, and loathing, these intangible pressures suffocated him more than the night owl's claws ever could. The door creaked open, and Shikamaru stepped inside. He appeared more fatigued than he had days prior, dark circles under his eyes and strands of hair seemingly turned gray. In his hand was a thin report, its edges crumpled from anxiety. "How do you feel?" Shikamaru's voice was deliberately steady, yet Boruto sensed an underlying heaviness he could not ignore. "I'm alive," Boruto replied hoarsely, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, avoiding Shikamaru's eyes. He dared not inquire about his father's condition, fearing the answer might be worse than he could bear. The words Sasuke and Konohamaru are missing weighed like a cold stone upon his heart. Shikamaru fell silent for a moment, moving to the window. His back turned to Boruto as he gazed outside. "The high-level meeting has just concluded," he began slowly, each word seemingly weighed with deliberation. "It concerns you, Boruto." Boruto's fingers instinctively curled, gripping the sheet tightly. "Advisor Kamachi believes the cursed seal on you is an extremely dangerous and unstable source, responsible for Naruto's grave injuries, and for the disappearance of Sasuke and Konohamaru, as well as the Night Owl disaster. She insists on stringent monitoring of you and, if necessary, neutralization." Neutralization. Boruto echoed the chilling term, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. In the eyes of those lofty individuals, he was indeed just an object to be dealt with. A vessel. I rejected that proposal. Shikamaru suddenly turned to face Boruto, his gaze sharp and piercing. "By virtue of my authority as acting Hokage, by the mere fact that Naruto lies in the next room, and by the sacrifices of Sasuke and Konohamaru," he paused, his voice lowering, "and by your desperate act of bringing Naruto back, I told them that Vortex Boruto is the son of Konoha's hero and the one who saved the seventh Hokage. Your cursed seal is both a curse and a power, the key to Konoha's future in confronting unknown threats. You are not mere refuse to be discarded." Shikamaru's tone brimmed with suppressed fury, his chest rising and falling slightly. Clearly, that meeting had been a brutal battle without smoke. However, Shikamaru's demeanor shifted, fatigue creeping back onto his face. "But the pressure is immense, Boruto. Very immense. Kamachi's influence runs deep, and panic spreads among some villagers and ninjas. They demand an explanation, a reassurance, a visible safety valve." He approached the bedside and placed the report on the nightstand. "Therefore, this is a compromise. Until you fully recover and prove that you can stabilize your power, you will need to accept limited freedom." Boruto's gaze finally shifted towards the report. Its cover emblazoned with a striking title, "Regulations regarding the guardianship and assessment of the special individual, Uzumaki Boruto." Guardianship? Boruto looked toward Shikamaru. "This is not imprisonment," Shikamaru emphasized. "You are permitted to move freely within the village of Konohagakure, but you must wear a specialized bracelet that monitors your location and vital signs." He pointed to the inconspicuous black band on Boruto's wrist, resembling a simple sports wristband. "Simultaneously, your residents will be relocated to a more secluded area on the village's outskirts, with heightened security measures. Umbu will be stationed to monitor the perimeter, yet they will not interfere with your daily life. Moreover," Shikamaru's gaze turned serious, "you must regularly report your physical condition to me and Ino, particularly any changes regarding the Kota and the Byakugan. We will arrange specialized sealing and medical teams to assist you in stabilizing and controlling this power. What difference does this make from being caged?" Boruto felt a surge of humiliation, his voice rising slightly. He felt as if he were a dangerous animal on display. The difference is, Shikamaru met Boruto's pained eyes. You still have the opportunity to prove yourself, Boruto. You can still visit your father, walk under the sun, and await news from Sasuke and Konohamaru. This is the best outcome I could secure. Until Naruto awakens, or we can definitively prove your worth. This is a necessary compromise. For your sake, and for the stability of the village. Boruto fell silent. He understood Shikamaru's helplessness and sacrifice. That report was a rickety dam that Shikamaru had erected amidst tumultuous waves for him. He looked at his wrist, the cold black band clinging to his skin. A silent proclamation that he was no longer the carefree son of the Hokage. He was Uzumaki Boruto, a prisoner bearing the suspicion of patricide and the stigma of being a dangerous vessel. What has become of my father? Boruto finally voiced the question he dreaded most. His voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Shikamaru's expression dimmed. The situation is dire. His vital signs are barely stable, but his essence is waning. The encroaching energy of the night owl gnawing away at his bodily functions like a relentless parasite. Ino and the entire medical team are at a loss. Conventional medical ninjutsu and medications are having minimal effect. He needs a miracle. Shikamaru did not elaborate, yet the weight of his tone spoke volumes. Boruto closed his eyes. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness nearly engulfing him. He had brought back his father's body, yet could not reclaim his life. The opportunity Sasuke had sacrificed his life for still seemed devoid of hope. There is one more thing. Shikamaru's voice pulled Boruto back to reality. Laced with a hint of chill, the Umbu, while continuously searching the entrance to the lair, detected an exceedingly faint yet anomalous spatial fluctuation. The analysis team confirmed it partially matched the energy signatures from when you and Sasuke opened the passage. Boruto's eyes snapped wide open. Has someone emerged from within? His heart raced. Sasuke? Konohamaru-sensei? Or an unidentified individual? Shikamaru shook his head, his expression grave. The fluctuation is too weak, and has been severely disrupted by the annihilation energy from the lair. Its direction cannot be traced. But it is sufficient to establish one fact. The lair has not been completely destroyed, or there may be other exits unknown to us. The shadow of the night owl has not dissipated. Shikamaru's words struck like ice. Plunging into the heart of the warmth Boruto had just begun to feel due to Shikamaru's support. The cold spread swiftly. The key belonging to Viper and that venomous gaze behind the serpentine mask. Just then, the door to the infirmary was gently knocked. A masked Umbu appeared silently at the entrance, bowing slightly to Shikamaru, presenting a small scroll sealed with special sigils. Acting Hokage, urgent intelligence report. Source unknown. It is designated for you and Uzumaki Boruto to open. Shikamaru furrowed his brows, taking the scroll. The scroll itself appeared unremarkable, yet the sealing sigils emitted a chilling, slimy, exceedingly discomforting aura, vaguely reminiscent of the night owl's style. He gestured for the Umbu to withdraw, cautiously unsealing the scroll. As it unfurled, it revealed only a thin, translucent piece of paper. No words. But when Shikamaru and Boruto's gazes fell upon the paper, an unexpected transformation occurred. The paper instantaneously turned to ashes. A weak yet strikingly clear image, akin to a holographic projection, directly manifested in the air before them. The image depicted a dimly lit laboratory filled with intricate instruments and flowing dark purple energy. At the center of the scene stood a massive incubation tank, containing a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Boruto, sharing the same golden hair and a similarly structured physique. However, his skin was an unhealthy shade of ashen gray. His eyes tightly shut, and his face devoid of expression, resembling a meticulously crafted doll. Most disturbingly, where his right eye should be was not a Kotem mark, but a slowly rotating, black hole-like enigmatic rune. Countless tiny tubes connected to his body, seemingly supplying nutrients and data. Beneath the image, a line of distorted, serpent-like dark purple text flickered briefly. Container candidate, codename Shadow Corpse. Status, undergoing debugging. Key compatibility, 72. Anticipating the return of the genuine article. The image lasted less than 3 seconds before vanishing entirely, along with the piece of paper, dissolving into nothingness. Only the haunting, distorted text remained, etched like a brand into the minds of Boruto and Shikamaru. The infirmary was enveloped in a deathly silence. Boruto felt a chilling wave wash over him, as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. He stared at his hand, observing the dark purple patterns beneath his skin. Container candidate? Shadow Corpse? Debugging? Key compatibility? What is that black hole-like rune? The night owl is not only extracting my father's power, but also attempting to create a new vessel? They might even be trying to replicate me. Shikamaru's face turned ashen, his fists cracking ominously. This was not merely a provocation. This was a blatant declaration of war. The night owl had not been vanquished. Rather, they were conducting even more insane and blasphemous experiments in the shadows. What on earth do they intend to achieve? Boruto's voice was dry and hoarse, laced with uncontrollable fear and anger. Shikamaru took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Yet the cold light in his eyes seemed almost tangible. Whatever their intentions, Boruto, his voice resonated with gravity, you have now seen it. Evading and retreating will only bring pain to your loved ones and joy to your enemies. The vessel is your shackle, but it can also be your weapon. You must rise, you must learn to control it. For Naruto, for Sasuke and Konohamaru, and for yourself. Otherwise, the next one lying in that incubation tank may not just be the shadow corpse. Shikamaru's words struck Boruto like a heavy hammer, driving deep into his heart. He gazed into Shikamaru's eyes, reflecting a profound trust and determination, and recalled the image of that figure, so eerily like his own. A conflagration of fear, anger, and resentment ignited within him, struggling to burn amidst the cold depths of despair. Stigmatized and shadowed, the path of the vessel was fraught with thorns. Yet he, Uzumaki Boruto, had no retreat left. He slowly raised his bandaged hand, covering the searing kotem mark on his right eye. Beneath his skin, the dark purple pattern seemed to pulse faintly, responding to the nascent flame of resistance ignited within his heart. Chapter 2. The thorny path. The new home was situated at the northernmost edge of Konohagakure, adjacent to the fog-laden death forest. Rather than a dwelling, it resembled a meticulously disguised fortress. Towering walls were overgrown with moss, and the sole entrance consisted of two heavy iron doors inscribed with rudimentary sealing sigils. Within the courtyard, a solitary traditional Japanese-style house stood, surrounded by a vast expanse of intentionally preserved open space for surveillance. Boruto stood in the vacant living room, his feet on the cold, smooth tatami mats. The air was thick with the scent of wood and dust, accompanied by an unshakable chill, as if he were being watched. Special one-way film coated the windows, allowing him to see the sparse trees and the grayish sky outside, while those beyond could not see him. The black monitoring bracelet on his wrist felt like a cold iron shackle, a constant reminder of his circumstances. From now on, you shall reside here, Master Boruto. The voice of the Umbu captain responsible for bringing him here was monotonous, and the eyes behind the mask were devoid of emotion. Daily necessities and sustenance will be delivered punctually. The medical team and sealing team will arrive every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 in the morning for inspections and guidance. Without special permission, you are not to leave this building or its grounds. This is for your safety and the stability of the village. Having concluded his routine briefing, he slightly bowed and silently exited, vanishing into the shadows of the surrounding walls. Boruto was aware that, at this moment, at least two Umbu squads were on duty in the woods beyond the walls, their gazes like invisible chains. Safety? Stability? Boruto tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a self-deprecating smile. He approached the window, his fingertips brushing against the cold glass. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and faint sounds of merriment emanated from the village center. Those sounds had once been a part of his life. Now they felt as though they belonged to another world entirely. In the afternoon, the doorbell shattered the silence. Standing outside were Sarada and Mitsuki. Sarada, clad in her casual attire, with her black hair tied back, adjusted her glasses, her Sharingan reflecting a complex mix of concern and scrutiny. Mitsuki, as ever, remained calm, his pale face betraying no emotion. His serpentine gaze lingering on the black wristband encircling Boruto's wrist for a moment. Boruto, Sarada's voice was somewhat hoarse. Are you okay? Boruto stepped aside to let them in. The atmosphere felt heavy. I'm not dead. Boruto repeated the words he had spoken to Shikamaru, his tone flat. He gestured toward the empty living room, spacious yet devoid of warmth. Mitsuki surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over several inconspicuous, decorative ceiling nodes in the corner. Security is tight. Lord Shikamaru is quite thorough. His voice remained calm and devoid of emotion. Whether it was a statement or an assessment was unclear. Thorough? A tinge of bitterness rose within Boruto, more like excessively vigilant. Sarada clearly noticed the surveillance seals as well. She pressed her lips together. We are genuinely worried about you, Boruto, and about Lord Hokage. After a brief hesitation, she asked. What exactly happened that day? What transpired between Sensei Sasuke and my father? Boruto abruptly lifted his head, the seal on his right eye pulsing beneath the bandages. Does it even matter what happened? In your eyes, in everyone's eyes, am I not just a dangerous vessel that needs to be contained? The suppressed emotions surged forth, his voice laced with uncontainable anger and grievance. Uncle Sasuke and Lord Konoha may have already, he faltered, unable to continue. He could not divulge Sasuke's plan, as it would only tarnish Sasuke's sacrifice and potentially lead to greater troubles. Seeing Boruto's pained expression, Sarada's scrutiny softened, replaced by profound sympathy and confusion. She closed her Sharingan, her tone gentler. Boruto, I believe in you. I trust that you would never harm Lord Hokage. But the power within you, she glanced at the markings on his skin. It is perilous, both for you and for others. Uncle Shikamaru's measures may be a necessary form of protection. Protection? Or isolation? Boruto scoffed inwardly, but refrained from arguing. He understood Sarada's position and her concerns. Their brief visit concluded in a heavy and awkward atmosphere. Sarada left behind some provisions and a few basic ninjutsu scrolls. While Mitsuki offered a meaningful glance, Boruto, power itself is neither good nor evil. What matters is the will that controls it. If you need assistance, you may come to me. As they departed, Boruto noticed Sarada glance back at him at the gate, her expression intricate. The subsequent days were an unending cycle of monotony, oppression, and concealed pain. The tri-weekly guidance sessions came as scheduled. The medical team was led by Ino, conducting a thorough and meticulous examination, cold instruments affixed to his body, monitoring the chaotic flow of Boruto's chakra and vital signs. Ino observed the erratic data on the screen and the distinct dark purple markings on Boruto's skin, her brow furrowing. Boruto, try to guide a small amount of chakra, but do not draw upon the power of your right eye. Ino's voice was gentle, yet undeniably authoritative. Boruto closed his eyes, attempting to gather chakra. However, as soon as the chakra rose from his core, it was immediately drawn to the dormant seal on his right eye. Like a cow into the sea, causing a sharp pain. The markings beneath his skin glimmered faintly, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. Ugh, Boruto groaned, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Stop. Ino interrupted, quickly recording the data. The affinity of the meridians to chakra has significantly decreased. The energy is being forcibly absorbed by the seal, and the repulsion reaction is evident. The conventional pathways for chakra refinement and application have been largely obstructed. Her tone was heavy with helplessness. The arrival of the sealing team was even more excruciating. 3 experienced sealing ninjas attempted to apply gentle suppressive seals on Boruto, not aiming to completely seal the power of the mark, which was impossible, but rather to stabilize its fluctuations and minimize its self-destructive tendencies. As the cold ink of the sealing symbols made contact with Boruto's skin, touching the dark purple markings, ZZZ, it was as if cold water had splashed into boiling oil. The dark purple markings flared up, unleashing a fierce wave of resistant energy. The freshly drawn symbols were instantly eroded, distorted, the ink evaporating into black smoke. A frigid, violent backlash surged through the pathways of the seals. The leading sealing ninja staggered back as if struck, spewing a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The other 2 also changed color, hastily retracting their hands. No, this is impossible. The injured sealing ninja gasped, his eyes filled with horror. This power is highly active and corrosive. Our sealing techniques are insufficient. Forcing it would only provoke a more violent backlash, harming both the user and Boruto. Another attempt had failed. Ino and the sealing team whispered among themselves, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Boruto silently donned his clothes, the markings on his skin still vivid, as if silently mocking humanity's efforts. Each inspection, each failed attempt, felt like a repeated confirmation of his dehumanization, deepening his sense of powerlessness and humiliation. Nighttime was the most agonizing. The silence was terrifying. Only the rustling of leaves outside in the wind and the faintest signals from the umbu in the distance broke the stillness. Boruto lay beneath the cold covers, sleep eluding him. The sound of his father's respirator echoed in his ears. The image of Uncle Sasuke, sword in hand, loomed in the darkness. And the memory of Lord Konoha collapsing haunted him, alongside the shadowy figure in the incubation tank, a perfect replica of himself. The black hole markings of his right eye seeming to mock him. The compatibility of the vessel's alternate key. A torrent of intense pain, anger, and resentment surged within his chest, crashing against him, threatening to tear him apart. He shot up, staring at his hands. In the darkness, the dark purple markings beneath his skin seemed to emit a faint, ominous glow. "Get out!" He yelled into the empty room, his voice hoarse. "Get out of my body!" All that answered him was an oppressive silence. No, this cannot continue. Shikamaru is indeed correct. Evasion and retreat only serve to inflict pain upon those who care and delight those who harbor animosity. The opportunity that Uncle Sasuke sacrificed his life for was not meant for him to wallow in self-pity. An unprecedented surge of mixed despair and resolute determination erupted within Boruto's heart, akin to a volcano. He no longer resisted that chilling force. Instead, he concentrated all his energy. Like a drowning man clutching at the last straw, actively seeking to feel it, he yearned to touch the icy torrent lurking deep within his right eye, coursing beneath his skin. "Come forth!" Boruto roared within his mind. No longer passively enduring, he actively tugged. He endeavored to guide and command that unruly power of the wedge with his fierce will. Buzz! The wedge mark in his right eye suddenly erupted with a searing purple-black radiance, akin to a glowing iron brand. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin instantaneously became scalding, like magma surging through his veins. A violent agony, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, engulfed his entire being. Boruto curled up in pain, his teeth grinding audibly, cold sweat soaking through his pajamas. This force was too ferocious. It lashed out like a furious beast, vehemently resisting his will, rebounding against his body. "No, I cannot give in. For my father. For Uncle Sasuke. For Teacher Konohamaru." Boruto clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. He transformed all his suffering into an even more fervent will. No longer attempting to command, he sought to understand and communicate. He envisioned the sensation of guiding chakra, imagining the flow while condensing a Rasengan, forcefully infusing this intent into that frigid, tempestuous power. Miraculously, as the fierce struggle and torment reached a critical point, the raging torrent of wedge power seemed to exhibit a slight, almost imperceptible stagnation, like a wild stallion restrained by an invisible bridle, though still restless. Its direction appeared momentarily vague, yet controllable. At that moment, Boruto's left eye, the clean eye, uncontrollably opened. The indigo sclera and faint golden gear-shaped pupils suddenly illuminated the darkness. Through the vision of the clean eye, he beheld the once chaotic and violent torrent of wedge power within him, akin to a black storm. Under the forceful guidance of his will, had managed to coalesce, albeit with great difficulty and instability, into a small mass in the meridians of his right arm. Though it was merely the size of a fist, its form was distorted, the edges continuously emitting strands of purple-black energy, yet it was indeed momentarily bound. No longer indiscriminately assaulting his body, it was forcibly confined within a small area. Even more astonishing to Boruto was that, under the inside of the clean eye, the space surrounding that constrained wedge power seemed to undergo an exceedingly subtle distortion and folding, as if this very mass of energy contained the property to tear apart space itself. Had he succeeded? Though it was but for an instant, and the pain was nearly overwhelming. It seemed he had truly guided it. However, this fleeting success did not bring joy, but rather a profound sense of unease and dread. Just as that bound mass of wedge power formed, a chilling, indifferent whisper, seemingly emanating from the depths of an endless void, resonated within the deepest recesses of his mind. "Container, are you attempting to harness the storm?" The voice was like the cold friction of metal, devoid of emotion, yet carrying an oppressive weight that sent shivers through his very soul, accompanied by an inexplicable curiosity. Boruto's hair stood on end, as if targeted by the most terrifying predator. The recently coalesced mass of wedge power instantly dissipated, the raging force once more engulfing him, bringing with it an even more violent backlash of pain. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness, collapsing heavily onto the cold tatami mat. The light of the clean eye extinguished. In the room, only Boruto's unconscious figure remained, the dark purple patterns on his skin flickering in the darkness, reminiscent of some malevolent heartbeat. And at the edge of his submerged consciousness, that cold, inhuman whisper echoed like a persistent parasite. Chapter 3. The echo of whispers and the undercurrents of shadow's darkness, viscous and frigid, enveloped Boruto. His consciousness floated upward, akin to a sunken ship rising slowly through the lightless depths of the ocean. The remnants of excruciating pain crackled at the ends of every nerve. as if his right eye were being seared repeatedly by a branding iron, the dark purple patterns beneath his skin emitting a continuous low-burning sting. Harnessing the storm? That cold, inhuman whisper pierced through his chaotic consciousness like a venomous ice needle without warning. Boruto jolted, nearly springing from the tatami mat, yet weighed down by overwhelming fatigue and pain. He gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his forehead, clinging to his skin with an icy chill. This is not a dream. The voice was disturbingly clear, imbued with a cosmic indifference and a hint of probing. What is it? Is it the lingering resentment of the peach? Or perhaps a much older, more horrifying existence? Casting a glance through the wedge within him, fear coiled around his heart like a chilling serpent. Yet following this dread was a more intense surge of anger and defiance. Why should he be parasitized by such a thing? Why should his body become a battlefield? He struggled to sit up, his body feeling as though it were falling apart, each muscle lamenting in agony. The consequences of forcibly guiding the wedge power last night were far worse than he had anticipated. He lifted his heavy eyelids. The dawn light barely breaking, the dead silence of the courtyard shrouded in a gray mist, mirroring his current mood. At that moment, a faint hissing sound, almost blending with the morning breeze, echoed from the corner of the room. Boruto's instincts heightened, and he turned to look, his pupils narrowing in shock. A small snake, entirely snow-white with scales gleaming like pearls, was slithering out from an exceedingly narrow gap at the edge of the tatami mat. It was no thicker than a finger, moving swiftly and silently, heading straight for Boruto. Upon its head, two golden vertical pupils flickered with an unnatural, familiar light in the dim illumination. Is that you, Shizuku? Boruto instantly recognized that gaze. This was no ordinary ninja snake. It was the vessel of Shizuku's chakra. The white snake approached Boruto's pillow, raising its head, the golden vertical pupils gazing at him with a silent intensity. There was no aggression, only a serene anticipation. Boruto hesitated for a moment before extending his trembling finger. The white snake promptly coiled around his fingertip, the cold sensation of its scales invigorating him. Then, a faint yet clear intent directly transmitted into his mind, not as sound, but as a stream of consciousness imprinted like text. Boruto. Anomaly detected. Injured? Snake's tongue, special suppressive agent. Can alleviate corrosive pain temporarily. Not a cure. Use with caution. The message was brief yet critical. Shizuku not only sensed the violent fluctuations caused by his forcible guidance of power last night, likely evading some monitoring, but also delivered a special agent capable of temporarily alleviating the agonizing corrosion of the wedge power. Warmth surged within Boruto, only to be quickly followed by a sense of heaviness. The emphasis on not a cure and use with caution indicated that this agent had limited effectiveness, possibly carrying side effects or dependency. Yet, in his current state of pain, it was undoubtedly a much-needed relief. The white snake's body slightly expanded and contracted, expelling a small, sealed transparent capsule from its mouth, which landed in Boruto's palm. Inside the capsule was a few drops of viscous liquid, glowing with a faint blue-purple fluorescence. Without hesitation, Boruto removed the seal and tilted his head back, pouring the liquid into his mouth. The liquid was cool upon entry, carrying a peculiar herbal bitterness, swiftly sliding down his throat. Almost immediately, a refreshing sensation, accompanied by a mild numbing effect, spread from his stomach, like a gentle icy stream swiftly soothing the burning meridians, suppressing the restless dark purple patterns beneath his skin. The deep-seated tearing sensation and the burning pain receded distinctly, like the retreating tide. He exhaled deeply, his taut body finally experiencing a modicum of relaxation. The white snake completed its task, its golden vertical pupils casting one last glance at him, conveying a sentiment of take care, before releasing his finger and silently slipping back into the narrow gap, vanishing from sight. The assistance from Sasuke is akin to a firefly in the darkness, offering a fleeting breath of relief and a modicum of solace. Yet it also sharpens Boruto's awareness of the profound isolation of his predicament, where even the aid of friends must be shrouded in secrecy. At 9 in the morning, the medical and sealing teams arrived punctually, the atmosphere more somber than usual. Shizune immediately noticed Boruto's pallid complexion and the lingering fatigue and pain etched upon his brow. Her keen gaze swept across the room, seemingly capturing a faint, almost imperceptible residue of unusual energy, perhaps a remnant of Satsuki's potion, but it was quickly overshadowed by the persistent fluctuations of the power of the wedge emanating from Boruto. She said nothing, merely proceeding with her routine examination. Vital signs remained erratic, yet the burden on his core organs appeared somewhat alleviated. Shizune scrutinized the oscillating data on the monitor, her brow furrowing in subtle perplexity. The energy surge detected by the monitoring bracelet last night far exceeded previous levels, theoretically inflicting greater harm upon the body, yet the current data, while showing significant damage, seemed slightly less dire than anticipated. This was illogical. She looked up at Boruto. How did you feel last night? The readings indicate severe fluctuations in your energy. Her tone was inquisitive. It hurts, Boruto replied succinctly, averting Shizune's gaze, the agony nearly overwhelming. Then he lost consciousness. He spoke no falsehood. He merely concealed Satsuki's intervention and the existence of the suppressants. Shizune scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, clearly skeptical. Yet Boruto's condition did align with the characteristics of an energy backlash. She sighed and continued recording the data. The chakra affinity has further diminished. The activity of the wedge's power seems to have temporarily entered a relatively inert phase following last night's upheaval. This discovery deepened her confusion, but also provided a momentary respite, as the risk of another uncontrollable eruption had lessened in the short term. The sealing team, meanwhile, appeared shaken. The leader, still nursing his injuries, wore a pale visage, casting wary glances at the patterns etched upon Boruto's skin. Today, they merely conducted the most basic rune scans, documenting the patterns and fluctuations in energy intensity, daring not to attempt any sealing techniques. The backlash from last night lingered in their memories. Lord Shikamaru requires a detailed report, Shizune stated to Boruto before departing. Her tone complex. I understand this is difficult, but please strive to remain calm. Any intense emotional upheaval could provoke the power within you. She paused, adding, the Hokage's condition is currently stable. Father is stable. This was perhaps the only piece of not entirely grim news Boruto had heard in days. He nodded silently. In the Hokage's office, the air was thick with smoke, almost obscuring Shikamaru's face. Before him lay two reports. One was Shizune's detailed medical assessment, emphasizing the anomalous energy surge from last night, Boruto's conflicting physical condition, serious injury yet slight signs of improvement, and the hypothesis regarding the wedge's temporary inert phase. The other documented the alarming failures of the sealing team, alongside an impression of a sealing rune that had been instantly eroded and distorted by the wedge's power. Its edges charred as if corroded by acid. Inert face? Shikamaru murmured, unconsciously drumming his fingers on the table. This sounded like good news. Yet in conjunction with the near-fatal energy surge that Boruto had unleashed, this inertia felt more like the calm before a storm or the onset of some unknown change. The slight improvement noted in the report raised further questions. Boruto could not possibly have achieved this on his own. He picked up a waveform chart from Shizune's report, his gaze honing in on a fleeting anomaly, almost obscured by the primary peak of the energy surge from the previous night. This waveform was exceedingly faint, bearing an odd, unnatural frequency, starkly contrasting with the ferocity of the wedge's power. Satsuki immediately brought to mind the white-haired youth, Orochimaru's creation, mysterious and formidable. If he had intervened in secret, it would explain the contradictory data and the minuscule anomaly in the waveform. Shikamaru's emotions grew more intricate. Satsuki's loyalty to Boruto was beyond question. Yet it also implied that Orochimaru's influence had once again encroached upon this sensitive matter in ways he had hoped to avoid. Was this a blessing or a curse? He tiredly rubbed his temples. Conventional methods had utterly failed. Boruto's desperate attempts in despair had nearly resulted in catastrophe. And the intervention of an ally, Orochimaru, was spiraling the situation toward the brink of chaos. Shikamaru. The office door swung open abruptly, revealing advisors Nara Shikaku and Maito Iman, flanked by A and BU. Their expressions grim. Maito Iman held a copy of a report, clearly indicating that the news had leaked. We have just learned that Boruto Uzumaki has once again triggered a loss of control over his power. It even resulted in severe injuries to the sealing team. Nara Shikaku's voice was sharp, laden with unmasked accusation and fear, validating their deepest concerns. That wedge is nothing but a ticking time bomb, and Boruto Uzumaki lacks both the capability and the willingness to control it. Yesterday's loss of control is evidence enough. Advisor, Shikamaru stood, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable gravity. The situation is far more complex than the report suggests. Boruto encountered a backlash while attempting to control his power, which precisely proves his willingness to do so. The latest medical assessment indicates that his power is currently stabilizing. Temporarily stabilizing? Mido Eamon interrupted, his voice low. Shikamaru, we both know the dangers posed by that entity. One loss of control can severely injure a high-ranking sealing ninja. What if it were to erupt in the village? The Hokage is still unconscious. We cannot afford any risks. He stepped closer, his murky old eyes fixed intently on Shikamaru. We demand an immediate high-level meeting to reassess the approach toward Boruto Uzumaki. The isolation protocols must be intensified. If necessary, consider more drastic solutions. More drastic solutions? Shikamaru's expression hardened, the temperature in the office plummeting. Advisor, please tread carefully. Boruto is not the enemy. He is the son of the 7th Hokage and a ninja of Konoha. He is enduring this suffering to save his father and the village. But his very existence is a threat. Nara Shikaka pressed, unyielding. For the absolute safety of the village, certain risks must be entirely eliminated. Shikamaru, do not let personal feelings cloud your judgment. Remember the lessons of the 1st Hokage and Madara. Remember Orochimaru. Personal feelings? Shikamaru's voice bore a hint of suppressed anger. Everything I do is for the future of Konoha. Eliminating Boruto is the simplest, most brutish, and most foolish course of action. It would only enable the schemes of the Night Owl and the Shadow Corps. We would lose not just a youth, but potentially a crucial key to countering the Otsutsuki. A key? Mido Eamon scoffed. A key that could backfire on its bearer at any moment holds no value. Shikamaru, you are too young. You cannot comprehend what we are facing. It could be another Otsutsuki Kagaya, or even worse. The two sides stood in stark opposition, the air thick with tension. Shikamaru understood that the hardline elders were running out of patience. Boruto's loss of control from the previous night had provided them with the perfect pretext to strike. Should a high-level meeting convene, with Naruto in a coma and Tsunade absent, the situation would turn exceedingly unfavorable for him. He needed to buy time. To find a new breakthrough. Advisor, Shikamaru inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions, his voice regaining its customary calmness. I understand your concerns, but please, grant me a little time. 1 week. Within that week, I will propose a new, more effective monitoring and suppression plan and seek Lady Tsunade's professional opinion. If, after a week, Boruto's condition remains uncontrollable or any signs of threat to the village emerge, he paused, his gaze sharp. I will personally call for a high-level meeting to discuss all possible options. Nara Shikaku and Mido Eamon exchanged glances, seemingly evaluating the weight of Shikamaru's promise. A week. This time frame lies within their acceptable limits. Very well, Shikamaru. Finally, Shikamaru turned to Shikamaru and spoke, her tone remaining frigid. Remember your promise. 1 week. If by then you cannot present us with a reassuring plan, humph. She did not finish her sentence, yet the implication of her threat was unmistakable. The two turned and, accompanied by the Umbu, exited the office. Smoke began to swirl once more as Shikamaru wearily sank back into his chair, his fingers deeply entangled in his hair. 1 week. He had merely 1 week. He must contact Lady Tsunade immediately. Perhaps only her exceptional medical ninjutsu and understanding of the Senju, sage body, power can illuminate a sliver of hope. And what of the shadow vessel? Shikamaru's gaze fell upon a locked scroll cabinet in the corner of the office. Was it time to divulge the intelligence regarding the shadow vessel to Lady Tsunade? Such an action would undoubtedly bring immense risk. Yet perhaps only by harnessing certain traits of the shadow vessel could he discover a means to counterbalance the power of the Ketsu within Boruto. He felt himself standing at a crossroads, bristling with thorns. Whichever path he chose could lead him into the abyss. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, hidden deep underground within the Night Owl's secret base, filled with intricate machinery and chilling solutions, the largest cylindrical cultivation tank at the center contained a perfect clone of Boruto. The shadow vessel, silently suspended. He lay with his eyes closed, his expression serene, a stark contrast to the anguish of his original self. His body was similarly adorned with dark purple markings, yet they appeared more stable, profound, as if meticulously carved into a circuit. Viper stood before the control console, his pale fingers dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard. On the screen, an exceedingly complex and chaotic energy waveform was replaying, originating from the northern edge of Konoha, precisely when Boruto forcibly guided the Ketsu's power to erupt the previous night. Oh, intriguing. A smirk crept upon Viper's lips. Reminiscent of a scientist who had stumbled upon a new toy, the key's compatibility exhibited a brief, intense fluctuation amidst the agony. It even triggered a faint resonance from the door. He magnified an inconspicuous resonance signal, nearly obscured by the primary energy peak. Was he attempting to open the door? No. It seemed more like a clumsy attempt to grasp the doorknob. Viper chuckled softly, the laughter echoing eerily in the silent laboratory. Courageous, Container Kuan. Alas, can a mere ant control a tempest? He accessed the real-time monitoring data of the shadow vessel. At the moment, Boruto's power erupted, causing that faint resonance. The Ketsu markings within the shadow vessel also illuminated synchronously, as if they had received a signal, their stability even exhibiting a fleeting, nearly imperceptible enhancement. The synchronization rate increased by 0.00001. Viper adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light from the screen. Though trivial, the direction was promising. It appeared that the key's painful struggles could indeed serve as the finest catalyst for the door's calibration. A cold, ruthless plan rapidly formed in his mind. He needed to inflict more pain, more despair upon Boruto, prompting him to frequently touch and stimulate the Ketsu within. Each struggle, each backlash, would nourish the calibration of the shadow vessel, hastening the door's opening. He initiated an encrypted communication channel, inputting the command, activate resonance needle program, target, key, intensity, trace level, mode, intermittent neuropathic pain induction, purpose, maintain the Ketsu's activity and pain threshold, inducing further attempts at power contact. Note, avoid existing monitoring thresholds in Konoha. The command dispatched. Viper watched with satisfaction as the icon representing the resonance needle program illuminated with a ghostly green glow on the console. Struggle, Container Kuan. He whispered to the blurred monitoring image of Boruto on the screen, akin to speaking to a caged beast. The more you suffer, the harder you strive. The closer the day of the door's opening will be. Your despair will be the most beautiful prelude to the birth of a new world. Within the cultivation tank, the corners of the shadow vessel's mouth seemed to twitch ever so slightly upward, a fleeting moment, as if a mere illusion. Boruto lay upon the cold tatami, the suppressants from Ketsu alleviating his physical agony, yet failing to soothe the torment of his spirit. The silent report and the elder's threats loomed over him like a heavy shackle. He unconsciously rubbed his right wrist, where the dark purple markings beneath his skin appeared more pronounced than usual. Suddenly, without warning, an excruciating, sharp pain, akin to ice picks piercing his nerves, erupted from deep within his right eye. It instantaneously engulfed his entire head. Boruto clutched his right eye, his body curling into a shrimp-like form, his scream choked in his throat by the intensity of the agony. The pain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, lasting less than a second, yet sufficient to cloud his vision, cold sweat saturating his back. He gasped for breath, his heart racing, his senses still reeling as he surveyed his surroundings. Silence enveloped him. The monitoring wristband remained unresponsive, as if the heart-wrenching agony he had just experienced was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet Boruto knew it was no illusion. At that moment of torment, deep within the mark of the Ketsu in his right eye, it seemed to pulse faintly, as if a slumbering beast had been lightly prodded awake. Pain is the lighthouse that guides the way. That cold, inhuman whisper echoed once more in the depths of his mind, hauntingly familiar. This time, it seemed closer. Boruto felt a chill wash over him, a wave of cold rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. He wrapped his arms around himself, engulfed in an unprecedented, bone-deep loneliness and fear within the hollow, silent room. It felt as though an invisible, malevolent eye was quietly observing his every move from the shadows, savoring each pang of his suffering. At the end of this thorny path, awaited either redemption or an unfathomable darkness. He did not know. He only understood that even the right to suffer seemed to have been stripped away from him, rendering him a meticulously tormented pawn in the enemy's scheme. And the storm, unseen, was gathering silently. Chapter 4. The Fractured Edge and the Silent Confrontation. Cold and unyielding. When Boruto regained consciousness, the first sensations he felt were the coarse texture of the tatami beneath him and the heavy metallic taste of rust in his mouth, the result of his own bitten gums. The residual pain from where his right eye had been vivisected resonated deeply, each heartbeat a hammer against his fragile nerves. The dark purple markings beneath his skin felt like a searing iron, the burning sensation mostly subdued by the Ketsu suppressants, yet a more profound weariness and fragility, akin to a chilling tide, engulfed him. He attempted to move his fingers, but was met only with muscle-cramping agony and sharp stings at his nerve endings. The uncontrolled eruption of the previous night had exacted a toll beyond imagination, not merely on his body, but his spirit felt as if it had been torn asunder by that savage power and the subsequent inhuman whispers. Pain is the lighthouse that guides the way. That chilling voice, like a maggot burrowing into his bones, reverberated once more in the depths of his consciousness, carrying an almost mocking tone. A lighthouse, illuminating the path to hell. Boruto tugged at the corner of his mouth, yet found himself devoid of even the strength for self-deprecation. He struggled to turn his eyes towards the window. The sky was overcast. Heavy leaden clouds loomed ominously over the death forest, as if ready to collapse at any moment. The air was stifling, suffocating. The monitoring wristband on his wrist remained cold. It faithfully recorded each instance of his physical decline, each painful spasm, yet remained unresponsive to the whispers from the void and the agonizing resonance needles inflicted by Viper. He felt as if trapped in a transparent cage, enduring invisible torments from all sides, each pang of suffering reduced to mere cold data in the enemy's plan. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was heavier than the leaden clouds outside. Tsunade sat in the large chair that once belonged to Naruto, her arms crossed, the golden pigtails cascading over her shoulders, her usual exuberance replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Before her, a colossal display screen froze on a high-definition image, a clone of the entity known as Shingai, quietly suspended in a murky green culture solution. Dark purple patterns of the wedge power coiled across its form, exuding an eerie, synthetic sense of perfection and stability. Shikamaru stood nearby. The cigarette pinched between his fingers had burned down to its end, the long ash precariously poised. He had just divulged the nefarious plot of the Night Owl, the existence of the Viper, and the terrifying truth of Shingai as a gateway, along with all acquired intelligence, without reservation to this legendary Sannin, the last remnant of the original bloodline. This was a gamble, wagering on Tsunade's wisdom, decisiveness, and sense of responsibility for the future of Konoha. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the faint hum of electricity emanating from the screen. Tsunade's gaze was fixated on the black hole rune of Shingai's right eye, its profound darkness seeming to devour all light. Her fingers unconsciously tightened, knuckles turning pale. After a long pause, Tsunade finally spoke, her voice low and hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible tremor, earlier and deeper than we had anticipated. She slammed her fist onto the heavy wooden desk, producing a thunderous sound as the surface instantly cracked like spider webs. Damn it, those relentless bastards. Not even the dead cells are spared. Her fury struck like a tangible shockwave, causing Shikamaru to feel a pang of anxiety. Yet, Tsunade, having experienced the ninja world wars and slain formidable foes, transitioned from rage to an unparalleled calm. Shikamaru, she lifted her gaze, her golden eyes sharp as blades, scanning him. You were right. Tell me the truth. But you have dug yourself a deep pit. If this information leaks, not only those two stubborn old-timers, Konoha itself will plunge into panic and division. I am aware of the risks. Shikamaru's voice remained unusually calm, though deep within his eyes burned the flame of desperation. Yet, this is the only glimmer of hope. Conventional medical techniques and seals are ineffective against Boruto's wedge power. He is being torn apart by forces within and enemies without. And Shingai, it is not merely a threat. It could also be the key. We must understand it, even exploit it. Exploit? Tsunade's brow furrowed. To utilize a potential ticking time bomb that could drag the entire ninja world down with it? Not entirely. Shikamaru inhaled deeply. Pointing to the stable wedge power patterns within Shingai, the Viper is calibrating it, aiming to make it a perfect gateway. This indicates one thing: the wedge power, at least in Shingai, can achieve a stable state through some form of programming or guidance. Boruto's uncontrolled power stems from his role as a key. His wedge power is untamed, unformatted. If we can reverse engineer Shingai's stabilization mechanism, find the control codes or stable frequencies, we might pave a way for Boruto to master his own power rather than being consumed by it. This idea was audacious to the brink of madness. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Shikamaru. You wish to pilfer technology from Shingai? To tame the monster within Boruto? Indeed. Shikamaru affirmed resolutely. This is the only hope to break the deadlock. Otherwise, we can only watch as Boruto is destroyed by pain and power or eliminated by the elders. And then Shingai matures in the hands of the Night Owl, leading to the same dire conclusion. Tsunade fell into a prolonged silence. She walked to the window, gazing at the overcast skies above Konoha. The village sprawled below, seemingly tranquil, yet turbulent beneath the surface. Naruto lay unconscious, formidable foes loomed, internal divisions festered, and there existed both a potential explosive key and a more terrifying gateway situation that had deteriorated to its utmost limits. Reverse engineering Shingai, Tsunade murmured. A glint of resolve flashing in her eyes. The risks are immense, but worth a try. However, Shikamaru, this requires time, and we need the most advanced sealing techniques. Medical ninjutsu and biotechnological experts. The current level of Konoha's sealing division is inadequate. You mean? Shikamaru's thoughts stirred. We need the legacy of Root. Tsunade turned, her tone brooking no argument. The hidden research of Danzo from years past, records on Otsutsuki cells, and forbidden seals may contain the crucial information we desperately need. And Orochimaru. At the mention of Orochimaru, Tsunade's voice brimmed with evident disdain and dread, yet tinged with a hint of resignation. That lunatic, while a madman, possesses unparalleled expertise in life sciences and forbidden techniques. The fact that Mitsuki could bypass your surveillance to deliver medicine to Boruto indicates that Orochimaru has likely taken note of Boruto's condition. Rather than allowing him to lurk in the shadows like a viper, it would be wiser to utilize his knowledge and resources within certain limits. But he must be kept tightly caged. I will personally oversee him. Shikamaru felt a weight in his heart. Engaging with Danzo's legacy was already taboo. Involving Orochimaru was akin to courting disaster. Yet, Tsunade was right. This was the only feasible plan that came to mind. Time is our most precious commodity. A week? No. We have only 6 days left. Shikamaru reminded, within 6 days, we must present progress that can silence the elders, even if merely theoretical. 6 days. A glint of determination flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Sufficient. I will immediately set out to access the highest classified records of Root. As for Orochimaru, she glanced at Shikamaru. You will approach Mitsuki, conveying my message. Konoha requires his father's academic insights on the stabilization of wedge power and biological suppression techniques. In exchange, within controllable limits, we can turn a blind eye to certain minor actions he may undertake in Konoha. Remember, it's academic insights, not allowing him to interact with Boruto or Shingai. Understood. Shikamaru replied solemnly. This is an exceedingly dangerous tightrope, but there is no alternative. At the Night Owl base, in the main control room, the pale fingers of the Viper danced gracefully across the intricate holographic control panel, akin to conducting a silent symphony. On the screen, data streams representing Boruto's vital signs, and wedge power fluctuations cascaded like a waterfall. One particularly highlighted window clearly displayed the logs of the resonance needle program, applying minute. Intermittent neural pain stimuli, precisely avoiding the threshold of Konoha's monitoring wristbands, continuously exerted upon Boruto. The pain threshold steadily increased. The Viper adjusted his glasses. The cold data reflected in the lenses, the key's resilience was stronger than anticipated. Excellent. Pain is the finest whetstone for will. The more resilient it is, the more brilliant sparks can erupt from despair. His gaze shifted to the enormous cultivation tank at the center. Shingai floated within, its dark purple patterns pulsing rhythmically, synchronizing with the faint energy ripples generated by Boruto's suffering from afar, emitting a barely perceptible glow. Adjacent, a screen displayed a progress bar representing synchronization rate, inching upward at a pace almost imperceptible to the naked eye, yet remarkably steadfast. 00012. A satisfied curve formed at the corners of Viper's mouth, though slow. The direction was unmistakable. Each pang of agony was a minuscule step toward perfect calibration of the gateway. He accessed another set of data, capturing the fleeting moment of Boruto's power spiraling out of control, revealing that ephemeral glimpse of pure insight and spatial distortion. The rending of space is indeed a captivating gift. A fervent light flickered in Viper's eyes. Regrettably, within the key, this remains an uncontrollable disaster. However, here with the gateway, he looked at Shingai. It shall be the most exquisite opener. A bolder thought began to form in his mind. Merely maintaining pain and inducing attempts was still too inefficient. He required a more intense stimulus to elicit deeper fluctuations of the key's power, providing Shingai with superior debugging signals. He initiated encrypted communications, inputting new commands. Prepare the Whisper Echo program. Target, the key. Mode. Utilize its internal wedge power fluctuations and mental lows to simulate primal will whispers. Reference database sample. Residual thought frequency of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Intensity, trace amounts of permeation. Objective, induce mental chaos and deeper power resonance, enhancing the debugging signal source. Risk, potential alerting of Konoha's mental monitoring devices, necessitating concurrent activation of noise interference. The command was dispatched. The gaze of Koya grew profoundly enigmatic. He was toying with fire, deliberately provoking the terrifying will that resided within Boruto. Yet he harbored unwavering confidence in his comprehension of the power of the wedge, as well as in the capabilities of the shadow vessel to serve as a receiver and filter. His intent was to extract both the physical and spiritual essence of Boruto to its utmost limits, transforming it into the fuel necessary for unlocking a new world. Struggle, lament. Koya murmured to the screen, akin to a devil's chant, urging that your suffering and fear become the most exquisite offerings to awaken the deities. Boruto curled up in the frigid corner of the tatami mat. The sharp, agonizing pain brought by the resonance needle struck him intermittently, piercing his taut nerves with precision, pushing him closer to the brink of collapse. The physical anguish could be scarcely endured through willpower and the elixirs of Mitsuki. Yet the erosion of his spirit was insidious and unrelenting. The chilling whispers grew increasingly frequent. The lighthouse guides the way home. The storm yearns for release. The vessel shall ultimately submit. The voices were indistinct and sporadic, at times reminiscent of the familiar, malevolent tone of Momoshiki, and at others transforming into a more ancient, indifferent, inhuman timbre. They spiraled in his mind like the hiss of a venomous serpent, gnawing at his sanity, amplifying his despair and solitude. He could not discern whether this was Koya's deception or the genuine murmurs of the monster within him, or perhaps a blend of both. He felt himself being torn asunder. On one side lay the will of the vortex Boruto, filled with affection and responsibility towards his father, his companions, and Konoha. On the other, the cold temptation brought by that inhuman power to relinquish resistance, embrace strength, and cease the pain, along with the ominous implication hidden within the whispers, hinting at some ultimate horror. Get away, get away. Boruto pressed his forehead firmly against the cold wall, attempting to dispel the cacophony in his mind through physical stimulation. His voice hoarse like a broken bellows. At that moment, an unprecedented surge of pulsation erupted from the depths of his soul, as if something within his consciousness was forcefully pried open. Return. This time, the whisper was astonishingly clear. It carried an irresistible, terrifying summons originating from the very source of his bloodline. Simultaneously, within the depths of the wedge mark in his right eye, the subtle fissures left by the forcibly guided power from the previous night erupted with a chilling torrent. Boruto coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood. It was not merely crimson, but bore an eerie dark purple fluorescence. He felt as though his right eye might explode. His vision was suddenly engulfed in a purplish-black haze. The patterns beneath his skin writhed furiously, resembling serpents come to life. The monitoring wristband emitted an unprecedentedly sharp alarm. Red lights flashed frantically. Boruto could no longer endure it, letting out a piercing scream as his body convulsed violently, crashing heavily to the ground. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he hazily perceived the dark purple blood he had expelled splattering on the tatami, hissing like acid, corroding the mat into tiny pockmarks. The cleansing eye activated amidst the agony and chaos, indigo and pale golden light flickering wildly, illuminating his contorted, anguished face and the tatami beneath him. Scarred as if from battle, the alarm sound pierced through the thick walls, shattering the deathly silence at the forest's edge. Shadows of the umbu outside the walls materialized instantly, rushing towards the house. Boruto's body thrashed unconsciously on the cold floor, dark purple patterns flickering on his skin like the final struggles of a dying beast. And that inhuman whisper transformed into a cold, lingering sigh within the abyss of his drowning consciousness. Chapter 5. The whisper of the sacred land and the awakening shadow vessel. The frigid sensation emanated from the rough stone slab beneath him, rather than the familiar tatami. As Boruto regained consciousness, the first feeling he registered was a profound weakness that seeped into his bones, as if his entire being had been drained, leaving only a heavy shell. Each breath tugged at the remnants of agonizing pain deep within his chest. In the depths of his right eye, the mark of the wedge still burned fiercely, yet the violent urge to burst forth was supplanted by a weightier, more formidable pressure. He struggled to open his eyes. The world was blurred, dimly lit. Before him loomed a massive, rough-hewn rock ceiling, marred by the ravages of time. The air was damp and oppressive, laden with the scents of earth, moss, and an indescribable ancient essence. This atmosphere was not one of decay, but rather the profound weight of centuries of history, pressing heavily upon his heart. The air felt denser than outside, each inhalation akin to swallowing invisible leaden blocks. Silence enveloped him, broken only by an extremely faint sound of dripping water, rhythmic like the heartbeat of some colossal beast. Where was this place? It was not his tightly monitored prison. He attempted to turn his neck, only to be met with searing pain in his muscles. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his wrist. The monitoring wristband was absent, replaced by a slender, unidentifiable green vine-like material that clung closely to his skin, emanating a faint yet soothing warmth. Seeping into his body and barely suppressing the dark purple patterns that still writhed beneath his skin. Awake? A steady, slightly husky voice resonated from nearby. Boruto turned toward the sound, his pupils constricting. Tsunade sat cross-legged on a nearby outcropping of rock, her golden hair casually tied back, her expression unusually grave. She was not clad in the Hokage robe, but rather in a set of dark, practical attire, her arms crossed. Her eyes, which had witnessed countless life and death moments, now scrutinized Boruto with a piercing intensity, as if she sought to penetrate his very being and gaze upon the violent monster within him. Shikamaru stood in the shadows behind her, the unlit cigarette held habitually between his fingers. He appeared wearier than before, yet his gaze was sharper and more focused than when in the Hokage's office, taut like a drawn bowstring. "Tsunade Baba?" Boruto's voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. "Shikamaru uncle? This is the sacred land of the Senju clan." Tsunade's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with undeniable authority in the stillness, asserting that this was one of the last places in Konoha, and indeed the entire shinobi world, capable of temporarily suppressing the monstrous entity within you. "Sacred land?" Boruto repeated in confusion. He had heard tales of the ancient relics of the Senju clan, but had never imagined himself to be in such a place in this manner. He struggled to rise, but found his body too heavy to obey. "Do not move," Tsunade commanded sharply, appearing beside Boruto in an instant, her movements as swift as lightning. Her calloused fingers precisely pressed against several acupressure points on his neck and chest, a gentle, yet formidable chakra surging within him, forcefully quelling the agitation of the wedge power that had reignited due to his movements. Boruto let out a muffled groan as the searing pain that had been subdued by the vines surged back. "Your body is like a porcelain vase riddled with cracks, ready to shatter at any moment." Tsunade's voice was low, imbued with an imperceptible hint of fear. "The blood you expelled last night was highly corrosive, even capable of eating through the specially made tatami." The monitoring wristband overloaded and burned out. Had it not been for the timely relocation, her words trailed off. But Boruto understood. He cast a glance at his hands, noticing that the dark purple patterns beneath his skin appeared even deeper than before, their edges faintly gleaming with an ominous metallic sheen. Was he truly becoming an inhuman monster? A chill rose from the depths of his heart. "What about the elders?" Boruto asked hoarsely, nearly picturing the hardliner's reactions upon learning of his loss of control and transformation. "Humph," Tsunade scoffed, a flicker of fierce malice flashing in her golden eyes. "Those two old fools nearly activated the final cleansing protocol of the Foundation." Their words were laden with cold fury. They saw only the threat, but failed to perceive the abyss behind it. If Shikamaru had not relocated you in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shikamaru stepped forward, his tone unprecedentedly grave. "Boruto, the situation is far more dire and urgent than we anticipated. The pace of your transformation is accelerating, and the methods employed by Viper are becoming increasingly direct and malicious. We believe he is not only tormenting you, but also using your suffering and fluctuations in power as a catalyst to fine-tune the Shadow Corpse." "A catalyst?" Boruto's heart sank. Each struggle and breakdown he experienced was aiding the enemy in hastening the opening of a door to destruction. Thus, we can no longer afford to proceed methodically. Shikamaru's gaze shifted toward the deeper darkness of the cave. "Lady Tsunade has already accessed the highest classified files regarding the Tsutsuki cells and forbidden seals." He paused momentarily. From Mitsuki's side, preliminary academic insights from Orochimaru had also arrived. Mentioning Orochimaru, Tsunade's expression darkened slightly, yet she took up the conversation. "Though that madman has ulterior motives, his research into the fusion of life energy and foreign cells is indeed ahead of everyone else. He has proposed a theoretical model regarding the stable state of the wedge force, which requires a higher-tiered energy with suppressive and calming characteristics as a foundation to forge it into a controllable form. Higher-tiered energy? Boruto felt bewildered. Natural energy, Tsunade asserted decisively, her gaze piercing into Boruto's. Specifically, the oldest and purest form of sage chakra. Deep within this sanctuary lies the most primordial and colossal source of natural energy from the inception of the ninja world. It is ancient and powerful enough to suppress and even tame the violent wedge force within you. Sage techniques? Boruto's heart raced. He recalled the hardships his father faced while training in sage arts, and the formidable strength of his grandfather Jiraiya and his father Naruto in sage mode. Yet, such mastery demanded exceedingly rigorous talent, prolonged training, and immense risk. A single misstep could result in being assimilated into stone by natural energy. Can I truly do this? Boruto gazed at his hands, marred with markings, his voice laced with fear and uncertainty. He could hardly gather conventional chakra. How could he possibly sense and absorb that tumultuous natural energy? There is no choice, Boruto. Tsunade's tone brooked no argument, infused with a resolute determination. This is currently the only method that could allow you to regain control, rather than being consumed by power or exploited by the enemy. It is our sole hope to prevent the Shadow Corpse from fully activating. The powerful natural energy field of this sanctuary can temporarily shield you from external forces, including Viper's direct detection and interference with the wedge force within you, buying us precious time. She crouched down, locking eyes with Boruto. Her hands that had once cradled countless lives now radiated an irresistible strength. Listen, kid, I know this is incredibly difficult. Pain, fear, failure, and even the risk of death loom near. But you are the son of Uzumaki Naruto. You carry the blood of the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans. You inherit the will of that fool Jiraiya. You cannot fall here. For your father, for Sasuke, for Konohamaru, and all those who still fight. You must rise. Transform that damned power within you into a blade in your hand, rather than a guillotine hanging over everyone's heads. Tsunade's words struck Boruto's crumbling spirit like a hammer. Images flashed before him. His father's unconscious face, Sasuke's resolute back, the moment Konohamaru fell, and the worried gazes of Sarada and Mitsuki. Fear and despair still lingered, yet a stubbornness and resilience, born from the depths of his lineage, ignited like a flickering flame in the darkness. He took a deep breath of the heavy, viscous air. Pain coursed through his lungs, but he felt a faint surge of strength. He struggled to lift his head, meeting Tsunade's sharp gaze. His right eye was covered in bandages, yet within his left eye, the faint golden wheel of his dojutsu flickered weakly. What must I do? His voice remained hoarse, but now carried a tremor of resolve. A glimmer of approval flickered in Tsunade's eyes, yet her expression remained as stern as iron. Step 1. Survive. Adapt to the pressure here. Feel it. She pointed to the omnipresent heavy atmosphere surrounding them. The concentration of natural energy here far exceeds that of my Bokuzen or Ryu no Kuni, exerting pressure on your body from all angles. You need to first let your body remember a normal state of existence, rather than the distorted form wrought by the wedge force. I will guide you with my chakra, and Shikamaru will oversee energy balance and external defenses. Remember, pain is both your enemy and your guide. Guard your heart. No matter what you hear, see, or feel, always remember who you are. As Boruto began his desperate struggle with natural energy and his own suffering deep within the sanctuary, the hidden currents within Konoha transformed into a surging vortex. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense and fraught with danger. Shikamaru, Tsunade, you have audacity. Koharu's roar nearly shook the roof, her bony fingers trembling as they pointed at the acting Hokage's seat. How dare you unilaterally relocate a high-risk target, and even utilize the sealed remnants of root? Have you no regard for the village's regulations? No respect for us advisors and elders? Mitsuki's face turned ashen, his voice cold as ice. Boruto's uncontrolled transformation last night is irrefutable evidence. His blood carries a highly corrosive nature. This is no mere power loss. It is a complete dehumanization. He is a contamination source that must be eliminated immediately. Where have you hidden him? Hand him over at once. Otherwise, we will invoke the Elder's authority to directly impeach your acting qualifications and initiate emergency protocols. In the face of the Elder's furious wrath and aggressive accusations, Shino and several jonin supporting Shikamaru, such as Kakashi and Might Guy, stood solemnly nearby, the tension reaching its zenith. Seated in the acting Hokage's position, Shikamaru displayed no emotion. Yet a cold flame burned deep within his eyes. He slowly rose, slapping a document urgently delivered by the intelligence unit onto the table with a resounding thud. Eliminate? Emergency protocols? Shikamaru's voice was calm but carried an unprecedented, chilling pressure that instantly overshadowed Koharu's roar. Dear advisors, before you busy yourselves with impeachment and elimination, why not take a look at this urgent intelligence? All eyes focused on the document, its cover emblazoned with the blood-red words top secret and level threat. Just half an hour ago, Shikamaru's voice fell like a frozen slab. We have detected unusually powerful, directionally clear spatial energy fluctuations from multiple secret monitoring points we deployed along the borders of the Wind Country, the black market of the Earth Country, and near the Sea Country. Their intensity, frequency, and spectral characteristics, he paused, his gaze slicing through the shocked faces of the two elders, are in perfect alignment with the energy ripples produced in the initial activation of the Shadow Corpse. Moreover, their intensity is rising exponentially. What? Koharu and Mito's faces turned ghostly pale. What does this mean? Shikamaru's voice rose sharply, filled with anger and urgency. It means that the Shadow Corpse debugging by Night Owl has entered its final phase. It may even have been partially activated. Viper is no longer satisfied with covert adjustments. He has begun actively testing the power of the door. These spatial fluctuations may very well be energy leaks preceding the door's opening, or Viper attempting preliminary spatial anchoring. He slammed his palm onto the table, causing the documents to flutter. Now, at this very moment, the entire ninja world is facing a catastrophic disaster. And you two esteemed advisors are still entangled in how to deal with a victim who has been tortured and exploited in the enemy's plans? Boruto, regardless of how dangerous he may be, is merely a pawn on Viper's chessboard. The Shadow Corpse is the true blade poised to fall upon everyone's heads. Expose Konoha and the entire ninja world directly to the gaze of the Tsutsuki. Shikamaru's inquiry resonated like thunder, reverberating through the office. Temari and Mito's expressions transformed from fury to shock, rendered speechless by the sudden and terrifying threat. They could disregard a mutated Boruto, but they could not ignore the imminent opening of a portal that could herald the arrival of the Tsutsuki. What should we do now? Mito's voice lost its previous firmness, tinged with panic. Seal the information. Highest level combat readiness. Shikamaru commanded without hesitation, his words flowing rapidly as he informed all allied nations. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure. Share the spectral energy signatures. Collaboratively establish a spatial interference barrier. Devote all efforts to locate the precise source of the energy fluctuations. Simultaneously, he turned to Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi-senpai, Guy-sensei, activate the village's internal defenses and the evacuation plan immediately. Medical and sealing teams, enter wartime status. All resources must be directed towards spatial defense and emergency medical assistance. Commands cascaded like a torrent, and the entire Hokage building transformed into a finely tuned war machine. Operating at breakneck speed, Temari and Mito opened their mouths, only to dejectedly return to their seats, unable to voice any further objections. In the face of an apocalyptic threat, their internal disputes seemed trivial and absurd. At the Yoru Owl base, in the central laboratory, piercing alarms blared incessantly, bathing the cold metal walls in a sinister crimson glow. Within the immense cultivation tank, the once ethereal green solution now boiled with bubbling energy, emanating astonishing waves of power. The eyes of the clone of Boruto, suspended within the swirling essence of the spectral body, snapped open. Those eyes were no longer voids of darkness. The right eye, with its black hole runes, spun like a cosmic singularity, devouring all light, emanating a chilling vortex that sent shivers through the soul. The left eye, a pure, frigid white, flickered with a minute. Data-like glow, oscillating wildly. Warning! Warning! Core activity of the portal has surpassed critical thresholds. Warning! Energy output is spiraling out of control. Spatial anchoring coordinates are being generated. Warning! Resonance link with the key is being severely disrupted by an unknown force field. Signal attenuation at 99. Viper stood before the violently trembling control panel. His face pale to the point of transparency, yet devoid of panic, instead glowing with a feverish, morbid excitement. Ignoring the blaring alarms and the wildly fluctuating red data on the screens, His fingers danced across the control panel, as if playing a piano, moving so swiftly that they left trails in the air. Interference? Could it be from that ancient energy source? The sacred ground of the Senju clan still exists. Viper's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. What a fortuitous discovery. Such colossal, primal natural energy was akin to the eye of a storm, perfect for testing the portal's limit of endurance. He slammed down several crimson buttons. Buzz! The entire underground base groaned under the strain. The reinforced glass of the cultivation tank instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. A frenzied torrent of purple-black energy erupted from the spectral body, akin to a dragon breaking free from bondage. This power tore through space, forming a distorted vortex several meters in diameter, its edges fracturing and reconstituting chaotically. Coordinates locked, forcibly opening the spatial passage. Target, Senju sacred ground spatial coordinates, predicted. Viper bellowed, his eyes gleaming with the madness of a gambler. Let us see which is more resilient. The ancient natural energy or the perfected portal. Boruto, are you ready to confront your reflection? Within the twisted spatial vortex, violent energy currents swirled like a cataclysmic storm. A blurred figure, identical to the spectral body, slowly began to coalesce at the vortex's center. It raised its hand. The black hole vortex of its right eye seemingly capable of swallowing all the light in the laboratory, while the white data stream of its left eye locked onto a distant location, the Senju sacred ground. Deep within the Senju sacred ground, Boruto sat cross-legged upon the cold, rough stone slab, his body trembling slightly. The vine-like wristband emitted a gentle green glow, striving to maintain his fragile balance. Tsunade's palm pressed against his back, her pure life chakra flowing like a warm stream, guiding him to sense and touch the omnipresent, yet weighty as a mountain, primordial natural energy. Pain. Unimaginable pain. That crushing pressure not only bore down upon his body, but seemed to directly constrict his very soul. Each attempt to breathe in that viscous energy felt like swallowing scalding gravel, scraping against his already fragile meridians. The dark purple lines beneath his skin twisted violently under the oppression of the natural energy, writhing and emitting silent screams, inflicting agony surpassing that of viper's resonance needles. Cold sweat streamed like a brook down his forehead, dripping onto the stone slab, instantly evaporated by the oppressive energy field. Repugnant shackles. Return to the void. The portal calls. That cold, inhuman whisper echoed once more within his pained and chaotic consciousness. This time, the voice was clearer, more insistent, imbued with a furious intensity and an urgent summons that pierced through space. Just as Boruto felt his consciousness on the brink of being utterly shattered by the pain and whispering, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire sacred cave shook violently as if struck by an invisible hammer. Debris rained down from the ceiling. A cold, savage, and utterly destructive wave of energy surged unannounced, tearing through the thick natural energy barrier surrounding the sacred ground, like a dark thorn piercing deeply. Boruto abruptly lifted his head, his pure eye activating involuntarily under the duress of pain and crisis. Indigo and pale gold light pierced through the gloom, locking onto the entrance of the cave. There, the distorted space rippled like a shattered mirror, tearing apart. A vortex, several meters in diameter, with edges fracturing and reconstituting, radiating an ominous purple-black glow, was forcibly expanding within the ancient force field of the sacred ground. At the vortex's center, a figure began to emerge slowly, clad in an immaculate white laboratory coat. It stood in stark contrast to the ancient cave. Beneath disheveled black hair lay a face identical to Boruto's. The right eye was a black hole vortex that consumed all light, while the left eye was cold, pure, and resembled an inorganic scanning device. The perfect clone of the spectral body, the embodiment of the portal, descended upon the Senju sacred ground. Its pale data stream left eye ignored the tense Tsunade and the instantly battle-ready Shikamaru, precisely and coldly locking onto the crumpled Boruto, who sat on the stone slab. His face a mask of pain and shock. An emotionless voice, as synthetic as electronic synthesis, rang out amidst the chaotic energy currents. Key capture program initiated. Chapter 6. The hunt of reflections and the roar of the sacred ground. The spatial vortex tore through the ancient and dense natural energy field of the sacred ground like a festering wound, emitting a nauseating sizzling sound. The purple-black energy currents writhed like venomous serpents, voraciously eroding the surrounding rough rock walls, leaving scorched and corroded marks. Cold, brutal, and suffused with an absolute inhuman aura. The pressure surged like a tangible tsunami, instantly overwhelming the entire cave, rendering breath impossible. Tsunade stood protectively in front of Boruto, her golden hair swirling wildly in the tempestuous air, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixated intently on the figure slowly solidifying at the vortex's center. The perfect reflection, the cold creation of the spectral body. Shikamaru had vanished from sight, not through instantaneous movement, but having completely melded into the unstable energy shadows at the cave's entrance. A technique of stealth passed down through the Nara clan, relying on environmental shadows and the utmost restraint of one's chakra to transform into an invisible blade amidst the chaos. Humph! With a cold snort, Tsunade unleashed a torrent of golden life chakra that erupted forcefully from her being. This overwhelming power did not serve as an attack. Rather, it forcibly expanded a relatively stable domain centered around her, much like a rock steadfast amidst tumultuous waves, isolating the terrifying pressure and chaotic energy unleashed by the arrival of the Shadow Corpse, thereby granting Boruto, who was in a state of weakness, a fleeting chance to breathe. Ugh! Boruto groaned, though shielded by Tsunade's domain. The chilling pressure that seemed capable of freezing the very essence of his soul pierced through his defenses like countless icy needles. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin writhed with a frenzied vigor at the moment the Shadow Corpse appeared, akin to awakening venomous creatures, twisting and squirming, inflicting excruciating pain. A tearing sensation emanated from the depths of the mark on his right eye, as if something within was violently attempting to break free from its cocoon. "The gate opens to consume the vessel," whispered the inhuman voice, sharp and urgent, filled with an insatiable desire for destruction. This whisper resonated not just in Boruto's mind, but seemed to resonate in eerie harmony with the energy fluctuations emanating from the Shadow Corpse. "Silence!" Boruto roared internally, his teeth clenching audibly, veins bulging at his temples. He forced himself to suppress the tumultuous pain and the intrusive whispers within, instinctively activating his pure eye in response to the looming crisis. The indigo sclera and faint golden gear-like pupils instantly locked onto the Shadow Corpse. Through the lens of the pure eye, the world shed its facade. The Shadow Corpse transformed from a mere humanoid figure into a highly condensed, intricately structured core of purple-black energy. Countless frigid data streams cascaded around its core, performing calculations. What sent shivers down Boruto's spine was the violent clash between the Shadow Corpse's energy core and the primal natural energy omnipresent in the sacred land. Akin to fire meeting water, the purple-black power of the wedge corroded and devoured the ancient golden-green light points, emitting a silent cry of energy annihilation. Target, key. Status, weak. Energy conflict index, high. Threat assessment, low. Primary directive, capture. The emotionless electronic synthetic voice of the Shadow Corpse sounded again, its pale left eye focusing coldly on Boruto. Akin to a precise scanning device. It moved. Without hand seals, without warning. The figure of the Shadow Corpse seemed to vanish as if the delete key had been pressed, leaving behind a faint remnant being consumed by the chaotic currents of space. Its true form had instantaneously appeared at the edge of the golden domain Tsunade had created, its speed surpassing the limits of visual capture. Raising what appeared to be an ordinary hand, its fingers spread wide, targeting Boruto within the domain. In its palm was not a sphere of condensed chakra, but a suddenly formed, miniature vortex emanating a terrifying gravitational pull. At the vortex's center was an absolute darkness that devoured all light. Universal attraction? No, it is a more profound spatial collapse. Tsunade's pupils constricted, her experience allowing her to instantly deduce that this was no mere manipulation of gravity. This was an enforced local spatial collapse, intending to shred Boruto and the surrounding space into oblivion. Not a chance. Tsunade shouted fiercely, her right fist enveloped in a dense, almost tangible golden chakra, eschewing flamboyant techniques. She relied solely on the purest force and speed. The monster punch. A horrific strike capable of splitting mountains, it tore through the air, accompanied by a thunderous boom, hurtling towards the vortex created by the Shadow Corpse. She aimed to shatter this warped space with absolute power. Boom! The golden chakra fist collided violently with the miniature vortex. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a haunting sound of space being forcibly torn apart and then hastily mended. Blinding light wrestled against the darkness that sought to consume it. Tsunade's fist seemed to sink into a viscous, collapsing mire. Her tremendous power being stripped away layer by layer by the distorted space. Meanwhile, the miniature vortex in the shadow corpse's palm trembled violently from the impact, its edges fracturing into tiny spatial shards, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. A deadlock. Pure violence clashed with the warped laws of space in a primal duel within a confined space. In that critical moment, in Boruto's pure-eye vision, a minuscule energy fluctuation, almost indistinguishable from the environment's shadows, flickered into existence behind the precisely functioning purple-black energy core of the shadow corpse, like a serpent's flicking tongue. It was Shikamaru. He emerged as if from the very shadow of the shadow corpse. The kunai in his hand was not made of solid metal, but composed of pure, highly compressed shadow energy, dark as ink, its edges shimmering with unstable ripples of space. The tip of the kunai, sharp as a needle, radiated a deadly glimmer as it locked onto an exceedingly tiny energy flow node, a consequence of maintaining the spatial vortex. The data streams in the shadow corpse's pale left eye flickered frantically. It completed the scanning and prediction almost simultaneously with Shikamaru's appearance. The left hand maintaining the spatial vortex remained still, yet its body twisted at an inhuman angle that defied joint structure. Its right arm, like a boneless whip, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking back at the shadows behind it. 5 sharp, elongated purple-black energy spikes, entwined with the power of spatial cutting, coalesced at its fingertips. To attack was to defend. It countered with offense, attempting to repel Shikamaru's lethal strike. Too slow. Shikamaru's cold voice echoed from the shadows, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In the very instant the shadow corpse's right arm lunged, the unstable shadows beneath him writhed as if alive. Shikamaru's figure vanished, consumed by the shadows. The 5 spikes, imbued with the power of spatial cutting, merely pierced through the roiling shadows and residual ripples of space. The true threat materialized beneath the shadow corpse's left arm, which was exposed due to its forced body twist, maintaining the spatial vortex. Shikamaru's figure emerged like a specter from the shadows on the ground, the shadow kunai in his hand, silent yet swift as death itself, struck with precision toward the energy node that had become relatively fragile due to excessive energy output. Timing, angle, velocity, perfect to the point of suffocation. This was the pinnacle of the Nara clan's wisdom intertwined with shadow arts. The data streams in the shadow corpse's pale left eye erupted into blinding red light. It seemed to finally comprehend the fatality of this strike. Forcing an interruption of the left palm's spatial vortex would come at a cost, but failure to do so would yield catastrophic consequences for the core node. Szzz. A piercing sound, akin to metal being forcibly torn apart, echoed, just before Shikamaru's kunai struck. The spatial vortex maintained by the shadow corpse was detonated. An uncontrollable spatial turbulence erupted like a shockwave, violently expanding outward. Tsunade stifled a groan, the golden domain shaking violently as she was forced back a step. Shikamaru's shadow kunai was thrust forward by the ferocity of this turbulence, its originally flawless trajectory deviating ever so slightly. Thud! The pitch-black shadow kunai failed to strike the core node precisely, instead embedding itself deeply into the shadow corpse's left arm near the shoulder. A viscous, purple-black energy liquid erupted forth. As it splattered onto the ground, it hissed with corrosive sound, even gouging deep pits into the sacred stones. The shadow corpse's body trembled violently from this grievous wound, yet its cold visage bore no expression, as if it were not the one injured. The data streams in its pale left eye flickered frantically, seemingly recalibrating and adjusting. Effective. Tsunade's spirits lifted. For although Shikamaru's ambush did not achieve a lethal strike, it had successfully inflicted significant damage on the monster. However, just as the old energy waned and the new energy had yet to manifest in that brief interlude, the shadow corpse's black hole-like right eye suddenly locked onto the unstable Boruto, who was buffeted by the chaotic currents of space. A more terrifying and pure gravitational pull targeted not his body, but directly seized his soul and the violent wedge power within him. Boruto felt as if struck by lightning. He felt as though his very soul was being violently wrenched from his body. The dormant, frigid torrent deep within the wedge mark of his right eye surged chaotically, as if a dam had burst, irresistibly drawn into that black hole vortex. The dark purple veins beneath his skin instantly became searing hot and blinding, as if they were about to rupture, return, merge with the gateway, That inhuman whisper reached an unprecedented intensity, carrying an irresistible summons. This time, the voice seemed to emanate directly from the depths of the black hole in the shadowy figure's right eye. Ah! Boruto let out a piercing scream, clutching his head with both hands, as his body was uncontrollably pulled forward by that overwhelming force. The light of the pure eye flickered wildly, and his vision was consumed by the voracious black hole vortex. Boruto. Tsunade's eyes widened in desperation, her monstrous strength coalescing once more as she relentlessly struck at the shadowy figure. Shikamaru re-emerged from the shadows, his kunai aimed squarely at the figure's back. But the shadowy figure seemed to have entirely forsaken defense. Its black hole-like right eye fixated fiercely on Boruto, enduring Tsunade's earth-shattering punch and Shikamaru's cunning kunai strike without flinching. Bang! Splatter! The purplish-black energy liquid sprayed once more. The shadowy figure staggered back, horrific wounds appearing on its chest and back. Yet its pull on Boruto's soul showed no sign of abating. In fact, the damage only intensified the ferocity of that black hole vortex, becoming even more reckless. Ugh! Boruto felt his consciousness being torn asunder. Part of him was being dragged toward the frigid black hole, while another part was violently ripped apart by the rampaging wedge power within him. He felt as though he was on the brink of being completely shattered. In that critical moment, Virum, the entire Senju sacred ground seemed to awaken like a colossal beast that had slumbered for eons, thoroughly enraged. From deep within the earth came an indescribably dull roar, as if it originated from the primordial chaos. It was not merely sound, but a pure pulsation of energy. The cave walls, the dome above, and even the ancient stone slab beneath Boruto suddenly ignited with a multitude of intricate, profound golden runes. These runes, akin to ignited stars, instantly interconnected to form a vast golden web of light. An unfathomable magnitude of primordial natural energy, accumulated over millennia, was completely awakened, like a deluge unleashed. It surged forth with a terrifying will, profound and unassailable, crashing violently towards the spatial rift forcibly torn open at the cave's entrance, aimed at the shadowy figure exuding an aura of heresy. This was not an attack, but the instinctual rejection of the entire sacred space's laws. Like a human immune system launching a devastating assault on an invading virus. Boom! An indescribable, thunderous sound. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. The space vortex, forcibly torn open by the shadowy figure, disintegrated like a fragile soap bubble under the onslaught of this vast, ancient, pure natural energy torrent. Instantly collapsing and vanishing, the passage to the outside world was forcibly sealed. For the first time, the shadowy figure's cold, synthetic voice exhibited violent fluctuations. Warning. External spatial anchoring forcibly stripped. Energy field level exceeds threshold. Interference source unresolvable. The pull of its black hole-like right eye on Boruto was abruptly interrupted by this sudden, overwhelming force of nature. The wounds inflicted by Tsunade and Shikamaru began to sizzle and dissolve under the cleansing rush of pure natural energy, as if exposed to sunlight. The purplish-black energy tissue rapidly melting away. Even its precisely functioning purplish-black energy core flickered erratically, its operation impaired by this force. An opportunity. Tsunade and Shikamaru's eyes simultaneously sparkled with determination. The might of the sacred ground exceeded all expectations. However, the pale left eye of the shadowy figure glowed with frantic data streams, seemingly computing an inescapable conclusion in an instant. Before being completely engulfed by the golden rune web and the torrent of natural energy, its black hole-like right eye cast one last, deep, branding gaze at Boruto, who knelt on the ground, struggling in agony. A chilling stream of information, not sound but rather an energy wave, pierced through the sacred ground's suppression. Vanishing into an unknown dimension. Key coordinates depth locked, spatial parameter recording complete, awaiting final retrieval. In the next moment, the shadowy figure's body was entirely consumed by the raging golden energy torrent. The purplish-black light flickered violently within the pure gold, struggling, ultimately dissolving like an ice cube cast into flames. Boom! With a final muffled sound, the shadowy figure's body completely disintegrated into countless minuscule purplish-black specks, utterly purified and obliterated by the sacred ground's natural energy, leaving no trace behind. Only the chaos at the cave entrance remained, along with the lingering, Chilling sensation of space being torn and the cold, inhuman presence in the air. The sacred ground's low roar gradually subsided, the golden rune web slowly fading. Yet the heavy, viscous natural energy field continued to surge within the cave like an angry aftershock. Boruto collapsed onto the cold, rough stone slab, gasping for breath. Soaked in cold sweat as if he had just been pulled from the water. The light of the pure eye dimmed. The searing pain from the wedge mark in his right eye and the agitation of the veins beneath his skin temporarily suppressed by the residual power of the sacred ground. Yet the excruciating agony of his soul being forcibly torn and the shadowy figure's final cold gaze left him shivering. Tsunade and Shikamaru rushed to his side. Their faces devoid of any joy in victory, marked instead by an unprecedented gravity. Boruto's voice trembled with the terror of having survived a calamity. It had locked onto this place. Will it return? Not just this place. Shikamaru's voice was exceptionally grave as he gazed at the spot where the shadowy figure had vanished. His eyes sharp as a hawk. What it has locked onto is you, Boruto, no matter where you are. Moreover, it has transmitted the spatial parameters of this place. Beyond the sacred ground, above the village of Konoha, the spatial rift torn apart by the shadowy figure, having lost the support of its source, not only failed to heal but instead, as if infused with new fuel, violently collapsed inward, twisting. A vortex, its diameter expanded several times, its edges flowing with purplish-black lightning, formed slowly under the terrified gaze of Konoha. At the center of the vortex, no longer a chaotic flow of energy, but a dark, cold expanse resembling a universe made of countless shattered stars. A presence, tenfold, 100-fold more powerful than that of the shadowy figure. Emanating an overwhelming pressure of an absolute superior, reached out from the depths of the vortex like an invisible hand, enveloping all of Konoha. Chapter 7. The eye of the firmament and the pain of purification. The sky above Konoha shattered. The enormous spatial vortex, forcibly torn by the shadowy figure and propped open by an unknown force, resembled a festering wound in the heavens. Purplish-black lightning danced wildly at the edges of the vortex, cracking the air with a continuous, teeth-gritting sound, each flash twisting the light below in Konoha, deep within the vortex. The backdrop of the universe composed of cold star fragments spun slowly, transforming, as if a colossal, indifferent eye peered through this gaping wound, emotionlessly surveying the diminutive civilization below. Terror. Inexpressible terror. This was not the oppressive brutality brought forth by the shadowy figure, but an absolute suppression emanating from a higher dimension, rooted in the essence of life itself. Like an ant gazing up at the sky, like a grain of sand facing the starlit sea. The barrier of Konoha, upon encountering this aura, groaned under the unbearable weight, twisting and trembling violently, the outermost defense runes flickering erratically, on the verge of collapse. The air grew thick and heavy, each breath accompanied by a burning sensation. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, panic spreading like a plague across the silent streets. Muffled cries, hurried gasps, and the shattering sound of falling objects intertwined, forming a desperate prelude to the apocalypse. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, the makeshift command center was alive with urgency. Barrier team, hold the line. Connect all spare chakra batteries. Prioritize maintaining the core area. Shikamaru's voice resonated above the blaring alarms and the cacophony of communication devices. His eyes were bloodshot, and his knuckles whitened from clenching his fists tightly. On the immense monitor, the red zone indicating the barrier's threshold was visibly expanding at an alarming rate. Lord Shikamaru, the 3rd and 7th nodes are overloaded. The runes are melting. The team leader's hoarse voice carried a sense of despair. Abandon the perimeter. Contract defenses. Reinforce the Hokage Rock, the hospital, and the core shelter area with all our might. Shikamaru commanded decisively, his tone as frigid as ice. Contracting defenses meant relinquishing parts of the territory, a heart-wrenching decision, yet in the face of overwhelming power. It was the sole choice to preserve more lives. Kakashi-senpai, Gai-sensei, lead the elite shinobi team and establish a second line of defense. Utilize the buildings and sealing techniques to prepare for combat. The target may be anything emerging from that vortex. Understood. Kakashi's voice remained steady, though his exposed Sharingan fixated on the terrifying depths of the cosmic void displayed on the screen, his gravity palpable. Mikai clenched his fists, green steam uncontrollably emanating from his body, sensing an unprecedented challenge ahead. Medical team and sealing team, Retreat to the underground shelter. Prioritize the injured and civilians. Prepare for potential spatial contamination and mental erosion. Shikamaru spoke rapidly, his gaze sweeping across another split screen showing a blurred energy reading from the outskirts of the Holy Land. Boruto, Tsunade-sama, are you there? Just then, a silent yet soul-piercing pulse, akin to the heartbeat of the universe, erupted from the depths of the spatial vortex. At the vortex's center, the swirling fragments of stars distorted and stretched. A colossal, chilling eye composed entirely of pure energy slowly opened amidst the whirlpool. This eye bore no pupil, no sclera, only an abyssal darkness, as if formed from countless spiraling galaxies. The moment it opened, the light over Konoha seemed to be instantly siphoned away, plunging the surroundings into a deeper gloom. All who fell under this eye's gaze, be they shinobi or civilians, experienced an icy dread emanating from the depths of their souls, an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Their entire lives, their joys, sorrows, struggles, felt as trivial as dust before this gaze, utterly meaningless. The eye of the celestial dome. Shikamaru's voice was dry, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Merely being observed by this apparition dulled his thoughts, rendering chakra manipulation obscure. This was no mere creation of the shadow realm. It was a true projection of power belonging to a higher existence beyond the stars. Mental suppression. Area-wide. Everyone, hold your minds. Do not look directly at that eye. Kakashi barked, swiftly forming hand seals to dispel the negative influences surrounding them. However, the effect was minimal. Weaker Chunin and Jinin turned pale, teetering on the brink of collapse, their eyes filled with confusion and terror. In the depths of the Senju Holy Land, Boruto knelt on the cold stone slab, his body trembling violently. The soul-rending chill from the last gaze of the Shadow Realm had yet to subside. When the vortex above Konoha formed and the eye of the celestial dome opened, an even greater and more unresistible pressure descended upon his spirit like a colossal hammer crossing the fabric of space. Boruto clutched his head, unleashing a primal, anguished roar. This pain did not stem from the invasive force of the seal upon his body, but struck directly at his mental core. It felt as if countless cold steel needles pierced his brain from every direction, stirring his consciousness. The inhuman whispers, under the stimulus of this external, superior pressure, boiled over like cold water thrown into boiling oil, erupting into chaos. Profane ants peering, the door shall open for purification, the vessel returns to its place. The confusion was sharp, filled with offended rage and chilling commands. These whispers seemed to emanate simultaneously from the depths of his right eye's seal, from the distant eye of the celestial dome within the vortex, and even from the mark of the shadow realm indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. Three icy voices collided violently within his nearly collapsing consciousness, tearing at him. "Shut up. Be silent. Get out." Boruto roared inwardly, his teeth sinking deep into his lower lip, blood mingling with cold sweat. His pure eye activated uncontrollably. Indigo and pale gold light flickered wildly in the dim cave. His vision shattered into countless chaotic fragments. The golden rune network of the Holy Land pulsed angrily. The cold spatial coordinates left by the Shadow Realm flickered like maggots in his mind, and the colossal, galaxy-formed shadow of the eye of the celestial dome projected its supreme indifference directly onto his pure eye's field of vision. Even more terrifying was that under the triple pressure and the chaotic insight of the pure eye, the cold power deep within his right eye's seal surged violently. It was no longer content with merely clashing within his chakra pathways, but erupted like a flood, recklessly assaulting the last boundaries of his mind and body. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin crackled like a searing iron, emitting a hissing sound, and fine cracks began to appear at the edges, resembling shattered porcelain. A terrifying chill, as if it sought to entirely freeze and assimilate his very soul, spread from the depths of the seal. "Boruto." Tsunade's voice was a mix of anger and fear as she clearly saw the horrifying transformation occurring in the patterns on Boruto's skin. From the cracks, wisps of purple-black energy mist, like ice crystals, seeped out. Without hesitation, she pressed her hands against Boruto's back, a torrent of life chakra surging forth, attempting to suppress the rampaging coldness. Yet this time, even her powerful chakra, capable of reviving the dead, was as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea upon touching the purple-black chill. Moreover, that chill, like a greedy serpent, sought to crawl along her chakra pathway. attempting to corrode her arm. What? Tsunade's complexion changed drastically as she suddenly withdrew her palm, finding a thin layer of purple-black ice crystals emanating coldness covering her palm. She quickly activated her chakra, barely managing to shatter and disperse it. No, that thing is mutating. It's assimilating. Tsunade's voice trembled with disbelief. She had never witnessed such a bizarre and domineering force. Boruto's body was being frozen, corroded, and transformed from the inside out by this chilling purple-black energy emanating from the depths of his seal. Boruto's consciousness fluctuated amidst pain and chaos. In the frenzied vision of the pure eye, the cold coordinates of the shadow realm, the indifferent gaze of the eye of the celestial dome, and the wildly spreading purple-black frost within him, this chaotic source, under the inside of the pure eye, seemed to be forcibly distorted, drawn closer, and overlapped. Just as he felt himself on the verge of being entirely frozen, torn apart by the chaotic whispers, and completely consumed by the erupting purple-black frost, a fragmented image, forcibly captured and magnified from the chaos by the pure eye, suddenly pierced through his consciousness. A cold confinement, dark purple energy thorns, a pale, familiar, yet lifeless face, Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes were tightly shut, his right arm severed at the shoulder. The severed end was covered with writhing, corroding purple-black crystals. Those crystals were identical to the frost spreading within him. Sasuke, uncle? Boruto's dazed pupils abruptly focused. A surge of soul-deep pain and fury erupted like a volcano. This sudden, raw image of a beloved kin, torn from the darkness like a flash of lightning, instantly overwhelmed the chaotic whispers and the agonizing corruption both inside and out. This pain was deeper than any physical injury, sharper than any mental suppression. No, a roar mixed with endless pain, anger, and despair erupted from the depths of Boruto's throat. The sound reverberated within the caves of the sacred land, momentarily drowning out the external hum of the cosmos. Accompanied by this soul-stirring cry, his frantically flickering pure eye deepened to an indigo hue, reminiscent of the most profound night sky. Meanwhile, his light golden gear-like pupils seemed infused with a molten, fervent radiance, spinning wildly in a frenzy. A surge of invisible energy emanating from the pure eye, imbued with a potent will of purification and repulsion, expanded viciously from Boruto at its center. A miracle unfolded. The dark, purplish-black ice erosion patterns that had been spreading across his skin, attempting to freeze and assimilate him, screeched pitifully as they halted their advance. Scorched by the wave of the pure eye, akin to snow melting under the scorching sun, the edges of the cracks, shrouded in purplish-black ice mist, were forcibly pushed back. Compressed within the patterns, the icy torrent of assimilation, originating from the depths of the wedge mark, appeared to meet its nemesis, exhibiting a noticeable stagnation and retreat for the first time. Deep within the right eye's wedge mark, the inhuman whispers bore an inkling of doubt and intense fury for the first time. Pure eye? Obstruction? Boruto, Tsunade, and Shikamaru simultaneously detected this fleeting change. Their eyes ignited with incredulous hope. Yet, Boruto remained blissfully unaware. The image of Sasuke's severed arm sliced through his soul like a razor, the pain and fury embedding themselves as his sole anchor, gripping his consciousness from the abyss. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot pure eye glowing with a burning resolve. Piercing through the barriers of the sacred land, fixated upon the colossal celestial eye above Konoha, formed of stars. Begone! He silently roared at the indifferent cosmic eye, a primal scream emanating from the depths of his soul. As if responding to the provocation of this insignificant insect, the enormous celestial eye above Konoha slowly blinked. In the next moment, a beam of light, pure and frigid to the extreme, seemingly condensed from the very fabric of cosmic rays, shot forth without warning from the rotating celestial eye. Where the beam passed, space seemed to freeze and peel away, leaving behind a fleeting, void-like black trail. Its target, the core Hokage building of Konoha. The light of annihilation descended. Chapter 8. The Dirge of Purification and the Cage of Starlight. The grayish-white beam was the embodiment of cosmic law, the manifestation of increasing entropy, the proclamation of nothingness. It fell silently from the rotating celestial eye, bearing the cold will to erase all existence. The space traversed by the beam was not torn asunder, but rather stripped of color, sound, and the very concept of matter. Descending into the silent void of the grayish-white light, leaving behind a profound, smooth black trail, akin to the tears of despair cascading from the heavens. Target: Hokage Building. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in the instant the beam descended. The despair of Konoha solidified upon every upturned face. Kamui. Kakashi's roar echoed like the dying growl of a wild beast. His crimson Mangeki Sharingan spun to an unprecedented limit, even causing fine blood vessels to rupture around his pupils. Space warped and collapsed before him, forming a violently fluctuating vortex as he strained to redirect this light of annihilation to an unknown dimension. However, as the grayish beam reached the edge of the Kamui vortex, a piercing shriek resonated deep within the soul. The vortex, capable of consuming tailed beast balls, shattered like a fragile soap bubble colliding with a heated iron, instantly eroded and dissolved into nothingness. Kakashi was violently thrown back, blood spewing forth. His body akin to a kite severed from its string, the brilliance of his Mangeki Sharingan dimmed to mere hollow pain. The seventh gate opened. Daytime Tiger. Might Guy transformed into a blazing green meteor, soaring skyward. His speed, surpassing all limits, allowed him to position himself before the beam fell upon the Hokage building. The air cannon, compressed to its utmost, contained his most powerful blow, paid for with the flames of his life, crashing toward the grayish beam. Boom! A terrifying shockwave, capable of leveling mountains, erupted at the point of contact. Yet the grayish beam merely paused momentarily, its surface shimmering like rippling water, before silently disassembling and annihilating the ferocious power of the daytime tiger. Guy's body was struck by an invisible hammer, the green steam enveloping him dissipating instantly. Bones cracking with excruciating sounds, blood oozing from every pore as he plummeted like a bloodied figure. Sage Art, 5 right guards. Jiraiya's figure appeared atop the building, flanked by the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima. A torrent of sage techniques, mixing oil, fire, and wind, surged like a roaring fire dragon, clashing against the beam with the intent to incinerate all. Sizzle. There was no explosion, only the sound of cold water splashing onto a hot iron. The powerful sage flames, before the grayish beam, were reduced to mere primitive energy particles, vanishing without a trace into the void. The backlash caused Jiraiya to grunt, blood seeping from his lips. The rooftop beneath him fracturing instantaneously. Damn it, what in the world is this? Tsunade's figure appeared beside Shikamaru, her golden eyes filled with unprecedented anger and helplessness as she gazed upon the unstoppable beam. Her monstrous strength could shatter mountains, yet it could not touch the laws emanating from the depths of the cosmos. Despair washed over the command center like a chilling tide, drowning the hearts of everyone within. If even the combined might of the 3 legendary ninjas could not budge it, what else could possibly halt the descent of this light of annihilation? Just as the grayish beam was about to completely engulf the top of the Hokage building. Buzz. A strange, cold wave, imbued with a powerful intent of purification and separation, swept across space like an invisible ripple from the direction of the forest of death. This wave precisely cut into the forefront of the confrontation between the grayish beam and the spatial laws of Konoha, akin to a surgeon's scalpel. It was Boruto's purifying wave. Deep within the sacred land, Boruto bled from all 7 orifices, his body convulsing violently from excessive strain as the dark purple ice erosion patterns, temporarily repelled, surged back with ferocity, the cracks deepening, the purplish-black ice mist boiling vigorously. Yet his bloodshot pure eye, akin to a burning star, remained locked onto the beam of annihilation. He poured all his pain, anger, concern for Sasuke, the will to protect his village, and his defiance against the cold whispers into this desperate surge of purification. A miracle blossomed amidst the absolute despair. The seemingly unstoppable grayish beam, as it was swept by the purifying wave, exhibited an imperceptible yet lethal disruption within its intricately operating runes of separation and nothingness, like a speck of dust disrupting a finely tuned clock. Boom! No longer a silent obliteration. A blinding explosion, a terrifying amalgamation of grayish and purplish black light, erupted less than 100 meters above the Hokage building. The chaotic energy torrents surged forth like an uncontrollable cosmic storm, instantly engulfing a substantial portion of Konoha. The core area's protective barrier, held precariously by the barrier team, was utterly torn asunder like paper. The top of the Hokage building was reduced to dust in the wake of the explosive shockwave. The layers of buildings below collapsed as if gnawed by a colossal beast. smoke, and dust, mingled with chaotic energy particles, surged into the sky, obscuring the sunlight. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragmented purplish-black ice crystals, Boruto collapsed onto the cold stone slab, his pure eye dimming to near extinction as he succumbed to darkness. The cost of forcibly interfering with the laws of the universe was so heavy that it nearly obliterated him. Boruto! Tsunade gasped in horror and rushed to his aid. Amidst the inferno and ruins of Konoha, coughing, Shikamaru struggled to rise from the rubble, half of his body stained crimson with blood. Ignoring his own injuries, he fixated intently on the epicenter of the explosion as the smoke gradually dispersed. The vast vortex in the sky remained, and the ethereal eye of the celestial dome, composed of stars, seemed to squint slightly, revealing a hint of cold curiosity, akin to one observing experimental data. It appeared intrigued by the purifying wave that had disrupted its attack. The world-ending beam of light had vanished, or rather, it had not entirely dissipated. Above the center of the explosion lingered a mass of viscous grayish-white substance, approximately 10 meters in diameter, twisting and writhing continuously. No longer possessing the beam's indomitable penetrative power, it resembled a lump of cosmic sludge that had been forcibly solidified, struggling violently, with purple-black lightning flickering within, signifying a clash of laws, the residue of Boruto's purifying wave. The space around it exhibited a sickly wrinkled and collapsed appearance. It hung like a toxic droplet above the remnants of Konoha, not immediately annihilating everything, yet emanating a relentless aura of detachment and void, akin to a chronic poison, gradually eroding the surrounding space and matter. The nearby architectural debris visibly lost its color at an alarming rate, becoming fragile before silently disintegrating into fine gray dust. Shikamaru, recognizing the nature of the horrifying gray-white mass, understood instantly that it was far more terrifying than direct annihilation. It was like a malignant tumor, gradually expanding to completely consume Konoha and the very space itself. Sealing Squad. Highest level spatial isolation seal. Immediately, at all costs, seal it, he commanded, his voice hoarse from inhaling dust. The surviving sealing ninjas, witnessing the terrifying gray-white substance exuding an ominous aura, turned pale, their comprehension of sealing techniques stretched beyond its limits. Deep within the Senju sacred land, Boruto lay in a profound coma, his body cold and breath faint. Tsunade was continuously infusing him with a vast source of life chakra, engaging in a desperate tug-of-war against the purple-black ice-corrosive energy that was rampantly ravaging his meridians and flesh, attempting to freeze and assimilate him entirely. The green light of the vine handcuffs had dimmed to its nadir. At that moment, a faint hum resonated. Boruto's nearly extinguished purifying eye flickered weakly without warning. Not in indigo or pale gold, but in a nearly transparent, chilling white light. Subsequently, a faint, intermittent mental intent, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, pierced through the barriers of space, forcing its way into Boruto's tumultuous and tormented consciousness. Cold darkness eroded, severed crystalline pain, extracted feeble persistence. Coordinates of fragmented spatial anchor points. There were no complete words, only shattered perceptual fragments. An icy, bone-chilling sense of confinement. His right arm torn asunder, painfully covered by some writhing crystal. The vitality forcibly drained away, leaving him weak and numb, alongside an intense will to convey something, and several extremely vague, flickering fragments of spatial coordinates. Uncle Sasuke? Boruto's lingering consciousness grasped this familiar mental wave amidst excruciating pain. This feeling perfectly matched the visions witnessed during the purifying eyes flashback. It was Uncle Sasuke. He was still alive, enduring immense suffering in some cold, dark place. He was attempting to relay information. Coordinates? Spatial anchor points? Did it refer to his location of confinement? Boruto sought to concentrate and capture those flickering coordinates. Yet the ice-corrosive energy coursing through him bit into his nerves like a venomous serpent, the agony scattering his consciousness. The intermittent mental connection became exceedingly unstable due to his frailty, poised to sever at any moment. Coordinates, Uncle Sasuke. Boruto's remaining intent echoed a silent cry in the darkness. At the Night Owl base, within the deep control chamber, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the space. Warning. Deep Confinement Unit 01, Uchiha Sasuke, detects abnormal mental wave overflow. Warning. Wave intensity is weak but carries unknown interference properties. Warning. Internal monitoring footage is disrupted by an unknown force field, exhibiting brief distortion and noise. Viper abruptly pivoted from the holographic control console, his pale face losing its habitual composure for the first time, revealing surprise and icy fury. Mental wave? Interference? He swiftly summoned real-time monitoring of Sasuke's confinement unit. The footage indeed displayed an exceedingly brief, nearly imperceptible snowfall distortion, which, although it promptly restored, was keenly detected by Viper's sharp senses. What alarmed him further was that within the monitoring data, Sasuke's chakra and consciousness waves, previously locked down entirely by the black nails, like stagnant waters, now exhibited a faint ripple, reminiscent of a dying struggle. How is this possible? Viper's eyes gleamed with cold light. Those black nails were the pinnacle of sealing runes specifically designed to target the Rinnegan and mental strength. Sasuke's will had already been suppressed to its nadir. How could it possibly break the seal to emit mental waves? Moreover, this wave could interfere with the base's monitoring system. Instantly, he retrieved wave analysis data, attempting to trace its origin. However, as the data stream pointed toward a distant location, the Konoha sacred land, it was thoroughly disrupted by an exceedingly faint yet potent interference field imbued with purifying and detaching characteristics, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, rendering it untraceable. Purification and detachment. Viper pondered these two terms, instantly associating them with the peculiar force that had erupted from Boruto in the sacred land. Purifying eye, it's you. Vortex Boruto. His voice hissed like a serpent's tongue, filled with offended rage. He glared at the main screen, where the gray-white substance, hovering above Konoha like a malignant tumor, had been disturbed by Boruto's purifying wave, then glanced back at Sasuke's pale, unconscious visage within the confinement unit. A cold, murderous thought crystallized in his mind. It appeared that the cleanup of the recovery item needed to be expedited. Viper adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a chilling glimmer, particularly towards Uchiha Sasuke. His existence seemed to have become an unwanted connection point. As for Konohamaru, he cast a glance at the nearly translucent body within the adjacent confinement unit. The final step of utilizing waste was also due for completion. He summoned a deep red encrypted command panel, his finger hovering above the button labeled Source Detachment, Forced. Let your demise serve as the final fuel for the reopening of the gate. Chapter 9. The Bloodstained Coordinates and the Echoing Epilogue. Cold, lifeless, viscous darkness. Sasuke's consciousness floated in an abyss of boundless agony. At the severed junction of his right shoulder, the writhing, corroding purple-black crystal resembled a living serpent, each breath bringing excruciating pain and a chilling cold that gnawed at his remaining vitality. The sealing black nails in his spine and at the back of his head emitted a chilling aura, firmly imprisoning his chakra and consciousness deep within his shell, like heavy lead weights dragging him into eternal darkness. Yet this time, something felt different. Just moments ago, a weak yet strikingly familiar wave of intent, akin to a meteor streaking through the darkness, pierced through the heavy confinement, touching the flickering flame of his almost extinguished spirit. Boruto, it was that little brat. The wave carried the unique, purifying and detaching essence of the purifying eye, along with an unyielding, soul-burning fury and protective will. He sensed it. He received the fragments he had desperately attempted to convey. Hope ignited like a flickering candle in the wind, weak yet resilient. But that flicker of hope was swiftly extinguished by an even more bone-chilling cold. Outside the confinement unit, the harsh sound of mechanical operations resonated. The thick energy flow barrier emitted a low hum, slowly sliding open. Viper's pale, bloodless figure appeared outside the unit like a ghost come to claim a soul, silently observing Sasuke within, like an exhibit. Behind the cold lenses, those snake-like eyes regarded Sasuke without an ounce of emotion. Sasuke's Sharingan, left eye, struggled to open a narrow slit, the crimson pupil quivering violently due to excruciating pain and weakness, yet fixated intently on Viper. He sensed an unadulterated, unabashed intent to kill emanating from his opponent. Uchiha Sasuke, Viper's voice remained devoid of emotion, as if reciting a laboratory report. Your value has been reevaluated. The weight of unstable factors has surpassed the remaining research value. Initiating cleansing protocol. He raised his right hand, palm facing upwards. A complex miniature rune array composed of purplish-black energy materialized from thin air, slowly rotating. At the center of the array, A deep crimson energy core pulsated with a heart-stopping wave of destruction. Annihilation command, cellular-level decomposition. Execute. With his cold words, the blood-red core suddenly blazed to life. A terrifying, indescribable force surged forth, not acting upon the physical body, but directly targeting the very essence of Sasuke's being, his fundamental cellular energy and soul imprint. Sasuke felt every inch of his flesh, every cell, emit a silent wail as they were forcibly torn apart and extracted by that overwhelming power. His consciousness shattered like fragile glass, on the brink of complete dissolution. An uncontrollable scream of agony erupted from the depths of Sasuke's throat, his body convulsing wildly amidst the energy thorns. The purplish-black crystal at the severed arm writhed violently, as if also being forcibly stripped away by that power. The black nails binding him creaked under the immense energy shock, fissures appearing on their surface. Death. True, complete annihilation of body and soul. So near. Senju Holy Land. Sasuke uncle. Boruto jolted awake from his unconsciousness, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. His heart felt as though it were grasped tightly by an unseen giant hand. Excruciating pain radiating throughout his limbs. The horror of the pain Sasuke was enduring, being utterly decomposed and annihilated, surged through him, piercing his consciousness like the sharpest ice spike. Boruto, hold on. Tsunade pressed down firmly on the violently convulsing Boruto, her vast life chakra pouring in like a roaring tide, desperately suppressing the purplish-black ice energy within him that had erupted due to intense emotional turmoil. The cracks on his skin deepened, wisps of purplish-black ice crystal mist boiling fiercely. But Boruto was beyond caring. Sasuke uncle's dying agony seared into his soul like a brand. The previously fragmented spatial coordinates, stimulated by the pinnacle of pain and protective obsession, suddenly ignited like stars, becoming remarkably clear within his pure vision. They transformed from vague perceptions into 3 sets of flickering, intertwining 3-dimensional coordinates, ultimately pointing towards a distinct spatial node. Coordinates. I see them. Viper is killing Sasuke uncle. Boruto's eyes widened in fury, blood mingling with ice crystals spilling from the corners of his eyes. Let go of me. Granny Tsunade. Let me go? I need to save him. Boruto. Your current state. Tsunade's words were abruptly cut off. Buzz. Boruto's pure eye, under the extreme pain and the urgency of his protective will, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. This time, it was no longer indigo and pale gold, but transformed into a nearly transparent, icy hue, as if it could freeze souls. The pale scara, with a center of wildly spinning, gear-like pupils made of absolute zero ice crystals. A wave of purity more potent and domineering than before, carrying an absolute will of separation and freezing, erupted from him. This time, the target was no longer the external enemy, but space itself. Open for me. Boruto howled, pouring all his will into his pure eye. Crack. The space before him, like an ice surface struck by stones, instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like fissures, emanating a chilling aura. At the center of the cracks, a highly unstable, one-person-wide spatial portal, with edges flowing with pale ice crystals, was being forcefully torn open by the purifying force. The other end of the portal no longer reflected the Holy Land, but revealed cold metallic walls, flickering instrument lights, and an overwhelming aura of death alongside Sasuke's chakra fluctuations. Forceful spatial leap, targeting the Night Owl confinement zone. The price was that the ice energy within Boruto ignited like a barrel of explosives, rebounding fiercely. The cracks in his skin expanded instantly, and purplish-black ice crystals spread wildly from his surface. Blood froze instantly. Boruto, you're insane. Shikamaru exclaimed in horror, attempting to intervene. But it was too late. Like a moth to the flame, in the moment before his body was completely covered in ice crystals, Boruto summoned his last strength and lunged into the pale portal radiating with the aura of death. Boruto. Tsunade and Shikamaru's cries were swallowed by the closing spatial rift. Night Owl confinement zone. The annihilating bloodlight was about to completely engulf Sasuke. At that critical moment, a figure entwined with a pale chill shot forth like a cannonball from a suddenly torn spatial portal above Sasuke's confinement unit. It crashed heavily onto the cold metallic floor. It was Boruto. His entire body was covered in spreading purplish-black ice crystals, his form rigid as if sculpted from ice. But those pale pure eyes burned with a reckless flame of madness, locking onto Viper, who was about to execute the annihilation. Stop! Boruto's hoarse roar echoed in the confinement zone, each word imbued with the chilling essence of freezing souls. He could barely move. Yet those pale, pure eyes focused with lethal precision on Viper's palm, where the blood-red annihilation core resided. Buzz! A beam of pure, absolute will of separation shot forth from Boruto's eyes. Its speed surpassed thought. The target was not Viper, but the annihilation core. Viper's pupils contracted for the first time. He sensed a deadly threat. The power contained within that beam far exceeded his expectations. He attempted to interrupt the annihilation program and evade, but it was too late. ZZZZT. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound that grated on the teeth, as if the very laws were being forcibly torn apart. The pale beam struck the blood-red annihilation core with pinpoint accuracy. The terrifying energy capable of completely decomposing Sasuke disintegrated like frost exposed to the blazing sun, collapsing and vanishing before the purity of that separation beam. The intricate rune array forming the core shattered like fragile glass, piece by piece, annihilating. The annihilation program was forcibly interrupted. Uffed. Viper staggered as if struck hard, his body swaying violently, a strange sensation of numbness and freezing coursing through his palm. The annihilation backlash was stripped away by the pale beam, yet the residual impact still caused his blood to surge, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards Boruto was filled with horror and frigid killing intent. Vortex Boruto. Viper's voice was as chilling as a cold wind from the netherworld. How dare you? Sasuke uncle. Boruto paid no heed to Viper. The brilliance of his pale, pure eyes dimmed in an instant, the forced attack exhausting his final strength, and the ice crystals on his surface spread madly, nearly freezing him entirely. He struggled, using his last ounce of energy to lunge towards the confinement unit. Inside the confinement unit, Sasuke temporarily escaped the crisis of annihilation due to the interruption, yet the severe injuries and energy extraction left him utterly weakened. He gazed at Boruto, covered in ice crystals, resembling a shattered marionette, his crimson Sharingan filled with disbelief and profound pain. Boruto, he managed to utter in a barely audible voice. Don't even think about it. Viper was utterly enraged. Boruto not only disrupted his cleansing plan, but also exhibited a terrifying ability that posed a significant threat to him. He could not allow these two to leave alive. Initiating the highest defense protocol of the base. Target, Confinement Areas 01, 02. Execute command, Space Lockdown. Energy Overload. Complete Purification. Viper bellowed into the communicator. Simultaneously, he rapidly formed hand seals, coalescing a purer and colder purplish-black wedge of power in his palms. The entire confinement area was abruptly engulfed in a cacophony of blaring alarms and crimson lights. The heavy metallic gates crashed down with a thunderous roar. Walls, ceilings, and floors erupted as countless concealed weapon ports activated, their icy muzzles locking onto Boruto and Sasuke. More terrifyingly, the energy conduits of Confinement Unit 02, Konoha Maru, suddenly blazed with a blinding red light. The power extraction surged to its utmost limits, a violent torrent of spatial energy, imbued with Konoha Maru's final life signature, was forcefully siphoned away, cascading into the entire defense system of the confinement area like an uncontrollable deluge. Konoha Maru's mentor, Boruto, sensed that familiar yet fading wave of energy, his heart wrenching with despair, his strength to look back utterly depleted. He lunged toward Sasuke's confinement unit, his pale eyes fixated on the energy thorns and black nails of the seal, striving to muster his power once more. It was over. Viper's voice rang out like a death knell. The dark violet energy sphere in his grasp emanated a wave of annihilation, destined to reduce Uchiha Sasuke and that worthless Konoha Maru to cosmic dust. Just as Viper was about to unleash his attack, an abrupt anomaly erupted within Confinement Unit 02. Konoha Maru's nearly translucent body, stripped of life force and spatial essence to the brink, suddenly opened its eyes. Those eyes, no longer gentle or resolute, were filled with endless agony, fury, and a resolute madness. His fading consciousness captured Boruto's arrival, sensed Sasuke's peril, and recognized Viper's murderous intent. A faint yet distinctly clear mental resonance, akin to a final sigh, transmitted from Konoha Maru to Boruto and Sasuke. In the next instant, Konoha Maru's body erupted with a final, blinding radiance. This was not the light of chakra, but the self-destructive brilliance ignited by the essence of his life and spatial gifts. Do not even think about it. The remnants of Konoha Maru's will cry out silently. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying explosion erupted from within Confinement Unit 02. It was not a physical shockwave, but a pure spatial tempest. The energy of spatial essence, forcibly extracted and ignited by Konoha Maru's life, tore through the confinement unit like a rampaging cosmic dragon, violently sweeping across the entire confinement area. At the forefront of the chaos was Viper and his coalescing deadly attack. What? The shock of horror on Viper's face morphed into sheer terror. He hastily propelled the gathered dark violet energy sphere toward the oncoming spatial storm. Swoosh! Like a hot knife through butter. The spatial tempest ignited by Konoha Maru, infused with his life signature and a resolute desire for mutual destruction, instantly tore apart and obliterated Viper's frantic counterattack. The furious spatial turbulence crashed violently into Viper. Ugh! Viper emitted a piercing scream, his body shredded by countless spatial blades. Blood gushing forth. His white robes were instantly torn apart, revealing a modified body gleaming with metallic luster, now also marred by terrifying fissures. He was flung away like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the descending heavy metallic gate, producing a dull thud. The defense systems and weapon ports within the confinement area collapsed under the indiscriminate onslaught of the spatial tempest, as if made of paper, utterly destroyed. Sparks flew, and metals warped and twisted. The energy thorns and sealing black nails of Confinement Unit 01 flickered violently, wavering unpredictably under the assault of this furious spatial force. Now, Sasuke's Sharingan erupted with its final brilliance. Seizing the moment as the black nails of the seal loosened under the impact of the spatial storm, he recklessly unleashed the remaining chakra against the seal. Boruto was also flung away by the shockwave of the explosion, the icy crystals on his body shattering significantly, pain nearly causing him to faint. Yet he saw the opportunity. He glimpsed the fierce determination in Uncle Sasuke's eyes, the solitary escape pathway earned by Konoha Maru's sacrifice. He struggled to rise, his pale eyes refocusing on Sasuke's confinement unit, targeting the violently flickering black nails of the seal. Break free. Boruto drained his last ounce of mental energy. A pale beam of light, weaker yet more concentrated than before, shot forth from his eyes. Simultaneously, Sasuke unleashed his final resolve. Open. A coordinated effort. Thud, thud, thud. The three black nails deeply embedded in Sasuke's spine and back of his head. Under the dual pressure of the purging light beam and Sasuke's internal force, finally shattered and flew away. The energy thorns of the confinement unit instantly dissipated. Go. Sasuke, using the last of his strength, seized Boruto's wrist as he lunged toward the unit's edge. The Sharingan spun wildly, the remaining ocular power mingling with a faint spatial sense. Locking onto a blurry direction, the weak point through which Boruto had previously torn the fabric of space. Tensile force. Sasuke roared. The spatial exchange occurred in an instant. The figures of Boruto and Sasuke vanished from their original location. In the next moment, they appeared near the corner of the confinement area, amidst a spatial fold rendered extremely unstable by the spatial tempest. Behind them loomed the utterly uncontrolled, rampaging storm and the grievously injured Viper, bellowing in fury. Block them. Viper coughed blood, his visage twisted in rage. Though the base's defense system lay in ruins, reinforcements were on the way. Yet it was too late. Sasuke's left hand firmly gripped Boruto, his single eye ablaze with the resolve of a life burning away, initiating the exchange once more, targeting the rapidly closing spatial rift, edged with flowing pale ice crystals, from which Boruto had previously emerged. You shall not escape. Viper, disregarding his injuries, forcefully conjured a dark violet energy blade, slicing through the spatial storm, aiming for the two. Swoosh. The energy blade grazed past Sasuke's back, trailing blood and shattered ice crystals, remnants from Boruto. Yet it failed to halt their final leap. The figures of Boruto and Sasuke, like pebbles thrown into a pond, instantly sank into the pale spatial rift. Once the rift consumed them, it seemed to expend its last vestiges of power, silently sealing shut and vanishing. All that remained was a scene of devastation within the confinement area. The violent spatial storm gradually subsided, and the severely wounded Viper leaned against the twisted gates. Gasping for breath, his pale face filled with unprecedented rage and humiliation. He gazed at the now void location of Confinement Unit 02, where only wisps of dissipating energy dust lingered. The voices of Konoha Maru, Boruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Viper echoed like the growls of a wounded beast. Very well. You all are very well. He laboriously lifted his hand to wipe away the blood from his lips, his gaze deepening with madness. The game is not yet over. The reboot of the gates shall claim your blood as the final sacrifice. He cast his eyes towards the control room. There, on the main screen, the progress bar indicating the restoration of the Shadow Core surged at an unprecedented speed, fueled by the last explosive energy of Konoha Maru. Chapter 10. The Lament of the Sacred Land and the Awakening of the Shadow Core Cold. Hard. The mingled scent of blood and mossy earth assaulted the nostrils. Sasuke's consciousness was yanked back by the excruciating pain tearing through his back and the near dislocation of his left arm. He coughed violently, his throat filled with the taste of rust. Before him lay the familiar, rough rock dome of the Senju's sacred land, yet the light was dimmer than before his unconsciousness, and the air was thick with an unsettling, low hum, as if the entire cavern were groaning in agony. He found himself half kneeling on the ground, his remaining left hand gripping the cold, rigid body of Boruto. The youth curled up, resembling a stone recently pulled from an icy river. Dark violet ice crystals, like sinister vines, enveloped most of his body, while the dark purple patterns beneath his skin pulsated eerily beneath the icy layer, each pulse producing faint cracking sounds as the ice splintered and refroze. Boruto's face was shrouded in shadow, only the corner of his mouth stained with a dark purple ice blood. His breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, and the life-sustaining vine-like hand ring glowed dimly, like a flickering candle in the wind. Boruto's voice emerged hoarsely, like sandpaper against wood. He yearned to move, yet the searing pain surged through the area of his back, grazed by the Viper's energy blade, a stark reminder of his blood loss and the depletion of chakra. The remnants of the purple-black crystal at his severed arm throbbed with a haunting ache, as if frigid insects were gnawing at his marrow. Gritting his teeth, he supported himself with his knee and left hand, striving to drag Boruto away from the chilling ground. Do not move him. Tsunade's authoritative and urgent voice resonated. She had crouched beside Boruto, her hands enveloped in a rich golden chakra aura, carefully pressing against the area of his chest not entirely covered by ice crystals. Her expression was grave, her brows furrowed tightly. The ice corrosion within him was violently clashing with the sanctified energy. Forcing movement would only hasten the erosion. Shikamaru's silhouette emerged from the shadows, his complexion pale, evidently wounded by the spatial rifts and energy backlash surrounding the sanctum. He swiftly assessed Sasuke's injuries, his gaze momentarily fixating on the purple-black crystal at the severed arm, his eyes sharp as blades. Sasuke, hold on. His words were succinct, as he quickly retrieved emergency bandages and a potent hemostatic from his ninja pack, approaching to tend to the deep, bone-revealing wound on Sasuke's back. Sasuke groaned, cold sweat instantly soaking his tattered clothing. He allowed Shikamaru to treat his injury, yet his eyes remained locked onto Boruto. He could sense the icy, violent force within the boy, battling fiercely against the life-giving chakra Tsunade was infusing, alongside the pervasive, heavy natural energy of the sanctum. With each clash of power, Boruto's body twitched slightly, the encroaching ice crystals spreading further. Tsunade Baba Sasuke's voice trembled, betraying his own unrecognized fear. He had witnessed Boruto wounded countless times, yet never before had he felt the vibrant spirit of this young boy dimming irreversibly. Silence. Focus your mind to resist the erosion within you, Tsunade interrupted sharply, though the beads of sweat at her temples revealed her inner turmoil. Her chakra surged like a tidal wave against the ice-corrosive barrier within Boruto, yet its effects were minimal. The purple-black energy was unusually tenacious, even possessing a certain assimilative quality that countered her chakra. Shikamaru, prepare the sealing runes. Use the primal energy of the sanctum as a conduit. We must take a gamble. Shikamaru moved swiftly, using his blood, mingled with Sasuke's, to inscribe intricate, ancient runes upon the rocky floor surrounding Boruto. The lines of the runes glimmered with a faint red light, greedily absorbing the heavy natural energy permeating the air of the sanctum. At that moment, Boruto emitted a broken groan from his throat, a thin crack forming in the icy veil covering his eyelids, revealing a faint glimpse of his pallid eyes. His vision was a blur of colors and chaotic energy currents. Sasuke's bloodied face, Tsunade's furrowed brow, Shikamaru's swift etching of crimson runes, and the chilling whispers of containers' icy fate and doorway thirsting for nourishment. Those inhuman, cold murmurs echoed eerily within his disoriented consciousness, accompanied by an unsettling sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, a deeper, soul-stirring tremor surged through him, not pain, but a chilling resonance. It was as if, from an exceedingly distant realm, something of his own essence was greedily drawing upon power, emitting a sound of contented stirring. Shadow Corpse. Boruto's lips moved soundlessly, his pale pupils suddenly constricting. Konoha. The hellish landscape. Once vibrant streets now lay shrouded in a desolate, grayish pallor. The suspended source of spatial pollution, a continuously writhing mass of grayish sludge, slowly and inexorably expanded its lethal domain like ink diffusing in water. At its periphery, the eaves of a dwelling silently lost their color, bricks turning to weathered plaster, crumbling into gray dust. A bird, unable to escape in time, was swept by the encroaching grayish edge, freezing into a statue of struggle before disintegrating into dust in the next moment. The invisible terror spread faster than any poison. The temporary shelter was crammed with traumatized villagers, their muffled cries and heavy breaths the only sounds. Children clung tightly to their parents, their eyes vacant. The air was thick with despair. Beside the ruins of the Hokage building, a hastily erected command tent. The 4th district has fallen. The rate of pollution spread is accelerating. The voice of the communication ninja was hoarse, laced with sobs. Several civilians near the edge have transformed. Inside the tent, a deathly silence prevailed. Kakashi leaned against a corner, his left eye bandaged and seeping, while his exposed right eye was bloodshot, the torment from overextending his Sharingan still gnawing at him. Might Guy lay on a makeshift stretcher, his body wrapped in bandages, the green steam long dissipated, leaving only heavy breaths. Jiraiya's brow was furrowed, the cigarette pinched between his fingers long extinguished. Shikamaru's shadow clone, linked through a mental connection, stood before the central map, his face as pale as parchment. He bore the weight of his original self's pressure in the sanctum while grappling with the disastrous situation at hand. Contract. Continue to tighten the defensive perimeter. Shikamaru's voice was as cold as ice, forcibly suppressing the metallic taste in his throat. Abandon the 4th and 5th districts. Concentrate all forces to protect the hospital and the largest shelter, number 3. What of the sealing team? What is the status of that thing? We can't do it. A soot-covered Jainin from the sealing team burst in, his voice desperate. Our sealing techniques are devoured as soon as they approach the core of that grayish matter. Even chakra is stripped away. We cannot establish an effective barrier. It seems to be absorbing our sealing energy to grow stronger. Absorbing sealing energy? The hearts of everyone in the tent sank to the depths of despair. This was more terrifying than anticipated. Shikamaru. Silence. A pale-faced figure lifted the tent flap. In the hospital, several critically injured patients near the pollution source are developing grayish crystallization at their wounds. Their vital signs are rapidly deteriorating. This is just piling on. Cursed Jiraiya, slamming his fist against the nearby support. Is there really no solution? What in the world is that monstrous entity? Just then, a chilling wave, imbued with the absolute will of a superior being, surged forth from the depths of the massive spatial vortex in the sky. The celestial eye, composed of swirling galaxies, seemed to shift slightly. Almost immediately, under the terrified gazes of all, a slender yet more concentrated gray beam, akin to the probe of death, silently descended from the vortex. Its target was not the heart of Konoha, but the 4th district ruins, slowly being consumed by the pollution source. With a soft thud, the beam accurately pierced the center of the grayish pollution source. No explosion, no shockwave. The ever-expanding gray sludge, upon being struck by the beam, seemed to be activated, abruptly contracting inward, coalescing. Its volume dramatically shrank, yet its hue deepened, becoming more viscous. The aura of detachment and void it emitted surged exponentially. More alarmingly, its rate of spread visibly accelerated. The edges, like living tendrils, greedily reached toward the distant buildings. It's feeding it, Kakashi exclaimed, his remaining right eye's pupil constricting. Not just feeding, Shikamaru's voice was dry, laced with disbelief. It's calibrating. It is utilizing Konoha's land and life to test and optimize this spatial pollution weapon, preparing for a larger-scale attack next time. Despair washed over the temporary command post like a frigid tide, drowning them in hopelessness. They were not just unable to resist, but had become mere guinea pigs in the enemy's experimental arena. At the Night Owl base, in the core laboratory, the acrid stench of charred remains and the smell of ozone from energy overload permeated the air. The main control room lay in disarray, several instruments still emitting plumes of black smoke. Viper leaned against a barely intact control chair, his once pristine white robe now tattered, revealing the intricate, metallic structure of his cybernetic body underneath. The joints of the artificial body were riddled with fine cracks, and a distinct dent, resembling a fist imprint, was clearly visible on his chest, an indelible mark left by the spatial storm ignited by Konoha. His pallid face bore no trace of color, with dried blood lingering at the corners of his mouth, yet his serpent-like eyes burned with an almost frenzied exhilaration. Before him, on a massive main screen, the progress bar representing the restoration and activation of the Shadow Corpse surged at an unprecedented pace, racing from 85 to 96, 97, 98. In the center of the screen, within a cylindrical cultivation tank, a ghostly green solution bubbled vigorously. The perfect clone of Boruto, suspended within, suddenly opened its tightly shut eyes the moment the progress bar exceeded 99. The black hole rune in its right eye spun with a profundity akin to a cosmic singularity, slowly rotating and consuming all surrounding light. The pale data stream in its left eye flickered like a rushing river of stars, engaging in its final self-check and initialization. An icy pressure, far more refined and restrained than when it had descended upon Konoha, yet infinitely more soul-chilling, began to emanate from the cultivation tank, as if an ancient behemoth was awakening from slumber. The laboratory floor trembled slightly. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Viper struggled to sit upright, his fingers inputting a series of complex commands on the cracked control console. Energy core, stable. Spatial anchoring module, online. Gateway stability, 998999. Viper's voice trembled with a morbid excitement, a blend of ecstasy and insatiable longing. Initiate the final activation program. Inject the key resonance catalyst, he ordered hoarsely. A thick conduit at the base of the cultivation tank ignited with a blinding red light. Within the conduit flowed a viscous golden liquid, exuding warmth akin to the sun, yet infused with a wild energy, forcefully extracted and refined from Naruto's very essence. Ninetales chakra and Sage chakra being injected under high pressure into the boiling solution. The entire tank resonated with a deafening hum. The solution instantaneously transformed into a boiling gold. The body of the Shadow Corpse trembled violently in the golden light. The rotation of the black hole vortex in its right eye accelerated dramatically, as if intent on swallowing the golden torrent. The data stream in its left eye erupted with a solar brilliance. The power of Dad Naruto? Deep within the sacred land, the unconscious Boruto's body jolted violently. Even beneath the depths of ice and Tsunade's suppression, a heart-wrenching pain and fury, originating from the depths of his bloodline, seared into his very soul like a red-hot iron. His father's power was being desecrated, injected into that counterfeit body. Boruto involuntarily cried out in anguish. The purple-black ice crystals covering his body shattered under the intense emotional upheaval. His pale, clear eyes suddenly opened wide, and deep within their depths, molten gold fury blazed wildly. "Boruto, hold it back," Tsunade exclaimed in horror. Sensing the conflict between the icy energy within Boruto and the newly erupted will of rage forming a terrifying vortex that threatened to tear the boy apart. 100. Activation complete. Viper's ecstatic voice echoed throughout the laboratory. The progress bar on the screen instantly filled to capacity. The reinforced glass dome of the cultivation tank silently slid open. The boiling golden solution rapidly receded like a receding tide into the base's recovery slot. The Shadow Corpse, or rather the embodiment of the gateway, gently set its bare feet upon the cold metallic floor. There was no explosive display of might, only an overwhelming, suffocating silence. It slightly bowed its head, examining its flawless hands, with the black hole in its right eye and the data stream in its left eye calmly flickering. An invisible force field radiated from it, causing all floating dust in the laboratory to freeze in place, while the distorted light around it smoothed out automatically. It slowly raised its head, those inhuman eyes piercing through the layers of the base, precisely locking onto a certain direction, the location of the Senju sacred land. The corners of its mouth subtly curled into a cold, emotionless arc. The key, the sacred land of endings. A cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice resonated within Viper's mind. delivering an inevitable decree. Viper struggled to rise from the control chair, disregarding the agony in his body, and deeply bowed before that perfect creation. We welcome your arrival. Master of the Gateway, your will is our direction. In the depths of the sacred land, Boruto's soul-rending cry still echoed within the cavern. The ice crystals on his body shattered in large pieces, revealing skin beneath that was marred with purple-black cracks, resembling the surface of a porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering. Within his pale, clear eyes, molten gold fury and bone-chilling ice intertwined wildly, his body convulsing violently under Tsunade's suppression. Sasuke strained to hold Boruto's cold, trembling shoulder with his left hand, his crimson Sharingan fixated on the chaotic light within the boy's eyes. Boruto, look at me. Suppress it. Don't let the anger consume you, he shouted, attempting to anchor the youth with his own will. The sealing talisman runes inscribed by Shikamaru erupted in blinding red light after absorbing vast amounts of natural energy from the sacred land, resembling burning chains that wrapped around Boruto. Just as the red light of the talisman was about to reach Boruto's body, boom! The entire sacred land cavern was struck by an invisible, colossal hammer that spanned across the galaxy. A spatial shockwave, 10 times stronger than the arrival of the Shadow Corpse, swept through without warning. The massive rocks of the dome emitted agonizing groans before collapsing. The ground undulated like waves. The sealing talisman runes drawn by Shikamaru instantly lost their brilliance. Tsunade and Sasuke were violently thrown away by the immense force. The ice crystals on Boruto completely shattered under the shockwave. He coughed out a mouthful of dark purple blood mixed with ice crystal fragments, his body flung into the air, in the chaotic, tumbling view. Amid the gaps of the crumbling boulders, his clear eyes, burning with molten gold and icy coldness, distinctly saw the thick spatial barrier at the entrance of the sacred land shattering like fragile glass. An incomprehensibly vast spatial passage, its edges flowing with a purplish golden aura, was forcibly opened. On the other side of the passage was not the cold depths of the universe, but a realm of ever-twisting and transforming chaos, as if composed of countless shattered worlds overlapping in a surreal tapestry. A figure stepped forth from that chaotic backdrop, clad in a pure white robe, untainted and unmoving amidst the chaotic spatial storm. Beneath a cascade of black hair was a face that mirrored Boruto's perfectly. The black hole in its right eye was so profound that it seemed capable of devouring the very light of the sacred land. The data stream in its left eye was as tranquil as a frozen river of stars. The Shadow Corpse, or rather, the fully activated embodiment of the Gateway, had descended upon the sacred land. It paid no heed to the thrown-back Tsunade and Sasuke, nor to the collapsing cavern. Those inhuman eyes pierced through the chaos of dust and debris, precisely locking onto Boruto, who was plummeting from the air. A voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with absolute dominion resonated directly in the deepest consciousness of every living being in the sacred land. Akin to the cold laws of the universe rendering judgment, he reclaimed. Chapter 11. The Fragmented Domain and the Light of Naruto's Awakening. The sacred land lamented. The shockwave from the arrival of the Shadow Corpse roared like a cosmic storm, tearing a gaping rift in the sturdy rocky dome of the Senju sacred land. Massive boulders the size of grinding stones crashed down, carrying dust and debris, as agonized moans emanated from deep within the earth. The pure natural energy, settled for millennia, was stirred into a chaotic frenzy, akin to still waters disturbed by a massive stone. Boruto was flung through the air like a marionette with severed strings, his back slamming violently against a protruding rock wall, the pain causing his vision to darken and a metallic taste to rise in his throat. The purple-black ice crystals enveloping his body shattered completely under the impact, revealing skin beneath that was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and deep within those cracks, dark purple energy pulsed like toxic blood. The pale, pure eyes struggled to focus amidst the swirling dust, where molten fury and bone-chilling cold tore wildly within the depths of the pupils. Each heartbeat resonated with an impending, excruciating pain that threatened to shatter the body. As the haze began to clear, a figure clad in pristine white stood resolutely at the fractured entrance, Shinkai. Immaculate and untainted, a dark vortex swirled in his right eye, devouring the light of the Holy Land and casting a suffocating shadow. In contrast, the data-laden river of stars in his left eye flowed serenely, swiftly scanning and deciphering the chaotic collapse of the cavern. His gaze pierced through the rubble and dust like a precise laser beam, locking firmly onto the struggling Boruto. Resistance is futile. Commencing retrieval, the cold, synthetic voice resonated directly within Boruto's consciousness, devoid of any emotion, embodying an undeniable decree. Shinkai made no extraneous movements. He merely raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed. Buzz! An invisible, terrifying suction far surpassing the venomous bite of a snake abruptly descended. This time, the target was not merely Boruto's body or soul, but the restless source of the power within him. Boruto felt as if his right eye were being forcibly extracted. The dark purple veins beneath his skin twisting in agony, screaming, pulled outward by an irresistible force. The vine-like bracelet covering his wound flickered out of existence, shattering inch by inch. Boruto let out a feral wail, his body uncontrollably dragged forward by the force, his torn skin leaving a trail of glaring blood on the ground. Not a chance. A thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. Tsunade's figure, akin to a golden meteor, crashed into Shinkai from the side. Her mighty fist, imbued with all her rage and chakra, compressed the air to its utmost limit, producing a deafening explosion. This punch could obliterate mountains. Shinkai's data-laden left eye flickered momentarily. He did not even turn. The posture of his raised right hand remained unchanged, but his wrist subtly twisted. Boom! Tsunade's earth-shattering punch struck an invisible, yet indestructible wall of size. A furious shockwave radiated from the point of impact, reducing nearby boulders to dust. Tsunade gasped as the golden chakra surrounding her flickered violently. She was propelled backward at an accelerated speed, crashing into a distant rock wall. Debris flying, blood spilling from her lips. Tsunade. Shikamaru's eyes widened in horror, but as he extended his shadow-binding technique, it was effortlessly distorted and crushed by Shinkai's invisible force field. The backlash made him choke, staggering backward. Boruto. Another figure, faster and more resolute, Sasuke. His remaining left eye. The three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, transforming into a grotesque kaleidoscope pattern of celestial power. In an instant, space shifted. Sasuke's form appeared before Boruto, taking the brunt of the terrifying suction. His remaining left hand formed seals with lightning speed, and in his palm, a highly compressed, screeching mass of purple-black thunder surged forth. But he aimed not at Shinkai, but rather to thrust it into the rock beneath him. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. Amidst the piercing cries of the 1,000 birds, the frenzied lightning serpent spread wildly along the rocky surface, instantly laying a jumping thunder net before Boruto. It was not meant to assault Shinkai, but rather to utilize the potent disruptive field of the 1,000 birds to momentarily, albeit weakly, disturb Shinkai's precise lock on Boruto's power. ZZZ. The purple-black lightning serpent collided with the invisible force, erupting in blinding sparks. Indeed, a minuscule, almost imperceptible delay appeared in the suction. In that fleeting moment, a fierce light flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He abruptly turned, exerting all his strength to push the severely injured Boruto backward with force. Run! Simultaneously, his spinning kaleidoscopic Sharingan firmly locked onto Shinkai's inhuman eyes. The ocular power, akin to burning flames, surged forth. Izanami activated. Sasuke's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with a sacrificial gravity. Buzz! An invisible, terrifying wave of ocular power, entwined with the fabric of causality and will, enveloped Shinkai in an instant. For the first time, the previously calm data in Shinkai's left eye erupted into chaotic turbulence. The rotation of the black vortex in his right eye faltered. On his flawless visage, a minute twitch appeared. Izanami, which exacts the price of the caster's permanent blindness in one eye, forcibly ensnared the opponent in an infinite loop until they acknowledged the ultimate illusion of reality was intruding upon his meticulously functioning core of will. Shinkai's movements paused for the first time, the terrifying suction enveloping Boruto dissipating in an instant. Sasuke. Boruto collapsed to the ground, gazing at Sasuke's silhouette standing before him. Witnessing his left eye rapidly losing its light, turning gray, his heart torn asunder. Go. Sasuke's body swayed slightly, his voice weak, yet resolute. Activating Izanami against an existence like Shinkai consumed far more energy than he imagined, the backlash crashing against his psyche like a tidal wave. Yet he remained steadfast, like a rock, buying Boruto every precious second. Seizing this rare opportunity, Shikamaru disregarded his internal injuries, his hands morphing into fleeting shadows. Shadow mimicry, 100 chains. Countless dark chains, like venomous serpents, shot forth from the shadows, frantically entwining the temporarily ensnared Shinkai, not seeking to harm, but merely to bind for a moment. Tsunade also struggled to rise from the debris, blood at her lips, her gaze sharper than ever. She pressed her hands together, merging vast life chakra with the natural energy of the Holy Land, coalescing a rune radiating a rich life-green light in her palm. Sage Art, Creation Rebirth Seal. The green rune shot towards Boruto like a shooting star, attempting to forcibly suppress the violent ice erosion and the power within him, granting him the ability to act. Deep within the Holy Land, Boruto's battered body was enveloped by Tsunade's life rune, a warm yet powerful force striving to calm the raging storm within him. Sasuke's silhouette trembled slightly under the backlash of his Izanami, his left eye completely dimmed. Shikamaru's shadow chains disintegrated like moths to a flame against Shinkai's invisible force field. Though the black vortex in Shinkai's right eye spun sluggishly, the Data Star River in his left eye exploded with unprecedented brilliance. Countless cold data streams surged forth like a breached dam, furiously washing away the cyclical illusion constructed by Izanami. The time confining him was shortening at a terrifying rate. Coordinate locked, Shinkai's cold electronic voice intermittently echoed amid the chaotic energy field, infused with offended ire. He forcefully adjusted his power. The black vortex of his right eye began to accelerate once more, targeting Boruto. Boruto struggled to rise, but his body felt as though it were filled with lead. The excruciating pain of ice erosion and the agitation of the power within him, under the life rune suppression, only intensified like a cornered beast. He felt as if he were a balloon on the verge of bursting. Just at this critical juncture, buzz, a faint yet immensely warm and familiar wave, like a call traversing endless star seas, unexpectedly pierced through the turbulent energy field of the Holy Land, gently, resolutely touching Boruto's crumbling consciousness core. It felt like sinking into a hot spring after extreme fatigue, like a bonfire ignited on a frigid winter night. It bore the scent of sunlight, the clumsiness of unwavering care, and an unyielding fervor of will. Boruto, a blurred voice, as if filtered through a thick curtain of water, resonated directly within the depths of his soul. Is that you, Dad? Boruto trembled violently. His pale, pure eyes widened in shock. Then, a pure, warm, and powerful golden chakra surged forth like the rising sun, not a tangible energy, but a resonance of pure spiritual essence and origin that transcended spatial barriers, defying the sanctum's defenses. Crashing into Boruto's parched, dying consciousness like a torrential river. This power, imbued with Naruto Uzumaki's unique warmth and inclusivity reminiscent of the sun, embodies the wild roar of Kurama. It resonates with the natural pulse of sage arts. It is the undying flame of the ninja way. Don't give up, you straggler. The voice of Naruto Uzumaki, rugged yet cheerful, reverberated like thunder deep within Boruto's soul. Chapter 12. The Legacy of the Father and the Eye of the Heart Warmth. That feeling enveloped him like a gentle plunge into a stream thawing in early spring, akin to being wrapped by the sun in winter. A torrent of golden energy, vibrant and fierce, carrying the scent of sunlight and fresh grass, surged unimpeded, breaking through the icebound barriers of Boruto's consciousness, flooding into the nearly depleted ocean of his soul. It was not merely a transfer of chakra, but a resonance of will. It was a bond imprinted deep within his bloodline. Don't give up, you straggler. The voice of his father, rugged, with a hint of foolishness, yet it shattered the ice of despair within Boruto's soul like a thunderclap. Countless images flashed in the golden torrent. His father's broad back during their battle at the Valley of the End. His father's unwavering resolve as he selflessly shielded him from Momoshiki's attack. The warmth of his father's hand still gripping his, even in unconsciousness. And that phrase echoing in his ears countless times. I believe in you, Boruto. A silent cry erupted from the shattered consciousness of Boruto. The purplish-black ice crystals covering his body crackled under the onslaught of golden will. The frenzied dark purple patterns beneath his skin recoiled like a venomous snake under the sun's glare, retreating in agony. In his pale, pure eyes, the molten fury instantly overwhelmed the biting cold, erupting in unprecedented brilliance. The indigo backdrop ignited like the deep night sky, and the golden gears of his pupils spun frantically, igniting a thin layer of flickering golden flames at the edges. A new, indomitable will, marked by his father's imprint, erupted within Boruto's heart like a volcano. He was no longer a passive vessel, torn by the forces of ice and the wedge. He would take control. Take me back. Boruto's throat strained to emit a hoarse roar, no longer directed at Kinshiki, but at the violent power within himself. He fortified the fiery will passed down from his father, constructing it like the sturdiest dam at the source of the mark on his right eye. Meanwhile, the power of his pure eye was no longer for attack or defense. Rather, it pierced through the chaotic energy storm within him like the most precise probe to feel, understand, and guide that cold, brutal wedge power. A miracle transpired. With the support of his father's will and the forceful insight of the pure eye, the raging torrent of wedge power, akin to a black tempest, exhibited a hint of taming. Like wild stallions ensnared by invisible reins. Though still turbulent, its direction appeared momentarily vague, yet controllable. A faint yet tangible sense of power surged from Boruto's parched dantian, coursing throughout his body. He lifted his head abruptly, his pure eye ablaze with golden flames, piercing through the chaotic dust and energy currents, locking onto the path ahead. The black vortex of Kinshiki's right eye accelerated with difficulty in the illusion of Izanami, while the data from his left eye erupted in blinding light, relentlessly battering against the barriers of the illusion. The shadow chains binding his body shattered inch by inch. Sasuke's body swayed violently. His remaining right eye, the Sharingan, wept blood from overexertion, and the left eye activating Izanami went completely gray, suffering a violent backlash akin to countless steel needles piercing his brain. Yet he gritted his teeth, mustering his last vestige of will to maintain the illusion. For Boruto, for that glimmer of hope. Sasuke. Tsunade forced down her injuries, her golden chakra enveloping her fists once more, like a burning meteor, launching toward Kinshiki. The target was his data left eye, which he was currently analyzing the illusion with. Shikamaru's lips bled, his hands forming seals with such speed they left afterimages. Shadow stitching technique, black Nihonbana. Countless refined, thorn-like shadows erupted from the fractured ground, aiming to disrupt Kinshiki's movements. Facing the desperate onslaught from Tsunade and Shikamaru, Kinshiki's ever-calm data left eye flickered with a hint of cold fury. He maintained his right eye's lock on the wedge power, while the data flow from his left eye suddenly condensed. Buzz. An invisible, highly concentrated spatial cutting force field swept outward from him like the sharpest razor, targeting Tsunade and Shikamaru. Watch out. Shikamaru's pupils dilated as he instantly deduced that this attack could not be withstood. He abruptly interrupted his jutsu, slamming his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth flow rampart. A massive rock wall rose up instantly, blocking his front. Crash. The earth flow rampart, capable of withstanding high-level ninjutsu, was sliced through as if it were tofu. The spatial cutting force field retained its momentum. Puffed. Tsunade's golden chakra shield burst like a soap bubble, as an invisible blade grazed her left shoulder, blood gushing forth. Though Shikamaru retreated just in time, his right arm was still sliced open to the bone. Both were violently thrown back. Kinshiki's attention instantly returned to breaking free from Izanami. The brilliance of his data left eye nearly became tangible. The illusionary cycle binding him shattered like a broken mirror, cracks spreading rapidly. Sasuke coughed up blood, his body unable to sustain itself, collapsing to one knee. The cost of maintaining Izanami had nearly drained his soul. His blind left eye throbbed with excruciating pain, and his remaining right eye's vision began to blur. The spatial cutting force field surrounding Kinshiki quivered slightly, as the black hole vortex of his right eye began to accelerate once more. The target, the swaying Boruto. Boruto. Sasuke's voice strained, yet he could no longer intervene. In that critical moment, Sasuke uncle, duck. A hoarse yet unwavering voice rang out. It was Boruto. He had somehow struggled to his feet. His body was still riddled with cracks, the purplish-black ice and the dark purple wedge power clashing violently beneath his skin. Yet his back stood straight. His pure eyes, ablaze with golden flames, radiated an unprecedented sharpness. His hands, in an awkward yet rhythmically profound posture, came together before his chest. No seals, no violent fluctuations of chakra. Only within the vision of his pure eye could he perceive the primal chaotic natural energy, rampant in the sacred air. Drawn in like a vortex, surging wildly into the palms he had brought together. Simultaneously, a small portion of wedge power, briefly restrained by his father's will and forcefully guided by the pure eye, akin to black ink, was cautiously and painstakingly injected into the center of the natural energy vortex in his palms. Golden-green natural energy and purplish-black wedge power, two completely opposing forces, like water and fire, were forcibly intertwined and compressed in the confines of his palms. A destructive, highly unstable energy fluctuation erupted, radiating outward from Boruto. The surrounding debris crumbled into dust under this wave without a sound. What is that? Shikamaru clutched his bleeding right arm, his eyes filled with horror. Sage art. It's mixed with wedge power. Tsunade, supporting her injured shoulder, gazed incredulously at the twisting, dangerously glowing energy sphere in Boruto's hands. Danger. Boruto, stop. Sasuke's remaining right eye captured the violent conflict within that energy sphere, shouting in alarm. It can't be stopped. Boruto gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his expression bore a near-mad focus and determination. He could feel the energy sphere in his palms, akin to a star on the verge of exploding, challenging the limits of his will and the control of his pure eye with each passing second. But he had to complete it. His golden-flamed pure eye, like the most precise scope, locked firmly onto Kinshiki, who was breaking free from the illusion of his Izanami. The black hole vortex accelerating once more. Kinshiki, taste this. Boruto roared, exerting all his strength to thrust the unstable energy sphere, a chaotic blend of gold-green and purplish-black, forcefully forward. The moment the energy sphere left his hand, its form abruptly shifted. It did not rotate. Instead, it transformed into a twisted beam of energy that relentlessly tore and reconfigured the very fabric of space. Wherever the beam passed, the sanctified realm's space shattered like fragile glass, leaving behind dark fissures that exuded a sense of annihilation. The golden-green vitality of nature entwined with the purplish-black force of the wedge, akin to two frenzied dragons locked in a fierce struggle, surged forth, propelled by Boruto's unwavering will, his father's convictions, and an overwhelming fury directed at the shadow body. In an instant, the left eye of the shadow body erupted with a blinding crimson light. An unprecedented sense of crisis compelled him to abruptly cease his analysis of his Izanami. The swirling black hole of his right eye spun to its limit, unleashing an even purer torrent of purplish-black energy, one that sought to devour and disintegrate all in its path, rushing forth to meet the incoming distorted beam. Boom! An indescribable roar, an explosion devoid of light. Only the pure, rule-defying annihilation and collision remained. The entwined beams of gold-green and purplish-black collided violently with the devouring torrent unleashed by the shadow body. Two forces, each embodying the characteristic of spatial rending, eroded, annihilated, and tore into one another at the point of contact. A colossal black hole, its edges fracturing and its interior filled with a chaotic storm, suddenly emerged at the collision's epicenter. The terrifying pull instantly engulfed the entire sanctified cave. Countless stones and dust were forcibly drawn in, vanishing into nothingness. For the first time, the shadow body's form exhibited a noticeable tremor. The torrent he had released was firmly resisted by the bizarre beam, a hybrid of natural energy and wedge power, and it even hinted at being eroded in return. On his flawless visage, a minuscule expression of hesitation emerged, akin to a precise instrument encountering an unknown variable, an opportunity. Sasuke, enduring soul-wrenching agony and blinding darkness, unleashed the last flicker of light from his remaining right eye, Manjiki. He seized the fleeting moment of the shadow body's pause. It was a crack born from the residual influence of his Izanami and the impact of newfound power. Without hesitation, with no retreat, heavenly hand power, space was instantaneously transposed. Sasuke's figure materialized, like a specter, behind the shadow body in that area rendered precarious by the black hole's insatiable pull. His remaining left hand gripped the back of the shadow body's pure white robes with an ironclad hold. In his palm lay a gem-shaped rune, emanating an ominous purplish-black glow, forged from the last remnants of his ocular power, an esoteric technique that encapsulated the essence of space marking and sealing, destined for mutual destruction. Let us enter together. Sasuke's voice resonated low and hoarse, laden with profound hatred and resolve. He suddenly initiated the final transposition, targeting the expanding black hole beneath their feet, birthed from the collision. Uncle Sasuke, no! Boruto cried out in desperation, his eyes wide with horror. The left eye of the shadow body flickered erratically. He attempted to break free, but Sasuke's grip was akin to a vice, and that purplish-black rune latched onto his core like a parasite. The power of spatial transposition had already been set into motion. Swish! The two figures instantaneously vanished from their original location. The next moment, they appeared at the edge of that chaotic, all-consuming black hole. The terrifying pull seized them in an instant. Warning: core under threat of spatial exile. Emergency disengagement protocol activated. The shadow body's cold electronic voice took on a tone of urgency for the first time. The black hole in his right eye erupted with blinding purple light, attempting to stabilize his form. Yet Sasuke's left hand, along with the detonating purplish-black rune, pressed firmly against the back of the shadow body. Boom! Bang! The dazzling purplish-black light erupted at the edge of the black hole. The violent spatial shockwave resonated like a final tolling bell. The shadow body's form became indistinct and distorted amidst the explosion of purple light and the black hole's ravenous grasp. For the first time, his inhuman eyes reflected shock and a hint of incredulous rage. He cast one last glance towards Boruto, and deep within the vortex of his right eye, it seemed that cold flames were igniting. Coordinate lock for the next time. The cold fragments of intent were torn apart by the black hole's pull. The silhouettes of Sasuke and the shadow body were forcefully drawn into the chaotic void, vanishing in an instant. All that remained was the intense tremor of the space left behind, slowly healing. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto let out a heart-wrenching roar, struggling to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Shikamaru and Tsunade. The cave fell into a profound silence. Only the low hum of the shrinking spatial scar and Boruto's desperate breaths filled the air. Meanwhile, in the wet-bone forest, a massive toad sage lay quietly coiled within a cave suffused with rich natural energy, resembling a mountain sculpted from white jade. Its colossal form undulated gently, radiating a soothing aura of life. At the center of its encircled body, a golden cocoon of the purest natural energy floated serenely. Inside the cocoon, Naruto floated as if in slumber. Though his complexion remained pale, the lingering pain etched upon his brow seemed to dissipate somewhat. Just as Sasuke detonated the rune and plunged into the black hole with the shadow body, Buzz, Naruto's body within the cocoon jolted violently. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs trembled intensely. A soul-wrenching pain and the profound sorrow of lost friendship surged from the depths of his being, crashing upon his dormant consciousness like a tidal wave. A muffled, anguished murmur from Sasuke escaped Naruto's cracked lips. The golden cocoon surrounding him flickered erratically with light. Chapter 13. The Echoing Coordinates and the Everlasting Flame Silence. The low humming of the shrinking spatial scar became the only sound within the sacred land of the Senju. Dust settled slowly, revealing the ravaged cave. The fractured ceiling resembled a beast's wound, with stones suspended like frozen tears at the edges. The last remnants of Sasuke's disappearance left only a slowly healing spatial fold, akin to the earth's silent mourning. Boruto collapsed upon the frigid rock, his body feeling as though all bones had been extracted. Tsunade's powerful life rune had long since extinguished, leaving only dim embers flickering within the cracks of her skin. The icy purplish-black of the wedge power clashed violently beneath her skin, each heartbeat bringing excruciating pain, while the fissures on her skin resembled a parched riverbed. On the verge of complete rupture, his pale, pure eyes shone dully. The fiery golden flame had long been extinguished, leaving only the ashes of fatigue. He lacked the strength to raise even a single finger, fixated instead upon the spatial fold, his lips silently mouthing the name, Sasuke. Shikamaru knelt on one knee nearby, his right arm hastily bandaged, yet blood continued to seep slowly, staining the cloth. His complexion was ashen, and the calculating gaze behind his glasses had faded, replaced by a heavy, bewildered exhaustion. Tsunade leaned against a broken rock, her golden hair matted with dust and blood. The wound on her left shoulder was deep enough to see bone. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to suppress her injuries with her dwindling chakra. But her gaze towards Boruto was steeped in profound helplessness. Even the once mighty natural energy of the sacred land felt unbearably heavy, suffocating in its weight. Sacrifice. Sasuke had exchanged one eye and possibly an eternal descent into oblivion for the shadow body's temporary exile and a fleeting glimmer of hope for Boruto. The cost of this decision was so immense that it felt as if the very air had thickened with its gravity. Cough. Boruto suddenly expelled a dark, purplish blood clot, laced with icy crystal fragments, his body convulsing violently. His consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse amid the excruciating pain and overwhelming mental assault. Just as he was about to plunge completely into darkness, buzz, an exceedingly faint yet profoundly clear wave of energy, akin to a firefly flickering in the dark, unexpectedly penetrated his chaotic consciousness. This wave was not sound, but a pure stream of information, bearing the familiar, cold chakra imprint of Sasuke and an echo of a spatial coordinate. Coordinates of the Night Owl core space anchor point saved. The information flickered intermittently, like a candle struggling against the wind, yet it cleaved through Boruto's chaos like a bolt of lightning. It was Uncle Sasuke. In the moment he was engulfed by the black hole of space. He exerted the last of his strength to transmit the core spatial anchor point information of the Night Owl base, through some residual chakra imprint or the lingering echoes of celestial force. This coordinate information burned into the depths of Boruto's soul like a searing brand. It not only pointed to a location but also carried Sasuke's final breath, imbued with his resolute, will before plummeting into the void. The coordinates of Uncle Sasuke. Boruto's previously unfocused eyes suddenly sharpened, a faint glimmer reigniting deep within his pupils. This was not merely intelligence, it was a beacon pointing to the enemy's heart. A clarion call for vengeance, a lighthouse of redemption. Boruto, do you sense something? Shikamaru keenly detected the shift in Boruto's gaze and strained to ask. Uncle Sasuke. He left the coordinates, the spatial anchor point of the Night Owl base. Boruto's voice was hoarse and fragmented, yet it conveyed an undeniable urgency and strength. He struggled to raise his hand to gesture, but the pain from his injuries forced him to cough up more blood. Coordinates? Shock ignited in Tsunade and Shikamaru's eyes simultaneously. Sasuke, even in such dire circumstances, managed to send forth such critical intelligence? Shikamaru, hurry. Record it. Tsunade commanded urgently, pressing her hand against Boruto's chest once more. Disregarding her own injuries, forcibly extracting the last remnants of life chakra to sustain his faltering body. Boruto, focus. Relay the coordinate information. Boruto closed his eyes, enduring the tumultuous pain within him, immersing his entire being into the brand etched deep in his soul. Though the power of his pure eye was faint, it became a conduit for transmitting information. He painstakingly guided that stream of information, attempting to articulate it. Shikamaru immediately bit his finger, forming hand seals and pressing them against the ground. Summoning technique. A pangolin, the size of a palm and composed entirely of peculiar minerals, with glowing blue eyes, was summoned, a secretive ninja beast used by the Nara clan to record confidential information, the Rock Core Dream Eater. Record. Shikamaru commanded. Boruto's forehead throbbed, cold sweat mingling with blood trickling down. He extended his trembling, cracked fingers, the tips coalescing with weak spiritual energy and the inside of his pure eye, laboriously tracing the smooth mineral shell of the Rock Core Dream Eater. There was no ink, only the imprint of spiritual energy. Mysterious and intricate lines of spatial runes emerged slowly on its back, radiating a faint blue light, accompanied by precise energy frequency parameters. With every stroke, Boruto's body convulsed violently, the fissures in his skin deepening. Yet he gritted his teeth, his gaze ignited with relentless determination. This was the information Sasuke had sacrificed his life for. He had to convey it. Deep within Konoha's third shelter, the air was thick, saturated with the scent of sweat, medicine, and despair. Makeshift beds were crammed with the wounded, the background filled with painful moans and stifled cries. In the direction of the pollution source, several critically injured patients exhibited chilling gray-white crystalline patches, their vital signs rapidly diminishing. Ino and the medical team navigated through, their faces weary and grave, as conventional medical methods proved utterly inadequate against spatial erosion. The temporary command point was located in the innermost section of the shelter. Kakashi sat against the wall, his left eye bandaged and seeping blood, his exposed right eye bloodshot. Fixated on the blurred fragments of information relayed from the sacred land, shared by Shikamaru's shadow clone, Sasuke dragged into the black hole of space, Boruto gravely injured. Jiraiya silently puffed on his pipe, the smoke unable to mask the weight in his eyes. Guy lay on a stretcher, the vibrant green steam long dissipated, leaving only heavy breaths, but his clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. The 4th district had completely transformed into a dead zone. The speed of pollution spread had increased by 30. A voice reported dryly, each word striking the hearts of those present like a hammer. The sealing team has attempted the seventh plan, yet it remains ineffective, another voice added, tinged with despair. The number of crystallized patients in the hospital is rising. Ino's voice quivered. The oppressive despair loomed like a tangible fog, enveloping the command point. Even Jiraiya, who had weathered countless storms, felt a profound sense of helplessness at this moment. The enemy hailed from beyond the stars, their assaults rooted in the laws of pollution. They were like ants trapped beneath a glass dome, helplessly watching the poisonous gas spread. Suddenly, a faint yet intense stream of information, imbued with powerful spatial fluctuations, surged through the shelter's thick barriers, branding itself into the consciousness of Kakashi, Jiraiya, Ino, and all the perceptive elite shinobi. It was not mere language, but an exceedingly complex and precise set of spatial coordinates. The stream still bore a trace of the cold, resolute chakra imprint belonging to Uchiha Sasuke. What is this? Kakashi's remaining right eye widened suddenly, the Sharingan activating uncontrollably, fixating on the coordinates manifesting in his mind. Sasuke's spatial coordinates? Jiraiya nearly dropped his pipe, incredulity flashing in his eyes. He sent this out at the last moment. The Night Owl. It is the anchor point coordinates of the Night Owl base. Ino exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement and shock. This sudden influx of coordinate information pierced through the darkness like the dawn, instantly dispelling the heavy despair within the command point. Shikamaru has confirmed it. It is the information Sasuke left behind, relayed by Boruto. An excited ninja responsible for communications shouted. The message. Kakashi's gaze dimmed momentarily, only to be replaced by a fiercer flame. He sprang to his feet, disregarding the pain in his left eye. Coordinate analysis. Immediately, all sensory teams, concentrate and lock onto the coordinate location. Sealing team, prepare the highest level spatial interference bombs. Logistics, mobilize all available chakra reserves. Hurry. The commands ignited like a raging fire, instantly rekindling the fighting spirit in the previously despondent ninjas. Coordinates. The enemy's heart. This signifies the possibility of a counterattack. It means the potential to destroy the pollution source, even saving the village. Old man. Jiraiya turned to Kakashi, his eyes ablaze with long-lost battle intent. It seems this old bone has to fight once more. Kakashi nodded, his revealed right eye gleaming with a cold, fierce light. Inform Shikamaru, Konoha has received the coordinates. In the wetbone forest, the colossal sage of the slug resembled a slumbering mountain, emanating a gentle life glow. At its center, the golden cocoon flickered wildly, like a candle flame amidst a storm. Within the cocoon, Naruto found himself ensnared in a nightmare. Sasuke's resolute gaze before plunging into the void and Boruto's anguished cries, teetering on the brink of collapse, sliced through his consciousness like the sharpest of blades. Deep within his soul, the fissure barely stitched together by the slug sage, and the sacred energy tore open once more under the intense mental assault. Sasuke, Boruto. Naruto's parched lips moved soundlessly, his brow furrowed in torment. The bond calls undiminished. The vast consciousness of the slug sage enveloped Naruto's nearly shattered awareness like a warm current. The starlight of the departed guides the way. The unextinguished flame shall ultimately reignite. Under the sage's guidance, the cocoon's brilliance began to undergo a remarkable transformation. No longer purely golden, shimmering strands of deep blue chakra, akin to the starry sky, emanating from the resonance of Sasuke's residual chakra imprint. Intertwined with the fierce golden-red flames, the burst of Naruto's own Nine-Tails chakra and will, beginning to merge. Beneath Naruto's tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs spun violently. He felt himself plummeting into an abyss of frigid emptiness, the very trajectory along which Sasuke had fallen. Yet at the abyss's end, a feeble yet familiar warmth, akin to the sun, flickered. Boruto? His sun, his flame. Boruto. A roar emanating from the depths of the soul, akin to a slumbering lion awakening. Naruto's tightly shut eyes suddenly burst open. Buzz. The entire golden cocoon shattered with a thunderous explosion. A magnificent amalgamation of golden-red chakra surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption, mingling with fragments of azure starlight. The powerful shockwave instantly swept across the entire wet bone forest cavern. At the center of the radiance, Naruto Uzumaki floated in midair. His golden hair stood upright like flames. And within his azure eyes, there was no longer the familiar sunlight, but instead a molten sea of endless sorrow, searing anger, and unbridled battle intent. An orange eyeshadow, sage chakra, emerged at the corners of his eyes, and behind him, 9 ethereal tails of pure chakra, solidified and resplendent, danced wildly like banners ablaze. The colossal, ferocious chakra of the 9 tails harmoniously fused with the natural sage chakra, creating a terrifying pressure capable of shaking the very fabric of space. The mist of the wet-bone forest was forcefully displaced by this power. Sasuke's voice, low and hoarse, dripped with endless pain as he slowly raised his hand, as if still lingering with the touch of his dear friend's final push. Yet in the next moment, all sorrow was consumed by an inferno of rage. Night Owl, Shadow Core. He abruptly looked up, his gaze piercing through the spatial barriers of the wet-bone forest, locking onto a direction where Boruto resided in the Senju Holy Land. It also fixated on the coordinate inscribed in his soul by Sasuke's blood. Give me back my son, my comrade. Boom. Naruto transformed into a blazing golden-red meteor, tearing through space, vanishing in an instant. Only the lingering echoes of his furious roar and the long, compassionate sigh of the Sage of Slugs remained in the cavern. Go. The last flame of the prophesied child has already ignited. In the Senju Holy Land, the spatial folds finally sealed completely, and the last remnants of buzzing faded into silence. The cave was left with only heavy breathing and the faint sounds of stones rolling. Boruto lay on the cold rock, his eyes tightly shut, his breath faint as a wisp. The coordinate information transmitted by Sasuke had drained his last vestiges of spirit, the ice erosion and wedge power within him. No longer restrained by will, rampaged like a runaway stallion through his broken meridians, deepening and spreading the visible cracks on his skin. Shikamaru leaned against the rock wall, his pale complexion a testament to the injury on his right arm. He gazed at the worsening fissures on Boruto's body, his eyes filled with profound helplessness. Tsunade, having exhausted her chakra, felt her left shoulder wound reopen, blood staining her clothing. Desperately, she pressed her hand against Boruto's chest, attempting to slow the spread of the ice erosion, but only the chilling sensation and the rapid departure of life met her fingertips. Supporting Boruto, Tsunade's voice was filled with unprecedented weakness and pleading. Just then, boom. At the entrance of the Holy Land, the spatial barrier, still unsteady from the impact of the Shadow Core arrival, shattered like a fragile eggshell under the onslaught of a pure, ferocious, golden-red energy torrent that embodied the will to incinerate all. A figure, bathed in golden-red chakra flames, descended like a sun tearing through the darkness. His golden hair flailed wildly, and his azure eyes burned with molten fury, while 9 solid chakra tails thrashed violently behind him. The overwhelming pressure crashed down like a tangible tsunami, instantly dispelling the despair and silence that pervaded the Holy Land. Naruto. Tsunade's head snapped up, her eyes bursting with disbelief and joy. Shikamaru struggled to stand upright, the flame of hope igniting for the first time in his weary gaze. Suspended in the air, Naruto's gaze swiftly scanned the ravaged cavern, assessing the injuries of Tsunade and Shikamaru, before locking onto the figure beneath the rock wall, covered in cracks, gasping for breath. Boruto. A roar, imbued with endless heartache and overwhelming rage, reverberated throughout the Holy Land. The lava within Naruto's eyes erupted instantaneously. He transformed into a streak of golden-red lightning, appearing beside Boruto in the blink of an eye. Chapter 14. The elegy of heavy particles and the resonance of purity. The golden-red flames rent asunder the silence of the Holy Land. Naruto hovered beside Boruto, a tempest of wild chakra swirling around him, stirring up dust and debris. He looked down at the curled figure on the rock, its skin marred by a web of cracks, pulsating with purple-black and dark purple energy, akin to a dying serpent. A faint breath carried the scent of icy blood. The once sunny azure eyes were tightly shut, reduced to a state of ashen despair. Boruto. Naruto's voice emerged from a throat torn with anguish, rough as gravel. His heart felt as though it were clenched tightly in a cold grip, crushed. He had seen his son injured countless times, yet never had he appeared so shattered, as if a mere touch could reduce him to dust. The pulsating alien energy beneath his skin radiated a chilling and sacrilegious sensation that pierced his very soul. A storm of rage intertwined with excruciating pain erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. The 9 solid chakra tails thrashed violently, conjuring an energy storm of palpable intensity. The orange sage eyeshadow swirled as golden flames coursed like living entities. He abruptly raised his head, those azure eyes ablaze with molten fury. Locking onto the spatial fold deep within the cave where Sasuke and the Shadow Core had vanished. Shadow Core, his roar, akin to that of a wounded lion, carried the fury to incinerate all in the depths of hatred, crashing against the walls of the Holy Land, shaking loose debris. The spatial fold trembled under the impact of this chakra-infused roar, emitting a faint hum. Naruto, calm down. Tsunade struggled to rise, her voice trembling from the pain in her left shoulder. Boruto's body can't hold on any longer. Save him first. Naruto's body stiffened, the tempest of chakra abruptly retracting as though forced back into the furnace. He inhaled deeply, the heavy, viscous air seemingly laden with the essence of Boruto's fleeting life. Gradually, he descended, his massive form crouching beside Boruto, moving with an almost reverent caution. No hand seals, no complex techniques. Naruto simply extended his hands, enveloped in a dense golden-red chakra aura, gently and steadily pressing against Boruto's icy, lifeless chest. A flow of warmth, akin to the rising sun, surged forth, vast, imbued with the resilience of life and the will to endure, instantly flooding into Boruto's near-exhausted body. This was no ordinary chakra infusion. This was the primal life force of the Nine Tails, tempered through trials. It was the natural power of sage art, connecting heaven and earth. Moreover, it was the indelible guardian flame imprinted in Naruto's soul, never to be extinguished. This fervent torrent surged like the most robust dam, instantly fortifying the source of the wedge mark in Boruto's right eye. The rampaging, purple-black ice erosion energy, which sought to completely freeze and assimilate Boruto, screeched silently as it collided with the heated brand, retreating for the first time. The dark purple lines of the wedge power pulsating beneath his skin also calmed under his father's sun-like warmth, showing signs of lessening agitation. As if a feral beast had been soothed, Boruto's ashen face momentarily eased, the pain flickering in his expression as his tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. A faint glimmer, a trace of his own chakra, flickered like a candle in the wind, igniting anew under the protection of his father's vast power. Effective. A spark of hope ignited in Shikamaru's eyes. Naruto pressed his lips together, veins throbbing at his temples, his azure gaze revealing unmasked heartache and focus. He could distinctly feel the stubbornness and venom of the two alien forces within his son. The ice erosion clung like a parasite, while the wedge power lurked like a lurking beast. His chakra surged like a tempest, repeatedly washing over Boruto's meridians, expelling the frigid invasion, soothing the violent agitation, while cautiously maintaining Boruto's fragile flicker of life. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The natural energy of the Holy Land, guided by Naruto's will, gently converged, flowing like a gentle stream, merging with his vast chakra torrent, nurturing Boruto's broken body together. At the moment when Boruto's breath began to stabilize and the internal conflict was temporarily suppressed, an ominous chill, indifferent and imbued with the oppressive weight of absolute spatial laws, erupted without warning from the depths of the cave, from a recently calmed spatial fold. The fold rippled as if disturbed by a stone cast into water. Following this, a spatial rift, its edges shimmering with a profound purplish-golden glow, was forcibly torn open by an irresistible force. A flawless hand, adorned with a metallic sheen, slowly emerged from the rift, followed by a pure white robe, disheveled black hair, and eyes, one a swirling black hole that devoured all light, and the other an icy gaze reminiscent of a data-laden galaxy. It was Shingai. He had escaped the banishment of the spatial black hole, tearing through the fabric of space to return. However, he was not unscathed. His pristine white robe was riddled with fine cracks, as if sliced by invisible blades, the edges marked by the distinctive distortions of chaotic spatial currents. The rotation of the black hole in his right eye had slowed slightly, and the data galaxy in his left eye had also shown fleeting signs of disarray. The forbidden technique and spatial turbulence unleashed by Sasuke had evidently inflicted significant damage upon him. Nevertheless, the pressure radiating from him remained as chilling as the depths of the cosmic void, instantly solidifying the air within the entire cave. A cold, synthetic electronic voice echoed in everyone's minds, warning of interference from spatial anchor points, accompanied by an offended tone. Shingai's otherworldly eyes swiftly locked onto Naruto, who was attending to Boruto. Without any forewarning, Shingai's right hand pointed towards Naruto and Boruto, and his fingers clenched violently. Crack! The space surrounding Naruto and Boruto collapsed inward as if subjected to a hydraulic press, distorting violently. Countless fine fissures appeared in the air, resembling ravenous black serpents, voraciously striking at the two. This was a pure, unyielding spatial law, intent on crushing them and the very space around them. Be careful. Tsunade and Shikamaru's exclamations were drowned out by the shriek of the space itself. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply. He was fully committed to healing Boruto and could not divert his focus for defense. Even more terrifying was Boruto's frail state. Any violent spatial disturbance could lead to his complete disintegration. In a flash of time, Naruto made a resolute decision. His hands remained steadfast on Boruto's chest, the vast chakra flowing without interruption. He lifted his head with fervor, letting out a thunderous roar towards the impending spatial collapse. Roar! 9 tails of condensed chakra surged forth, intertwining. The golden red light coalesced behind him into an immense, roaring 9-tailed fox apparition. The apparition opened its colossal maw, and a highly compressed tailed beast ball, imbued with the will to annihilate all, formed and was unleashed towards the center of the spatial collapse. Boom! The destructive energy capable of leveling mountains collided fiercely with the intangible field of spatial collapse. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a peculiar muffled sound as the spatial structure was forcibly torn apart and then hastily mended. Blinding light clashed with the consuming darkness. A standoff ensued. The raw force of violence collided with the twisted laws of space once more. Yet this time, Shingai's power was evidently superior. The energy of the tailed beast ball was twisted, decomposed, and annihilated by the collapsing force. The field of collapse, like an unstoppable juggernaut, continued its slow descent. Countless fissures encroached upon Naruto's protective chakra cloak, hissing with corrosive sounds. The rocks beneath Naruto's feet cracked inch by inch. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet the immense chakra surged forth, maintaining the tailed beast ball's resistance, unable to halt the advance of the collapsing force. Boruto lay beneath him, his body convulsing violently from the violent spatial turbulence, the cracks on his skin deepening at a visible rate. Dad! Boruto moaned in agony, his pale eyes struggling to open a sliver. In his view, his father's imposing figure appeared diminutive in the shadow of the spatial collapse, yet resolutely stood in front of him. Shingai's cold, inhuman gaze felt like the stare of death itself. A tumult of emotions, fear, anger, unwillingness, and a fervent desire to protect, erupted within Boruto's nearly collapsing consciousness like a volcano. No, he could not allow his father to endure this alone. He could not afford to lose anyone else. The gaze of Uncle Sasuke before falling into the void, the glow of teacher Konohamaru's self-detonation, the figure of his father shielding him now, and Shingai's cold indifference that viewed life as insignificant. All these images, emotions, and pains ignited a fuse deep within Boruto's soul, culminating in an explosive resurgence of power. Buzz! His pale eyes erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. No longer the indigo and light gold, nor the burning golden flame, but a nearly transparent, frigid white that seemed capable of piercing through all illusions and laws. The scara transformed entirely into a chilling white, while the pupils morphed into a frantically spinning gear composed of absolute zero ice crystals. A new wave of pure, incisive energy, embodying the essence of detachment and insight, erupted from Boruto. This time, the objective was not to attack, but to analyze. Under the extreme scrutiny of his pale eyes, the intangible, overwhelming force of the spatial collapse, along with its intricately functioning runes symbolizing compression and annihilation, appeared magnified before Boruto's consciousness, as if viewed through a high-powered microscope. He could even discern the energy flow nodes within the field and the fine threads of energy connecting them to Shingai's black hole vortex. Dad! To the left, ahead. The node. Attack there! Boruto shouted with every ounce of strength, his voice fragmented, yet conveying undeniable guidance. Simultaneously, his pale eyes locked onto a critical energy flow node within the collapsing force, and with all his willpower, he unleashed a pure intent of detachment. Like an invisible mental spear, thrusting it forward, Naruto hesitated not for a moment. His trust in his son was absolute. In the instant Boruto cried out, he forcefully redirected the trajectory of the tailed beast ball, directing the highly compressed destructive energy like the most precise surgical scalpel towards the invisible node indicated by Boruto. Boom! This time, it was no longer a standoff. The node, partially stripped of its protective laws by Boruto's intent, shattered like fragile glass under the full force of Naruto's tailed beast ball. Crack! The entire field of collapse emitted a mournful cry, unable to bear the burden. The previously unified structure of the field became imbalanced, chaotic. Countless fissures dashed about like wild horses, annihilating one another. The terrifying suction and oppressive force suddenly vanished. For the first time, Shingai's body showed visible signs of tremor. The rotation of the black hole in his right eye halted abruptly, while the data galaxy in his left eye erupted with blinding red light. A look of disbelief and stagnation, akin to a precision instrument encountering a fatal logical error, vividly appeared on his flawless face. Now is the moment. Shikamaru, Granny Tsunade. Naruto seized this rare opportunity and unleashed a thunderous roar. He maintained his healing of Boruto, while the massive nine-tailed apparition behind him howled once more. Understanding. Shikamaru's eyes blazed with determination. Disregarding the injury to his right arm, his hands became mere shadows. Shadow stitching technique. Crossing to the other shore. Countless shadow spears, more resilient than steel and adorned with sealing runes, erupted from the surrounding shadows like a torrential downpour, targeting the exposed energy nodes around Shingai caused by the collapse of the field. Tsunade, enduring the excruciating pain in her nearly torn left shoulder, clenched her remaining right hand into a fist, as her dense golden chakra fused with the natural energy of the sacred land, swirling into a frenzy. Senjutsu, unmatched strength. Breaking the boundaries, she refrained from launching a ranged attack, instead channeling all her strength into her feet. Like a human cannonball, she shattered the ground beneath her, charging toward the shadow remnants with an unwavering determination, targeting his data-laden left eye, which had momentarily frozen due to data disarray. The left eye of the shadow remnants flickered wildly, struggling to recover from its state of paralysis, attempting to mobilize its powers for defense. Yet, the backlash from the collapsing force field, along with the precise and daring assault from Shizune and Shikamaru, plunged him into chaotic disarray for the first time. The black hole vortex in his right eye expelled blades of purplish-black energy towards the shadow spear, while the data stream from his left eye constructed an invisible barrier in an attempt to fend off Shizune. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the shadow spear and the energy blades reverberated throughout the cavern. Shizune's heavy fist struck fiercely against the data barrier. The entire cave quaked violently amidst the tumultuous clash of energies. However, amidst this pinnacle of chaos, Naruto, suspended in midair, suddenly trembled. The palm resting on Boruto's chest quivered slightly, sending forth a minuscule ripple of chakra. Unbeknownst to him, a faint, ashen hue crept across his face, resembling the color of ashes. A subtle yet profound sense of decay, imbued with an aura of finality, began to spread from the depths of his being. The heavy particle mode had commenced. This divine technique, which consumed the essence of life in exchange for ultimate power, began an irreversible depletion akin to a burning candle. With every second of explosive power, his life force dwindled more rapidly. Deep within Naruto's azure eyes, beneath the molten resolve of battle, a shadow of profound exhaustion and determination passed unnoticed. He glanced at Boruto, who was regaining his breath but still focused intently on the shadow remnants. Then at Shizune and Shikamaru, who were fiercely battling the foe, before finally directing his gaze through the chaotic storm of energy towards the cold, inhuman eyes of the shadow remnants. Time was running short. Chapter 15. The Lament of Heavy Particles and the Choice of the Eye of the Heart. The air in the sacred land wailed. The shadow remnants were temporarily suppressed by Shikamaru's shadow spear storm and Shizune's sage art-infused punches. The cracks on his pure white robe deepening, and the radiance of his data left eye dimming due to the frequent construction of barriers. Yet, within those inhuman eyes, the cold calculations never ceased. After a brief moment of stagnation, the black hole vortex in his right eye began to spin with renewed vigor, its target still the father and son below. Suspended above Boruto, Naruto's golden red chakra blazed like a burning star. The Ninetales' ethereal form howled toward the heavens, maintaining the flicker of Boruto's life force while keeping a vigilant watch on the shadow remnants' every move. The residual force of the collapsing space still trembled. The shattered rocks beneath him silently reduced to dust. However, beneath this seemingly unmatched power, a minute yet lethal fissure was spreading. The ashen hue on Naruto's cheeks expanded visibly, akin to withered vines creeping up a vibrant trunk. Each intense output of chakra and every roar of the Nine Tails' ethereal form accompanied the silent combustion of his life essence. The heavy particle mode, this double-edged sword, voraciously siphoned away his fleeting moments. Father Boruto lay upon the cold stones, his pallid eyes unclosed. That icy, pale vision pierced through the chaotic currents of energy and his father's resplendent chakra, precisely capturing the encroaching ash upon Naruto's cheek. What sent tremors through his soul was the realization that within the realm of his piercing insight, Naruto's life energy, once as magnificent as the rising sun, was now transforming into countless minute points, burning with golden red flames, surging like a river of stars into an invisible furnace deep within his heart. With each point that flowed in, the furnace brightened, while his father's overall life force waned. Life was burning. This realization struck Boruto's heart like the sharpest of ice picks, piercing through the warmth that had just enveloped him from his father's chakra. A pain deeper than frostbite, a despair more profound than the force of a wedge. The anguish of seeing his father approach Ash while still reeling from Uncle Sasuke's fall into oblivion was unbearable. No, no. Boruto's fragmented consciousness let out a silent wail, his body trembling violently from immense fear and pain. The icy energy that had been suppressed beneath his skin and the force of the wedge roared back to life like sharks sensing blood. The cracks widened instantaneously, purplish-black energy seeping out like poison. Boruto, steady yourself. Naruto immediately sensed his son's agitation, channeling even more stable and powerful chakra through his palm pressed against Boruto's chest to forcibly suppress the backlash. Yet, the ashen hue on his cheeks spread even faster. The furnace of the heavy particles blazed fiercer. Naruto, your condition. Shizune punched away the purplish-black energy blade that the shadow remnants had launched, catching a glimpse of the anomaly on Naruto's face, her heart jolting. As a medical sage, she instantly understood the significance of this. It was a sign of life accelerating toward its end. Don't mind me. Suppress him. Naruto roared, his voice laced with an unmistakable rasp, as the tailed beast bomb exhaled by the Nine Tails once more surged towards the shadow remnants attempting to bypass their defenses. Shikamaru's shadows clung to the energy nodes of the shadow remnants like a parasite, providing Shizune with openings to strike. Yet, his heart sank to the depths. Naruto's resolute stance, coupled with the ash upon his face, proclaimed a cruel reality. He was trading his life for time. Father, please stop. Boruto's voice quivered with tears, his pale eyes fixated on the glaring ash upon his father's cheek, mingling with his own blood. He could see that with each surge of power from his father, countless burning points of life energy were being consumed by that invisible furnace. This helpless feeling of watching a loved one march toward destruction was more brutal than any torture. In the midst of this heart-wrenching despair, deep within Boruto's soul, the cold, inhuman whisper returned, like a serpent poised to strike, echoing softly. Foolish, burning insect. Embrace the power to end your suffering. Release the vessel for our arrival. The voice dripped with scorn for Naruto's sacrifice, seducing Boruto's anguish, and radiating a chilling desire on the verge of breaking free. Get away. Boruto roared within, desperately attempting to dispel the whisper. Yet, despair clung to him like quicksand, dragging his consciousness downward. His father's burning, the oppressive force of the shadow remnants, and his own disintegration, all pointed toward an insurmountable abyss. Just then, buzz. A faint yet potent wave, imbued with a familiar aura of lightning and marked by intense spatial disturbances, pierced through the chaotic energy field of the sacred land like a distress signal traversing endless chaos, instantly captured by Boruto's keen pale eyes. This wave emanated from the depths of the spatial rift where Uncle Sasuke had vanished. Although it was as weak as a flickering candle in the wind, it bore a tenacious, chillingly sharp chakra signature unique to Uchiha Sasuke. The coordinates of the spatial rift remain. There was no complete information, only fragmented perceptions. The cold, silent void, the excruciating pain of being torn by spatial currents, along with a flicker of weak survival instinct, and a hazy, flickering unknown spatial coordinate that differed from the Night Owl base. Uncle Sasuke, he is still alive. He is trapped in some spatial rift. He is calling for help. This sudden realization ignited Boruto's drowning consciousness like a meteor streaking through the darkness. Uncle Sasuke was alive. He needed rescue. and his father was burning his life right before his eyes. Protect. Rescue. Two overwhelming thoughts crashed into Boruto's crumbling defenses like torrents of heated water, instantly shattering the swamp of despair. Uncle Sasuke is alive. In the spatial rift, Boruto summoned every ounce of strength to scream, his voice hoarse yet filled with undeniable urgency. I've captured a glimpse of the coordinates. Dad, we must. His words were abruptly interrupted by an explosive attack from the shadow remnants. Priority elevated to eliminate the source of interference. The cold electronic voice of the shadow remnants echoed with an irate timbre. He seemed to perceive the spatial fluctuations captured by Boruto, as well as the instability of Naruto's life force slipping away. The black hole vortex in his right eye suddenly contracted, unleashing a more refined and concentrated beam of purple-black light, imbued with an absolute will to annihilate, that tore through the chaotic energy field like cosmic rays, directly targeting Naruto's heart. Simultaneously, the data galaxy constructed by his left eye erected a stronger barrier, withstanding the attacks from Tsunade and Shikamaru. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. It seized upon the delicate moment when Naruto was struggling to maintain the stability of both Boruto and himself. A deadly threat. Naruto's pupils constricted. He could choose to evade. With his speed, he could easily dodge. But behind him was the gravely injured Boruto. If he moved aside, this annihilating beam would instantly reduce Boruto to cosmic dust. There was no time for deliberation, only instinct. Naruto abruptly withdrew one hand from Boruto's chest. He clasped both hands together before him in an instant. A vast torrent of golden-red chakra surged forth, coalescing with fervor. The Phantom of the Nine Tails let out a thunderous roar, its massive maw opening once more, forming a tailed beast ball that was even more concentrated than before, its core shimmering with a hint of destructive black radiance. He intended to withstand it. No, father, don't take it head-on. Boruto's eyes widened in horror. He could see it clearly. His father was forcibly interrupting his own healing and pushing to condense a tailed beast ball of this magnitude, the deathly gray hue spreading across half of his face. The invisible furnace of life within him burned fiercely, causing Boruto's pure eyes to sting painfully. If this strike were taken head-on, regardless of the outcome, his father's life force would be completely extinguished by the heavy particles. In that critical moment of life and death, Boruto's pale eyes underwent an unprecedented transformation, fueled by an extreme will to protect, a yearning for Sasuke's rescue, and the chilling threat of the annihilating beam. Buzz, deep within his pale sclera, a molten point of intense light suddenly ignited. It was as if a star had been lit on an ice field at absolute zero. The frantically rotating crystalline gears of his pupils were encircled by a thin layer of flickering golden flames, but this time, the flames were no longer illusory. They bore an almost tangible will of purification and guardianship. More astonishingly, within the all-seeing vision of his pure eyes, the deadly annihilating beam intricately operating annihilation runes, as well as the minute energy transmission pathway connected to the black hole vortex of the right eye, were presented to Boruto's consciousness with an unprecedented clarity. Not only that, he also discerned an exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible gap in energy flow caused by the forced manipulation of power for attack. This gap resembled a hairline crack in a perfectly defensive armor. An almost frenzied yet crystal-clear thought struck Boruto's chaotic mind like a lightning bolt. Taking it head-on meant certain death. Evasion would endanger his father. The only path to survival was to sever it from the source. There was no time to contemplate feasibility. Boruto drained the last remnants of power from the depths of his soul, pouring forth all his will, all his defiance, all his desire to protect and rescue into his burning golden-eyed gaze. Cut it off. A roar erupted from the very depths of his soul. Boruto's pure eyes radiated an unprecedented brilliance, an intangible yet concentrated intent of pure erosion, embodying the utmost will to sever and perceive, slashed through space and time, accurately targeting the minuscule energy transmission pathway between the black hole vortex of the right eye and the annihilating beam. Zzz, a sound akin to a soul being rent asunder, a piercing shriek only detectable by the shadowy figure. The data left eye of the shadowy figure, previously cold and unyielding, erupted for the first time in a violent, garbled red light. The black hole vortex of the right eye trembled violently. Just as the annihilating beam was about to strike Naruto's coalescing tailed beast ball, it suddenly dispersed like a spotlight severed from its power source, transforming into countless dispersing purple-black motes. The attack was forcibly interrupted. What? For the first time, a look of shock and stagnation, akin to a precision instrument encountering a catastrophic logic error, manifested on the shadowy figure's flawless face. He incredulously gazed at the youth below, who, despite his waning breath, fixed his burning gaze upon him. It was in this moment of stagnation. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. Naruto seized this fleeting opening. Bought with the will of his son, he abandoned the idea of taking it head-on, instantly transforming the fully condensed, destruction-imbued tailed beast ball. A Super Rasengan, far larger than before, with swirling gold-red and black energy radiating an aura of cataclysm, roared into formation between his palms. With the last roar of his burning life, he hurled it fiercely toward the shadowy figure, who had fallen into a brief stupor due to the interruption of the attack and the pure erosion interference. It was over. Tsunade and Shikamaru also unleashed their final roars, directing all attacks recklessly toward the shadowy figure. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying explosion engulfed all. Chapter 16. The embers of the eye of the heart and the unextinguished flame, the roar of destruction consumed sound, and the brilliance of annihilation robbed sight. Naruto's Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, infused with the last flame of his life, descended upon the shadowy figure caught in the interference of pure erosion, crashing down with the force of a falling sun. Following closely was Tsunade's sage-fueled heavy punch and Shikamaru's full-force shadow-binding strangulation. The three powers converged violently at the location of the shadowy figure. Boom! An explosion beyond description. No longer merely a physical impact, but a collision of annihilation at the level of principles. Blinding white light instantaneously consumed every inch of the sacred ground, as if it were the primordial light of creation or the funeral bell signaling the end of all things. A raging energy maelstrom transformed into a storm of destruction, tearing through the air, lifting the crumbling boulders as if they were mere scraps of paper, shattering them. The entire cavern groaned under the intense tremors, as if it were on the verge of total collapse. Boruto was violently hurled away by the tumultuous gusts, slamming his back against a distant rock wall, the agony rendering his vision black, blood mingled with ice crystal debris spewing from his mouth. His pale pure eyes, forced shut by the blinding light, fell into a scorching void. Yet he could distinctly feel the terrifying energy collision at the epicenter of the explosion. He could sense his father's life force, glowing like a sun that had bloomed only to wither rapidly. He could also feel the shadowy figure's cold, precise core energy, like an embodiment of cosmic law, violently trembling under the catastrophic impact, its structure collapsing. Father, Uncle Sasuke. Boruto curled up amidst the rubble, his fragmented consciousness swaying precariously under the agony and immense energy impact. The ice erosion and wedge forces within his body broke free from their willful suppression, clashing violently within his meridians, as cracks spread across his skin like a parched earth. But he gritted his teeth, summoning the last remnants of his mental strength to maintain his pure eye's perception of the explosion's core. He had to confirm the shadowy figure's destruction, to ensure his father's safety. The brilliance gradually faded, the deafening roar subsiding into a low hum, ultimately giving way to a suffocating silence filled with dust. In the center of the cavern, a massive pit, several dozen meters in diameter, emerged. The bottom was charred black, bearing the traces of high-temperature melting and the spatial scars resembling black webs left by the rending of space. The edges of the pit's walls displayed bizarre crystallization. The shadowy figure had vanished. No remnants, no energy fluctuations, only at the center of the pit, a crystal core the size of a fist, pulsing slowly like a shattered heart, emanating a profound purple-golden glow. The surface of the core was riddled with fine cracks, its light flickering erratically, each pulse sending forth weak yet heart-pounding ripples of space, as if struggling to maintain its last vestiges of existence. It resembled a fragment of the universe forcibly stripped away, radiating coldness, silence, yet imbued with a lingering sense of unwillingness. Had they succeeded? Shikamaru knelt on one knee at the edge of the pit, his right arm's wound tearing open once more, blood staining the bandages crimson. He gasped for breath, his eyes behind the glasses fixed intently on the suspended core, filled with profound exhaustion and a glimmer of hope. Tsunade, cradling her nearly shattered left shoulder, staggered towards the pit's edge, her golden hair matted with dust and blood. She gazed at the core, then at the swaying golden-red figure hovering precariously above the deep pit, her pupils abruptly constricting. Naruto. He hovered in the air, his body engulfed in burning golden-red chakra flames that flickered like a candle in the wind, violently swaying, fading in and out. The ethereal form of the Nine-Tails had long since vanished. The ash-like pallor on his face now covered much of it, resembling withered bark, visibly creeping towards his neck. His breathing was weak and rapid, each inhalation accompanied by uncontrollable tremors. The chakra cloak enveloping him had become exceedingly thin and transparent, akin to morning mist on the verge of dissipating. His once luminous blue eyes, burning like molten lava, now dulled, revealing profound weariness and a sense of impending annihilation. The backlash of the heavy particle modes surged like a torrential tide, ultimately drowning this flickering flame that had been forcibly overdrawn. Naruto. Tsunade let out a heart-wrenching scream, recklessly rushing towards the abyss. Father. Boruto struggled to crawl out from the debris, staggering towards the edge of the pit. His pale eyes fixed on the figure swaying like a withered leaf in the air, his heart gripped by overwhelming fear. He could see. The invisible furnace of life within his father had dimmed to the brink of extinction. Countless golden specks, representing the essence of life, flickered like dying embers, hastily vanishing into the void. The speed of this decline was tenfold, 100-fold faster than before. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto erupted in a violent cough, each spasm expelling blood mixed with ash. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze laboriously focusing on the edge of the pit, upon his son's bloodied and terrified face. That gaze had transformed from one of burning combat spirit to one steeped in profound fatigue, heart-wrenching sorrow, and a tender sense of release. Boruto. Naruto's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping, so faint it was nearly inaudible. He attempted to muster a smile, but the ash-gray hue of his face rendered it bitterly sorrowful. Well done, my son. His body swayed, unable to maintain its levitation. Like a bird with broken wings, it fell helplessly towards the pit. Father. Boruto let out a piercing scream, leaping into the abyss without a second thought. Tsunade and Shikamaru followed suit, rushing forward. Thud. Naruto crashed heavily onto the scorched rocks at the pit's bottom, raising a cloud of dust. Boruto lunged to his side, trembling hands yearning to touch his father, yet terrified of the cold, ashen texture. Tsunade and Shikamaru quickly knelt beside Naruto. Naruto. Hold on. Tsunade's hands instantly enveloped in vibrant green light of life, disregarding her own grievous injuries, desperately injecting the last remnants of her sage chakra into Naruto's body. Yet this power was like a cow sinking into the sea, utterly incapable of halting the rapid drain of life's essence. The ash-gray pallor on Naruto's face continued to spread, his breath weak as a flickering candle in the wind. It's futile, Tsunade. Naruto struggled to lift his hand, gently resting it on Tsunade's trembling wrist. His gaze traversed beyond Tsunade and Shikamaru, landing on Boruto. Kneeling beside him, tears mingling with blood silently cascading down his face. That look was filled with a deep, unspeakable sorrow and reluctance. I'm sorry. Naruto's voice was intermittent, each word seemingly exhausting all his strength. Father, I cannot accompany you any further. No, don't. Father, please don't speak. Tsunade will surely save you. Boruto grasped his father's cold hand, his voice cracking with sobs, incoherent. Naruto slightly shook his head, the gray pallor on his face striving to maintain a final semblance of warmth. Listen to me. The shadow hasn't been completely eradicated. He laboriously lifted his other hand, pointing towards the center of the pit where the suspended, cracked purple-gold core resided. That is the core. It's crucial, Sasuke, Sasuke. At the mention of his dear friend's name, a flicker of intense pain and urgency flashed in Naruto's dimming eyes. The spatial coordinates. Boruto, you sensed it, right? Save him. You must save him. His breathing quickened, the flame of life flickering like a candle about to extinguish, its rhythm slowing. I know Sasuke's coordinates. I will save him. Father, hold on. Boruto cried, unable to contain his emotions. Naruto gazed at his son's tear-streaked and bloodied face, observing the defiance still burning in his pure eyes despite the despair. At that moment, beneath the pale exterior, molten golden specks and crystalline gears continued to flicker valiantly. the last glimmer of light in his own eyes gradually coalescing. Boruto, do not fear. Naruto summoned the last of his strength, gripping Boruto's cold, trembling hand. In his palm, a faint yet profoundly warm and familiar golden-red chakra, like the final spark, slowly flowed into Boruto's nearly frozen heart. This power was no longer overwhelming, but carried the purest intent of a father's protection and undying faith. You are Uzumaki Boruto, my proud son Uzumaki Naruto. The future of Konoha rests in your hands. As the words fell, the light in Naruto's eyes flickered and extinguished completely, his grip on Boruto's hand slipping weakly away. The last vestige of chakra cloak enveloping him dissolved silently, like smoke in the wind. The ash-gray hue on his face settled into the final contours of release. The winds of the sacred land, carrying the scent of gunpowder and dust, swept through the silent pit, emitting a mournful, low wail. Naruto. Tsunade let out a heart-rending cry, collapsing to the ground. Shikamaru lowered his head, the lenses of his glasses fogging, his knuckles turning white from clenching. Boruto knelt there, dazed, holding his father's already cold hand. The world seemed to have lost all sound and color, leaving only the ashen face before him, adorned with the last traces of a smile. An immense void and icy despair engulfed him like a tide. Tears slid silently down, landing on his father's cold hand. Father, has he gone? Did he burn himself out to save me? To give me that sliver of hope? No, this cannot be real, it cannot be. Just as despair was about to completely consume Boruto's consciousness. Buzz. A feeble yet potent surge of life energy, intertwined with spatial fluctuations, unexpectedly emanated from beyond the sacred land, from the distant wet bone forest, piercing through the fabric of space, sweeping in like a warm tide. This energy instantaneously enveloped the pit, brushing past the heartbroken Tsunade and Shikamaru, before tenderly yet resolutely enveloping Naruto's lifeless body and Boruto, who knelt beside him. As if bereft of a soul, the light is dim, yet not extinguished. The vast, distant, and compassionate thoughts of Sage of Slugs resonated deep within Boruto's soul, like a bell echoing across time and space. At the same time, deep within Naruto's life furnace, which had long since extinguished, a spark of golden red, weak yet tenacious, flickered as the tide of pure life force from the wet bone forest, mixed with the natural energy of the sacred land, wrapped around it, flickering faintly like a candle in the wind. Following this, a weak yet unmistakable current of warmth, imbued with the father's imprint, flowed from Naruto's cold palm back into Boruto's nearly frozen heart. Do not give up, Boruto. Konoha. Entrance of the third evacuation shelter. Kakashi appeared like a specter at the entrance, suffused with an atmosphere of despair. The bandage over his left eye was soaked with dark red blood, yet his exposed right eye was sharp as an eagle, scanning the ravaged streets and the slowly expanding source of gray-white pollution in the distance. Jiraiya stood silently beside him, his pipe long extinguished, his expression graver than ever. The spatial coordinate analysis is complete. The margin of error is less than 3/10,000ths. The core position of the Night Owl base is locked. A perceptive ninja rushed before Kakashi, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement and urgency, cradling a blue crystal that emanated faint spatial fluctuations. Kakashi accepted the crystal, its icy touch concealing precise spatial anchor point information. He lifted his gaze towards the temporary command point deep within the shelter and the direction of the sacred land to the north. He was aware that Shikamaru's shadow clone resided there, of the brutal battle that had recently unfolded in the sacred land, and the significance behind that coordinate. Kakashi-senpai. Ino emerged from the depths of the shelter, her pallor stark, yet her eyes resolute. The medical team has prepared emergency kits. The sealing team's spatial interference bombs are ready. All available J-Nin and CH-Nin are assembled. Kakashi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled Konoha ninjas behind him, each bearing wounds yet exuding a fierce determination. Their faces reflected sorrow, yet burned with the flames of vengeance. He inhaled deeply, the air thick with dust, blood, and despair igniting the long-dormant, fighting spirit within him. Communications team. Kakashi's voice rang calm and clear, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere as he issued a high-level joint operation request to Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure. Share the coordinates of the Night Owl base. Request long-range spatial fire support. Inform them that Konoha's Hokage requires their strength. Understood. The communication ninja responded solemnly. Everyone. Kakashi raised the spatial coordinate crystal, his Sharingan shimmering with a cold light. Target, Night Owl Core Base. Mission. His voice surged with a resolute intensity, echoing with the weight of determination. Destroy the source of spatial corruption. Rescue the trapped. Avenge our Hokage. Revenge. The suppressed roar ignited the entire shelter like a wildfire. Chapter 17. Embers of the Eye of the Heart and the Undying Flame in Boruto's World. Time froze the moment his father's hand slipped away. The icy sensation spread from his fingertips, freezing his blood and stifling his breath. Tsunade's heart-wrenching cries, Shikamaru's stifled silence, and the wind's mourning whispers from the sacred land all seemed distant, muffled behind a thick pane of frosted glass. All that remained was his father's face, veiled in ashen gray, bearing a frozen smile of endless apology and release. A void, a gaping chasm capable of consuming the soul, grew within Boruto's chest. Had his father truly departed? Had he extinguished his last light and warmth for the sake of his troublesome son, who had even been tainted by the curse? A broken whimper escaped his throat, tasting of iron and rust. He clutched that cold hand tightly, as if holding on with sufficient strength could preserve the rapidly fading warmth, the eternal flame that had burned in his life for 16 years. A wave of despair surged forth, threatening to encase his consciousness in ice. The unchecked power of frost and the restless curse clashed within him like two feral beasts, colliding through his meridians, causing cracks in his skin to emit faint, shattering sounds as ice crystals and dark violet patterns spread ever more rapidly. Just as the light of his consciousness was about to be consumed by the encroaching darkness, buzz. An indescribable wave of energy penetrated the spatial barrier without warning, akin to the first warm breeze of spring melting away the ice, or the life tide surging from the depths of the vast ocean, sweeping through the desolate pit. This energy was gentle, yet immense, infused with the pure essence of the wet-bone forest's life force and the ancient rhythms of the sacred land. It softly brushed past Tsunade's tear-streaked eyes, glided over Shikamaru's tense shoulders, and finally, with an undeniable firmness, enveloped Naruto's lifeless body and Boruto, who knelt beside him as if his soul had been siphoned away. The flame shall not extinguish. The vast, distant thought of the Sage of Slugs resonated deeply within Boruto's soul, echoing like a great bell. This thought cleaved through the frozen darkness of Boruto's consciousness. Simultaneously, from the depths of Boruto's despair-fueled vacant eyes, a molten golden point, nearly obscured by ice blue and dark purple, erupted into an unprecedented, almost burning brilliance. Through the heart's eye ignited by the Sage of Slugs' will, he beheld. Deep within the life furnace that should have been extinguished, now reduced to cold ash, lay a flicker, a glimmer of golden red embers. So faint it seemed it might be scattered by the wind at any moment. Yet, enveloped by the warmth of the life force from the wet-bone forest and the natural energies of the sacred land, it pulsed gently, as if cradled by the softest breath. Then, a weak yet unmistakably clear stream of warmth, bearing his father's imprint of will, flowed like a gossamer thread from Naruto's cold hand into Boruto's heart, which was nearly frozen by despair. "Don't give up, Boruto." His father's voice. Not a sound heard by the ears, but a call sensed directly by the soul. It radiated familiar warmth and an undying spirit of protection. "Dad." Boruto trembled violently, abruptly lifting his head, his pale, vacant eyes fixated on his father's ashen visage. Tears mingled with blood streamed down his face, yet this time, it was not pure despair. It was intertwined with incredulous joy and heart-wrenching fear. "Tsunade, Shikamaru, Dad, he..." Boruto's words tumbled forth, hoarse and trembling, as he gripped Tsunade's arm with astonishing strength. Tsunade and Shikamaru, startled by this sudden surge of extraordinary energy and Boruto's reaction, looked up in shock. "This aura, it is the Sage of Slugs." Tsunade, as a contract holder of the wet-bone forest, instantly recognized this familiar and vast life wave, her eyes igniting with disbelief. She immediately heightened her perception, her cracked hands once again enveloped in rich green healing chakra, pressing desperately against Naruto's heart. Vital signs. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply, her voice piercing with excitement. "Extremely weak. Almost undetectable, but not completely gone. There is a flicker, a spark of life." Shikamaru's breath caught, his weary face revealing astonishment and elation for the first time. "The Sage of Slugs' power has sustained the last vestige of life?" He glanced toward the floating purple-gold core at the pit center. Though the shadow body had been destroyed, the core's existence alone signified immense instability. Boruto, you mentioned sensing Sasuke's coordinates? Where are they? Shikamaru's mind raced amidst his extreme exhaustion, piecing together Naruto's life-risking message. The Sage of Slugs transcendent assistance, and Sasuke's fate. Everything demanded immediate action. The crucial spatial coordinates could only be perceived by Boruto's heart's eye. Boruto took a deep breath, forcing down the tumult of emotions and the excruciating pain of frost and the curse within him. He closed his eyes, reopening his pale heart's eye, deep within which molten gold and ice crystals spiraled wildly, penetrating the barriers of matter and space, clearly revealing the chakra imprint of Sasuke. Weak as a candle flickering in the wind, etched in the depths of the spatial crevice. The coordinates lie within the core of the shadow body. It acts as a spatial anchor. Uncle Sasuke's chakra is imprisoned inside. Boruto pointed towards the cracked crystal core, still radiating a faint purple-gold glow and spatial ripples. As the Sage of Slug's power surged forth and Boruto's heart's eye locked onto it, the once silent core seemed to sense something. Its surface cracks flickering as the inner glow pulsated with increasing urgency and instability. A chilling, chaotic spatial disturbance began to emanate from within the core, akin to the flickering tongue of a dying serpent. The air surrounding them emitted a subtle distortion, and the black web-like scars left by the torn space at the pit's bottom appeared to be infused with renewed energy, faintly suggesting an expanding tendency. This was dire. It was repelling the power of Lord Slug. The space was beginning to destabilize. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically as she sensed the medical chakra she had infused into Naruto being disrupted by a chilling, repulsive force emanating from the core. Naruto's heartbeat, which had barely been sustained by the power of Lord Slug, became precariously faint once more. Shikamaru, Tsunade urgently called out. Understood. Shikamaru's response was instantaneous, his hands forming seals almost simultaneously with Tsunade's command. At the edge of the deep pit, a shadow as solid as substance surged downward like a venomous serpent, deftly coiling around the suspended purple-gold core. Shadow binding technique, seal. The dark shadow enveloped the core in an instant, attempting to suppress the chaotic spatial energy within and delay its repulsive reaction. However, the power level of the shadow core was too high, even with Shikamaru's utmost effort. The chaotic spatial fluctuations were only momentarily subdued. The surface of the shadow hissed and trembled under the overwhelming spatial force. Boruto. Shikamaru's forehead was lined with veins, sweat mingling with blood. His voice strained as he urged, lock on the coordinates. Find a way to rescue Sasuke. We must disrupt the core's spatial maintenance. Otherwise, the conflict with Lord Slug's power will completely tear this space apart, and Naruto's last glimmer of life will vanish. Boruto felt a shiver run through him as he grasped the gravity of their predicament. The last flicker of his father's life was precariously balanced by Lord Slug's power traversing space and the spatial coordinates of this core. Yet, the shadow core instinctively repelled the foreign power of Lord Slug, and the fabric of space was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Uncle Sasuke was trapped within this imminent explosive core. To save Uncle Sasuke was to save his father. Only by shattering the core could they halt the spatial repulsion and preserve his father's fragile existence. But how could they ensure that Uncle Sasuke would not be torn apart by the violent spatial turbulence while breaking the core? How could they guarantee that the delicate balance of space would not collapse in an instant? With closed eyes, Boruto felt his father's will flowing like a warm current within his heart, resonating with the vast consciousness of Lord Slug in his soul, while Sasuke's faint chakra mark shone like a guiding star in his inner sight. The ice erosion and the power of the wedge within him were, under immense pressure, bizarrely subdued by this will, causing the cracks on his skin to temporarily halt their spread. When he opened his eyes again, the pale azure of his gaze spun with molten gold and ice crystal at an unprecedented speed, intertwining to create an almost transparent light that seemed to pierce through all. He did not look at Shikamaru or Tsunade. Instead, he focused intently on the wildly pulsating purple-gold core bound by shadows. I can do this, Boruto declared, his voice remarkably calm, imbued with a resolute determination that transcended his years. It was the awakening of the son of Uzumaki Naruto. I will protect my father's life and Uncle Sasuke's life. He rose slowly, the remnants of chakra within him, the power of the wedge, and even the last warmth of his father's will coursed through him, coalescing and merging in an unprecedented, almost instinctual manner. At the entrance of the Konoha Refuge No. 3, Kakashi grasped the blue crystal emanating precise spatial fluctuations, its cold touch akin to holding onto the last vestiges of hope, as well as the weight of despair. His right eye activated, reading all the coordinate information instantly, as clear as if engraved upon his retina. He lifted his gaze as if penetrating the thick walls of the refuge, casting his sight toward the distant north, where a cataclysmic battle had erupted. Jiraiya stood beside him, his typically nonchalant demeanor replaced by an unprecedented gravity, unconsciously twirling his pipe in hand. He sensed the cold, resolute aura emanating from Kakashi, like a blade drawn from its sheath, forged from the loss of something dear, converting all emotion into a murderous intent. Kakashi-sensei. Ino's voice was urgent as she burst forth from the depths of the refuge, stained with blood, yet bearing a gaze as steely as tempered steel. The medical team's emergency supplies are ready. All spatial interference bombs are activated and on standby. 17J Nin and 42CH Nin who can still fight are assembled, awaiting orders. Her voice resonated through the oppressive air, and behind her, Konoha's ninjas had gathered. Each bore wounds, some wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, others leaning on broken kunai, their faces etched with sorrow from lost homes and comrades, yet more importantly, ignited by a flame of vengeance that bordered on madness. They looked to Kakashi, to the crystal, awaiting his command. Kakashi's gaze swept across the familiar, resolute faces. The roots of Konoha had never been severed. He inhaled deeply, the air thick with the sense of blood, smoke, and despair, now serving as the fuse to ignite a raging inferno. Communications team. Kakashi's voice, though not loud, cut through the oppressive cries and distant roars with a chilling, decisive power. To the sand, rock, mist, and cloud villages, send a request for the highest level joint operation. Share the coordinates of the Night Owl base. Request remote spatial fire saturation strike. Inform them. Kakashi's voice ascended sharply, each word like an icicle plunging down, brimming with uncontainable fury and unwavering will. The Hokage of Konoha demands their strength. Now. Immediately. Yes. The communication ninja trembled, a fierce determination igniting in their eyes as they rushed toward the temporary command point. Kakashi lifted the spatial coordinate crystal, the crimson glow of his Sharingan illuminating the dim entrance, casting a cold gaze over the assembled troops. Everyone, his voice, resolute as a blade unsheathed, tore through the air of despair, targeting the Night Owl core base. He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through space, envisioning the fallen golden figure in the sacred pit. That face, pale yet smiling. A sharp pain exploded in his chest, replaced swiftly by an icy resolve. Destroy the source of spatial pollution. Rescue the trapped. And Kakashi's voice echoed from the depths of the abyss, carrying an unquenchable hatred and will. Avenge our Hokage. Avenge. The pent-up sorrow, pain, and despair ignited in that moment, erupting into a thunderous roar, like the howl of wounded wolves, imbued with a resolve to burn everything. It surged through the refuge, even overpowering the distant, low growl of living weapons. Flames of hell blazed in the eyes of every Konoha ninja, their chakra surging in furious defiance. Move out, Kakashi commanded, his figure transforming into a blur of lightning as he charged into the death-laden streets of the ruins. Follow, Jiraiya urged, his white hair billowing as he pursued closely behind. Kill. The assembled ninjas of Konoha surged forth like a floodgate burst open, driven by the fiery wrath of vengeance for their Hokage. Charging unflinchingly from the refuge toward the space coordinates shrouded in grayish-white pollution, the site of their final confrontation. The lights of Konoha, amidst blood and flames, surged forward into the encroaching darkness with a desperate charge. In the sacred pit, at the moment Kakashi shouted for vengeance, the shadow core bound tightly by Shikamaru suddenly erupted with a brilliant purple-gold radiance. A thin, yet devastatingly destructive crack, akin to the scythe of death, burst forth from the core's surface, severing the shadow binding lines. Simultaneously, this crack, like a living entity, pierced directly toward Naruto, enveloped by the power of Lord Slug. This is bad. Tsunade and Shikamaru's faces paled in horror. The core's backlash was swifter and more lethal than anticipated. At this critical moment, Boruto let out a roar that was more beast than human. He moved. His body, harnessing all his strength, erupted with astonishing speed, instantly positioning itself before his father. His eyes, ablaze with molten gold and crystalline ice, locked onto the spatial rift that sliced through reality. His right hand was no longer merely a pure Rasengan, nor a crystal of pure ice, nor the dark violet of the wedge. Instead, it was an amalgamation of his own chakra, the raging energy of the wedge, the last vestige of warmth from his father's will, and a chaotic sphere of energy, constantly twisting and shifting in hues of gold red, ice blue, dark violet, and emerald green, infused with the vast life force of the slug sage. This sphere of energy was extremely unstable, yet it bore an extraordinary power that pierced through illusion. Locking onto the truth. Stop it. Boruto pressed the chaotic energy sphere forcefully against the incoming rift. His target was the faint chakra mark belonging to Sasuke. Deep within the rift's core, the eye of the heart locked on. Spatial coordinates anchored. Was this salvation or utter destruction? The fates of the Holy Land and Konoha hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of an unpredictable abyss as two resolute beams of light were about to collide. Stop it. Boruto's roar was akin to the cry of a dying cub, tearing through the despairing air of the chasm. He transformed into a streak of determined light, unhesitatingly placing himself before his father, facing the death rift capable of slicing through space. The chaotic energy sphere in his hand, a vortex of Chakra's resilience. The ferocity of the wedge's power, his father's warm will, and the overwhelming force of the slug sage's life tide were forced together under immense pressure. The gold red, ice blue, dark violet, and emerald lights whirled, collided, annihilated, and rebirthed with a sound reminiscent of a small star's core on the verge of explosion. The eye of purity reached its limit. In a pale vision, the cutting rift was laid bare, the cold laws of space resembling a flowing line of death. At the rift's end, within the chaotic whirlpool of purple gold energy, a faint yet familiar chakra mark, imbued with profound purple essence, flickered like a candle in a storm. It was Sasuke. The eye of the heart locked on. There was no time to ponder the consequences, no space for hesitation. All of Boruto's will, strength, and prayers converged into this singular strike. He pressed the unstable chaotic energy sphere against the source of the rift, not to destroy through brute force, but like the most precise key, attempting to pierce into the rift's interior, aiming to touch Sasuke's chakra coordinates accurately. Boruto. Tsunade and Shikamaru's cries were drowned by the immense wave of energy. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a soul-shaking resonance, as if the fabric of the universe had been forcefully punctured. The moment the chaotic energy sphere made contact with the rift, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Boruto felt his right hand, along with his entire arm's bones and meridians, being mercilessly sliced and torn by countless invisible blades of space. The searing pain blurred his vision, blood gushing from the cracks in his arm like a fountain. The ice erosion and wedge power within him spiraled out of control, raging back against him like a torrent. Yet he gritted his teeth, the molten gold and ice crystal in his eyes nearly igniting. He locked on firmly. The last shred of warmth from his father's will shielded his crumbling consciousness like a stabilizing anchor. The chaotic energy sphere struggled inch by inch, forcing its way into the rift. The gold red and emerald lights fiercely resisted the spatial slicing and the repulsion of the core's purple gold energy, while the ice blue and dark violet forces, guided by Boruto's eye of purity, recklessly plunged toward the faint purple coordinate deep within the core. Crack. A crisp sound, like the shattering of glass. The suspended shadow core, under Boruto's astonishingly precise internal explosion, saw its largest crack erupt violently. A profound, twisted spatial gap, resembling a portal to another dimension, was forcefully torn open. Within the gap, it was not pure nothingness. Countless fragments of shattered space, raging purple-gold energy currents, and a figure ensnared by numerous purple-gold energy chains, suspended in the eye of the chaotic storm. It was Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes were tightly shut, his face pale as a sheet, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Half of his body was covered in a strange gray-white crystal, his chakra fluctuations chaotic, as if he could be torn apart by the surrounding violent spatial storm at any moment. The purple-gold chains wrapped around him continuously siphoned his chakra, feeding the core itself, maintaining the bizarre stability of this space. Sasuke. Boruto's vision blurred with rage. He saw the gray-white crystals on Sasuke, strikingly similar to the deathly pallor on his father's face. Just as the core was forcefully ripped apart, and the spatial gap opened. Buzz! The Holy Land space emitted a mournful wail, akin to a dying beast under unbearable strain. The entire chasm, indeed the whole Mayaboku mountain ruins, began to tremble violently and erratically. The earth undulated like waves, massive boulders peeling from the ceiling, only to be pulverized in midair by invisible spatial turbulence. The air was filled with visible spatial rifts, like black lightning, frantically proliferating, spreading, and annihilating. The shattering of the shadow core was like the last pillar supporting this space being pulled away. The collapse of space had begun. The space is collapsing. Shikamaru shouted hoarsely, his shadow desperately swirling, attempting to pull Tsunade and Naruto back, but the omnipresent spatial rifts ensnared his shadow like quicksand. Naruto. Tsunade clutched Naruto's cold body tightly, pouring sage chakra into him in a desperate struggle against the increasingly strong forces of spatial tearing. The life tide of the slug sage fluctuated violently under the impact of the spatial collapse, and Naruto's feeble heartbeat wavered once again. More critically, as the core was torn apart, the repulsive force of the cold space against the slug sage's power did not vanish. Instead, it became even more chaotic and violent due to the collapse. Countless cold needles pierced toward Naruto's life energy. Boruto was at the forefront. The wound on his right arm widened instantaneously under the spatial turbulence's tearing, blood staining half his body. The chaotic energy sphere he struggled to maintain shook violently in the spatial gap, the backlash striking his chest like a heavy hammer. He coughed up blood mixed with ice crystal shards, his body hurled backward with immense force, crashing heavily against the charred rock wall. His vision turned blood red, the excruciating pain nearly drowning out his consciousness. Yet his eye of purity remained fixated on the figure ensnared by chains within the spatial rift. Sasuke. Boruto struggled to rise, but felt as if his body were laden with lead. No, just a little more. At that moment, within the spatial rift, Sasuke, bound by chains, abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. They were not the usual Rinnegan, nor the Sharingan. Those eyes shone with a chaotic purple-gold hue, filled with coldness, confusion, and inhuman suffering. The core's erosion had seeped deep into his bones. Yet within the depths of that chaotic purple gold, a faint glimmer, belonging to Uchiha Sasuke himself, a profound purple essence, flickered like a star struggling in the dark, under Boruto's watchful eye of purity. It seemed to sense the upheaval in the external world, the collapse of space. And more importantly, Boruto's unwavering, desperate gaze. A voice, raspy as if gravel were grinding together, faintly emanated from the spatial rift, resonating directly in Boruto's mind. It was not the coldness of the shadow core, but Sasuke. It was Uncle Sasuke, forcibly resisting the erosion, issuing a warning. As the warning resonated, within Sasuke's corrupted, chaotic golden purple eyes, a flicker of struggling violet energy erupted with unprecedented brilliance. A faint yet remarkably pure chakra, infused with an indomitable will, forcefully broke free from the shackles of bondage, transforming into a slender bolt of purple lightning that pierced through the turbulent chaos of space, striking precisely at Boruto's nearly collapsing ball of chaotic energy. This purple lightning acted as the final fuse, igniting the chaotic energy in Boruto's hands, which was on the brink of its limits. Boom! This time, it was a true explosion. Yet, it was not a cataclysmic release of energy. Rather, guided with precision by Sasuke's purple lightning and locked onto by Boruto's pure eye, the internal violent spatial force of the chaotic energy ball and the freezing force of purification erupted like they had been imbued with life and direction. The target was no longer the core itself, but the violet golden energy chains entwined around Sasuke. Frosty blue chill instantaneously spread, briefly freezing the raging spatial turbulence. The dark purple wedge power, like a voracious worm, ravenously consumed the violet golden energy on the chains. The golden red and emerald forces formed the most resilient shield, momentarily protecting Sasuke's body. Crack, crack, crack. Under the precise strikes of multiple forces, several crucial purple-golden chains shattered. Now is the moment. Only this thought remained in Boruto's mind. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt like his very bones were fracturing, he squeezed out the last vestige of chakra within him, locking onto Sasuke's position with his pure eye, and activated the most fundamental space-time ninjutsu that required precise coordinates for its pull. Flying Thunder God technique. A faint ripple of space disregarded the surrounding chaotic turbulence. instantly connecting Boruto to Sasuke within the spatial fissure. In the ruins of Konoha, Kakashi's figure darted through the crumbling buildings like a silver lightning bolt tearing through shadows. Behind him surged Konoha ninjas like a desperate torrent, along with the wildly dancing silver-haired Jiraiya, whose sage chakra was boiling. Coordinates locked. 800 meters ahead. Spatial distortion point. A perceptive J-Nin shouted, his voice shattered by the howling winds. Kakashi's Sharingan pierced through the swirling dust and gray mist. Clearly seeing the target, a region of space rippling violently like water, continuously expanding with gray-white pollution. There lay the core entrance of the Night Owl base. Spatial interference bomb. Covering fire. Without hesitation, Kakashi coldly commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several ceiling-class ninjas simultaneously threw specially crafted kunai, their tails adorned with rapidly spinning ceiling symbols, shooting like meteors toward the distorted space. Boom, boom, boom. The kunai detonated upon contact with the distorted space, not a physical explosion, but a powerful wave of spatial interference. Like cold water thrown into boiling oil, the warped space violently churned, the outwardly spreading gray-white pollution noticeably stalling, along with the faint, distorted roars of living weapons emanating from within. A golden opportunity, Jiraiya shouted, swiftly forming hand seals, sage art, 1,000 white needles. Countless white hairpins infused with sage chakra shot forth like a torrential downpour toward the disturbed spatial node, attempting to forcibly tear open a passage. Earth style, rock cannon technique. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Lightning style, pseudo-darkness. Following closely, the Konoha ninjas unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu upon the same point. The brilliance of ninjutsu erupted against the dim ruins, intertwining with the waves of the spatial interference bomb, creating a cataclysmic energy storm, just as the tidal wave of ninjutsu was about to completely tear apart the spatial barrier. An indescribable, intense tremor, seemingly originating from the very essence of the world, suddenly swept through the space from the northern sanctum. This tremor was so potent, so terrifying, that the ground of the Konoha ruins surged like a giant wave. The sky appeared to be violently stirred by an invisible hand. With clouds spinning madly, Kakashi and Jiraiya's expressions changed simultaneously. This spatial tremor surpassed the level of the Shadow Core's destruction. Was the spatial node at the sanctum undergoing a massive collapse? Boom! As if to confirm their suspicions. The spatial node at the entrance of the Night Owl base, which had been bombarded by ninjutsu and disturbed by the spatial interference bomb, suddenly imploded inward under the impact of this terrifying spatial tremor from the sanctum, shattering like glass struck by a heavy hammer. A massive, dark space portal, flickering with unstable violet-golden lightning at its edges, was brutally torn open. Deep within the portal, no longer was there the site of the base, but a chaotic torrent of space and a rapidly collapsing pit filled with floating boulders and an atmosphere of impending destruction. It was the battlefield of the Maiboku Mountain Sanctum. The two battlefields were forcibly connected by this sudden spatial collapse. That is the sanctum? Jiraiya gasped in disbelief. Kakashi's Sharingan instantly captured the scene within the pit. A dying Naruto, a blood-soaked Boruto struggling, Sasuke entangled in chains, and the remnants of the Shadow Core that was utterly collapsing, releasing destructive violet-golden radiance. Naruto, Boruto, Sasuke. Kakashi's heart felt as if pierced by an ice spear. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing toward the raging spatial portal. But at that very moment, a new twist of fate unfolded. In the collapsing sanctum's pit, Boruto's desperate pulling technique seemed to receive a tremendous amplification at the moment the spatial portal connected. A faint ripple of space forcefully pierced through the chaotic turbulence, connecting to the Konoha ruins. The target was unmistakably Kakashi. Boruto's faint yet clear intention, laden with endless pain and the last flicker of hope, collided directly into Kakashi's mind. Kakashi, catch Uncle Sasuke. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a black figure, entangled in broken violet-golden chains and half of its body covered in gray-white crystals, was violently flung out as if cast by an invisible hand, soaring through the connecting spatial ripple, emerging from the chaotic currents of the sanctum's pit, straight toward Kakashi, who had just stabilized himself on the Konoha ruins. Sasuke. Kakashi's pupils constricted, and his Sharingan instinctively predicted the trajectory, his body reflexively lunging forward. Thud. Kakashi barely caught the heavy, cold figure, feeling the sticky chill and the hard crystalline texture. Sasuke's eyes were tightly closed, remnants of the corrupted violet-golden marks on his face. His breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind, but he was still alive. We did it. Jiraiya and the other ninjas were filled with astonishment and joy. Yet Kakashi's heart sank to the depths of despair. He abruptly raised his gaze toward the sanctum's pit across the spatial portal. Boruto had pushed Sasuke out, expending his last ounce of strength. But he had lost his balance, violently swept up by the raging spatial turbulence, like a kite severed from its string. And behind him, the completely shattered remnants of the Shadow Core erupted with a final, destructive violet-golden radiance. Simultaneously, Tsunade, cradling Naruto, and Shikamaru, desperately using shadows to pull, were all engulfed by the collapsing space and the explosion's light. Boruto. Kakashi let out a heart-wrenching roar. Boom. The scene of the sanctum's pit was completely distorted and shattered in the blinding violet-golden light of the core's explosion. The raging spatial turbulence surged like a flood, streaming through the connecting spatial portal toward the Konoha ruins. Meanwhile, deep within the Night Owl base, countless living weapons, disturbed by the spatial collapse, emitted even more frenzied roars. The path ahead was a destructive spatial tempest, while behind surged a tide of living weapons. And the fates of Naruto and Boruto remained uncertain. Kakashi held the cold, heavy body of Sasuke, his Sharingan reflecting the tumultuous spatial storm and the monstrous shadows that surged forth. A chilling despair, potent enough to freeze one's very blood, clenched his heart with unprecedented clarity. Was it truly the moment when the flames of Konoha would extinguish forever? Chapter 19. The Embers of the Eye of the Heart and the Unextinguished Flame. Continued Part 3. Kakashi clutched Sasuke's frigid form, his right eye's Sharingan mirroring two torrents of destruction. Ahead, a violent spatial turbulence roared like an ancient beast breaking free from its cage, engulfing shattered rocks. Twisted arcs of purple and gold lightning, and the essence that obliterated all, surging wildly through the spatial conduit. Behind them, deep within the Night Owl base, countless living weapons, incited to a frenzy by the collapse of space, emitted a horrific, inhuman howl, coalescing into a grayish-white tide of death that shattered the already crumbling ruins. Surging forth with relentless ferocity, despair, a frigid despair capable of freezing souls, instantaneously gripped the hearts of every Konoha ninja. With annihilation looming before and a monstrous tide behind, there was no escape. Kakashi, Jiraiya's white hair danced wildly, sage chakra surging fiercely across his body, his expression marked by an unprecedented gravitas and resolve. Take Sasuke and go. I'll hold them off. He formed hand seals, a massive amount of sage chakra gathering, preparing to stand as a bulwark against this dual catastrophe. No. Kakashi's voice was hoarse yet resolute, his Sharingan fixed intently upon the approaching spatial maelstrom. Boruto's last thoughts, imbued with endless pain and hope, seared into his soul like a red-hot iron. The image of Naruto's fallen form and Boruto being swallowed by the turbulence flashed chaotically in his mind. Where to go? The Hokage of Konoha and his son were both uncertain in their fates. How could he retreat any further? At that critical moment, as the shadow of death threatened to consume everything, the request from Konoha has been received. A resounding, authoritative voice, akin to thunder rolling across the heavens, pierced through the roars of the spatial storm and the howls of the living weapons, echoing above the ruins of Konoha. The voice bore the coarse grit of sand and the wildness of wind. Tsunade, join the fray. Magnet release, sand gold domain technique. Boom. In the southwest of the Konoha ruins, the earth was torn as if by an invisible hand. A tempest of yellow sand surged skyward, instantly coalescing and compressing into a colossal wave of sand gold, heavy and gleaming with metallic luster. This wave was not merely crashing. It surged forth with life, rapidly spreading along the edges of the chaotic spatial currents, merging together. It formed an indomitable dam against the raging flood. The sand gold wave collided thunderously with the spatial turbulence. The shrill sounds of friction and the cries of energy annihilation were deafening. The sand gold was relentlessly torn, shattered, and obliterated by the violent forces of space. Yet more sand gold continuously surged forth from the depths of the earth, filling and reinforcing the breach. It staunchly held back that destructive stream of space, confining it within a relatively small area. It was the fourth Kazekage Raza. The long-range spatial support from Tsunade had arrived. The Wagakure, join the fray. Earth release, earth flow wall. Following closely, a voice as steady as a mountain resonated from the northeast. From the edges of the Konoha ruins, colossal rock walls inscribed with ancient runes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. They were not haphazardly piled, but rather assembled with utmost precision, layer upon layer, interlocking seamlessly, instantly constructing a second, even more formidable rock barrier around the sand gold wave. It fortified the sand dam and erected a wall of desperate size facing the oncoming tide of living weapons. Kimogakure, join the fray. Lightning release, thunderstorm dance. Lastly, a roar akin to the fury of celestial thunder resounded from the northwest. A bolt of blinding blue-white lightning, unimaginably thick, cleaved through the dim sky, striking with unparalleled precision into the core of the spatial turbulence, which was bound by sand gold, impacted by water release, and obstructed by rock walls. Boom! An indescribable explosion of terror. At the moment the lightning detonated, the violent spatial turbulence was forcefully torn asunder, annihilated. The purple-gold arcs of electricity were consumed by the more violent blue-white lightning. The shockwave generated by the explosion slammed against the sand gold dam and rock walls, causing them to tremble violently, cracks spreading. Yet, bolstered by the might of the 5 Kage, the 3 defenses held firm. The onrush of spatial turbulence was forcibly restrained by these 4 precise and ferocious long-range strikes from the 4 great shinobi nations. Although still wild, the impact was thoroughly confined within the sand gold dam, granting Kakashi and his comrades a glimmer of hope. Now, charge in. Target the core of the Night Owl. Kakashi's Sharingan instantaneously seized this fleeting opportunity of battle. Without hesitation, he hurled Sasuke into the arms of a strong medical ninja behind him. Protect him. At the same time, he formed hand seals with lightning speed. Raikiri. With a piercing chorus of chirping, the raging blue-white lightning coalesced in Kakashi's right hand. This time, the Raikiri was no longer in its sharp thrust form. Instead, he forcibly compressed and reshaped it into a colossal spiraling drill of lightning, designed to slice through space. Follow me. Kakashi bellowed, transformed into a streak of lightning, charging resolutely toward the entrance of the passage, bound by the sand gold dam, yet saturated with the terrifying spatial turbulence and remnants of explosions. His target was straight ahead, the cold metallic structure belonging to the core of the Night Owl base, faintly visible within the depths of the passage. Cover Kakashi-senpai. Jiraiya roared, unleashing his sage chakra, sending forth countless strands of white hair like steel needles toward the residual purple-gold arcs and fragments of space within the dam. Break in. Destroy the source of pollution. The remaining Konoha ninjas, witnessing the support of the 5 Kage and Kakashi's resolve, felt their grief and battle spirit ignite entirely. They braved the turbulent energy remnants within the dam and the sporadic shards of space erupting forth, following closely behind Kakashi like moths drawn to flame, boldly plunging into the deathly passage. Inside the passage, the scene was akin to a purgatory. Shattered fragments of space rained down like sharp glass. The residual purple-gold arcs emitted deadly shrieks, and the furious energy currents tore everything apart. With every step forward, sacrifices were made. A Ch-Nin was abruptly cleaved in half by a shard of space, his scream abruptly silenced. A J-Nin attempted to block a purple-gold arc, only to be vaporized along with his kunai. Kakashi's Raikiri drill spun wildly ahead, cutting and forging a path. His Sharingan reached its zenith, predicting the most lethal trajectories of energy, his body weaving through the seams of death like a specter. Jiraiya's sage ninjutsu and the desperate cover from the Konoha ninjas alleviated a tremendous burden from him. Closer, even closer. At the end of the passage, a massive, circular structure composed of cold, unknown metal emerged into view. At its center, a mass of grayish-white viscous substance pulsated, exuding a nauseating aura, akin to a living heart. This was the source of the spatial pollution. Countless twisted, grayish tendrils of energy extended from that mass, connecting to the depths of the base and the spatial passage itself. This was it. The intent to kill surged in Kakashi's eyes. The radiance of Raikiri surged to its zenith. He disregarded the frenzied energy attacks surrounding him, accelerating to the utmost limit, akin to an arrow released from a bow, piercing directly towards the pulsating gray-white core. You shall not succeed. A chilling, inhuman roar, resonating with the echo of metal grinding, suddenly erupted from the depths of the circular structure. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures, moving with unparalleled speed, appeared as if teleporting in front of Kakashi's path. Their forms distorted, their bodies cloaked in crystallized shells, with hollow, purple-golden flames burning in their eyes, emanating a terrifying aura far exceeding that of ordinary living weapons. They were the elite guards of the Night Owl. In an instant, their arms grotesquely transformed into three massive energy blades shimmering with spatial cutting waves, slashing towards Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils constricted. The three attacks barred all avenues of escape. A direct confrontation meant certain death, but he could not falter. The target lay directly ahead. In this moment of life and death, Kakashi-senpai, duck! A steady, commanding shout resonated from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi lowered his body sharply. Buzz! A shadow as black as ink, its edges glinting with a sharp, cold light, dashed past Kakashi's nape with the swiftness of the most resilient steel wire, expertly ensnaring the wrists of the three elite guards as they unleashed their energy blades. Shadow binding technique, a secret art of the Nara clan, yet its precision and power surpassed that of an ordinary high-ranking ninja. Out of the corner of Kakashi's eye, he caught sight of Shikamaru at the entrance of the passage, bloodied and weary, yet his gaze remained sharp. He had emerged at the last moment of the sanctuary's collapse, bringing with him the gravely injured Tsunade and Naruto. At this moment, Shikamaru was forming hand seals, his shadow gripping the three guards as if it were a living entity. Beside him, Tsunade knelt, her hands firmly pressed against Naruto's chest, desperately sustaining the flickering flame of his life, her complexion as pale as paper, clearly at her limit. Kakashi! Quickly! Shikamaru shouted, his shadow trembling violently under the immense force of the three guards, nearly breaking. An opportunity. Lightning surged in Kakashi's eyes. Utilizing the momentum of his lowered posture, he glided through the narrow gap beneath the bound guards like a ground-hugging lightning serpent, the Raikiri drill in his hand. Imbued with the last hope and vengeful spirit of Konoha, thrust fiercely towards the throbbing gray-white core of pollution. Raikiri penetrates. Boom! The blinding lightning instantaneously engulfed the gray-white substance. The devastating power of lightning surged forth, wreaking havoc. The gray-white matter emitted a wailing cry, as if countless souls were lamenting. Twisting violently, boiling, its surface tendrils thrashing wildly, breaking apart. Had he succeeded? Just as a flicker of hope ignited in Kakashi's heart, a sudden transformation occurred. The gray-white core, once pierced by Raikiri, did not succumb to annihilation. Instead, it erupted with an even deeper, colder, more despairing aura of darkness. A colossal claw, entirely composed of pure gray-white energy and adorned with strange runes, emerged ominously from within the core. This claw disregarded the raging energy of Raikiri. Wielding a power that could freeze souls, its 5 fingers splayed wide, casting a deathly shadow over Kakashi and all the battling leaf ninjas behind him. Even the ants dare touch the taboo. That cold, inhuman voice, laced with a hint of anger and absolute indifference, resounded once more. The shadow of death loomed larger than ever before. Chapter 20. The Embers of the Eye of the Heart and the Unextinguished Flame, Part 4. The Shadow of Death. Cold and viscous, imbued with the power to freeze souls, enveloped Kakashi and all the fighting ninjas from Konoha in the passageway. The enormous energy claw, emerging from the depths of the gray-white core, splayed its fingers, inscribed with ancient and eerie runes, distorting the very fabric of space and time. The furious blue-white lightning of Raikiri, upon touching the surface of the claw, crumbled silently like fragile ice, dissipating into nothingness. Kakashi felt his entire chakra, even the breath of life itself, being forcibly frozen and extracted beneath the shadow of that claw. Kakashi! Jiraiya's eyes widened in despair. The sage chakra he had gathered with all his might transformed into a colossal fire-release shockwave aimed at the giant claw. Yet upon contact with that layer of gray-white energy, it vanished without a trace, creating not even a ripple. The attacks of the other ninjas were equally futile, akin to ants attempting to shake a tree. An absolute disparity. This transcended ninjutsu and sage arts, crushing them at the level of world laws. Even the ants dare touch the taboo. That cold voice, tinged with weariness and indifference, echoed once more in the depths of everyone's soul. The immense gray-white claw, disregarding all obstacles, resolutely and slowly closed in, intent on crushing Kakashi and this space to dust. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled in a frantic quest for a flaw. Yet all he beheld was a desolate expanse of gray-white. His body was ensnared by an invisible force, unable to move even a finger. Despair coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Was this the end? Naruto, Boruto, Sasuke, Konoha. Just as the gray-white fingers were about to close completely, reducing Kakashi to mere dust. Buzz. An extraordinarily peculiar energy ripple, entirely distinct from any known chakra, swept forth without warning from deeper within the Night Owl's base. Amidst the chaotic spatial torrents, this energy intertwined coldness and heat, balance and chaos. It bore the chilling essence of purging, the consuming power of a wedge. Yet within its core burned a singular, pure will, capable of penetrating all illusions. Is it Boruto? Yet this energy felt foreign. It seemed to have forcibly merged Boruto's chakra with the wedge, the purging essence, the life force of the slug sage. And even the final flicker of will left by his father. Amidst the tumultuous spatial currents, an ineffable, uncontrollable transformation transpired. This surge of energy, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantaneously disturbed the realm of absolute law enveloping the gray-white claw. Sizzle. A faint yet piercing sound of tearing. Under the extreme capture of Kakashi's Sharingan, the surface of the gray-white claw, near the wrist, was unexpectedly rent by this sudden, chaotic surge of energy, creating an almost imperceptible fissure. Within the fissure was not gray-white energy, but a profound void that seemed capable of devouring light. It was a sign of law being forcibly disrupted, revealing brief signs of chaos. Now is the moment. Kakashi's mind erupted with unprecedented potential at the brink of death. The Sharingan instantly locked onto the fleeting fissure. The sensation of being bound loosened ever so slightly at that moment. Ugh! Kakashi let out a roar not of this world, extracting every ounce of potential from his body. He abandoned Raikiri, relinquishing all defenses. His hands moved at a speed surpassing all limits, completing an incredibly intricate technique, the Flying Thunder God, before the laws could re-solidify his body. The target was not himself. Rather, it was the spatial coordinate crystal he had previously held, now suspended before him, solidified by the gray-white power of law. He poured all his remaining chakra into the crystal, along with the brief disturbance brought by Boruto's anomalous energy ripple. Transfer target locked within the polluted core. Whoosh. The spatial coordinate crystal, driven by Kakashi's will, erupted into brilliant light. It transformed into an imperceptible stream of spatial energy, slipping through the minute fissure torn by Boruto's energy on the wrist of the gray-white claw, like the most cunning of viruses, vanishing into that profound void. What? The cold, inhuman voice for the first time exhibited a slight, almost imperceptible tremor, seemingly taken aback by the last resort of this minuscule ant. Almost simultaneously with the crystal of coordinates vanishing into the jagged maw of the giant claw, a thunderous roar erupted. From the hidden sand came a colossal wave of sand gold. From the hidden rock arose a towering earthen wall. From the hidden mist surged an extreme cold torrent. And from the hidden cloud descended world-ending lightning. The four shadows provided remote support, and after a brief build-up, the second wave of saturation strikes descended like divine retribution, landing with unparalleled precision upon the entrance of the spatial passage constrained by the sand gold dam. The target was the protruding, gray-white giant claw. The terrifying explosion instantaneously engulfed the wrist of the claw. Sand gold was annihilated, rocks were shattered, water was vaporized, and lightning was consumed. Yet, the convergence of the four shadows' formidable power, especially with the assault concentrated upon a single point, finally stirred that seemingly invincible embodiment of the law. The minute fissures torn by Boruto at the wrist of the claw expanded violently under the onslaught of the four raging forces, akin to stones thrown upon an icy surface, causing cracks to spread. Countless fine gray-white fissures instantaneously covered the wrist. A roar, imbued with agony and wrath, seemingly emanating from the depths of the abyss, erupted for the first time from the gray-white core. The very foundation of the Night Owl base trembled violently. The gigantic claw, which blotted out the sun, exhibited its first signs of stagnation and violent quaking. It worked. Jiraiya roared, urging continued assault. The Leaf Ninjas also glimpsed hope, recklessly unleashing their jutsu upon the cracks of the giant claw. However, the backlash of the law soon descended. The gray-white claw trembled violently, and even colder. More despondent gray-white shockwave erupted, centered around the claw, like a ring of annihilation. In the passage, several leaf ninjas closest to the epicenter barely had time to scream before their bodies were instantaneously turned to gray-white, shattering into dust like weathered stone sculptures. Jiraiya's sage chakra surged violently, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Kakashi bore the brunt, his body hurled back as if struck by an invisible hammer. Crashing against the wall of the passage, blood gushing forth, the light of his Sharingan dimming. Simultaneously, deep within the chaotic spatial turbulence, Boruto felt as though he had been cast into a frenzied whirlpool composed of shattered mirrors and destructive lightning. His body had long-lost sensation, overwhelmed by an unending sensation of tearing and a bone-deep cold. Each breath carried crystalline shards and the metallic taste of blood. His consciousness floated amidst the chaos. Fragments of images flickered by, his father's slipping hand, Sasuke's figure entwined in chains, Tsunade's cries, and Kakashi's desperate roar, only to be torn apart by the violent spatial turbulence. Just as his consciousness was on the brink of sinking into the abyss of darkness, a peculiar sensation surged from deep within his soul. He saw, not with his eyes, but through a deeper, more primal perception. He glimpsed the tumultuous, chaotic power within him, the ice-blue purity, the dark purple wedge, the emerald life force of the slug, the golden-red will of his father, and the chakra of his whirlpool bloodline. Under the extreme destructive pressure of the spatial turbulence, they did not collapse. Rather, in an extraordinarily bizarre manner, they began to collapse towards the burning molten point in his eyes. The pure eye became the singular anomaly in this chaotic tempest. The molten point whirled madly, devouring and merging with all the incoming power. The ice blue was vaporized and purified by the molten heat, transforming into pure insight. The dark purple was forcefully suppressed and bound by the molten will, becoming the edge of spatial cutting. The green life force fused into the molten core, sustaining the precarious flame of life within this violent amalgamation. The golden red will became the most vital and fervent fuel of this molten core. An unprecedented, cold yet searing pain surged, as if millions of steel needles pierced through his eyeball into his brain. Boruto felt as though his entire head would burst from this newly awakened power. He emitted a silent scream deep within his consciousness. In that extreme agony, his eyes, once tightly closed from pain, suddenly opened wide. No longer were they interwoven with molten gold and ice crystals, nor were they purely white. Instead, they manifested as an extraordinary gaze, seemingly composed of flowing molten glass, almost transparent. Deep within the pupils, instead of rotating patterns, lay a minuscule singularity that seemed to encompass the birth and death of cosmic stars, constantly collapsing and exploding. The eye of the heart perceives all phenomena. A cold, emotionless term naturally surfaced within Boruto's consciousness. In the very moment this all-seeing eye opened, Boruto's vision penetrated the chaotic turbulence of space, transcended the frigid metallic structure of the Night Owl base, and pierced through the gray-white energy barrier of the Law's giant claw, directly observing the core within. He beheld the pulsating gray-white source of pollution, akin to a vast womb perpetually giving birth to death. Countless gray-white energy tendrils connected the entire base, intertwining with the spatial passage. He saw Kakashi, bloodied and hurled away. Yet, he also saw, at the very depths of that gray-white core, amidst the chaos brimming with despair and pollution, a single eyeball floated. An enormous sphere, entirely composed of pure gray-white energy, its pupil resembling a swirling nebula steeped in a deathly stillness. This eyeball exuded an aura of cold indifference, regarding all things as mere fodder. It was the true core of the source of pollution. The giant claw merely extended its will, and the spatial coordinate crystal that Kakashi had desperately thrust into the core was now ensnared by countless gray-white energy tendrils, on the brink of annihilation. Yet, just as the crystal was about to be completely consumed, Boruto's all-seeing eye pierced through layer upon layer of obstruction, locking onto the precise spatial anchor point within the crystal. A coordinate. A spatial anchor point, tightly encased and isolated by the Law's power of the gray-white core, nestled deep within, pulsating with faint yet tenacious life fluctuations. The essence of that coordinate was faint, yet bore a familiar, natural energy wave belonging to the ninja world, alongside a trace of a vast will emanating from a colossal life form. Is it the wet bone forest? Is it the coordinate of the slug sage's true body? Kakashi's goal was to utilize the crystal's spatial anchoring ability to forcibly connect the coordinates of the wet bone forest sanctuary with this core of pollution. Boruto's mind raced. Under the extreme insight and thought speed granted by the all-seeing eye, he instantly comprehended Kakashi's desperate plan to turn the tables. He intended to harness the vast life force of the slug sage to directly assault and purify this core of deathly pollution, to combat poison with poison, to confront life against death. But the power of the crystal was far too feeble. It was on the verge of obliteration. The remnants of Boruto's fragmented consciousness clung to this singular thought. His newly awakened all-seeing eye instinctively focused on that crystal, on the coordinate belonging to the wet bone forest. He had no strength to channel energy, nor time to contemplate complex techniques. All he could do was concentrate the entirety of the power of his newly birthed eyes, capable of piercing through illusions and locking onto reality, upon that singular point. Lock on. A silent intention, like an invisible bridge, penetrated the turbulent space. Disregarding the barriers of law, landing with precision upon the spatial coordinate crystal that was about to be enveloped by gray-white tendrils. Buzz, the once dim crystal, on the brink of being engulfed, erupted with unprecedented, penetrating spatial radiance as Boruto's all-seeing eye locked onto it. This light was not an attack, but a pure spatial positioning signal. It pierced through the layers of the gray-white core's barriers, shining like the brightest lighthouse in the night, precisely directing towards the distant wet bone forest. In the depths of the vast and boundless wet bone forest, within the immense cavern, the colossal form of the slug sage continuously transported the overwhelming essence of life across the fabric of space to the ruins of Miyaboka Mountain, sustaining Naruto's flickering life force. His thoughts brimmed with concern over the collapse of the sacred land and a profound compassion for Naruto's fate. Suddenly, a faint yet precisely calibrated distress signal pierced through the spatial barriers, indelibly imprinting itself upon his vast consciousness. The source of the signal unmistakably pointed to the contaminated core of the ninja world, emanating a dense aura of death. In that moment, the slug sage beheld the final vision through the coordinate crystal, glimpsing the cold, grayish-white orb deep within the core of the night owl's stronghold. He sensed the indifferent will that regarded all beings as mere fodder, a supreme desecration of life itself. Those who profane life shall incur its wrath. The sage's immense consciousness ignited with a chilling fury for the first time. He was no longer a mere observer of pity. His colossal form trembled violently, and the boundless natural energy of the wet bone forest surged, roaring to life. A torrent of life essence, 100 times more formidable than the support previously rendered to the sacred land, surged forth, infused with a millennium of accumulated wrath and purifying intent, establishing a temporary conduit fortified by Boruto's insightful eye, and crashed into the polluted core of the night owl's base with the precision of a celestial river in flood. Aiming directly for that cold, grayish-white eye, thunderous roars erupted. The core of the night owl's base convulsed with the most terrifying tremors since the onset of battle. The grayish-white polluted core, akin to an ice block cast into boiling magma, was instantly submerged by an unimaginable torrent of life essence. The cataclysmic clash of two opposing forces, an explosive confrontation at the core, was beyond description, as the very laws of the universe collided and annihilated one another. The core structure of the night owl's base twisted, deformed, and disintegrated under the extreme energy impact, resembling rotting wood thrown into a furnace. The cold metallic framework, under the relentless assault of life essence, sprouted vibrant green moss and ephemeral blossoms, only to be consumed by the encroaching grayish death energy, wilting and turning to ash. At the boundary of these two forces, space crumpled like a wrinkled sheet of paper, revealing bizarre and surreal distortions. The slug sage's vast life essence, akin to a starry sea, transformed into a verdant deluge, surging with purifying will, striking the core of the polluted source squarely upon the cold, massive eyeball composed of pure, grayish energy. A howl erupted, not of cold indifference, but filled with pain, fury, and incredulous shrieks. The grayish eye trembled violently, its surface swirling with lifeless nebulae, desperately attempting to unleash a more powerful grayish death energy to obliterate this overwhelming surge of life. It regarded all existence with disdain, yet had never anticipated such a pure and vast force would strike it head-on. The collision was as if a searing iron were pressed against ice. The torrent of life essence clashed violently with the pure grayish death energy, annihilating one another. The emerald light relentlessly eroded the grayish eye, melting it away like snow under the sun. The swirling dead nebula upon the eye's surface was forcibly torn apart and shattered. The massive eyeball visibly shrank and dimmed. Effective. The slug sage's power was purifying it. Kakashi, thrown back, struggled to raise his head, his Sharingan fixed upon the nightmarish scene at the core, igniting a flicker of ecstasy within him. Yet, he also witnessed the grayish eye, in its utmost agony, unleash a counterattack of grayish death energy, desperately trying to erode and contaminate the emerald life torrent, even attempting to backtrack and pollute the wet bone forest. This was a tug-of-war of will and energy. The first to exhaust would face complete annihilation. Within the turbulent passage, the surviving leaf ninjas were rocked by the horrific aftershocks of the clash, all bearing injuries. Jiraiya, his sage chakra severely depleted, bled from his mouth, yet stood resolutely in front of the others, shielding them from the violent energy shards. The medical ninja cradling Sasuke felt the grayish crystals on his body, under the close proximity of life essence, seemingly halt their spread, even showing the slightest signs of melting at the edges. Though he remained unconscious, his breath faint. "Hold on. We must endure," Jiraiya bellowed, rallying strength for the slug sage's power and buying time for their side. In the chaotic depths of space, Boruto's newly awakened insightful eye clearly perceived the breathtaking duel within the core. He witnessed the emerald torrent dissolving the grayish eye, as well as the frantic and malicious counterattack of the eye in its death throes. He observed that although the slug sage's power was immense, its transmission across space was rapidly depleting in the face of the law-level death energy, a sense of exhaustion creeping in. Simultaneously, he beheld another heart-stopping sight. At the edge of the chaotic spatial storm generated by the core clash, familiar figures swayed like fragile boats amidst a tempest. It was Granny Tsunade. She was drenched in blood, her left arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly having sustained severe injuries during the collapse of the sacred land. Yet she clung fiercely to someone, his father. Naruto's ashen hue appeared to lighten ever so slightly under the residual waves of the slug sage's life torrent. The tiny spark within his chest still stubbornly pulsing, though weak enough to extinguish at any moment. Behind Tsunade was Shikamaru, almost cocooned in shadow. His complexion was ashen, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, clearly pushed to his limits. He used the Nara clan's secret shadow jutsu to bind himself, Tsunade, and Naruto together, forming a fragile protective sphere, struggling to maintain their integrity amidst the violent spatial turbulence. They were being swept away by a powerful spatial current towards an unknown rift exuding a more chaotic and ancient aura, far from the core battlefield. Granny Tsunade, Uncle Shikamaru, Dad, Boruto cried out internally. He yearned to rush forward, but his body remained ensnared by the violent current, unable to move. The freshly awakened insightful eye granted him unparalleled perception, yet it did not bestow the power necessary to combat this level of spatial storm. He could only watch helplessly as his loved ones were drawn into unknown peril. Just as Boruto's heart raced in despair, a sudden hum resonated within him. The chaotic power, forcibly amalgamated and momentarily balanced under the guidance of the insightful eye, began to stir violently. Particularly, the dark violet energy belonging to the wedge surged forward like a shark sensing blood, rushing towards the molten point of his eyes. It aimed directly for the grayish eye, now being eroded by the life torrent. A primal, greedy desire to consume surged from the wedge, igniting like wildfire within Boruto's consciousness. It sought to devour the residual power of that eye. No, Boruto snapped to attention. He forcefully suppressed the wedge's agitation. The grayish death energy contained within that eye was a purer form of pollution than the wedge itself. The consequences of consumption would be unimaginable. Furthermore, in his current state, he could not control such a level of devouring. Yet the wedge's yearning was overwhelming, nearly breaking through the confines of his will. The balance of his body shattered in an instant, and the ice-corrosive power began to rebel. Agony swept through him once more, in that moment of internal and external turmoil, when his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. "Child, look there." The vast consciousness of the slug sage resonated within Boruto's very soul, tinged with urgency and guidance. The transmission of information was not direct. Instead, it emanated from a crystal, tethered to the core battlefield and marked by Boruto's omniscient eye, conveying a vague coordinate. This coordinate did not lead to the core battlefield nor to the rift where Tsunade and her companions had drifted. Rather, it pointed to a clandestine area, shrouded in layers of energy barriers, revealed after the collapse of the Night Owl base's core structure. This area exuded a chilling, precise, inhuman aura, starkly contrasting with the chaos enveloping the entire base. At the heart of this region, Boruto's omniscient eye penetrated the barriers and faintly discerned a colossal brain, submerged in a viscous nutrient solution, interconnected by countless intricate tubes and neural bundles. A brain stripped of its corporeal form, reduced to a mere organ of thought. It emitted faint yet remarkably precise energy fluctuations, akin to the central processor driving the complex operations of the entire base. The control hub must be destroyed to sever the connection. The thoughts of the Sage of Slugs echoed intermittently, clearly reaching the limits of its resistance against the gray-white orb. In that instant, Boruto comprehended the Sage's intention. The gray-white orb represented the core will of the pollution source, and this brain was likely the physical control center of the Night Owl base. Destroying it would cut off the gray-white orb's energy siphoning and control over the entire base, significantly weakening its power to resist the Sage of Slugs. Moreover, the location of this center appeared to be closer to the path he was being swept along by the turbulent currents. A frenzied plan swiftly took shape in Boruto's mind. He could not directly confront the core battlefield, nor could he immediately rescue Tsunade and the others, but perhaps he could strike at the root of the problem. He no longer forcibly suppressed the wedge's insatiable desire to devour. Instead, he guided this ferocious power, blending it with the remnants of his chakra and the icy edge within him, channeling it all into his omniscient eye. His target was set on that secret control center, the brain. The molten golden singularity of the omniscient eye whirled with fervor, focusing intensely. An intangible, formless force, yet brimming with ultimate insight and the will to cleave through space, surged forth, disregarding the physical distance and the violent energy currents, akin to the most precise spiritual blade, piercing forcefully towards that hidden region. Eye of the heart, omniscient cleave, with a soft sound, devoid of earth-shattering noise. Boruto observed as the heavily guarded secret area appeared to be sliced through by an invisible blade. The sturdy energy barriers crumbled silently like fragile soap bubbles. Countless intricate tubes and neural bundles connecting to the colossal brain were severed, as if swept by a high-temperature laser, instantly melting and charred. The immense brain, immersed in the nutrient solution, convulsed violently. A myriad of fine cracks surfaced on its surface, and the precise energy fluctuations became chaotically disordered in an instant. Boom! The gray-white orb, engaged in a frantic struggle against the life force of the Sage of Slugs, shuddered violently. The gray-white death energy it emitted suddenly diminished by at least 30%. The energy tendrils that had once stabilized the connection to the entire base became tumultuous, dim, and even began to fracture. The pressure from the Sage of Slugs' life force decreased dramatically. The verdant glow surged as if bolstered by reinforcements, flooding fiercely towards the severely weakened gray-white orb. Roar! The gray-white orb unleashed an unprecedented, piercing scream filled with rage and unwillingness. It seemed to sense the destruction of the control center. The source of its power had been severed. An opportunity. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with determination. He strained against his injuries, activating his Sharingan, locking onto the dimming gray-white orb that had shrunk to less than half its size. Lord Jiraiya, the strongest blow, Kakashi shouted. Understanding. Jiraiya's white hair billowed as he poured the last remnants of his Sage Chakra into his hands. Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken. A massive blue spiral sphere, several meters in diameter and infused with terrifying Sage energy, coalesced in Jiraiya's hands, radiating a momentum capable of annihilating all. And he hurled it with great force at the gray-white orb, which was firmly suppressed by the life force. Kakashi moved simultaneously. He bit his finger, blood tracing an arcane pattern across his palm. Summoning technique. 8 ninja dogs. With a burst of smoke, 8 nin dogs of varying sizes appeared. Pakken, Buru, lead the others. Target that orb. Use your strongest Fang to attack its most vulnerable pupil. Kakashi's command was concise, yet fervent. Wu, leave it to me, Pakken barked. And the 8 ninja dogs transformed into high-speed, spinning chakra drills, akin to precision missiles, following closely behind Jiraiya's super-large Rasen Shuriken, crashing into the center of the gray-white orb's swirling void. Boom! The super-large Rasen shuriken struck first. The terrifying sage energy detonated upon contact with the surface of the gray-white orb. Following closely, the 8 fangs, infused with all the power of the ninja dogs, pierced through the energy breach created by the shuriken, plunging deep into the fragile depths of its pupil. The life force of the Sage of Slugs surged forth. No. The cold, inhuman voice emitted a final, unwilling shriek. Crack! A sound so crisp it sent chills down the spine. The gray-white orb, emblematic of ultimate pollution and death, was besieged by the life purification of the Sage of Slugs, the explosive assault of Jiraiya's sage techniques, and the lethal puncture of the 8 ninja dogs, causing its surface to instantly become riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Then, before the astonished eyes of all, it shattered like a glass ball pushed to its limits. Countless gray-white energy fragments shot forth like dying meteors in all directions. A destructive energy shockwave swept across the entire core of the Night Owl base. The base collapsed entirely. The spatial passage, deprived of the core of the pollution source, began to twist and shrink violently. Go! Kakashi shouted, enduring his injuries as he activated his body flicker technique, dashing towards the nearest Konoha ninja in an attempt to escape. Jiraiya seized the nearest injured individual and rushed towards the narrowing exit of the spatial passage. However, just as the core was annihilated and the spatial passage was about to close, a minuscule fragment, imbued with pure gray-white death energy and the last remnants of the obliterated orb's unwilling will, shot forth with a lifelike precision. Disregarding the chaotic energy storm and targeting deep within the turbulent currents of space. The target was none other than Boruto, who had just released the omniscient cleave and was in a state of extreme weakness, both mentally and physically. Boruto's omniscient eye clearly detected this fatal fragment. Yet, having just exhausted all his strength, he was utterly unable to evade. The fragment silently penetrated his forehead. Chapter 22. The Embers of the Eye of the Heart and the Undying Flame. Continued 6. Cold. A chill that transcended the physical cold of the turbulent currents, piercing deep into the soul, enveloped Boruto the moment the gray-white fragment embedded itself in his brow. Time seemed frozen. The tumultuous space currents, the explosion of the annihilated core, the distant swaying figures of Tsunade and her companions, all faded into Boruto's perception, becoming indistinct. The world seemed to shrink down to the single point at his brow, like a red-hot branding iron pressed against him, or a piercing pain from the most treacherous of ice. Ugh! Boruto could not even utter a complete syllable as his body convulsed violently within the currents. His newly awakened molten golden singularity eyes contracted to their utmost limit. The once nearly transparent glass-like hue of his irises now bore a profoundly ominous, icy gray-white nebula, spreading like ink dropped into clear water. To desecrate life is to return to oblivion. A cold, indifferent remnant thought, laden with endless will of death, surged into Boruto's consciousness, burrowing deep within, seeking to corrupt this vessel that had just begun to reveal its extraordinary potential. It aimed to consume that flicker of molten will, to drag this nascent light into an eternal grayness. Begone! Boruto let out a silent roar deep within his consciousness. Instinctively, he summoned all the remaining strength within him to resist. The resilience of the swirling chakra, the warmth of his father's will, the lingering essence of the sage's life force, and even the newly awakened power of the all-seeing eye surged into his forehead, striving to expel, purify, or confine the invading fragment of death. Yet, the pure and malevolent essence contained within the gray-white shard was too potent, too insidious. It spread like the most tenacious virus, voraciously eroding all the forces Boruto had summoned. The molten singularity became enshrouded by the gray-white nebula, dimming. The vibrant green of life was tainted by the deathly aura, wilting. The golden-red sparks of will teetered precariously under the frigid assault. More alarmingly, the power of the wedge, which had been temporarily suppressed within Boruto, boiled over in an explosive frenzy, ignited by the pure essence of death. Dark purple energy surged towards his forehead, not aiding Boruto in his struggle, but rather driven by a greedy, insatiable desire to merge with and consume the gray-white shard. The force of ice also retaliated, rampaging through his meridians. Boruto felt as though he were a rag doll, violently torn by 3 opposing forces. His body rolled uncontrollably amidst the spatial turbulence, cracks on his skin spreading wildly. blood mingling with icy crystals and wisps of gray-white essence oozing out. At his forehead, a distinct gray-white mark, reminiscent of a third eye, began to materialize slowly. Boruto. From afar, Tsunade, on the brink of being devoured by the spatial rift, seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning her head to behold the chaotic and sinister aura erupting from Boruto, along with the blinding gray-white at his forehead. Her eyes filled with an unprecedented terror and heartache. Damn it! Shikamaru also witnessed this, but he was unable to save himself. His shadow shield on the verge of collapse under the violent forces of space. In the core battlefield of the Night Owl, a thunderous roar erupted. With the complete shattering of the gray-white eye, the Night Owl base, deprived of its core support, faced its ultimate demise. The enormous metal structure crumbled and disintegrated in a deafening cacophony, as if a giant beast had its skeleton removed. The spatial passage lost its sustaining power, twisting, shrinking, and annihilating like dough in invisible hands. A horrific suction emanated from the annihilated passage's center, ravenously consuming the remnants of the base, energy fragments, and even light itself. Hurry! The space is about to collapse entirely. Kakashi shouted fiercely, his Sharingan bloodshot from overexertion. He endured excruciating pain as if his bones were splintering, repeatedly activating the body flicker technique to push his severely injured comrades toward a relatively safe area. Jiraiya, nearly depleted of sage chakra, his white hair disheveled, blood continuously trickling from his mouth, formed hand seals to summon a massive toad stomach, barely resisting the terrifying suction and the collapsing metal debris from the center of annihilation. Go, everyone, into the passage. The surviving leaf ninjas, amidst despair, summoned their last reserves of strength, supporting one another against the ferocious suction and falling metal blocks. Desperately racing toward the rapidly shrinking exit of the spatial passage, its edges flickering with unstable electric sparks. With every step forward, sacrifices were made. One ninja was crushed into a pulp by a massive metal beam. Another was swept by a spatial rift, disappearing without a trace. Kakashi and Jiraiya held the rear, fending off the most lethal attacks. Kakashi's Raikiri had long extinguished, relying solely on taijutsu and kunai for defense, each collision causing him to spit blood. Jiraiya's toad stomach was riddled with cracks, on the verge of collapse. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Ino, who had reached the edge of the passage, turned back, letting out a piercing cry. Go, don't worry about us. Jiraiya roared, his white hair whipping like a steel whip as he deflected a falling metal plate. Kakashi remained silent, his Sharingan fixed on the center of annihilation. He saw that amidst the chaotic storm of destruction, the purest remnants of gray-white death aura, left behind after the shattering of the eye, had not been entirely consumed by the spatial obliteration but instead, as if imbued with life, sought to penetrate the collapsing spatial structure, escaping into the unknown dimensions. One fragment seemed to sense something, hastily darting towards the depths of the spatial turbulence where Boruto was located. They cannot escape. Kakashi's heart raced with alarm. If these fragments of death imbued with rules were to flee, the consequences would be dire. He instinctively attempted to pursue, but his grievous injuries and the violent spatial suction rendered him immobile. Just then, lightning release, purification arrow. A cold and imposing female voice resonated like thunder across the chaotic battlefield. The voice emanated from beyond the contracting spatial passage. Swoosh! A blue-white lightning arrow, condensed to perfection and exuding a divine purifying aura, shot through the passage like a meteor streaking across the night sky, targeting the fleeing gray-white essence. It was support from the Cloud Village. The Raikage secretary, Mabui, had personally arrived at the passage's entrance, delivering this crucial strike. The arrow, infused with the highest purifying lightning of the Cloud Village, instantly pierced through the remaining pure gray-white death aura. A blinding flash of lightning erupted, enveloping it completely, purifying and obliterating it. One fragment that had been heading towards Boruto was violently disturbed by the arrow's residual energy, its trajectory altered, ultimately swept away into the depths of the chaotic spatial turbulence, never to be seen again. Kakashi felt a slight sense of relief, yet the crisis remained unresolved. The entire base's collapse accelerated, the spatial passage shrinking to a narrow gap barely wide enough for a single person. Kakashi, quickly! Jiraiya grasped Kakashi's arm, using his last ounce of strength to fling him toward the passage. At the same time, The massive toad stomach beneath him finally succumbed to the strain. Shattering with a thunderous crash, Jiraiya, Kakashi's eyes widened in horror. Stop wasting time. Keep an eye on Naruto and the future of the leaf. Jiraiya's white hair danced wildly, a carefree yet resolute smile gracing his face. He turned abruptly, forming the final hand seal, pouring all the remaining sage chakra within him into the ground. Sage art, toad confinement. A gigantic, translucent toad apparition composed of sage chakra instantly expanded, enveloping the collapsing core area and the violent spatial suction for a brief moment, isolating it. This bought Kakashi and the last few ninjas precious time to escape. Go. Kakashi understood this was the opportunity Jiraiya had fought for with his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he suppressed the tears in his eyes and the pain in his heart, transforming into a fleeting shadow, plunging with the last two severely injured ninjas into the narrow, closing spatial passage. Just as Kakashi's figure vanished at the passage's entrance. Boom. The confinement created by the toad technique was utterly torn apart by the rampant forces of collapse. Jiraiya's form was consumed by endless darkness and the torrent of collapsing metal. The core of the Night Owl base, along with the tainted space, was obliterated into a chaotic void amidst the earth-shattering explosion and the light of spatial annihilation. In the depths of the spatial turbulence, Boruto had nearly lost all perception of the outside world. All his spirit and strength were engaged in a desperate struggle against the invading gray-white shard at his forehead and the rampaging wedge power within him. The deathly will of the gray-white shard invaded his consciousness like a relentless parasite, seeking to taint his soul with its grayness. The wedge power, akin to a voracious beast, disregarded all else in its desire to devour this pure sustenance, growing stronger and ultimately turning against its host. The power of ice rampaged amidst the chaos, freezing his vitality. Three forces clashed violently within him, tearing him apart. Boruto's body trembled violently in the turbulence, his veins bulging like worms beneath his skin, sometimes covered in frost, sometimes spreading gray-white patterns, and at times erupting with dark purple light. The grayish-white mark on his brow grew increasingly distinct, resembling a third, malevolent eye. Father's remaining sliver of clarity, amidst the ferocious agony and encroaching chaos, flickered like a candle in a tempest, struggling to endure. The last vestige of his warmth was besieged by the grayish death energy and the power of the wedge, akin to a solitary vessel in a raging sea, its radiance dwindling. At that moment, a faint yet profoundly familiar warmth, imbued with the essence of life, flowed like a gentle stream from Boruto's clenched right palm. It was his father's kunai, the specially crafted shuriken etched with the flying thunder god technique, which Naruto had always carried with him. Unbeknownst to him, Boruto had been gripping it tightly in his hand. At this critical juncture, when Boruto's life was under the utmost threat and his internal energies were in chaotic disarray, this tool, embodying his father's will and the coordinates of the flying thunder god, seemed to have activated some deep-seated protective mechanism. Buzz. The technique inscribed upon the shuriken glimmered with a faint golden light under the impact of Boruto's chaotic energy. A chakra unique to Naruto, imbued with a protective intent, flowed with great difficulty down Boruto's arm, towards his heart, towards that flicker of consciousness on the verge of being engulfed by darkness. Simultaneously, this kunai became a feeble yet unmistakable anchor point of space, belonging to Naruto himself. Boruto's fractured consciousness grasped this familiar warmth, which, like a lighthouse in the darkness, bestowed upon him the last vestige of strength to resist the encroachment. Instinctively, he exerted his remaining will to channel the three chaotic forces within him, grayish death energy, the wedge power, and frostbite, no longer in futile opposition, but directing them towards the glowing kunai, akin to herding three uncontrollable beasts towards an outlet. Whoosh! Under Boruto's guidance and the activation of the flying thunder god technique, a highly unstable vortex of space, twisting with grayish, dark purple, and ice blue hues, erupted violently, centered around the kunai in Boruto's hand. The frenzied spatial turbulence was forcibly drawn into this suddenly manifested vortex. Boruto's body, on the brink of collapse, along with the three conflicting destructive energies within him, was instantly devoured by the distorted vortex, vanishing without a trace. At the edge of the collapsed holy site of Maiboku Mountain, space shattered like a broken mirror, with immense cracks sprawling into the endless void. Fallen boulders floated in a weightless environment, slowly drifting into darkness. A shadowy, cracked spherical shield, tenuously maintained, struggled to float amidst the violent remnants of space, resembling cosmic dust. Inside the shield, Tsunade knelt on the ground, blood-soaked and with her left arm hanging limply. All her chakra, along with the life-sustaining force transmitted by the slug sage, was concentrated in her hands pressed against Naruto's heart. Her complexion was as pale as gold leaf, sweat mingling with blood dripped down, her body trembling from excessive strain. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Naruto's ashen face. Naruto lay quietly, the faint golden-red spark at his heart. Sustained by the sage's vast life force and Tsunade's desperate medical ninjutsu, flickered weakly, each pulse seemingly exhausting the world's power. The gray pallor on his face appeared to stagnate, yet it did not dissipate, resembling a frozen mask of death. Shikamaru curled in a corner of the shield, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his breath waning to its limits. Maintaining this shadow shield against spatial turbulence had nearly drained his last ounce of vitality. His shadow had grown exceptionally thin and transparent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. His glasses lay shattered, revealing eyes filled with blood vessels, exhaustion, and despair. He lacked even the strength to contemplate his next move. Shikamaru's voice, supporting Tsunade, was nearly inaudible. He struggled to lift his eyelids. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Just then, buzz! The space ahead of the shield twisted violently, without warning. A swirling vortex of grayish, dark purple, and ice blue light, exuding a disquieting instability, materialized out of thin air. Following that, a figure drenched in blood, skin marred with cracks, bearing an eerie grayish-white mark on its brow, was hurled forward with tremendous force, crashing heavily upon the floating rock before the shadow shield. It was Boruto. However, his current state caused Tsunade and Shikamaru's hearts to plummet into an abyss of despair. Boruto curled his body, convulsing violently. The grayish-white mark on his brow writhed like a living entity, emanating a chilling death energy. Dark purple wedge patterns slithered beneath his skin like venomous serpents, clashing fiercely with the encroaching frost. His body had become a battleground of chaotic energies, with 3 destructive forces colliding in a frenzy, threatening to tear him apart at any moment. In his hand, he clutched the kunai glimmering with a faint golden light. Boruto! Tsunade cried out in heart-wrenching agony, yearning to rush forward, yet the power-sustaining Naruto bound her immobile. Shikamaru also struggled to manipulate his shadow, but the shield quaked violently, causing him to spit blood, its thickness diminishing even further. It seemed that sensing the presence and cries of his loved ones, the convulsing Boruto struggled to lift his head slowly. He opened his eyes. His left eye was a frenzied whirlpool of grayish nebulae, cold and lifeless chaos. His right eye was a tumultuous vortex of dark purple wedges intertwined with ice-blue gears. Yet, within the depths of his pupils, a faint glimmer, almost imperceptible, belonging to Boruto himself, flickered like a beacon amidst a storm, valiantly striving to shine. He parted his lips, seemingly wishing to speak, but only blood, tainted with ice crystals and grayish essence, surged forth. A fragmented, barely discernible syllable emerged from the kunai, mingled with blood froth, escaping with great difficulty. Chapter 23. The Embers of the Eye of the Heart and the Unextinguished Flame. Continuation 7. Boruto curled upon the cold, floating rock, each convulsion appearing as though it would tear his body asunder. The grayish death energy, dark purple wedges, and ice-blue erosion clashed ferociously within him, like 3 enraged dragons vying for dominance over a crumbling vessel. The veins beneath his skin bulged grotesquely, at times cloaked in lifeless gray frost, at times spreading dark purple patterns of consumption, and at times cracking under the freezing ice. The writhing grayish mark on his brow exuded a chilling aura, evoking the image of a sinister third eye. With great effort, he raised his head, his inhuman eyes, the left one a chaotic nebula, the right one a vortex of wedge and erosion, fixed upon the shadow shield. His gaze pierced through the thin barrier and settled upon Tsunade, who pressed firmly against Naruto's pallid visage, resting on the flickering golden-red spark that seemed poised to extinguish at any moment. The fragmented syllables from the kunai, mingled with blood froth and grayish essence, emerged as Boruto summoned the last remnants of his will, trembling as he raised his right hand, clutching the kunai, slowly pointing towards the shield. The Flying Thunder God technique inscribed upon the kunai, amid the turmoil of Boruto's chaotic energies, continued to flicker with a faint golden light, embodying his father's final protective intent. Boruto. Tsunade's heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. She beheld the chaos and torment in her grandson's eyes, and the flicker of golden light struggling in the depths of his unusual gaze. She longed to rush forward without hesitation, even if it meant embracing him, even if it meant sharing just a fragment of his pain. Yet her hands remained welded to Naruto's heart, sustaining that flickering life force, an anchor that could not be relinquished at this moment. Even the slightest fluctuation of sage chakra could extinguish that spark entirely. Shikamaru. Tsunade's voice trembled with a sob, hoarse and filled with despair. Shadows, bring him here. Quickly. Shikamaru huddled in a corner, his body slightly convulsing from extreme exhaustion. The shadow shield, held together by the sheer force of his will, flickered violently like a candle in the wind, cracks spidering across its surface. With every tremor in the space around him, he coughed up blood mixed with fragments of his insides. He heard Tsunade's desperate call and witnessed Boruto's hellish plight beyond the shield. Bring him here? A bitter smile twisted the corners of Shikamaru's mouth. His shadow had long since drained its last remnants of strength. Maintaining this shield was perilous enough. The thought of extending it into the chaotic space to grasp Boruto and safely pull him back was nothing short of a delusion. He couldn't even concentrate on the feasibility of the command, his mind clouded by blood loss and hypoxia. Shikamaru attempted to raise his hand. His fingertips trembled slightly. The edges of the shadow shield, with great difficulty, extended a nearly invisible tendril towards Boruto, as slow as a snail's crawl. The moment this tendril breached the shield's boundary, it was severed in an instant by an invisible rift in space. Shikamaru let out a muffled groan, darkness engulfing him as he collapsed. The glow of the shadow shield dimmed significantly, becoming nearly transparent. The violent energies outside surged in, finding a breach to squeeze and tear at them. Tsunade's heart sank into an icy abyss. Despair washed over her like a chilling tide. Naruto's life hung by a thread. Boruto was losing control. Shikamaru was spent, and they themselves were on the brink of being consumed by the collapsing space. The embers of Konoha's flame were truly about to extinguish. In that moment of utter hopelessness, a faint yet precise ripple of familiar spatial coordinates surged in Kakashi's perception, akin to a stone thrown into stagnant waters, erupting with intensity. This ripple originated from the direction of the collapsing sacred ground, Naruto's flying thunder god coordinates, and they were nearby. Kakashi's figure burst forth, carrying the last two severely injured ninjas as he escaped the impending annihilation of the Night Owl space, landing at the edge of the Konoha ruins. The grief of Jiraiya's sacrifice still weighed heavily upon him, his body drenched in blood, chakra nearly depleted, and his Sharingan throbbing with sharp pain from overuse. Yet, in that moment, the faint ripple ignited the nearly extinguished fire of his combat spirit. Naruto. Boruto. Kakashi turned sharply, his Sharingan locking onto the direction of the ripple. An area of chaotic, twisted spatial rifts formed after the sacred ground's collapse. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi pushed one of the injured ninjas towards Shizune, draining the last vestiges of chakra from within him, his hands forming seals at an extraordinary speed. Flying Thunder God technique. A silver flash of lightning tore through the smoke-filled air, and Kakashi's figure vanished from sight. At the edge of the collapsing sacred ground, the shadow shield shattered soundlessly after Shikamaru lost consciousness, akin to a soap bubble bursting. The violent currents of space and the force of weightlessness descended upon them instantly. Tsunade let out a muffled groan as her body was yanked off the ground by tremendous force. She clung tightly to Naruto, using her body as the final barrier, her back crashing against a floating boulder, the pain causing her vision to darken. Shikamaru was flung away like a kite severed from its string. Outside the shield, Boruto bore the brunt of it all. His body, already on the brink of collapse, was swept up by the raging currents upon losing its rocky support. Tossed into the unfathomable darkness like a broken doll, the kunai of the flying thunder god, glimmering faintly in his hand, became the sole clear coordinate amidst the chaos. Boruto. Tsunade screamed in despair, helplessly watching as her grandson was engulfed by darkness. Just as Boruto's body was about to be swallowed by the rift, a blinding silver flash erupted beside him, like a blade cleaving through eternal night, bursting forth without warning. As the lightning receded, Kakashi's figure materialized. His face was as pale as paper, his Sharingan bloodshot, and his body trembled violently from the continuous use of the flying thunder god and his injuries. Yet the timing and position of his arrival were as precise as a miracle. Kakashi's left hand, like an iron claw, seized Boruto's wrist, which gripped the kunai. Being dragged by the chaotic currents, he encountered a wave of cold and chaos. Boruto's wrist was cracked, the skin grayish and dark purple. Icy blue energy coiling around it like a venomous serpent, rapidly eroding Kakashi's palm. Pain and a chilling aura of death surged up his arm. Kakashi let out a muffled groan, his Sharingan bursting forth with resolute light. Ignoring the agonizing corruption, his right hand, already poised with a kunai, gathered his remaining chakra for one final strike. Stay still. Kakashi roared hoarsely, driving the kunai into a comparatively stable boulder nearby. The lightning exploded. The kunai embedded deeply within the rock, the powerful lightning chakra temporarily disrupting the localized chaotic currents, creating a fleeting yet stable anchor point. Seizing this moment of stability, Kakashi exerted all his strength, yanking Boruto back from the grasp of the currents. Simultaneously, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Tsunade, Naruto, and the flailing Shikamaru, also ensnared by the turbulence not far away. The coordinates of the flying thunder god clearly pointed to Naruto. Kakashi did not hesitate. As he pulled Boruto back, his empty right hand formed seals with lightning speed. Flying thunder god, guiding lightning. Target, Naruto. A faint yet precise ripple of spatial energy ignored the tumultuous currents, instantly connecting Kakashi to Naruto in Tsunade's arms. A powerful pulling force acted on Naruto. Kakashi. Tsunade understood instantly. Without hesitation, at the moment the force connected, she summoned her last vestiges of strength, thrusting Naruto forcefully toward Kakashi's direction. Simultaneously, she propelled herself towards the flung Shikamaru like a cannonball. With a rush, Naruto's body crossed the barrier of chaotic currents, appearing beside Kakashi. Kakashi's right arm embraced Naruto's cold, heavy form, feeling the lifeless grayness, save for the faint flicker of life within his chest, causing Kakashi's heart to lurch painfully. Go! Kakashi gripped Boruto, who struggled violently, energy surging dangerously close to exploding, while his other arm held Naruto, whose flame of life flickered like a candle in the wind. He focused on the direction of Shizune and the others in the Konoha ruins, where he had previously left a kunai marked with the flying thunder god technique. This was their last chance for survival, carrying these two dying children. Kakashi drained the last remnants of potential from the depths of his soul, his Sharingan glistening blood red. With both hands exerting force simultaneously, he executed the second phase of the flying thunder god. A blinding silver light erupted once more. Kakashi, along with Naruto and Boruto, vanished in an instant. Almost simultaneously with Kakashi's disappearance, Tsunade crashed heavily onto Shikamaru, shielding him with her body. A massive shard of space sliced through the spot she had occupied moments before. The floating boulder where Boruto had just been, along with the kunai Kakashi had embedded, was instantaneously reduced to dust by the violent currents. Kakashi took them away. Tsunade, cradling the unconscious Shikamaru, gazed toward the direction Kakashi had vanished, a bittersweet smile of relief gracing her lips. Soon after, the raging forces of space fully consumed the area, pulling her and Shikamaru into the endless darkness and chaos. At the edge of the Konoha ruins, the blinding silver light flickered and faded. Thud, thud, thud. 3 figures crashed heavily onto the ground, littered with rubble and blood. Coughing violently, Kakashi curled his body, each spasm expelling copious amounts of blood and fragments of his insides. The relentless use of the flying thunder god technique, especially the final leap with 2 mortally wounded individuals, had nearly obliterated his meridians and internal organs. The radiance of his Sharingan had been extinguished, shrouded in blood. His vision a blurred sea of crimson. Struggling to lift his head, he glanced beside him. Naruto lay to his left, his complexion still ashen. Yet the faint ember in his chest flickered with excruciating difficulty. The slender thread of life that Tsunade had desperately maintained seemed not entirely severed. Boruto, on his right, writhed violently, his body convulsing like a fish out of water. The pale mark on his forehead writhed as if alive, emanating a chilling aura of death. Dark purple patterns and icy blue scars clashed beneath his skin like boiling magma, crackling ominously. Cracks spread across his skin. Seeping dark purple blood mingled with a grayish essence and icy crystals. He clutched the tattered kunai of the flying thunder god, its golden sheen barely perceptible. Most terrifying were his eyes. The chaotic nebula in his left eye spun wildly, a frozen void of silence. The right eye's vortex devoured the surrounding light. While deep within his pupils, a flicker of molten gold, squeezed by the gray and dark purple, dimmed like a candle in a tempest, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Boruto, hold on. Kakashi struggled to crawl towards him, but his body felt as if it had shattered, rendering him immobile. Kakashi-senpai. Ino and the surviving leaf ninjas rushed over, their faces paling upon witnessing Naruto's lifeless visage and Boruto's monstrous transformation. Quick! Medical team. Highest priority. Ino commanded, suppressing the turmoil within her heart. Several medical ninjas immediately rushed towards Naruto, attempting to rekindle the feeble spark of life. Others approached Boruto, but upon nearing him, they were repelled by a chaotic, cold, and corrosive energy emanating from him. Their medical chakra sank like a stone, unable to approach. His power is spiraling out of control. It rejects all external energy. One medical ninja exclaimed in terror. Kakashi watched Boruto, struggling in agony, his breath becoming increasingly erratic and malevolent. As a cold dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. They had returned, but could they truly save this child? The three destructive forces within Boruto, now free from spatial constraints, were engaged in a final, brutal battle within his body. No matter which side emerged victorious, the outcome for Boruto could be utter annihilation or an unimaginable transformation. And how much longer could Naruto's flicker endure? After an unimaginable price paid, the flame of Konoha seemed forcibly rekindled, yet the flames of these two flickered perilously on the edge of obliteration, feeble enough to be snuffed out by the slightest breeze. At the edge of the ruins of Konoha, smoke, blood, and the dust of silence enveloped the air. The surviving ninjas gathered like wounded wolves, gazing at the three fallen figures at the center, their eyes interwoven with sorrow, confusion, and a tinge of post-catastrophe shock. Ino directed the medical team, akin to moths drawn to a flame, recklessly rushing towards Naruto and Boruto. Lord Hokage. Several medical J-ni knelt beside Naruto, their hands instantly enveloped in vibrant green medical chakra, gently pressing against Naruto's ashen chest. Yet, when their chakra met that layer of lifeless gray, it was as if they encountered the most impenetrable insulator, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The deathly force, akin to a fundamental law, stubbornly resisted all external vitality. Impossible. The rejection is too strong. We cannot inject chakra. One medical ninja exclaimed, his forehead slick with cold sweat, his voice trembling with despair. They could only watch helplessly as the feeble golden-red spark in Naruto's chest, having lost Tsunade's continuous infusion of sage chakra, flickered ever weaker, slower, like a candle about to extinguish. Boruto. Another group of medical ninjas attempted to approach the convulsing Boruto, but as they entered his 1-meter radius, a cold, chaotic, and corrosive energy field erupted like an invisible wall of thorns. A medical ninja at the forefront screamed as his hands, covered in medical chakra, were instantly tainted. Frozen by the deathly gray aura, bizarre gray patterns spreading rapidly across his skin. Staggering back, he was gripped tightly by his companion, horrified as he watched his arms swiftly lose sensation. Don't get close. His power is out of control. It will backfire on anything that approaches. Ino warned, her face pale as she halted the other medical ninjas from advancing. She gazed at Boruto, his eyes entirely covered in chaotic gray and dark purple, save for a flickering molten gold deep within, struggling yet dimming further, while the pale mark on his forehead writhed frantically, sending a chill racing up her spine. This was not a mere injury. It was a contamination at the level of laws and an energy conflict, a terrifying force that even the Sage of Slugs would need to exert all his strength to combat was raging within this young boy, engaged in a final battle. Kakashi-senpai. Ino looked helplessly at Kakashi, who lay collapsed, continuously coughing blood. Kakashi struggled to prop himself up with trembling arms. His Sharingan, obscured by blood, rendered his vision blurry. Yet he could distinctly sense the state of the two children beside him. Naruto's flame of life flickered like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Boruto resembled a bomb poised to explode, containing 3 types of destructive energies. Should the balance shatter, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, with his chakra depleted and his meridians severed, even moving a finger felt insurmountable. Despair. A cold, profound despair enveloped everyone present like a tangible ice water, drowning them. They had paid an excruciating price to rescue the Hokage and his son from the precipice of death. Yet it seemed they had merely brought the process of dying back to this war-torn homeland. Dad, in the midst of this deadening despair, an exceedingly faint voice, akin to a dreamlike whisper, suddenly rang out. The voice belonged to Naruto. Everyone jolted, incredulous as they turned to Naruto. They beheld Naruto's face, as gray as stone, with his tightly shut eyelids trembling ever so slightly. His lips, shrouded in a deathly gray hue, struggled to part, as if silently calling out, "Naruto?" Kakashi's heart raced, disregarding the agony as he crawled to Naruto's side. "Can you hear me?" No response. Naruto remained with his eyes closed, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Only the spark in his chest, after that faint call, seemed to be infused with some unseen power, glimmering ever so slightly. Then, something even more astonishing occurred. Naruto's right hand, which had been lifeless, cold, and rigid, covered in a deathly gray, began to rise extremely slowly, trembling as if it had broken free from a tremendous constraint. The movement was stiff and sluggish, reminiscent of rusty machinery. Yet it bore an undeniable determination rooted in the instinct for life. His fingers trembled, reaching out towards Boruto, who was writhing in pain. Ensconced in gray and dark purple energy, the target was not Boruto's body, but rather Boruto's right hand, which clutched the flying thunder god kunai, also trembling violently. Naruto's intentions became instantly clear to Kakashi as he witnessed the nearly impossible movements driven by his will. He yearned to reach Boruto, to touch the kunai in his son's hand that bore the weight of his spirit and resolve. An indescribable pang of sorrow and shock surged through Kakashi. This was Uzumaki Naruto, the embodiment of the Hokage's will, even in the face of death, with his soul ensnared in the silence of the grave. The conviction to protect his loved ones transcended the limits of the physical form, compelling this broken body to make one final effort. "Help him," Kakashi rasped, directing his voice towards Shizune and the medical team. "Stabilize Naruto's body. Provide him with a fulcrum." In an instant, Shizune sprang into action, discarding her attempts to infuse medical chakra and instead gently cradling Naruto's trembling shoulders and arms, offering a steady support for his outstretched hand. Other medical ninjas, shaken from their stupor, rushed forward to carefully stabilize the rest of Naruto's body, preventing him from collapsing under the strain. With their collective support, Naruto's quivering, ashen right hand slowly advanced, inch by inch, through the frigid air, imbued with a heartbreaking persistence, until it finally connected with Boruto's equally cold, cracked right hand that gripped the kunai tightly. The moment Naruto's fingertips brushed against Boruto's hand, a faint yet unmistakably clear warmth surged forth, a pure expression of Uzumaki Naruto's protective will. It flowed like a bridge that transcended the boundaries of life and death, coursing through the contact and into Boruto's chaotic, frigid, and crumbling body. Simultaneously, the kunai in Boruto's grasp ignited with an unprecedented warmth and resolute golden-red light at the moment Naruto's will made contact, illuminating the chaotic battlefield within him like a beacon in the darkness. Boruto emitted a primal roar, one that blended agony with an odd sense of liberation. The three conflicting forces within him, which threatened to tear apart his soul and body, reacted violently to the sudden influx of pure will and the illuminating force of the flying thunder god coordinates, melting away like ice tossed into a furnace. The encroaching grayish death energy was temporarily repelled by the protective will, while the rampaging dark purple energy was momentarily bound by the spatial stability inherent in the flying thunder god's coordinates. Signs of thawing emerged in the frozen state under the warmth of the protective will. Most crucially, deep within Boruto's eyes, which were thoroughly cloaked in grayish chaos and dark purple vortices. A flickering point of molten gold, the last vestige of his self, was reignited by the infusion of his father's will and the illumination of the flying thunder god's golden light. It erupted with an extraordinary, almost burning brilliance. "Dad!" A silent scream resonated deep within Boruto's soul, the molten will that belonged to him, bolstered by the conviction passed down at the cost of his father's life, finally broke free from the suffocating gray and dark purple chaos, reclaiming a fragment of control over his body. In this critical moment of resurgence, Boruto's newly awakened, chaotic insight instinctively activated, not targeting the outside world, but rather the three still rampaging destructive energies within him, which were temporarily subdued and restrained. He sought to guide them, not to combat or expel, but to utilize the kunai as a coordinate anchor and the passage forged by his father's will to expel them forcefully, akin to finding an outlet for a flood ready to breach its banks. With a beastly growl erupting from his throat, Boruto unleashed his will and strength, directing the destructive energies towards his right hand that clutched the kunai, which was on the verge of being overwhelmed. The golden light on the kunai flickered erratically as it was buffeted by the three streams of destructive energy, creating a wildly unstable vortex of space, filled with gray, dark purple, and icy blue destruction centered around the kunai. A cataclysmic pull emanated from it. Kakashi's expression changed drastically as he recognized the signs of impending spatial annihilation due to the energy surge. Yet, just as the vortex threatened to erupt completely and devour Boruto and everyone nearby, Boruto's molten gold eyes locked onto the living weapon tide surging beyond the Konoha barrier. Roaring like a gray tsunami, a reckless yet resolute thought flashed through his briefly regained clarity. That outlet must be directed at them. Get out of my way, he bellowed, channeling all his will and power to hurl the kunai, along with the distorted vortex, towards the oncoming tide of living weapons. At the edge of the Konoha barrier, the remaining defense ninjas clung desperately to the crumbling fortifications, trying to withstand the tide of living weapons. The light of jutsu flickered on and off, mingling with cries of despair as their defenses teetered on the brink of collapse. Hold the line. For Konoha, one Jainin shouted, detonating the last explosive tag in a final act of sacrifice, taking several monsters with him. At the moment the defense was about to crumble completely, a streak of light, trailing gray, dark purple, and icy blue destruction, soared through the air like a falling star, plunging directly into the most concentrated area of the living weapon tide. What followed was an indescribable explosion of terror. There were no flames, only pure annihilation. A colossal sphere of destruction, woven from gray, dark purple, and icy blue, rapidly expanded, twisting and tearing the very fabric of space within. The frenzied gray death energy spread like a plague, incinerating every living weapon it touched into ashes. The dark purple energy voraciously consumed all matter and energy, while the icy blue chill instantaneously froze everything in its vicinity, only to be shredded into the finest crystalline dust by the violent spatial forces. In an instant, a vast, utterly silent vacuum emerged at the heart of the relentless tide of living weapons, as thousands of them, along with the ground beneath them, were erased as if by an invisible eraser, leaving behind a smooth-edged, enormous pit marked with eerie ice crystals and gray traces. The sphere of destruction gradually shrank and dissipated, leaving behind only the broken kunai, lodged at the center of the pit, as its tricolored glow faded into nothingness. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Both the surviving Konoha ninjas and the living weapons that had yet to be affected were utterly stunned by this sudden, incomprehensible cataclysm. The devastating force, imbued with the chill of death, the fury of consumption, and the despair of freezing, felt like divine retribution raining down. Did we succeed? A bloodied Konoha ninja murmured, gazing at the immense pit of death before him, his voice tinged with disbelief and lingering fear. At the center of the ruins, the moment Boruto expelled the kunai and released the bulk of his destructive energy, he collapsed to the ground, as if all his bones had been removed. The grayish mark on his forehead dulled significantly, but did not vanish, resembling a grotesque scar. The dark purple wedge patterns beneath the skin and the icy blue scars have subdued significantly. The cracked wounds no longer ooze chaotic energy, but bleed normally. The most noticeable change is the absence of the chaotic nebula in his left eye and the wedge vortex in his right, which have reverted to a state of fatigue. Tightly shut, though a hint of ominous gray lingers beneath the eyelids. He has succumbed to a profound coma, his breath faint. Yet the cataclysmic internal conflict within him has momentarily abated. The price paid is steep. The three forces he forcibly expelled are now deeply imprinted within his essence, akin to maggots that gnaw at the bone. And Naruto, upon touching Boruto with his fingertips, transmitting his final fragment of will, let his once raised hand fall limply. The faint spark in his chest, relieved of the pressure that Boruto provided, seemed to flicker weakly once more, but soon it sank back into an even slower, more feeble rhythm. The pallor on his face appeared to deepen. Kakashi gazed at the two unconscious children beside him, one harboring the seeds of destruction within, and the other's life flame on the verge of extinguishment. In the distance, The howls of living weapons echoed again after a brief silence, their numbers still formidable. Regrouping from both sides of the deep pit, like a gray tide of death surging towards the shattered defenses of Konoha. The lights of Konoha flickered in the deepening twilight. Chapter 25. Ashes of dawn and rekindled stars. The ruins of Konoha lay enveloped in a profound silence, a haunting stillness that followed the calamity. At the edge of the immense pit created by Boruto's devastating strike, the remaining living weapons, momentarily stunned, resumed their low, menacing growls, echoing like the whimpers of wounded beasts amidst the swirling smoke. They did not attack immediately, but lingered at the pit's edge, their hollow, purple-golden eyes fixed intently on the center of the ruins, as if assessing, wary, and awaiting a command. Behind the crumbling defenses, the surviving ninjas of Konoha gasped for breath, tending to their wounds, their eyes reflecting a mix of shock from the recent cataclysm, fear of the unknown forces, and deep concern for the two figures at the center whose fates hung in the balance. No cheers erupted, only the heavy sound of labored breaths and suppressed sobs. At the heart of the ruins, the atmosphere was as dense as lead. "Quick! A stretcher! Be cautious!" The voice of silence, tinged with undeniable urgency, yet kept low, seemed to fear disturbing something. The medical team gently placed Naruto and Boruto on makeshift boards that were still relatively intact. Naruto lay quietly, his ashen face resembling solidified wax, slowly creeping up his neck. His chest barely rose and fell, save for the faint, flickering ember of life in his heart, struggling to beat beneath the pallid surface. Each heartbeat was agonizingly prolonged, its glow dimming as if it might dissolve into the all-encompassing silence at any moment. Several medical ninjas surrounded him, their hands glowing with a faint green light, yet they dared not touch, futilely attempting to sense the flickering life force that could extinguish at any moment. Their faces etched with despairing helplessness. Boruto's condition was equally distressing. He lay unconscious, his breath shallow and rapid, the gray-white mark on his forehead no longer writhed madly. Yet it remained an ugly brand, exuding an inescapable chill of death. Though the rampaging energy beneath his skin had calmed, his body was riddled with cracked wounds, oozing blood that bore a sinister darkness. The most daunting challenge for the medical ninjas was the residual energy field within him, a chaotic resonance infused with a chilling stillness, a ravenous hunger, and a stubborn freeze, acting as an invisible force field that repelled all external healing chakra. Whenever their green light approached, it would distort, freeze, or become tainted, rendering any attempts at probing or healing utterly futile. With Silence's support, Kakashi struggled to sit up. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal fragments, his Sharingan utterly dimmed, his vision a blur of crimson. He could not discern the precise state of the two children, but the pervasive air of despair and the helpless whispers of the medical ninjas conveyed more clearly than any visual shock that they stood on the edge of a precipice, with the rope fraying bit by bit. "Senior Kakashi." Silence's voice trembled. "Lord Hokage, young Master Boruto." Kakashi waved his hand, signaling her to cease. He laboriously lifted his heavy head, his blurred gaze directed towards the direction of the collapsed sacred land in the north. "What has become of Tsunade and Shikamaru?" Jiraiya's final smile seems to linger before me. The elite forces of Konoha had nearly been obliterated in this battle. An overwhelming sense of emptiness and powerlessness washed over him like a cold tide, nearly drowning his remaining will. "Lord Kakashi, urgent news from the shadows of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure." A communication ninja stumbled over, his face bearing a hint of exhilaration from surviving the calamity. "The allied forces of the Four Shadows have reached the borders of the Land of Fire. They are racing to Konoha's aid. Lord Raza inquires about Lord Hokage's safety and the current situation. Should they immediately engage to eliminate the remaining living weapons? Reinforcements. They have finally arrived." This news rippled through the surviving ninjas like a stone cast into still waters, igniting a flicker of hope amidst their exhausted despair. Yet, Kakashi's heart sank even deeper. Reinforcements had come, but could the Hokage endure until then? He inhaled deeply, the air thick with blood and dust stinging his lungs. Reply to the Four Shadows. "Lord Hokage is gravely injured and unconscious. The situation is critical. Konoha is grateful for the Allies' assistance. The number of remaining living weapons is unknown, but they have been deterred and have not launched a large-scale attack for the time being. Please advance as planned, prioritizing the establishment of safe zones and medical points." Konoha needs time. Understood. The communication ninja saluted, turning and rushing away. Time. Kakashi's gaze fixated on the nearly imperceptible spark in Naruto's chest. What they needed most was time. Just then, a shout broke through the air. Look, what is that? A vigilant ninja pointed towards the sky, his voice laced with uncertainty. Everyone abruptly looked up. In the distant horizon, a soft yet monumental emerald light beam pierced through the thin clouds, as though connecting heaven and earth, a bridge of life. Emanating from the direction of the wet-bone forest, spanning vast distances, and precisely targeting the center of the ruins, where Naruto's flickering life flame was on the brink of extinguishment. By the name of wet-bone forest, sustained the flame of life. The vast and profound intent of the Sage of Slugs, imbued with endless compassion and resolve, surged forth like a warm tide, instantly enveloping the entire ruins of Konoha. The life essence contained within this intent was so pure and immense that even the resilient blades of grass sprouting from the ruins unfurled their leaves, and the pervading air of death and despair was momentarily lifted. The emerald light beam enveloped Naruto with precision. The stubborn, gray skin that resisted medical chakra began to sizzle under the influence of this boundless life force from nature, as if ice and snow were meeting the warm sun, emitting a faint hissing sound. For the first time, the spread of pallor was forcibly halted. The minuscule golden-red spark in Naruto's heart, enveloped and infused with the surging life force, exploded forth with unprecedented, albeit still faint, yet unwavering radiance. It began to beat, strongly and steadily. Lord Slug Sage, Silence, and the medical team wept tears of joy. They could vividly sense Naruto's life force, which teetered on the edge of extinction, rekindling under this power. Like a withered tree reborn in spring, emanating a glimmer of fragile vitality. Though still weak, at least the light had not been extinguished. Kakashi's hazy vision seemed to be illuminated by this beacon of life, and the taut strings of his heart finally experienced a moment of respite. At the most critical juncture, the Sage of Slugs extended his hand once more. However, the sage's thoughts did not cease. With an unprecedented gravity, he resonated deep within Kakashi and Shizun's souls. Naruto's life is akin to a candle flickering in the wind, and the particle backlash is a withering force at the law's level. My power can only sustain, but cannot reverse. Boruto, the sage's thoughts shifted towards the unconscious Boruto. Laden with profound concern, the ash-gray death energy has infiltrated the essence and the wedge. The ice-corrosive force entwines to form a seed of chaos, and forcibly removing it may trigger unpredictable annihilation. Only by guiding with the eye of the heart can one harness the chaos. My essence cannot descend into this realm. Sustaining Naruto's flame is already the limit. Whether the light of Konoha can be rekindled depends on your own will and bonds. As his words faded, the magnificent column of life steadily enveloped Naruto, continuously infusing him with the source of life. Yet, the vast tide of the sage's consciousness slowly receded, evidently concentrating all its strength on preserving the last flicker of Naruto's vitality. Guiding and harnessing chaos relies on will and bonds. Kakashi and Shizun gazed at the unconscious Boruto, their hearts heavy as they observed the grayish-white mark on his forehead. The sage's words undoubtedly placed a more daunting and elusive hope upon their shoulders. Kakashi-senpai, look at Boruto, Shizun suddenly exclaimed. Under the afterglow of the sage's life column, Boruto, in his unconscious state, slightly stirred beneath his tightly shut eyelids. A drop of murky tear, mingled with blood, silently slipped from the corner of his eye, seeping into his tousled hair. It seemed that even in his stupor, he sensed the overwhelming life force, felt his father's faint yet tenacious heartbeat, and grasped the weight of responsibility and the glimmer of hope. The first light of dawn finally pierced through the heavy clouds shrouding Konoha, casting a pale ray upon the ravaged ruins. In the distance, the roar of living weapons grew increasingly agitated but remained deterred by the abyss of destruction and the sage's life force, hesitating to advance. The flame of Konoha, after paying an unimaginable price, had not been entirely extinguished. Naruto clung to the last breath with the sage's spatial sustenance. Meanwhile, Boruto harbored within him the chaotic seed of destruction, which was also the sole flicker of hope. The call to rebuild their home had yet to sound, and a deeper gloom was already upon them. The grayish mark on Boruto's forehead loomed like the sword of Damocles over Konoha. In the far-off horizon, the banners of the allied shinobi forces were faintly visible. Would the hands of allies be a timely rescue, or a new variable. The future of Konoha, like the dawn sky, remained dim and uncertain, yet held a faint, undeniable glimmer of light. Chapter 26. The Ashes of Dawn and the Rekindled Sparks continued. The meager light of dawn reluctantly spilled over the remnants of Konoha, cloaking the cold steel and charred wood in a pallid stillness. The Sage of Slugs' emerald pillar, connecting heaven and earth, enveloped Naruto like a divine anchor, fiercely combating the oppressive silence of particle backlash, sustaining that fragile yet unyielding spark of life. This column stood as the only warm and hopeful lighthouse amidst the battlefield of despair. Yet, outside the light, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The vanguard of the four great shinobi nations, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure, like a torrent of steel, finally broke through the billowing smoke and emerged at the edge of Konoha's ruins. Flags fluttered in the morning breeze, and the formidable military presence exuded a powerful aura. The four leaders, flanked by their elite guards, strode boldly toward the heart of the ruins. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the verdant pillar piercing the heavens, and then to the two figures lying on makeshift stretchers beneath it. The fourth Kusanagi, Raza, with a countenance as hardened as gold sand, cast a sharp glance at Naruto's ash-gray visage and the subtle rise and fall of his chest, his brow imperceptibly furrowing. When his gaze shifted to the stretcher beside him, where Boruto lay unconscious, particularly fixating on the ominous gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead that radiated a chilling aura, his pupils constricted in shock. As a master of magnetism, he was acutely sensitive to energy and instantly sensed the chaotic, cold, and corrosive remnants within Boruto. This was no ordinary injury. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in midair. His diminutive frame exuded the majesty of a mountain. His weathered eyes lingered on Naruto for a moment, fleetingly betraying a hint of regret, before focusing more intently on Boruto, where a glimmer of shrewd calculation flickered deep within his murky gaze. So this was the boy mentioned in the intel, the one who unleashed that devastating blow? The energy lingering within him was perilous and fraught with uncertainty. The fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, her radiant features now etched with concern, hurried forward, disregarding her guard's attempts to restrain her. She knelt beside Naruto's stretcher, reaching out with a hand veiled in mist, seeking to assess his condition, but her fingers were repelled by an invisible force before they could touch his ashen skin. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Shizune. What is the condition of the Hokage? All hinges on Lord Sage of Slugs, who is maintaining the last vestige of life across the spatial divide. Shizune's voice, laden with exhaustion and sorrow, succinctly conveyed the irreversible nature of Naruto's particle backlash and the sage's ultimate limits. The fourth Raikage, his imposing stature reminiscent of an iron tower, crackled with latent lightning beneath his skin. He approached Boruto's stretcher, peering down at the unconscious youth. The gray-white mark on his forehead and the chaotic energy lingering within him made his muscles tense. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze striking like lightning toward Kakashi, who was being supported by Shizune, barely standing. Kakashi, what is the meaning of this? The Raikage's stout finger pointed accusingly at Boruto's forehead. That mark, and the residual aura within him. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the death energies of those abominations at the Yagura base, and the powers of freezing and devouring. This is not the power of a human. Has he been tainted? Has he become a new threat? The Raikage's interrogation sliced through the fragile dawn calm like a chilling blade. The surrounding Konoha shinobi instantly drained of color, their faces filled with humiliation and fury, yet unable to retort. Boruto's devastating strike and his current condition indeed bore too many inhuman traces. Under the oppressive force of the Raikage's fury, Kakashi swayed slightly. Though his Sharingan was dimmed, he met the Raikage's gaze with quiet composure. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse yet clear. Lord Raikage. Master Boruto's power is the tainted remnants of the shattered core of the Shadow Core. He himself was implanted with the power of the Otsutsuki and, under extreme circumstances, the chaotic fusion of the ice-corrosive force left by Momoshiki led to this outcome. His actions were a desperate attempt to save Sasuke and unleash destructive power to protect the front line. He is not a threat. He is the cost. The Raikage's fury intensified. A being harboring 3 forms of destructive power, capable of detonating at any moment. You expect me to believe that Konoha's defense relies on such a bomb? As he lies here, who can guarantee that he will awaken as himself? Who can assure us that he won't be completely consumed by those powers and become the next abomination. AI. Terumi stood, positioning herself between the Raikage and Kakashi, her voice echoing with the authority of the Mizukage. Mind your words. Boruto is a hero of Konoha, the son of the Hokage. Though the power within him is dangerous, it was born out of a desperate need to protect everyone. Is this the attitude of allies? To question an injured elder and an unconscious child? Protect? In a fit of rage, Raikage laughed bitterly, surveying the surrounding ruins and the living weapons hovering near the deep pit in the distance. To protect with such indiscriminate destructive power? Had it not been for his fortuitous luck in directing his strength towards the monstrous horde, this desolate wasteland would have become our collective grave. The Hokage of Konoha had fallen. Must we allow a chaotic entity, capable of detonation at any moment, to become a new threat? The atmosphere grew tense, swords drawn on both sides. The guards of Kumogakure rested their hands on their blades, while the ninjas of Konoha gripped their kunai in anguish. The allies who had just arrived found the foundation of trust teetering on the precipice, shaken by the harsh reality and unknown fears. Enough! A voice, aged yet steady, resonated with undeniable authority. The hovering Inoki descended slowly, placing himself between the two factions. Arguing was futile. The Hokage's life hinged upon the miraculous powers of the Sage of Slugs, a stroke of misfortune amidst calamity. As for Boruto Uzumaki, Inoki's gaze fell once more upon the gray-white mark on his forehead, a flicker of clarity igniting within his murky eyes. His condition indeed necessitated the utmost vigilance and the highest level of contingency planning. This was not merely a matter for Konoha. It pertained to the safety of the entire shinobi world. A's concerns were not without merit. Archer spoke coldly. The allied forces have arrived. The remaining living weapons are of little threat. Their elimination is merely a matter of time. Our immediate priority is to establish a secure command center and medical area. He paused. Moreover, Boruto must be isolated for observation, with sensing and sealing experts dispatched from all 4 villages to assess the state and potential threat of the chaos seed within him. This is non-negotiable. Isolation, surveillance, joint evaluation. The hearts of Shizune and the Konoha ninjas sank. This was tantamount to treating Boruto as both prisoner and experiment. Kakashi's breath quickened, ready to protest when a faint, agonizing cough broke the tension emanating from Boruto's stretcher. All eyes turned toward him instantly. There lay Boruto, his pallid face shrouded in a grayish hue, contorting in agony. His eyelids trembled violently, as if battling an invisible force. The gray-white mark on his forehead writhed slightly with his painful struggle, emanating an even colder aura of death. Master Boruto, Shizune gasped. Under the anxious gazes of the onlookers, Boruto's tightly shut eyelids slowly, laboriously began to lift. Revealed within was a pair of eyes, weary to the brink, laced with blood vessels, yet deep within their pupils flickered a faint molten glow. Though weak, that light bore an unsettling clarity, piercing through everything with an unutterable weight. His gaze first wandered, dazed, across the unfamiliar sky and the shattered landscape, before, as if drawn by some primal instinct, it gradually shifted towards the direction where his father stood, enveloped in a greenish light. As his sight fell upon Naruto's chest, cloaked in a deathly gray, sustained only by the light, the molten glow in his fatigued eyes began to tremble fiercely. Pain, guilt, sorrow, and fear, an array of tumultuous emotions surged within those eyes like a tempest. Yet ultimately, they were forcefully suppressed by a deeper, more resolute will. Boruto opened his mouth, his throat rasping out a voice akin to a winded bellows, each word seemingly exhausting his entire being, yet resonating clearly within every heart. I am not a bomb. With great effort, he raised his right hand, marred with cracks and remnants of dark purple and icy blue, trembling as he pointed to his forehead, to that cold, gray mark. It is my responsibility. His gaze swept over Raikage, Inoki, Archer, and Terumi, finally resting upon Kakashi and Shizune. Within the depths of his molten pupils burned a flame of understanding that transcended his youth, an almost tragic awareness. Watch over me, seal me, study me. I can bear it all. But his voice suddenly rose, imbued with an unmistakable resolve. No one is to disturb my father's rest. With those words, as if he had expended his last vestige of strength, the molten glow in Boruto's eyes dimmed abruptly, his eyelids heavy as he succumbed once more to a profound unconsciousness. Only the gray-white mark on his brow seemed to silently proclaim the chaos lying dormant within him and the peril of the future. Amidst the desolation, silence reigned. Raikage's fury froze into an indescribable complexity. His clenched fists gradually loosened, his formidable frame leaning slightly forward, akin to examining an injured yet defiant cub. His gaze flitting between Boruto's unconscious face and the cold mark upon his brow. The resolute will and heavy awareness contained in that declaration far surpassed what one might expect from a 16-year-old, carrying an almost tragic impact that stirred something beneath his iron facade. Inoki hovered in the air, his murky old eyes sparkling with insight, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. The calculating glint had not vanished, but now mingled with a barely perceptible intrigue. This boy proved to be more interesting than he had anticipated. This burden and awareness were both a bargaining chip and a variable. Archer's hardened visage revealed little emotion. Yet the duration of his scrutinizing gaze upon Boruto noticeably extended. That Sasuke was more concerned with the risks of control and unpredictability. Was Boruto's displayed will a shackle or a key? Meiterumi's heartache threatened to overflow. She gazed at the unconscious Boruto, then at Naruto, who also teetered on the brink of life, before finally settling on Kakashi, who, though gaunt, maintained his upright posture. Taking a deep breath, she shattered the silence, her voice carrying an undeniable resolution. Enough. We have witnessed the sacrifices of Konoha, the Hokage's dedication, and all that this child has endured. This is not the time to question our allies. The allied forces must act immediately. Her gaze swept over Raikage, Sasuke, and Kazekage. Your elite forces will be responsible for eliminating the remaining living weapons at the periphery and establishing the first line of defense. Lord Inoki, the Earth Release troops must construct temporary fortifications and triage areas. Lord Archer, the Magnet Release troops will handle resource transport and the purification of contaminated zones. The medical teams will be jointly commanded by my village and Konoha, establishing the highest-tier emergency center without hesitation. With the goal of preserving Hokage Naruto at all costs and stabilizing Boruto Uzumaki. Execute. Meiterumi's decisiveness and fortitude temporarily quelled the undercurrents swirling among the foreshadows. The command was swiftly issued, and the colossal coalition machinery began to operate with remarkable efficiency. The barrier of golden sand delineated a secure area, while immense rocky platforms rose from the ground to serve as temporary hospitals. Medical ninjas from the mist, shrouded in mist, and adept at water techniques commenced the arduous task of clearing debris and establishing a sterile environment. Kakashi, whose body had been taut with tension, finally allowed himself a moment of relaxation, a wave of indescribable fatigue and gratitude washing over him. He offered a subtle nod to Terumi. Instantly, Shizune directed the medical team from Konoha, carefully transferring the stretchers bearing Naruto and Boruto to the newly elevated, relatively flat rocky platform created by earth techniques. A vibrant green beam of light enveloped Naruto, following him like a shadow. Shizune, I require all medical records on the backlash of the heavy particle mode from Konoha, immediately, and all physical data on Boruto Uzumaki, the more detailed, the better. A composed, middle-aged medical ninja, adorned with the Mist Village headband, approached Shizune with swift steps, her voice rapid and her gaze sharp as a scalpel. She was Chiba Rin, the head of the Mist Medical Unit. Understood, Rin-senpai. Shizune responded without hesitation, promptly dispatching personnel to retrieve the requested materials. Konoha's medical system, under Tsunade's leadership, stood unrivaled in the ninja world, yet at this moment, any external assistance was invaluable. On the makeshift emergency platform, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Naruto lay at the center, the green beam of light connecting him to the distant wet bone forest. Several of Konoha and Mist's foremost medical jonin surrounded him, their hands bathed in a gentle glow of chakra, yet they dared not touch the layer of ashen gray. They functioned like the most delicate instruments, carefully sensing the flow of the immense life force within the beam, as well as Naruto's heartbeat, fragile as a spider's thread. The life force continued to pour in, barely countering the encroachment of death's silence, yet the backlash was as relentless as a parasite, penetrating deep into the marrow and the very essence of the soul, rendering conventional medical ninjutsu utterly ineffective. The fluctuation of life signals was exceedingly faint, sustained solely by the force of Lord Snail, driven by sheer will. Should any external interference occur, even the slightest disturbance could spell disaster. Records. Heartbeats at 3 per minute. Intervals highly unstable. life signs fluctuate below the critical threshold. The hushed, urgent exchanges among the medical ninjas were punctuated by beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. This was not healing. This was a precarious balance, maintaining a thread that could snap at any moment. Meanwhile, Boruto was placed at the edge of the platform, in a relatively isolated area temporarily inscribed with suppressive runes. He remained unconscious, the gray-white mark on his forehead silent. Yet the lingering chaotic resonance within him acted as an invisible force field, repelling the approaching medical chakra. Several ninjas from the sealing team worked nervously, setting up more complex suppression runes, striving to stabilize the dormant power within him. Kakashi declined the stretcher, leaning against a crumbled wall, his blurred vision straining to focus on the center of the platform. Shizune handed a bloodstained scroll to Chiba Rin, containing Konoha's most confidential medical documents regarding the heavy particle mode, personally sealed by Tsunade. Chiba Rin swiftly unsealed it, her eyes scanning the intricate terminology and alarming experimental data with growing gravity. She suddenly looked up at Shizune, then at Naruto within the beam, her voice laden with incredulity. The life furnace is completely depleted, the essence overdrawn. This is no mere injury. It is the law of life rejecting his forced sustenance, akin to defying the heavens. How long can Lord Snail's power endure? Shizune's face turned pale, her lips trembling, unable to respond. This was a despairing reality that everyone knew but dared not voice. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. Lord Kakashi, we have a discovery. A perceptive ninja from the Cloud Village rushed to Raikage AI's side, lowering their voice as they reported urgently, while clearing the battlefield's edge. We detected an extremely faint yet pure chakra response from Uchiha Sasuke, right at the edge of the area where the space has collapsed most severely. Sasuke. Kakashi and Raikage AI both tensed. Kakashi's heart clenched tightly. He is still alive? The source of the response is exceedingly weak, and the location is quite peculiar, seemingly drifting within the residual fragments of space. We cannot pinpoint it accurately, but the life signal is incredibly faint, the sensing ninja added. Kakashi struggled to rise. Sasuke, he is still alive, but trapped within fragments of space that could vanish at any moment. AI. Kakashi rasped, looking at the Raikage. I need an elite team. Immediately. Sasuke. Raikage AI furrowed his brow, glancing at the precarious Naruto in the center of the platform and the distant active weaponry lurking at the edges. He then looked at Kakashi, whose condition was deteriorating, and said in a deep voice, the space fragments are too dangerous. We are short on personnel. We must wait until we finish cleaning up. We cannot wait. Kakashi interrupted, his voice imbued with an urgency never before felt. Those fragments could vanish at any moment. Sasuke is the only one who might possess more secrets about the Night Owl and the Shadow Core. He is also Naruto's most vital bond. His last words were nearly a shout. Raikage AI, observing the reckless determination in Kakashi's eyes and considering the intelligence value Sasuke might hold, finally nodded gravely. Darui. Hi. Take an elite team and accompany Kakashi. Move swiftly. If anything unusual occurs, retreat immediately. Yes. 2 elite ninjas from the Cloud Village saluted sharply. Kakashi, with the support of Shizune and a Konoha ninja, struggled to his feet, barely attending to his own bleeding wounds. He cast a final, profound glance at Naruto, silent beneath the beam, and then at Boruto, who bore the gray-white mark on his forehead, gritting his teeth as he turned and staggered in the direction indicated by the sensing ninja. Each step sent waves of agony through his insides, yet his resolve remained unwavering. At the makeshift emergency platform, in the core area, Chiba Rin's gaze remained fixed on the scroll detailing the depletion of the life furnace, then lifted to observe Naruto's ashen visage within the green beam. A bold and nearly fantastical thought, akin to a lightning bolt, flashed through her mind. Wait. She suddenly grasped the arm of a Konoha medical ninja who was recording Naruto's heartbeat. Did you say that young Boruto has residual ice erosion power within him? Derived from Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Yes. The ninja replied, startled. Ice erosion freezes vitality, but does it also freeze the state? Chiba Rin's eyes sparkled with growing excitement, as if she had seized a lifeline. Could we forcibly encase the dying process by suspending it at absolute zero? Shizune and the other medical ninjas were taken aback, then their eyes ignited with incredulity. Rin-senpai, are you suggesting we utilize the residual ice erosion power within young Boruto? But that is too dangerous. The ice erosion power itself possesses tremendous corrosive and destructive qualities. Shizun's voice trembled with concern. I am aware of the dangers. Chiba Rin asserted firmly. But this is our only hope. Lord Snail's power is combating the silence of death, akin to rowing upstream. Lord Naruto could extinguish at any moment. We need a buffer, a means to forcibly pause his life's flow. If the freezing characteristics of ice erosion can be guided correctly, perhaps we can suspend Lord Naruto's current near-death state on the foundation of Lord Snail's power. This would grant us time to seek a reversal method. Her gaze burned with intensity as she looked at Shizun. This requires exceptionally precise operations. We must guide the relatively gentle remnants of ice erosion power within young Boruto while avoiding the chaotic death energy and the power of the wedge within him. We need a bridge, a guide who can resonate with young Boruto's power, who absolutely trusts him and is willing to bear all risks. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the edge of the platform, where the unconscious boy with the gray-white mark on his forehead lay. Boruto had just declared his intention to protect his father's rest, and now the last hope of saving Naruto rested upon this child, who harbored the seed of chaos within him. Moreover, he would have to serve as the medium to direct that dangerous power to touch his father's dying body. The risks inherent in this situation are incalculable. Should it spiral out of control, not only could Naruto be instantaneously frozen into a lifeless state, but Boruto himself may also face a catastrophic explosion. This heavy decision looms like an immense boulder upon the hearts of Shizun and all the medical ninjas. The dawn's light seems not to dispel the gloom that shrouds Konoha, but rather lays bare the stark choice between hope and destruction before them. Meanwhile, in a distant, distorted realm of ruins, Kakashi, with the assistance of elite Cloud Village ninjas, has finally located Uchiha Sasuke, ensnared by remnants of a purple-golden energy chain. Half of his body cloaked in a grayish-white crystal, his breath faint, as if he were a flickering candle in the wind. His eyes are tightly shut, as if ensnared in an eternal slumber. Only the tightness of his lips and a trace of profound agony etched between his brows testify to the torment he has endured. Kakashi's heart sank. Sasuke's condition was worse than anticipated. Could he awaken? Would the crucial intelligence regarding the Night Owl and Shadow Core be lost forever? Above the ruins of Konoha, hope flickers like a candle in the wind, teetering on the razor's edge of life and death. Naruto awaits a desperate gamble for his son. Sasuke sinks at the edge of the spatial fragment, while Boruto lies unconscious, oblivious to the fact that he is about to become the pivotal key in his father's last hope, as well as the most perilous sword of Damocles hanging over his father's head. The gears of fate turn heavily and laboriously amidst the ruins and the dawn. In the center of the makeshift emergency platform, time seems to freeze under the verdant beam of light and the weight of a critical decision. The vast life force of the Sage of Slugs envelopes Naruto, fiercely resisting the chilling laws of death that penetrate to the marrow of his being. Yet that flicker of golden red vitality dims further, each heartbeat becoming a suffocating eternity, as if it were on the brink of merging into perpetual grayness. Chiba Rin's audacious proposal detonates like thunder in stagnant waters, shattering the resolve of Shizun and all the elite medical ninjas. To utilize the remnants of Boruto's ice power to forcibly freeze Naruto's near-death state, thus buying time to seek a reversal? This notion is bold, reckless, akin to igniting another fuse beside a bomb on the verge of detonation. Rin, this is too perilous. Shizun's voice trembles as she gazes at Boruto, unconscious at the platform's edge, observing the grayish-white seal upon his brow, radiating a cold, lifeless aura. The power within Boruto is highly unstable. The grayish-white death aura, the wedge power, the remnants of ice. They are like three ferocious beasts trapped within a single cage. To guide the ice power, one misstep could provoke the other two forces and lead to total chaos. In that case, not only would we be unable to save the Hokage, but Boruto, I am aware. Chiba Rin interrupts her, her gaze sharp as a scalpel, her voice filled with unyielding resolve. Every second, the Hokage's life slips away faster. The Sage of Slug's power is extraordinary. It burns at the essence of the wet-bone forest. We cannot afford to wait. This is the only method that may grant us time. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, even if the risk is monumental, we must attempt it. Her eyes sweep over the silent, yet wavering gazes of the medical jonin. What we require is a guide who can resonate deeply with Boruto's power, whose will is unbreakable and who is willing to bear all consequences. This person must penetrate Boruto's consciousness or chakra pathways, carefully navigating around the landmines of death, aura, and wedge power, precisely extracting the relatively gentler remnants of ice and channeling them into the Hokage's body in the most stable state, achieving instantaneous freezing. This demands absolute trust and a resolve to disregard everything. To guide Boruto's chaotic inner battlefield is akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade or walking along the precipice of an abyss. One miscalculation could taint or tear apart the guide's own spirit and chakra. I will do it. A calm, yet resolute voice pierces the air. Shizen turns abruptly to see a weary young kunoichi, Hyuga Hanabi, with her left arm wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, yet her eyes ablaze with determination. She had approached the platform's edge unnoticed, her pallid face devoid of color, clearly injured. Yet her pure white eyes were fixed intently on the unconscious Boruto and Naruto beneath the beam of light. Hanabi, Shizen gasps in surprise. Byakugan can perceive the chakra pathways and flow, Hanabi states, her voice trembling slightly, but filled with undeniable conviction. I am Boruto's aunt. A family member who has watched him grow. I understand his chakra, I know him, I believe in him. Even in this state, his own will, belonging to Uzumaki Boruto, will never yield. I am willing to be that bridge. She turns to Chiba Rin. Tell me what I must do. Chiba Rin gazes deeply into Hanabi's eyes, dispensing with unnecessary words, swiftly and clearly outlining her instructions. Hanabi, your Byakugan is crucial. I need you to pinpoint the remnants of the ice power within Boruto's chakra pathways. Avoid the active areas of the grayish-white death aura and wedge power. I will employ the hidden mist technique, water heart reflecting moon, to amplify and refine your spiritual perception, like the most delicate conduit. You will guide that ice residue with your will, along the temporary channel constructed by my water release chakra, precisely injecting it near the Hokage's heart. Remember, the goal is a frozen state, not the freezing of life. Be swift. Be steady. Withdraw at the slightest touch. Success or failure hangs by a thread. Understood. Hanabi nods firmly, without a hint of hesitation. She approaches Boruto's stretcher, disregarding the chilling sting of the invisible chaotic force, and sits cross-legged, hands forming seals. Byakugan, activate. A pure white light bursts forth from Hanabi's eyes, penetrating Boruto's skin and muscles, revealing the chaotic battlefield within. The grayish-white death aura clings like viscous poison deep within the pathways and organs, exuding a heart-stopping chill. The dark purple wedge power roams restlessly around the grayish-white death aura like a raging thundercloud. Only scattered ice-blue glimmers, relatively gentle, rest at the edges. Akin to frozen streams, these are the remnants of ice left by Momoshiki. Hanabi holds her breath, her mind sharply focused. She carefully maneuvers her Byakugan-esque gaze, avoiding the violent energy whirlpools, like searching for safe footholds in a mine-laden swamp, until she finally locks onto a relatively calm stream of ice-blue energy. Now, Rin shouts. Water release, water heart reflecting moon. Chiba Rin's hands fly through seals as a layer of soft, refined, pale blue water light surges from her palms, enveloping Hanabi's hands and head like flowing moonlight. Instantly, Hanabi feels her spiritual perception magnified and refined, her awareness of the ice-blue stream becoming tenfold clearer. She can even sense the cold touch of the ice power. Guide it. Follow my water flow. Chiba Rin's voice reverberates directly in Hanabi's mind. Hanabi grits her teeth, summoning all her willpower, carefully grasping the ice-blue stream as if holding a red-hot branding iron. The bone-chilling cold instantly retaliates against her amplified spiritual perception, causing her body to tremble violently, her Byakugan vision momentarily blurring. Yet she perseveres, guiding the ice-blue energy along the delicate channel constructed by Chiba Rin's water release chakra, cautiously extracting it from Boruto's body. Everyone's hearts race. Shizen clutches her hands tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Several ceiling-class ninjas break into cold sweat, ready to initiate the strongest suppression seal at a moment's notice. That slender ice-blue energy thread, like a living ice crystal serpent, quivers slowly under Chiba Rin's masterful guidance, inching toward Naruto's chest within the beam of light. The target, his heart. As the icy azure thread was about to touch Naruto's ashen skin, a sudden transformation occurred. Within Boruto's body, the previously tranquil grayish-white death aura seemed to be stirred by this encroaching icy power. A pure strand of grayish-white essence, akin to a lurking viper, abruptly surged forth from its resting place, disregarding Hanabi's evasive maneuvers, and collided fiercely with the guided icy blue stream. Sizzle. It was akin to boiling oil poured upon frigid ice. The icy blue and grayish-white clashed violently, leading to annihilation. A cold backlash storm surged through the mental connection, crashing into Hanabi's mind. She gasped, her body reeling backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Byakugan dimmed instantly, plunging her vision into darkness. The connection with that icy power was forcibly severed. Hanabi! Shizune exclaimed in horror, rushing forward. Leave me be! Hanabi cried, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, struggling to gather her Byakugan once more. There is still a chance. Boruto is aiding me. In that moment of backlash, she distinctly felt Boruto's molten will, nestled within the grayish-white aura, erupting like a dormant volcano. An invisible force forcibly suppressed the subsequent agitation of the grayish-white death aura, restraining much of the backlash storm within Boruto's body. Otherwise, that blow would have severely wounded her mental essence. It was Boruto, even in profound unconsciousness. He was using his residual will to protect the guide, to safeguard the hope of saving his father. Chiba Rin also sensed that moment of suppression, her eyes igniting with a stronger brilliance. Without hesitation, she gathered her water-release chakra once more, instantly reconstructing the guiding channel, even more solidly than before. Again, Hanabi, lock onto the next strand. Boruto is sustaining us. Hanabi, enduring the excruciating pain splitting her head and the blurriness of her vision, activated her Byakugan again. This time, she did not tread cautiously. Instead, she embraced a life-or-death resolve. She swiftly locked onto another, thicker remnant of icy corrosion, positioned deeper and closer to the wedge of power. That's it. Rin-senpai. Hanabi's voice was hoarse with desperation. Go. Chiba Rin's water release channel connected with incredible precision. This time, Hanabi's will pierce through the icy blue like the sharpest blade. Simultaneously, she felt Boruto's molten will erupt once more, forming an invisible barrier that forcibly isolated the restless grayish-white death aura and the wedge of power. The icy blue current was successfully guided out, following the water release channel. It shot forth like an arrow, precisely piercing Naruto's heart. At the moment the icy azure current touched Naruto's heart pulse, a resonant hum echoed. The deathly gray skin enveloping Naruto quaked, and from the point of icy blue infusion, a layer of crystalline ice emanating an extreme cold aura rapidly spread across his chest, neck, and face. In an instant, Naruto appeared as though encased in pure, immaculate ice. Within the ice, the verdant life force continued to flow, enveloping Naruto. Had his faint heartbeat ceased? No. Shizune and all the medical ninjas sensed distinctly that at the moment the ice crystallized, Naruto's flickering life force seemed to have hit the pause button. All life activities, including the profound silence of death, were forcibly frozen at the moment before the ice sealed. Had they succeeded? That faint golden-red spark was imprisoned in the depths of the crystal. Life signs completely frozen. The spread of the law of silence halted. A medical ninja observed the instrument's readings turning into a straight line, his voice trembling with disbelief. The power of the Sage of Snails is sealed, but not repelled. They coexist. Another ninja exclaimed excitedly. Shizune gazed at Naruto, resembling a slumbering deity within the crystal, then turned to Boruto, who was convulsing violently due to the forced suppression of his internal power backlash, the grayish-white mark on his forehead writhing wildly. Blood tinged with ice crystals and deathly gray seeping from his lips, tears blurring her vision. This was a gamble, a high-stakes wager mediated by a son, at the cost of his own will. Boruto, with the remnants of his will and chaotic power, forcefully suppressed the interference, collaborating with Hanabi and Chiba Rin to accomplish this nearly impossible freeze. The price was that the chaotic aura within Boruto, which had just settled, became turbulent once more. The dark purple wedge patterns and icy blue corrosive marks beneath his skin slithered like enraged serpents, and the grayish mark on his forehead deepened in hue. Ceiling Squad. Highest intensity suppression runes. Stabilize Master Boruto immediately. Shizune commanded in a strained voice, rushing to Hanabi's side. Hanabi had succumbed to exhaustion, her Byakugan tightly shut. Her complexion pale as paper, clearly exhausted to the limit. In the depths of the twisted spatial ruins, found it. Darui exclaimed, his lightning-wreathed ninja blade precisely slicing through the last remnants of the distorted spatial rifts. Kakashi, supported by Sure, stumbled forward. The sight before him took his breath away. A fragment of space, scarcely the size of a truck, its edges flickering with annihilating sparks, floated amidst the chaotic turbulence like an island in the cosmos. Inside the fragment, Uchiha Sasuke's body was ensnared by several broken purple-gold energy chains, resembling a sacrificial offering. One half of his body was encased in thick gray-white crystals, while the other half bore deep, visible wounds and burn marks. His breathing was faint, almost imperceptible, his face etched with profound pain and an exhaustion that penetrated the soul. Most strikingly, his eyes were tightly shut, yet the corners bore the traces of two dried, blood-like tears. Sasuke. Kakashi's heart sank to the depths. He strained to open his Sharingan, attempting to assess Sasuke's condition. Just as his gaze fell upon Sasuke's body, a tremor rippled through him. Buzz. Within Sasuke, a faint yet incredibly pure and profound chakra wave belonging to the Rinnegan surged unexpectedly. Immediately, Kakashi's Sharingan seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, pulling his vision into a dark consciousness space filled with broken purple-gold chains. At the center of this space, Sasuke's broken consciousness was tightly bound by chains. Yet at this moment, his closed Rinnegan suddenly opened a narrow slit. Within that slit, there was no sclera or pupil, only a swirling, profound purple nebula that seemed capable of devouring everything. The coordinates of the grayish-white eye, a hoarse, fragmented thought, imbued with endless pain and a hint of horror, crashed into Kakashi's consciousness like the murmurs of a dying man. Kakashi trembled all over. The grayish-white eye. Could it be the core of the Night Owl's contamination source? Did Sasuke sense something while imprisoned? Simultaneously, at Sasuke's waist, within an inconspicuous ninja tool pouch largely covered by grayish crystals, a palm-sized black metal plate. Its material unknown and etched with intricate runes, suddenly glimmered with a faint yet eerie purple-gold light, triggered by Sasuke's Rinnegan chakra wave. The form of the light subtly suggested the outline of a cold, indifferent pupil. Kakashi's Sharingan instantly captured this anomaly. What was that? The relic of the Night Owl? Something Sasuke had risked his life to bring out. Above the ruins of Konoha, Naruto remained encased in ice, his life force forcibly frozen. Boruto, in the quest to save his father, stirred chaos within himself, the grayish mark on his forehead darkening profoundly. Meanwhile, at the edge of the spatial fragments, Sasuke, teetering between life and death, finally conveyed a chilling clue about the grayish-white eye, as a black metal plate inscribed with an eerie pupil motif quietly glimmered with ominous light. Hope, like a frozen flame, struggled to endure amidst despair. Yet the lurking crisis and unresolved enigmas spread like shadows, quietly unfurling beneath the ruins of dawn. Chapter 29. Ashes of Dawn and the Rekindling of Starlight, continued 4. The makeshift emergency platform, crystalline and translucent, emanated a chilling aura that completely encapsulated Naruto. A verdant pillar of life pierced through the icy layer, enveloping the solidified figure within. The faint golden-red spark of life lay frozen deep within the frost, akin to an eternal moment suspended in amber. The spread of ash gray was forcibly halted, and the backlash of the laws was restrained by the strange balance formed by the ice crystals and the life force. The cost was a complete stasis. Ian's trembling fingers brushed against the cold surface of the crystal, sensing the feeble yet profound pulse of life that had been forcibly solidified within. It worked. Temporarily, she murmured, her voice laden with the exhaustion of survival and deeper unease. Naruto's life had been pressed to a pause, but how long could this freeze endure? Would the power of ice erosion consume the Sage of Slug's life source? Everything remained unknown. On the other end of the platform, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Boruto writhed violently on the stretcher, the grayish-white mark on his forehead pulsating like a venomous creature come to life, writhing and protruding. The dark purple fissures and ice-blue scars beneath his skin erupted again, akin to boiling venom crashing through his meridians. Cracked wounds oozed a dark purple blood, mingled with grayish-white essence and ice crystals. The three destructive forces within him, having just been forcibly suppressed, were now like enraged beasts, entirely out of control. Quick! Suppression runes. Maximum output. The sealing captain bellowed, his hands forming seals so swiftly that they nearly left afterimages. Several sealing ninjas channeled their power simultaneously, and the intricate rune array surrounding Boruto's stretcher erupted with blinding light. Chains composed of chakra, flickering with various hues, shot forth from the rune array, ensnaring Boruto's thrashing body. With a violent clash, the grayish-white death energy, dark purple fissure force, ice-blue scars, and sealing chains collided fiercely. The chains groaned under the immense strain, their light flickering uncertainly. Boruto's body continued to tremble violently under the suppression of the sealing power, emitting a primal howl of pain from his throat. While the molten golden glow of his self flickered chaotically beneath his tightly shut eyelids, struggling like a solitary boat on the verge of being engulfed by a furious sea. Increase the output. We cannot allow him to completely lose control. The sealing captain's eyes widened in desperation. Should the seal be breached, Boruto would be utterly consumed by chaos, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Kakashi staggered back onto the platform with Hiki's support. His blurred vision swept over the frozen Naruto, and his heart clenched violently, drawn entirely to the violent energy fluctuations and agonized roars emanating from Boruto. Upon witnessing the frantically writhing grayish-white mark on Boruto's forehead and the out-of-control tricolored energy within him, an icy chill gripped his heart. The fragmented thought transmitted by Sasuke echoed like a warning bell in his mind. Instinctively, he reached for his ninja tools, his fingertips brushing against the cold black metal plate extracted from Sasuke's pouch. A piercing chill enveloped him, and on the surface of the plate, the outline of a cold, indifferent eye composed of faint purple-gold light seemed to silently observe everything on the platform. Kakashi-sensei, how is Lord Sasuke? Iin inquired urgently upon seeing Kakashi. Kakashi inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumult within, his voice hoarse. Sasuke is gravely injured and unconscious, in a dire state, but he is alive. He brought back vital intelligence. His gaze swept over the crowd on the platform, lingering momentarily on Boruto before finally settling on the sealing captain. First, stabilize Boruto. The sealing team exerted their utmost effort, finally managing to temporarily suppress the raging energy. Boruto ceased his convulsions, but the color of the grayish-white mark on his forehead turned as heavy as solidified lead, profoundly unsettling. He sank into a deeper unconsciousness, his breath faint and erratic, his body tightly bound by the dense sealing chains on the stretcher, akin to a dangerous prisoner. Though the crisis had momentarily abated, the atmosphere on the platform remained fraught. The gazes of the four shadows focused intently on Kakashi. Kakashi, what crucial intelligence do you possess? Raikage AI inquired gravely, his eyes sharp as blades, scanning the black metal plate clutched in Kakashi's hand. Kakashi raised the metal plate, the outline of the cold, indifferent eye composed of purple-gold light clearly visible in the soft glow of dawn. During Sasuke's confinement by the core of the Shadow Owl, he sensed the existence of the grayish-white eye. The core will of the Night Owl's pollution source, that eye we destroyed, is not an isolated origin. Fragments of thought transmitted by Sasuke mentioned coordinates. Coordinates? Inoki floated closer, his murky old eyes fixed intently on the cold eye outline on the metal plate. Is this thing the coordinate? Highly likely, Kakashi replied, his fingers tracing the complex and arcane runes along the edge of the metal plate. The spatial fluctuations on this item, brought back by Sasuke at great risk, are quite unique and highly directional. I suspect it indicates the true location of the grayish-white eye's essence. Or perhaps the source of the will that regards all things as mere fodder. The true source. Terumi gasped in shock. Are you suggesting that what we destroyed was merely a projection? A clone? Unfortunately, yes. Kakashi's voice carried a tinge of bitterness. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why Boruto could still be contaminated by its residual fragments after the core was destroyed. The source of that law-level deathly will may still be lurking in some unknown corner. And this, he shook the metal plate in his hand, is the key to finding it. Silence fell over the platform. Everyone was stunned by this hypothesis. The victory they had just paid a heavy price for was instantly shrouded in a deeper shadow. The Night Owl and Shadow Corp may merely be the tip of the iceberg. What kind of terrifying existence could project a law-level pollution source? Raikage AI's fists cracked ominously, fury threatening to erupt. Damn it. So, we lost so many lives, destroyed a base, and eliminated a core, only to find that we never even encountered the true entity? It could generate another Night Owl at any moment. Quite possibly, Kakashi's tone was somber. And that grayish-white mark on Boruto's forehead is likely the imprint left by the essence of the grayish-white eye. It's the mark that locks onto Boruto as a special vessel. All gazes abruptly focused on the heavily sealed Boruto, who lay unconscious. A mix of fear, worry, and and apprehension filled the air. Boruto, the very boy who had just fought desperately to protect his father and their defenses, had now become the key and marker connecting them to an unknown source of terror. Thus, we now face two urgent priorities. Inoki's voice shattered the silence, calm and calculating. First, utilize this metal plate to decipher the coordinates of the grayish-white eye's essence. Gather the strength of the ninja world, and before it launches another attack, find and destroy it to eliminate future threats. Second, his gaze shifted towards the sealed Boruto. Eyes deep and contemplative, he is both a potential greatest threat and possibly the key to resisting the essence of the grayish-white eye. The chaos seed within him, stemming from that eye's fragment, may contain the power code to combat its essence. We must monitor him closely, protecting and studying him. We must extract his value under the premise of ensuring safety. Protect and study? Yin's voice trembled with anger and sorrow. Lord Inoki, young Master Boruto is not an object. He is a hero of Konoha, the son of the Hokage. Precisely for that reason, we cannot allow him to fall into danger. Nor can we let the power within him spiral out of control. Inoki remained unwavering. This concerns the survival of the entire ninja world. Konoha cannot bear another loss. Kakashi fell silent. Inoki's words were cold and realistic. He gazed upon Naruto, encased in ice, and upon Boruto, ensnared by heavy seals. Much like a beast trapped in a cage, clutching the cold metallic plate in his hand, his heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. The fate of Konoha and the entire ninja world hinged upon the flickering flames of these two lights, swaying amidst the tempest. Lord Kakashi, there are changes within the ice layer surrounding the Hokage. A medical ninja responsible for monitoring Naruto suddenly raised an urgent alarm, capturing everyone's immediate attention. Within the translucent ice crystal enveloping Naruto, a thread of exquisitely pure, golden red chakra, akin to a living entity, struggled to separate from the frozen spark at Naruto's heart. Ignoring the barrier of ice and the constraints of space, it soared towards Boruto, who lay sealed nearby, like a weary bird returning to its nest. Under the astonished gazes of all present, that strand of golden red chakra gently penetrated the heavy chains of seals binding Boruto, disregarding the chaotic forces within him, ultimately merging into the profound gray-white mark upon his forehead. Buzz! The gray-white mark at Boruto's brow flickered to life the instant that golden red thread infused it, emitting a faint yet profoundly warm golden red glow, as if cold metal had been thrown into a furnace. The deep gray-white seemed to soften and lose its morbid, grim aspect under the caress of this warm light. Simultaneously, Boruto's furrowed brow, twisted by pain, appeared to relax ever so slightly. The three turbulent forces clashing within him found a fleeting moment of delicate tranquility, harmonized by this sudden warmth carrying the protective will of his father. Was this Naruto's will? Kaguya covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief and emotion. Tears welled in Hinata's eyes. Even in his frozen state, he continued to guard Boruto. Kakashi observed the scene of the golden red chakra merging with the gray-white mark, and the fleeting peace upon Boruto's visage seemed to illuminate his blurred vision. Gripping the cold metallic plate in his hand, he felt the weight of responsibility beneath its chill. The flames of Konoha had never extinguished, even in ice. Even entangled by chaos, the light of protection born from blood and will persisted defiantly, striving to illuminate the path for the lost child. The dawn's light finally enveloped the ruins of Konoha. In the distance, the banners of the allied shinobi forces fluttered in the morning breeze, and the disciplined ranks began to methodically clear the battlefield and establish a defensive line. The new battle horn had yet to sound, but all were acutely aware that a war concerning the very roots of the ninja world had only just begun. And Boruto, this light entwined by chaos, yet still blazing with the fire of protection, stood resolutely at the eye of the storm. Chapter 30. The buds amongst the ruins and the deeply buried roots. The dawn's gentle light generously spilled over the ruins of Konoha, dispelling the heaviest darkness but failing to erase the scars of devastation. The emerald beam of the Sage of Slugs pierced the ice crystal, sustaining Naruto's frozen flame of life. On the platform, the edge of Boruto's gray-white mark glimmered with a faint yet warm golden-red glow, akin to sparks dancing upon ice, signifying his father's guardianship transcending the frozen barrier. This sliver of light momentarily dispelled the heavy gloom that enveloped the platform. Chiba Rin gazed at the transformation upon Boruto's brow, her eyes filled with shock and contemplation. The will of the Hokage could pierce through the ice, resonating with the chaotic seed within Boruto. This bond transcended mere blood. It was a resonance of will. This force seemed capable of neutralizing the cold desolation of the gray-white mark, granting space for the resurgence of Boruto's own will. Hinata, witnessing the warm glow, felt silent tears cascade down her cheeks. This was the final protection left by Naruto. A silent cry from a father to his son, "Do not give up." Immediately document the changes in Boruto's energy field. Focus on monitoring the interactions between the gray-white mark and the golden-red will. Chiba Rin swiftly commanded, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. For this could be the crucial window through which we understand the chaotic seed and even seek a future solution. The medical ninjas and sealing team sprang into action, meticulously deploying various sensitive instruments around Boruto, while the strength of the sealing runes was finely adjusted in response to the subtle changes in the energy field. Boruto remained unconscious, yet the deep pain etched upon his brow seemed to ease slightly, and the three violent forces within him entered a relatively stable dormant phase under the harmony of the golden-red will, like fierce beasts pausing for a truce. Kakashi observed this scene, and his grip on the black metallic plate relaxed slightly. He handed the plate to a nearby jonin from Konoha's sealing team, immediately organized the top sealing and spatial analysis experts to decode the coordinate information on this plate. Remember, it is highly classified. The analysis process must be absolutely isolated. Yes, Lord Kakashi. The sealing jonin accepted the plate with the reverence one would accord a burning brand. Swiftly turning to depart, I regarded Kakashi's arrangements, casting another glance at the encased Naruto and the temporarily stabilized Boruto. The tension in his brow had not fully dissipated, but the prior fury was replaced by a deeper gravity. He turned to Inoki and Raza. "Gentlemen, Konoha requires time to recover. Let us handle the outer perimeter vigilance and cleanup. I relay the order. The Cloud Shinobi forces shall operate in teams, cooperating with the Sand and Stone Shinobi to thoroughly cleanse the ruins of Konoha and all remnants of living weapons and contaminants within a 50-kilometer radius. Ensure the safety zone is secure." "Yes," Darui responded, setting off with purpose. Inoki hovered, his murky gaze scanning the busy platform and the distant ruins, ultimately resting upon Kakashi. "Kakashi, the reconstruction of Konoha and subsequent matters cannot be delayed. The Hokage position cannot remain vacant for long. Before Naruto recovers, you must step forward and assume this responsibility." His tone carried an undeniable weight. Kakashi stiffened slightly. He had never coveted the position of Hokage, especially at a time when the landscape lay in ruin, his closest friend's fate uncertain, and his disciple mired in turmoil. Yet Inoki's words pierced the harsh reality. Konoha required a steadfast leader. The ninja world needed a clear interlocutor. He inhaled deeply, the air thick with dust and blood stinging his lungs. Yet it also brought a chilling clarity. He looked upon the encased Naruto, the sealed Boruto, and the weary yet hopeful gazes of the survivors around him. "I understand." Kakashi's voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly across the platform, infused with a resolute determination. "Before Naruto returns, I, Hatake Kakashi, will temporarily assume the position of Hokage, overseeing the reconstruction of Konoha and the affairs of the Ninja Alliance. Konoha shall not fall." His words planted a flag of unwavering resolve amidst the ruins. The surviving ninjas of Konoha felt a renewed spark ignite in their eyes, their weary bodies seeming to straighten. "Very well," Inoki nodded. "Now, regarding the final disposition plan for Boruto Uzumaki and the sharing mechanism for the coordinates on that metallic plate." "Disposition plan," Kagaya interrupted, her voice carrying the authority of the Mizukage and a hint of discontent. "Lord Inoki, Boruto is now our shared hope and responsibility. His condition has only just stabilized, and Naruto's life-risking guardianship is evident before us. It is premature to discuss disposition at this moment. I propose the establishment of a joint research team comprised of the foremost medical, sealing, and perception experts from the 4 villages, under the oversight of Konoha, to conduct continuous and safe monitoring and research on young Boruto, with the primary goal of stabilizing his condition and exploring the potential of his will to combat chaos. Any measures that are coercive or dangerous must undergo the joint resolution of the 4 Kage." Raza coolly added, "Konoha's oversight is acceptable, but the research team must possess independent rights for information sharing and evaluation. The chaotic seed within Boruto Uzumaki holds implications for the safety of the entire ninja world. a matter that cannot be decided solely by Konoha. Reikage AI cleared his throat, but refrained from offering any rebuttal. Clearly, the four Kages had reached a temporary compromise regarding Boruto's situation, agreeing to joint supervision and collaborative research to maintain the status quo. Kakashi understood this well. It was the best outcome attainable for Boruto at present. He spoke solemnly. Very well. A joint research team will be established immediately, coordinated by Shizune and Chio-Rin. The primary objective will be safety and stability, with all significant decisions made collectively by the four Kages. Days later, on the outskirts of Konoha, in a makeshift medical isolation unit, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint herbal aroma. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the rudimentary windows, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Boruto lay on a specially designed bed, his body still adorned with intricate ceiling runes, resembling a youth ensconced in a cocoon of symbols. The grayish-white mark on his forehead remained, yet the warm golden-red glow at its edge persisted stubbornly, akin to an indomitable fire beneath a frozen earth. His breathing had steadied considerably, the three destructive forces within him temporarily dormant under the harmonization of the seals and a thread of his father's will. Hinata Hanabi sat by the bedside, her left arm unbandaged but still encased in a splint. Though her complexion was pale, her pure white eyes remained fixed unwaveringly on Boruto. Her fingertips hovered gently above the mark on his forehead, separated by the luminous barrier of the sealing runes, as if she were trying to sense the strange oscillation of the intertwined golden red and grayish-white energies. "Boruto, can you hear me?" Hanabi's voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. "Everyone is waiting for you. Naruto and Ikki is waiting too." On the bed, Boruto's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. Hanabi's heart raced. She held her breath, her Byakugan's power focusing to its utmost, penetrating the luminous barrier of the sealing runes, allowing her to see deep into Boruto's consciousness, a chaotic battlefield shrouded in grayish-white death energy, dark purple wedges of force, and icy blue corrosion. A faint yet intensely pure molten golden light flickered like a candle struggling against the wind, burning valiantly despite being squeezed and torn by chaotic forces, refusing to extinguish. Surrounding it was a warm and steadfast golden red will, serving as a shield, silently resisting the chaotic powers. It was Boruto's own will, along with the protection left by Naruto and Ikki. Hanabi's eyes brimmed with tears. She concentrated, transforming her thoughts into the gentlest of calls. As if moonlight were reaching into that chaotic battlefield, cautiously touching the molten golden light. "Boruto, don't be afraid. We are all holding on. For Naruto and Ikki, for Konoha." At her touch, that molten golden light seemed to receive some form of nourishment, pulsing ever so slightly, its brightness seemingly intensifying just a fraction. Simultaneously, at the temporary command center in Konoha, repurposed from a massive rocky platform, the atmosphere was solemn and tense. Kakashi sat at the head of the table, still bearing the fatigue of his injuries, yet his gaze was sharp, exuding some of the authority befitting a Hokage. Shizune and Shikamaru, his injuries somewhat alleviated but still pale, supported by shadow techniques, occupied either side. Across from them sat the core representatives dispatched by the four Kages: Temari from Sunagakure, Kuratsuchi from Awagakure, Chojuro from Kirigakure, and Darui from Kumogakure. The massive conference table was strewn with various documents, maps, and perception reports. According to the preliminary monitoring by the joint research team, Shizune reported. Her tone weary yet clear, "Boruto's chaotic seed is currently in a relatively stable state, with the resonance of Naruto's will being a key factor." Hanabi, AJ Nin, attempted to make contact with his consciousness and showed signs of a weak response, indicating that Boruto's own will is beginning to revive, engaging in a difficult struggle against the chaotic forces. "Good news." Chojuro sighed in relief. "But the dangers remain immense," Kuratsuchi interjected seriously. "That grayish-white mark acts like a siphon, constantly absorbing the surrounding natural energy and Boruto's own vitality, nourishing the chaos within. If the external balance is disrupted, or if the resonance of Naruto's will wanes, the risk of an eruption becomes exceedingly high." "What about the sealing team?" Kakashi asked, turning his gaze toward Shikamaru. Shikamaru adjusted his new glasses, the fatigue and concern evident in his eyes behind the lenses. "The current sealing techniques can only suppress the chaos. They cannot eradicate it. We are attempting to combine some of Lord Anoki's dust-style sealing theories with Kirigakure's curse techniques to develop a more robust sealing mechanism that enhances the resonance of Boruto's will. Using his awakening will and Naruto's residual power as a core to construct a stable internal cycle. However, this requires time, and Boruto's will must grow stronger to cooperate. Time. Kakashi's fingers drummed unconsciously on the table. What we lack most is time. Is there any progress on the metal plates analysis? The head of the sealing team stood up immediately, excitement and seriousness etched on his face. Report, Hokage. We have made significant breakthroughs in the coordinate analysis. Although the core runes are extremely ancient and obscure, by combining the remnants of spatial fluctuations from Uchiha Sasuke's tool pouch and our analysis of the spatial structure of the Night Owl base's wreckage, we can basically confirm that the coordinates indicated by the metal plate point to. He took a deep breath, pointing to a prominently marked area on the map. Located far to the west of the continent, shrouded in thick fog and labeled as a dangerous sea region, the ruins of the Ghost Lantern City. More precisely, the area beneath the ruins, near the entrance to the forbidden space known as Yomi Hirazaka, as referred to in ancient texts. Yomi Hirazaka. The faces of the assembly shifted dramatically. That was the legendary forbidden place connecting the living world with the realm of the dead, a peril so dangerous that even the sage of the Six Paths had sealed it away. Could the core of the grayish-white eye be hidden in that realm of the deceased? Temari's voice held a chill. Kakashi's heart sank. The location indicated by these coordinates represented extreme danger and the unknown. To delve into such depths to locate and destroy a source of contamination at the level of a principle? The difficulty of this task far surpassed that of the Night Owl base. Additionally, the head of the sealing team hesitated before adding, during our analysis, we discovered that the spatial coordinates on the metal plate do not seem to be fixed. They are undergoing an extremely slow and regular drift. According to our calculations, approximately 3 months from now, they will enter a relatively stable window. At that time, the spatial interference will be minimal, making it the optimal time for entry. 3 months. Kakashi gazed out the window. On the ruins, a few workers, aided by Sand Village's magnet-style ninjas, were clearing debris, while Earth Village's Earth-style ninjas constructed sturdier temporary shelters. Konoha's reconstruction had only just begun, with Naruto frozen, Boruto deep in chaos, and Sasuke gravely injured and still unconscious. 3 months. Could Konoha regain even a semblance of vitality? Would they find a way to stabilize Boruto's condition or even awaken Naruto? Could they assemble a team capable of penetrating Yomi Hirazaka to confront the terrifying unknown? 3 months. Kakashi's voice resonated gravely within the silent command center. 3 months from now, the target is the Ghost Lantern City ruins, the entrance to Yomi Hirazaka. The Four Kages Alliance will gather the finest forces to execute the severance operation. The order was given, akin to a boulder being cast into a tranquil lake. The tense atmosphere permeated the command center. Each day over the next 3 months would be a race against time, nurturing new sprouts amidst the ruins while simultaneously gathering strength to delve into the land of death and sever the roots of evil. At this very moment, deep within Konoha, in a special isolation ward guarded by layers of seals, Uchiha Sasuke lay on a hospital bed, his eyes tightly shut, connected to various life support devices. His injuries were severe. The grayish-white crystallization covering half of his body melting at an excruciatingly slow pace under the life force transmitted remotely by the Sage of Slugs. Suddenly, his tightly pressed lips twitched ever so slightly. A series of fragmented, indistinct syllables, akin to a fevered dream, emerged with great difficulty from his throat, so faint that it was nearly drowned out by the rhythmic ticking of the instruments. Not just one coordinate. The drift is a trap. Suddenly, Xianglin lifted her head, her crimson Sharingan flaring to life, fixating intently on Sasuke's face. She thought she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Yet, it seemed Sasuke's lips had indeed moved. Sasuke? Sasuke-kun. What did you say? What trap? Xianglin leaned in urgently, her voice trembling. But Sasuke offered no further response, as if the preceding moments were mere unconscious ramblings from a severely injured mind. Only his furrowed brow appeared to be even more deeply etched, as if he were enduring some profound, inexpressible terror even in the depths of his coma. Xianglin's heart raced like a drum. She could not ascertain the reality of what she had just heard, but the vague syllables of not just one coordinate. The drift is a trap coiled around her heart like a cold, venomous serpent. She gazed at the slumbering Sasuke, then turned to the scene outside the window where reconstruction efforts were underway amidst the ruins, a wave of intense unease seizing her. The future of Konoha seemed to be hurtling toward an unknown and perilous direction. Chapter 31. The Tender Sprouts and Deeply Buried Roots. Continued. Kakashi's orders. 3 months hence. The target is Huangquan Bayusaka. Like a colossal stone cast into still waters, it stirred silent waves within the temporary command center of Konoha. The atmosphere was thick with tension, gravity, and resolve, nearly palpable. The names Giz City Ruins and Huangquan Bayusaka carried an eerie chill, as though they were whispers of the deceased carried by a cold wind, sending shivers down one's spine. 3 months, Darui murmured, his dark visage taut with worry. Time was too tight. The elite from the Cloud Village needed recuperation, and the deployment of new ninja tools required time as well. The Sand Village's magnetic release forces could handle peripheral space disruption and the construction of defensive fortifications. Temari interjected pragmatically, characteristic of the Land of Wind, but penetrating the core of the ruins necessitated a stronger assault force. The Stone Village would provide the most robust Earth-style defenses and dust-release support. Kuratsuchi represented Naka's position, her gaze sweeping over Kakashi. But intelligence. We require more precise information regarding the interior of Huangquan Bayusaka. What does Sasuke Dano's warning of not just one coordinate, the drift is a trap truly signify? Is that metallic plate genuinely reliable? Her doubt struck at the heart of the matter. All eyes converged upon Kakashi. That metallic plate was the sole clue that Sasuke had fought to retrieve, the key pointing towards the true essence of the gray-white eye. Yet, Sasuke's delirious utterances before his coma cast a heavy shadow over this singular hope. Kakashi fell silent. Did he not comprehend the peril involved? He understood better than anyone the weight of Sasuke's fragmented warnings. But did Konoha, or even the entire shinobi world, have any retreat? Could they allow the true form of the gray-white eye to gather strength in the shadows? Gamble that it would not project new specters again? That the mark upon the gambler's brow would never be activated? The analysis of the metallic plate would be conducted by Konoha's highest-level sealing and sensory teams, under the supervision of the Four Shadows. Kakashi's voice, low yet resolute, shattered the silence. Intelligence will be shared, and risks borne together. We will not disregard Sasuke's warning. The operational plan for entering Huangquan Bayusaka must account for the possibility of multiple coordinate traps. The contingency must be prepared for the worst. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. 3 months. This period is our sole opportunity to amass strength, stabilize our rear, and seek further clues. The reconstruction of Konoha must accelerate. Boruto's condition must stabilize. Sasuke must be awakened at all costs. Dismissed. With the command given, the colossal war machine began to laboriously turn amidst the ruins. Representatives of the Four Shadows hastily departed to relay orders and mobilize resources. Within the command center remained only Kakashi, Shizune, and the weary, barely sustaining Shikamaru. Kakashi's seniority weighed heavily as Shizune expressed her concerns, Sasuke Dano's warning. Along with the internal debates within Boruto's joint research team regarding Lord Naka's proposal to excavate the power of the Chaos Seed, are quite intense. Kakashi wearily rubbed his brow. I know. Chiyo and Hanabi leaned towards gently guiding Boruto's will to combat the chaos, opposing any radical stimuli. Yet, some maintain that time is of the essence and demand more efficient means. He turned to Shikamaru. What of the progress on the resonance-enhanced ceiling? Shikamaru leaned back in his chair, his shadow resembling weary vines coiling around him for support. The theoretical foundation is established, but it requires Boruto's will to be sufficiently strong and stable as a core anchor point. We are still far from achieving that. He paused, lowering his voice further. Moreover, I fear that even if the ceiling succeeds, it merely extends the fuse of the bomb. The essence of the gray-white mark is a conduit to the source. Without destroying the source, ultimately, he left the thought unfinished, yet his meaning was clear. Kakashi felt the weight of despair. Destroying the source. Huangquan Bayusaka, every step over the next 3 months felt akin to walking a tightrope above an abyss. In the special isolation ward, Xianglin stood vigil by Sasuke's bedside. Her crimson Sharingan unwaveringly focused on his pallid face, capturing every subtle change in his breath. The fragmented utterance, not just one coordinate. The drift is a trap spiraled like a curse in her mind, instilling a profound sense of dread. The door to the ward creaked open, and Sakura entered, carrying a tray of medications. Her complexion was equally haggard, as Tsunade's disciple and one of Konoha's foremost medical ninjas. She bore the dual burden of healing the severely injured and stabilizing Naruto as frozen state. Xianglin, you should take a break. I can watch over him for a while. Sakura spoke softly. No. Xianglin shook her head vigorously, grasping Sasuke's cold hand. I feel he wasn't merely rambling unconsciously. He must know something. That trap. The place Kakashi and the others are heading to. Sakura set down the medications, observing Xianglin's anxious expression, and sighed. Kakashi-sensei is aware of Sasuke's warning. But we have no choice in the current situation. The Giz City ruins are our only lead. But Xianglin attempted to argue, only to be interrupted by an extremely faint voice from the bedside. Cough. Sasuke's brow furrowed again, a painful, strangled groan emanating from his throat. His hand, free of the gray-white crystals, twitched ever so slightly. Sasuke-kun. Both Xianglin and Sakura rushed to his side. Sasuke's eyelids trembled violently, as if battling an intangible darkness. This time, no coherent syllables emerged, only a series of even more fragmented, indistinct, like torn shards of consciousness, trickling out intermittently. I split mirror coordinate true and false annihilation. Mirror? True and false coordinates? Annihilation? Xianglin and Sakura's faces paled instantly. The information Sasuke conveyed was even more chilling than his previous delirium. The coordinates for the entrance to Huangquan Busaka were not singular, and they possibly had a mirror relationship, one true and one false. Stepping into the false would lead to annihilation. This was no longer a trap, it was a deadlock. We must inform Kakashi-sensei immediately, Sakura declared decisively, turning to rush out. Wait. Xianglin seized her, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her crimson eyes. Sasuke-kun's message is too vague. What is the mirror? How do we discern truth from falsehood? Without specific information, we will only create further confusion and hesitation for Kakashi and the others. Konoha cannot withstand any instability now. She glanced at Sasuke's pained, struggling visage, a singular thought taking root in her mind. Sakura, help me. Use your medical ninjutsu in conjunction with my chakra. I will forcibly enter Sasuke-kun's depths of consciousness through mental synchronization. He must retain key fragments of memory. Are you out of your mind? Sakura exclaimed in shock. Sasuke's mental world is in chaos. Forcing entry could not only injure you severely, but might also completely destroy his remaining consciousness. I understand the risks. Xianglin's voice rang with reckless resolve, but this is the only opportunity to obtain precise intelligence. For Sasuke-kun, for Naruto, for Boruto, and for Konoha, I must take the gamble. Sakura gazed into the flames burning in Karen's eyes, then looked at Sasuke, who lay on the hospital bed, teetering between life and death. Finally, she nodded heavily, fully aware of Karen's feelings for Sasuke and the gravity of the information at hand. All right, I will safeguard his essence. Be cautious. In the isolation observation room, Boruto lay on a bed adorned with shimmering runes, the gold-red glow at the edge of the gray-white mark on his forehead radiating steadily, akin to a lighthouse guarding against the darkness. Hinata Hanabi sat beside him, fingers forming seals, her pure white eyes penetrating the sealing barrier, continuously channeling her gentle thoughts into the chaotic battlefield of Boruto's consciousness, nurturing the flickering molten resolve within him. Boruto, hold on. You can hear me. Hanabi's thoughts flowed like a spring breeze across a desolate expanse. Naruto is waiting for you, and Sasuke is striving to awaken. Nobody has given up. Konoha needs you. At the heart of the chaotic battlefield, the molten light, sustained by Hanabi's unwavering thoughts and the protective gold red wool surrounding it, burned defiantly, even brighter and more stable than before. It began to attempt, ever so faintly, to send tentative ripples into the surrounding chaos. These ripples brushed against a thread of icy blue remnants. The remnants quivered slightly, not retaliating violently, but instead transmitting a faint, submissive chill. Another ripple touched the edge of a relatively gentle dark purple shard, which calmed like a soothed beast, its agitation subsiding. There was a response. Hanabi's heart soared with joy. Boruto's own will was attempting to communicate, even guiding those comparatively gentle fragments of chaotic energy. Just then, a chilling, indifferent torrent of malicious intent erupted without warning from the depths of the gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead, akin to a lurking serpent revealing its fangs. This intent did not aim to attack Boruto himself, but rather, it maliciously lunged at Hanabi's unguarded, gentle thoughts. Ants dare to touch my vessel? The icy will of death pierced Hanabi's mind like countless icy needles. Ah! Hanabi let out a piercing scream. Her Byakugan was instantly tainted by the grayish death aura, plunging her vision into a frigid, dark void. She staggered backward, crashing into the wall, blood gushing from her eyes, mouth, and nose. Lady Hanabi, the medical ninjas stationed outside, along with the sealing team, rushed in, horrified. Meanwhile, Boruto's body on the bed arched violently, as though struck by an invisible hammer. The gray-white mark on his forehead erupted with unprecedented brilliance, instantaneously consuming the surrounding warm gold-red light. The deep gray spread like a living entity, wildly extending, while the dark purple wedge patterns and icy blue erosion marks beneath his skin erupted like ignited explosives, causing the dense chains of sealing runes to emit piercing cries. Their light flashing erratically as cracks spread instantaneously. Suppress it. Now. Maximum output. The head of the sealing team cried out, his eyes bulging with desperation. Poof, poof, poof. Several sealing ninjas simultaneously spat blood, desperately channeling chakra into the rune array. A blinding light erupted, forcefully pushing back the chaotic storm that had erupted within Boruto. He crashed back onto the bed, the light of the gray-white mark dimming, but the circle of gold-red light vanished entirely. His eyes remained tightly shut. His breath weak and chaotic, dark purple blood mixed with grayish energy seeping from the corners of his mouth. Lady Hanabi, the medical ninjas propped up the barely conscious Hanabi. Her eyes closed, grayish tears streaming down her cheeks, her spirit severely wounded. It is the mark. It is preventing us from awakening Boruto, one perceptive ninja observed. Looking at the instruments revealing the molten light in Boruto's consciousness, now nearly extinguished by the grayish death aura and the violent wedge forces, his voice filled with dread. It seeks to completely control this vessel. In the temporary command center, Kakashi contemplated the tactics for the battlefield at Hizaka when a shadowy ninja appeared like a specter. Urgency palpable in their voice. Hokage-sama. Urgent situation. The observation room is out of control. Lady Hanabi is gravely injured and unconscious. Young Boruto's consciousness is on the brink of collapse. Lord Naruto's frozen state shows abnormal energy fluctuations. Kakashi whirled around, his pupils constricting. He dashed out of the command center, racing toward the isolation zone. Threefold crises, like three poisoned blades, simultaneously pierced the nascent hope of Konoha. The terrifying warning from Sasuke echoed in his ears. The seed of chaos within Boruto roared with lethal ferocity, and Naruto, encased in ice, exhibited unknown disturbances. The lights of Konoha flickered violently in the tempest, as if they were about to be extinguished entirely in the shadow following dawn. Chapter 32. The tender sprouts amidst the ruins and the deeply buried roots. Continued 3. Kakashi's figure blazed like silver lightning, tearing through the broken temporary passage. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat sending waves of agony through his insides, yet he remained oblivious. The urgent reports from the Umbu pierced through his nerves. Hanabi was injured. Boruto's consciousness was collapsing. Naruto's frozen state was unstable. The warnings from Sasuke lingered in his ears. As the shadow of destruction transformed into tangible claws, grasping fiercely at the most fragile lifeline of Konoha, he first bolted toward the isolation observation room. The acrid scent of blood and the turbulent remnants of chakra assailed him. Hanabi lay on a stretcher, eyes closed, traces of grayish blood at the corners of her eyes. Her breath faint, clearly suffering from devastating mental trauma. Several medical ninjas scrambled to stabilize her condition. On the hospital bed, Boruto was as if caught in an invisible giant's grip, his body convulsing violently, each spasm accompanied by the agonizing creaks of overstrained bones. The gray-white mark on his forehead radiated a chilling death aura, the once warm gold-red light having vanished without a trace. The dark purple wedge patterns and icy blue erosion marks beneath his skin surged like a chaotic, uncontrollable serpent, battering against the sealing runes, causing their light to flicker wildly and cracks to proliferate. He expelled dark purple blood mixed with grayish energy from his mouth, eyes tightly shut. But Kakashi's blurred Sharingan seemed to glimpse the molten light deep within his consciousness, rapidly dimming under the relentless pressure of the grayish death aura and the violent wedge forces. Suppress it. We cannot let him lose control completely. The head of the sealing team, blood streaming from his orifices, shouted hoarsely, leading his team to desperately channel chakra to reinforce the crumbling seals. It is the mark. It is retaliating. It seeks to swallow Boruto's will entirely. One perceptive ninja trembled. Realizing the ominous truth, Kakashi's heart sank into an icy abyss. The backlash from the gray-white mark was fiercer and more malevolent than he had anticipated. It aimed not only to seize control of Boruto's body, but to annihilate his will to resist entirely. Kakashi-sama, Hokage-sama, is in danger. Another Umbu ninja's terrified voice broke through. Kakashi turned abruptly, racing toward the platform's center. The scene before him made his pupils constrict. The emerald pillar of life surrounding Naruto remained steady. Yet the crystalline ice within was undergoing bizarre changes. Deep within the ice crystal, the frozen spark of gold red at Naruto's heart was now violently boiling as if plunged in a hot oil, quaking fiercely. Each tremor caused the surface of the encasing ice to develop intricate, spiderweb-like cracks. A feeble, yet chaotic and icy grayish energy was seeping through the fissures, attempting to taint the pure pillar of life. This grayish aura was of the same origin as the death energy erupting from Boruto's forehead. It sought to corrupt the sage of Slug's life force, shattering the balance of the frozen state. It is the mark's backlash. It is poisoning Lord Naruto through the bloodline connection. Chiba Rin's face turned pale, her hands forming seals as she attempted to purify the seeping grayish energy with water-style chakra, but to little effect. Boruto and Naruto, bound by blood, shared an unbreakable connection of will. The gray-white mark launched a full-scale assault within Boruto, extending its tendrils of corruption and chaos towards his father, who lay encased in ice. Its intent was not merely to obliterate Boruto, but to sever Naruto's last thread of hope. The shadow of annihilation loomed over the final flicker of hope for Konoha. The chaos within Boruto was on the verge of a complete explosion, and Naruto's frozen equilibrium teetered on the brink. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained in a comatose state, his fate uncertain. At this critical juncture, when despair threatened to engulf everyone, a ghastly roar, more beastly than human, erupted from Boruto's throat, infused with boundless agony and rage. This primal scream did not stem from the cold will of the gray-white mark, but from the flicker of Boruto's own molten will, about to be utterly crushed. Amidst excruciating pain and the looming threat of destruction, triggered by the simultaneous assault on his father, that faint ember of molten light surged forth. Akin to a cornered beast driven to madness, radiating an unprecedented, almost incandescent fury. Get out! A silent, yet tempestuous roar erupted from the depths of Boruto's consciousness. In the next instant, his tightly shut eyes sprang open. His left eye, no longer a chaotic nebula, transformed into a frenzied vortex of dark purple, consuming all light. It was the violent manifestation of the wedge power ignited by unrestrained wrath. His right eye, too, was no longer the icy blue scar. Instead, it blazed with a nearly transparent flame, as if capable of piercing through illusions. This was the pure eye's ability to perceive all, catalyzed to its utmost under the intensity of his will. The gray-white mark at his brow twisted and writhed violently under the dual impact of these transformations, emitting a silent scream akin to ice cast into a furnace. Even more astonishing was that, at the moment Boruto opened his eyes, the right eye ablaze with molten flames disregarded the barriers of space and the confines of ice, locking onto the violently pulsating gold-red spark at Naruto's heart with unerring precision. Dad! A cry emanated from the depths of his soul. Boruto's left eye, swirling with dark purple, unleashed a terrifying pull. The target was not the outside world, but the tumultuous gray-white death energy and icy blue scars raging within him. He actively guided these two destructive forces, like two uncontrollable dragons, surging towards the right eye aflame with molten fire. What was he planning to do? The Sealing Team leader watched in horror as Boruto deliberately invoked the most violent forces within him. The sealing chains screeched as they strained against the overwhelming energy. Stop him! Is he trying to self-destruct? Someone gasped. But Kakashi abruptly raised his hand, commanding with a voice filled with undeniable determination. Wait. His Sharingan fixed intently on Boruto's eyes, ablaze with resolute flames. That was not the gaze of self-destruction. It was a reckless wager made in the face of death. Just as the chaotic gray-white death energy and icy blue scars were about to surge into the molten right eye, Boruto's eye blazed with brilliance. An intangible yet potent will, imbued with ultimate insight and the intent to cleave through space, surged forth like the most precise sniper shot, traversing the bonds of blood, disregarding spatial and crystalline barriers. and forcefully piercing into the pulsating gold-red spark within Naruto's heart. The target was not the spark itself, but the tendrils of gray-white death energy that clung to it, attempting to erode the frozen balance. Eye of the heart, all phenomena stripped away. There was no earth-shattering sound. Yet, all present felt a sharp, invisible will, akin to the most exquisite scalpel, severing the connection of that gray-white death energy that had spread from Boruto's mark to Naruto's icy crystal. Simultaneously, this will forcibly extracted the encroaching, pollutive gray-white death energy surrounding the spark in Naruto's heart, as if excising a festering wound. The detached gray-white death energy, like rootless venomous insects, was instantly ensnared and devoured by Boruto's left eye, swirling with dark purple. A pained groan escaped Boruto, echoing his anguish. The consumption of the death energy originating from his own body detonated like a bomb within him. The dark purple patterns surged violently, desperately suppressing and tearing at the rebellious force. The sealing chains on his body snapped one by one, fissures in his skin widened, and blood gushed forth. Yet at that moment, at the center of the platform, the once tumultuous gold-red spark within Naruto's icy crystal stabilized abruptly as the gray-white death energy was stripped away. The boiling ceased, and the light regained its purity and warmth. The cracks on the surface of the ice crystal began to slowly heal under the nurturing power of vibrant green life. The signs of pollution vanished without a trace. Boruto used his body as both battlefield and furnace, forcibly consuming the gray-white death energy that threatened his father's purity encased in ice. With a self-destructive madness, he safeguarded the sanctity of his father. The price was that the gray-white mark, which had just lost a portion of its power, erupted with even more ferocious rage. A purer, colder death energy surged forth from the depths of the mark, joining forces with the enraged wedge power, crashing toward Boruto's ignited molten will like a tsunami. Thud! Boruto could no longer endure. His body collapsed back onto the bed, eyes tightly shut, his breath faint and chaotic to the extreme. The gray-white mark at his brow radiating with fierce light, as if intent on devouring the last remnants of molten energy. Yet, the corner of his mouth curled up ever so slightly, barely perceptible, forming a smile that bore infinite pain yet profound relief. Kakashi rushed to Boruto's side, heart-torn as he beheld his son's tragic state. He abruptly looked up at Chio-Rin and the sealing team, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Maximum life support. Guide through will resonance. At all costs. Stabilize him. He then turned his gaze to the ice-encased Naruto, watching the spark of pure gold-red rekindle, flames burning in his eyes. Contact the four shadows. Kakashi's voice sliced through despair like a drawn blade, initiating the preemptive action. We have no 3 months left. Accelerate coordinate analysis. 1 month. We must breach the entrance to the underworld in 1 month. Before that, Kakashi's gaze shifted towards the special ward, embodying his last flicker of hope. Awaken Sasuke. He is our only key. Karen, Sakura, whatever it takes, awaken him. The orders resonated like war drums atop the rubble. The embers of Konoha, shielded by Boruto's life and will, were finally yanked back from the brink of annihilation. Yet, a greater storm was brewing on the other side of the underworld. 1 month would be a race against time between Konoha and obliteration. Chapter 33. The flickering flame before the storm. Kakashi's command echoed. 1 month until the entrance to the underworld. Like thunderclaps shattering the desolate skies above the ruins of Konoha, it dispelled the shroud of despair and ignited the dormant battle spirit. There was no time for sorrow, no time for hesitation. The countdown to destruction had been hastened by Boruto's life and will. Konoha and the entire shinobi world must race forward at an accelerated pace. In the temporary medical unit, Boruto's isolation chamber felt as heavy as lead. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the sterile aroma of disinfectants and the energy of sealing symbols. Boruto lay within a reinforced array of sealing symbols, flickering with complex radiance, akin to a young beast nailed to an altar. His eyes were tightly shut, and the gray-white mark on his brow resembled a solidified block of lead, intertwining deep death energy with the newly emerged, faint molten glow, forming an eerie equilibrium. The rampant energy beneath his skin was temporarily suppressed by the powerful seals, yet each feeble breath resonated with the chain's hum, as if gathering strength for an even more terrifying eruption. Chio-Rin and Shizen led a team of elite researchers gathered around his bed, their instruments displaying alarming data streams. The gray-white mark's activity is temporarily suppressed below the threshold, yet the entropy of the chaos seed within continues to rise slowly, drawing sustenance from the dissipating energy of the seal and Boruto's own vitality. The voice of the perception expert from the mist is somber. The resonance of Naruto's will has been significantly weakened, barely maintaining a flicker of the molten gold will. The vital signs are exceedingly fragile, solely sustained by life support equipment and the dim glow of Lord Slug's life force. The medical jonin from Konoha added, his gaze laden with concern. The risks of forcibly awakening or stimulating are incalculable. How is Lord Hanabi? Ino glanced sideways. Severely mentally traumatized, her Byakugan damaged, but her life is not in danger, murmured the medical ninja tending to Hanabi. Her last words before falling unconscious were a plea for Boruto's will not to fade. Ino inhaled deeply, turning to Rin senpai. Can we still enhance the resonance seal? Rin's gaze was sharp as a scalpel, fixated on the faint molten gold glimmer at Boruto's brow. It must be done. This is the only way to buy him time, perhaps even a method to combat the core of chaos. However, we require a more potent source of resonance. Naruto's will has weakened. We need another entity capable of forging a deep bond of resonance with him. Another source of resonance? Ino's heart raced. Her gaze instinctively shifted towards the special isolation ward. Inside the special isolation ward, the atmosphere was taut to its limits. The acrid scent of medicine intertwined with the ticking of precise instruments. Sasuke lay on the hospital bed, eyes closed. The gray-white crystallization on half of his body slowly melting under the relentless wash of life force at a painfully sluggish pace. Sakura's hands, enveloped in a vibrant green glow, pressed firmly against Sasuke's chest, sustaining his faint heartbeat and chakra circulation, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, clearly exhausted. Beside the bed, Karen sat cross-legged, her crimson Sharingan burning with intensity. Her hands formed an exceedingly intricate seal, as if pulling the strings of the soul. Her fingertips entwined with a faintly blood-colored chakra, gently connecting to Sasuke's temples. Her body trembled slightly from the immense focus and mental strain, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, yet her eyes blazed with reckless determination. Mental synchronization, deep resonance. This was a hidden technique of the Uzumaki clan, utilizing one's own spirit as a bridge to delve into the chaotic depths of the target's consciousness, fraught with peril. Karen's will drifted like a small vessel struggling against the stormy seas of shattered purple-gold chains, repeatedly buffeted by the frantic fragments of memories and the aftermath of gray-white death energy. She glimpsed the fragmented battlefield deep within Sasuke's consciousness, the shackled agony, the cold gaze of the shadow core, the tearing of space's seams, and at the very depths, shrouded in layers of gray-white mist, the forbidden memories of the gray-white eye and the entrance to Yomi Hirasaka. Sasuke, hold on. Tell me the truth. Karen's will cried out amid the tempest, the blood-colored chakra acting as a burning fuse, forcibly incinerating the gray-white mist that sealed the memories. With a crackle, the mist was burned away, creating a narrow seam. A blurry yet heart-stopping fragment of an image suddenly crashed into Karen's consciousness. An endless void, flowing with dark purple and gray-white rivers of energy. In that void, not one but three colossal gray-white eye pupils floated, slowly rotating and exuding an aura of cold lifelessness. They were arranged in a triangular formation, connected by twisted bands of light, forming a vast and eerie structure of balance. The coordinate light point indicated by the black metal plate that Sasuke brought back was unmistakably aimed at one of these eye pupils. Yet the image clearly revealed that as the coordinate light point approached, that eye pupil instantly became ethereal. Meanwhile, one of the other two eye pupils suddenly radiated a true light of annihilation. Simultaneously, a cold, indifferent voice fragment, as if embodying the laws of the universe, echoed in Karen's mind. Mirror triangle annihilation trap. Karen was struck as if by lightning, her body propelled backward, blood gushing from her orifices like a fountain. The mental synchronization was forcibly interrupted. She crashed heavily to the ground, her consciousness plunging into darkness. Karen! Sakura exclaimed in alarm, quickly placing a hand on Karen's chest, infusing her with healing chakra. As the synchronization with Karen was severed, Sasuke's body convulsed violently on the hospital bed. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened a narrow slit. In that slit, there was no longer chaos, but a pair of eternally kaleidoscopic Sharingan, bloodshot and filled with excruciating pain, terror, and a hint of forcibly gathered clarity. The trap is the triangle, Sasuke managed to rasp, struggling to piece together fragmented syllables, each word seemingly draining him of his last ounce of strength, before slipping back into unconsciousness. Yet those eyes that had just opened, and those broken words illuminated the truth like lightning in the night. Triangle. Mirror triangle. Sakura's heart raced. The information fragments that Karen had fought to retrieve and Sasuke's final moment of clarity confirmed the most terrifying conjecture. At the entrance to Yomi-Hirasaka, 3 coordinates exist that are mutually reflective. The metal plate points to the bait. Stepping in signifies annihilation. The true entity is hidden within one of the other 2 eye pupils. This is a deadly triangle of death. She suddenly lifted her head, shouting hoarsely towards the Umbu waiting at the door. Quick! Report to Kakashi-sensei. The coordinates are a trap. 3 mirrors. Stepping into the false coordinates means annihilation. We must find a way to discern the truth. At the temporary command center of Konoha, an emergency meeting of the 4 shadows was underway. The atmosphere on the massive rock platform was as heavy as iron. Kakashi stood at the head of the table, backed by a large map marked with the ruins of the Ghost Lantern City and Yomi-Hirasaka. Raikage A, acting Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi, with Inoki stationed at the rear, Kazekage Raza, and Mizukage Terumi Mei stood as holographic projections on either side. The air was thick with the tension of smoke yet to dissipate. Boruto's condition is temporarily stable but extremely perilous, and Naruto is encased in ice without harm. Sasuke has briefly regained consciousness, and Karen, at great cost, has brought back crucial intelligence. Kakashi's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable weight as he confirmed. The coordinates indicated by the metal plate point to the entrance of Yomi-Hirasaka, which has 3 mutually reflective spatial nodes. The metal plate points to 1, serving as bait. Stepping in will trigger spatial annihilation. The true entity of the gray-white eye is concealed within one of the other 2 mirrored nodes. 3 mirrors. Raikage A's projection widened his eyes in fury, his fists cracking ominously. Damn it! It truly is a trap. How can we discern the real from the false? Raza's voice was as cold as sand gold. Spatial mirroring makes perception challenging. A strong assault is tantamount to suicide. We need a key. Kakashi's gaze swept across the assembly, finally landing on the map. Within the fragmented information relayed by Sasuke, there were descriptions of the annihilation trap and the mirror triangle. Combined with the images that Karen had fought to retrieve, the true entrance may require some specific resonance or marking to unlock, or perhaps simultaneous suppression of all 3 nodes. Intelligence was insufficient, but one thing was certain. He took a deep breath, his voice laced with unwavering resolve. Conventional means will not suffice. Our only hope lies with Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto? Terumi Mei frowned deeply. The gray-white mark on his forehead is the imprint of the will of the gray-white eye. It is the key to the source. Kakashi stated solemnly. The joint research team deduced that when he approaches the true entity node, the imprint will inevitably produce the strongest resonant reaction. This is an unmaskable spatial connection. He is our living coordinate detector, the only key that may safely unlock the true entrance. A heavy silence fell over the command center. To place a boy harboring a chaotic bomb within him, who could be wholly consumed by the imprint at any moment. As a guide and key into the depths of death, the risk alone sent chills down their spines. This is madness. Kuratsuchi could no longer hold her tongue. Can Boruto withstand the mental shock of approaching the entity? What if he is completely controlled by the imprint at a critical moment? There is no choice. Kakashi's voice suddenly rose, filled with an unwavering resolve, as he declared the necessity of gambling on Boruto's sole hope, to breach the entrance of the Yellow Springs and obliterate its source within a month, or to passively await the return of the gray-white eye's power, which would usher in a new calamity. The chaotic seed within Boruto erupted, threatening to plunge the entire shinobi world into irretrievable despair. This was the opportunity Boruto had secured with his life. We had no alternative. The weight of this burden pressed heavily upon the hearts of every shadow. Raikage AI's projection fell into silence for a moment before he slammed his fist on the virtual table, declaring, "Let us proceed. The elite of the Cloud Village. Stand by for action. The Sand Village will join the fray." Raza's voice was resolute. The Rock Village has no retreat. Kuratsuchi, representing Inoki, made a decisive statement. The Mist Village is willing to fight for hope. Terumi Mei's voice resonated with gravity and determination. Very well. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with lightning as he confirmed the final plan for the Severing Source operation, 1 month from now. The most elite forces of the Four Shadows Alliance would infiltrate the ruins of the Ghost Lantern City, targeting the entrance to the Yellow Springs. The objective was to destroy the core of the Gray-White Eye. The command was issued, and the colossal war machine roared to life. The Sand Village's magnetism troops commenced the large-scale production of specialized protective gear against spatial disturbances. The Masters of Earth and Dust release from the Rock Village tirelessly devised suppression strategies for spatial mirroring day and night. The Mist Village's water release experts and medical teams worked fervently to optimize life support systems and mental protective barriers, while the Cloud Village's lightning release assault team and weapons specialists feverishly calibrated their most formidable breaching armaments. The entire ruins of Konoha transformed into a vast armory and training camp, prepared for the ultimate showdown. At the center of this storm, Boruto remained in slumber within his sealing cocoon. The gray-white mark on his forehead resembled the eye of an abyss, and the faint molten golden glow, under layers of suppression and protection, flickered like a spark in a tempest, struggling to burn as it awaited the arrival of the final day of reckoning. In a special isolation ward, Sakura leaned wearily against the wall, having just stabilized Sharon's injuries. Sasuke had once again succumbed to a deep coma. Yet the horror brought by the moment his eternal Mangeki Sharingan had opened lingered palpably in the air. The door to the ward was gently pushed open. Kakashi entered, his face etched with dust and undeniable fatigue, yet his gaze remained piercingly sharp. He glanced at the unconscious Sasuke and Sharon before his gaze finally settled on Sakura. Sakura. Kakashi's voice was low, imbued with a weight of entrustment. The mission to awaken Sasuke has failed. However, the intelligence you brought back is of utmost importance. Sakura raised her head, her eyes filled with bloodshot worry. Kakashi-sensei, is Boruto really going to go? Kakashi paused for a moment, approaching Sasuke's bedside, gazing at his friend's pale and pained visage. He was both the key and the warrior. This was the fate he must bear. Much like the burden Sasuke had once carried with the Uchiha name. He hesitated, his voice tinged with an imperceptible hoarseness. We need Sasuke at any moment he might awaken. We require his Rinnegan's power and his understanding of that space. Sakura nodded firmly. I will remain here, never leaving his side. Kakashi cast one last glance at the unconscious Sasuke before turning to leave. At the door, he paused, not looking back. Tell Sasuke that Naruto and Boruto are waiting for him. The ward door closed softly. Sakura gazed at Sasuke on the hospital bed, then turned her eyes toward the figures bustling in preparation outside amidst the ruins, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She understood that the final countdown had already begun. Would the lights of Konoha pierce through the darkness of the Yellow Springs? The answer would be inscribed in blood and fire a month hence. Chapter 34 continued. The lights before the storm. Kakashi's lingering words seemed to cling to the cold air of the ward, yet Sakura felt a heavier weight constricting her heart. Sasuke's pallid face lay against the pillow, the residual shock from the brief opening of his eternal Mangeki still echoing painfully in her nerves. Each fragmented word pointed towards a deeper abyss of despair. She wiped away the wet traces from her face. This was not the time for weakness, never was it. Drawing a deep breath, mixed with the sense of medicine and blood, she pressed her hands once more upon Sasuke's heart. The green light flickered back to life. Faint yet persistent. Sasuke, you must return, she silently implored, for Naruto, for Boruto, for all of us, you cannot fall here. In the temporary medical area, within Boruto's isolation chamber, the air remained oppressively heavy. The rhythmic ticking of the instruments echoed like a countdown, hammering on every taut nerve. Chiba Rin's brow was tightly knitted, her fingertips unconsciously tapping on the notepad, producing a dull thumping sound. The curve on the screen representing Boruto's vital signs flickered faintly, like a candle struggling against the wind, while the entropy curve of the gray-white mark slithered upwards like a venomous serpent, slow yet unwavering. The will of molten gold had been suppressed too ruthlessly. The voice of the Mist Village's sensory ninja was dry as he stared at the nearly completely obscured mark on Boruto's forehead, with only a thread of golden line remaining. Naruto's will resonated like a muffled sound behind thick frosted glass, nearly imperceptible. If this continues, Boruto's own consciousness. Do not speak such pessimism. Chiba Rin interjected sharply, her voice low yet carrying an undeniable edge, slicing through the gloom. As long as there is a glimmer of light, we cannot give up. She turned, her gaze fixed intensely on Shizune. Has another resonance source been determined? Shizune's heart sank. She knew exactly whom Chiba Rin was referring to, the individual in the special ward. She opened her mouth, her voice somewhat strained. Sasuke has just undergone a mental synchronization shock. Sharon is gravely injured and unconscious. And he himself is in a highly unstable condition. Forcing a will resonance would pose risks to both him and Boruto. Risks? What step are we not taking on the edge of a knife? Chiba Rin's voice escalated, fueled by an almost fanatical fervor. Boruto is now a seed shrouded in gray-white. Naruto's will serves as a protective layer, but it has been too severely eroded. We need another powerful force. One that can penetrate the gray-white and resonate directly with Boruto's core will. Like another ray of sunlight, forcefully piercing through the clouds, awakening the seed's inherent vitality. She strode to Boruto's bedside, leaning in almost against the flickering ceiling barrier, her eyes locked onto that glimmer of molten gold. Look, it is still pulsing. Though faint, it is fighting back. Boruto's own will has never truly extinguished. What he needs is a connection, an external force that can ignite the fire within him. Sasuke's ocular power. His Rinnegan, the chakra of Indra within him, especially his lifelong bond with Naruto. He is currently the only and the last possible resonance source for success. The isolation chamber fell into a profound silence. The only sounds were the persistent ticking of the instruments and the faint hum produced by the ceiling chains due to energy conflict. Shizune regarded Chiba Rin's bloodshot yet remarkably bright eyes, then glanced at Boruto, who appeared as fragile as porcelain on the bed. Rationality told her that this was madness. The chances of success were minuscule, and any misstep could lead to the complete destruction of both individuals. Yet Boruto's faint heartbeat, that resilient flicker of molten gold, and Hanabi's last words before her fainting, Boruto's will still burns, felt like a searing brand upon her heart. I will go find Sakura. Shizune finally spoke, her voice carrying a resolute determination, convincing both her and herself. In the special isolation ward, within the depths of Sasuke's consciousness, there were no longer fragments of memories engulfed in tempestuous chaos. At this moment, Sasuke felt suspended in an absolute, viscous darkness. There was no light, no sound, no direction, only an unfathomable heaviness and coldness, as if immersed in solidified asphalt. The sensation of his physical form became indistinct, yet the tearing pain deep within his spirit remained. Along with the three cold, immense gray-white eyes arranged in a triangular formation, imprinted like an eternal nightmare, suspended at the very center of his consciousness. The shattered words echoed in the void, laden with suffocating despair. What had become of Boruto and Naruto? Did that metal plate lead everyone to a dead end? Regret and powerlessness washed over him like a frigid tide, attempting to engulf his remaining consciousness entirely. At that moment, a faint glimmer of light, almost being assimilated by the darkness, flickered into existence within the viscous void. It was neither the dazzling gold of Naruto from his memories, nor the molten warmth of Boruto's fiery essence. Instead, it was a cooler, more familiar light, imbued with an indescribable tranquility and penetrating clarity. The light gradually coalesced, delineating the silhouette of a figure clad in an Akatsuki cloak, with black hair cascading to his shoulders. This figure hovered silently before Sasuke's consciousness, turned away from him, seemingly gazing into the three immense grayish-white eye orbs. Sasuke's awareness surged violently, akin to a stone cast into still water. A name, laden with buried anguish and disbelief, detonated deep within his soul. Itachi? The figure slowly turned to face him. Uchiha Itachi appeared eternally youthful, bearing a trace of familiar weariness. Yet his eyes no longer mirrored the torment of illness and darkness that had plagued him in his final moments, but rather shone with clarity, revealing a kaleidoscope of intricate and profound emotions. He regarded the direction of Sasuke's consciousness without speaking, yet a silent thought resonated with the weight of a sigh. Foolish little brother, have you truly driven yourself to such a desperate plight? This thought struck like thunder, cleaving through the chaos and despair within Sasuke's mind. This was not an illusion. The sensation was far too vivid. Was it Itachi's lingering chakra? Or merely a manifestation of his dying consciousness? No, it was not an illusion. Itachi's thought reverberated again, seemingly perceiving the turmoil within him. Yet it was not the essence of my true soul. This is merely a mark that has momentarily manifested due to your intense obsession and the unique aura of death present in this space, a mark of reality. Itachi's gaze pierced through Sasuke's chaotic awareness, seemingly resting upon the three enormous grayish-white orbs, imbued with an understanding that encompassed all. The mirror triangle of annihilation. You have witnessed its horror. Your vision is clouded by despair, Sasuke. You perceive only the facade of destruction, failing to discern the essence of the lock. Sasuke's disordered consciousness halted abruptly. Itachi raised his hand, a glimmer of light condensing at his fingertips, directing it towards the twisted connection between the three eye orbs. Three bodies in equilibrium, mirroring one another. Stepping into the illusion leads to annihilation. Yet the true keyhole lies not within any of the eye orbs themselves. His fingertip traced the center of the triangular structure, an area that seemed void, where the keyhole existed at the balance's core, at the singularity where reality and illusion intertwine. And the key to unlock it. Itachi's gaze seemed to penetrate layer upon layer of consciousness barriers, directing towards a distant yet specific location. Boruto's position within the isolation chamber. Not that cold metallic plate. The true key has always been by your side. It resides within that child's eyes, not the mark upon his brow, but something that burns alongside that molten gold deep within his soul. Find it before stepping into the trap, or else. Itachi's form began to blur, becoming transparent, like a candle flickering in the wind. All of you will be utterly consumed by this annihilation trap, along with the last glimmer of hope. His final words transformed into a silent sigh, and Itachi's figure dissipated entirely within the dark abyss of Sasuke's consciousness, leaving behind the enigma of the keyhole and the key, along with a warning etched into Sasuke's remaining awareness like a burning brand. In the special isolation ward, reality unfolded. Sakura was wholly focused on maintaining Sasuke's vital signs. Suddenly, Sasuke's body convulsed violently on the hospital bed without warning, more intense than any previous spasm. Beneath tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs spun wildly. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a suppressed, beast-like growl emerged from his throat. The pattern of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, even through closed eyelids, seemed poised to emit a sanguine glow. Sasuke! Sakura gasped in shock, immediately increasing her chakra output. Stay calm. Sasuke, can you hear me? In the temporary medical area, within Boruto's isolation chamber, almost simultaneously. Buzz. The intricate ceiling formation encasing Boruto erupted with blinding light, without warning. All instruments blared sharp alarms simultaneously. The curve representing the entropy of the grayish-white mark surged upward, akin to a rocket gone awry. Not good. The mark is in turmoil. Chiba barked, suppress it. Full force suppression. Medical ninjas scrambled to form seals to reinforce the seal. Yet, more alarmingly, Boruto's previously still body trembled ever so slightly amidst the radiant light of the seal, as if the first tremor of a slumbering volcano had stirred deep within. At the edge of the ruins of Konoha, in a makeshift training ground, Kakashi stood upon a broken wall, silently gazing down at the bustling camp below, resembling a colossal beehive. The Sand Village's magnetism ninjas tested their rune-gleaming armors, producing dull metallic clangs. The Rock Village's Earth ninjas quietly debated over the rocky structures created in the simulated spatial nodes, dust swirling around them. The Mist Village's medical team meticulously portioned out a bluish glowing potion, the air thick with a peculiar blend of herbal scents mixed with the sea breeze. The Cloud Village's lightning assault team conducted short-distance body flicker drills, flashes of lightning accompanied by low sonic booms. Every figure, every sound, wove together into a taut thread, straining to its utmost, pointing toward a month hence, to a place known as the Yellow Springs Path of Death. He pulled down a part of his mask, inhaling the cold air laced with the scent of gunpowder and dust. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the medical area. Faces of Boruto, Sasuke, and Naruto flickered through his mind. Itachi's past words surfaced peculiarly in this moment of despair. In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules and ironclad laws are regarded as trash. However, those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than trash. A bitter curve tugged at the corners of Kakashi's mouth. Breaking the rules? Now, what they were up against was the very rules of the world itself. Cherishing comrades? The cost could be the lives of all, including the boy regarded as the key. Just then, an Umbu ninja appeared behind him like a specter, kneeling on one knee, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible urgency. Lord Kakashi. Urgent report from the Special Isolation Ward. Lord Uchiha Sasuke is experiencing severe fluctuations in consciousness. Simultaneously, young Master Boruto's isolation chamber seal is exhibiting an inexplicable strong reaction. Kakashi pivoted sharply. The brilliance in his single eye flared. The flames of a storm's eve suddenly flickered wildly. The simultaneous anomalies of Sasuke's consciousness fluctuations and Boruto's seal reactions were either a portent of despair or the molten gold buried deep within and the slumbering Indra, ready to awaken beneath the oppressive darkness. Without hesitation, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting toward the medical area. The answer lay within those two chambers, not far apart, yet entwined with the fate of the entire ninja world. And time mercilessly slipped toward the abyss known as the Yellow Springs Path of Death. Chapter 35. The Keyhole and the Spark. Kakashi's figure tore through the oppressive air of the medical area. The acrid scent of scorched earth from his lightning body flickering still in the air as he was thrust like a javelin at the entrance of the special isolation ward. Inside, Sakura's voice rang with unprecedented urgency, green light flashing fiercely between her hands, desperately suppressing the violently convulsing body on the hospital bed. Sasuke, hold on. Look at me. Sakura's calls were laced with desperation, sweat soaking her forehead. Sasuke's struggles were so fierce they seemed inhuman, muscles taut and the metallic frame of the bed groaning under the strain. Beneath tightly closed eyelids, the pattern of the eternal kaleidoscope glowed ominously red, as if it were about to burst forth at any moment. What is happening? Kakashi surged forward, his soul eye sharp as that of a hawk, scanning Sasuke's condition and the unconscious Karen, who had just received urgent treatment. Suddenly, without warning, Sakura gasped, her mental fluctuations as violent as if something had exploded within her mind. It was even more frenzied than during Karen's synchronization. Kakashi's heart sank. This was no mere confusion of consciousness. He turned his gaze towards Boruto's isolation chamber next door, where the alarm blared, piercing through the walls with a shrill cry. In Boruto's isolation chamber, the situation worsened. The ceiling array glowed like an uncontrollable sun, blinding and fierce. Complex runic chains trembled violently, buzzing as if they would snap at any moment. The screen representing the entropy of the gray-white mark was drenched in blood red, numbers fluctuating wildly, emitting a shrill alarm. Chiba, Rin, and Shizen led the others, their faces pale, fingers trembling slightly from the excessive output of chakra, veins bulging on their foreheads, desperately maintaining the fragile seal. It couldn't be contained. Absolutely not. The voice of the mist sensing ninja was hoarse, laced with despair as the activity index of the gray-white mark surged exponentially. It was actively assaulting the seal. The will of molten gold felt nearly extinguished. Boruto! Shizen exclaimed in horror. In the center of the encapsulating light, Boruto, who had remained motionless like a puppet, was now undergoing a bizarre distortion. Beneath his skin, dark gray energy writhed like a living creature, bulging, each movement causing the ceiling light to flicker violently. Even more unsettling was the gray-white mark on his forehead, now bubbling like molten lava, its faint molten glow being inexorably drawn into the depths of the gray-white abyss, as if about to be entirely devoured. Another source of resonance. We must attempt it immediately. Chiba Rin's voice broke through with a desperate roar, her eyes bloodshot, fixated on the fading molten gold, or it would be too late. Just as Sasuke's situation reached a critical point. In the adjacent ward, Sasuke's suppressed low growl suddenly erupted into a tearing roar. Accompanied by this roar, an indescribable, cold, and violent chakra erupted forth. Boom. The walls of the ward instantly became laced with spiderweb-like cracks. The chilling aura mixed with the destructive pressure of his ocular power swept through the entire medical area like an invisible tsunami. All medical ninjas felt their hearts clench as if gripped by an unseen giant hand. On the bed, Sasuke's body arched violently. The gray-white crystal covering half of his body cracked loudly under the force of the eruption. His eyes, which had been closed for days, snapped open. No longer were they chaotic, nor filled with pain and confusion. Instead, they blazed with a cold fire, showcasing the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, imbued with a weariness and resolve that seemed to stem from the depths of hell. Within the crimson hue, complex tomo patterns spun wildly, locking onto a point in the void, as if piercing through walls and space, directly pinning it to Boruto next door, in Boruto's isolation chamber. At the very moment Sasuke's kaleidoscope opened, buzz, the gray-white energy violently assaulted the seal, as if struck by an invisible hammer, causing a sudden halt. The last flicker of molten gold, on the verge of being completely consumed, flickered stubbornly, like a candle in the wind. Immediately after, the boiling gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead bizarrely contracted inward. Like a ferocious beast startled by an unexpected threat, it momentarily retracted its claws. The pressure of the seal suddenly eased. The blinding light dimmed slightly. The alarm values on the instruments briefly fluctuated in a manner almost imperceptible. What is happening? Shizune stammered in shock. Chiba Rin's eyes erupted with fierce light, seizing upon this fleeting anomaly. Resonance. It is Sasuke's ocular power. His will is counteracting the erosion of the gray-white mark. Though chaotic, it is effective. Quickly, now is the time. Reinforce the seal. Guide the molten gold will. The medical ninjas, awakened from their stupor, instantly seized this precious opportunity, pouring all their chakra into the sealing array. The light stabilized once more, still flickering, yet far superior to the precarious state it had been in moments before. In the special isolation ward, Sasuke, with his kaleidoscope awakened, stared intently into the void. His pupils filled with tumultuous chaos and a fleeting clarity, a tremor stemming from the depths of his soul. The riddle left by Itachi's phantom loomed at the center. The key burning like a searing brand in his eyes, soul, scorching his freshly liberated consciousness from chaos. Boruto's molten eyes, fragmented thoughts clashed within his chaotic mind. That previous outburst was less a matter of his own control and more a visceral reaction to Boruto's imminent perilous gray-white upheaval and the final warning left by Itachi echoing in his mind. Instinctively stirred from the depths of his bloodline. Sasuke, Sasuke, look at me. Can you hear me? Sakura's voice was tinged with ecstasy and dread. Her hands still firmly connected to his body, green light pouring forth unceasingly. Sasuke's gaze slowly, laboriously turned, finally focusing on Sakura's tear-streaked, sweat-drenched face. His lips moved a few times, and from his throat came a hoarse, raspy sound, akin to sandpaper rubbing. Boruto. Each word drained the last remnants of strength he had just gathered, the crimson glow in his eyes flickering violently, as if it might extinguish once more. Boruto? Sakura's heart raced. What was wrong with his eyes? Sasuke, what do you want to say? Sasuke's gaze momentarily drifted again. The terrifying illusion of the gray-white triadic structure resurfacing in his consciousness. The words trap of annihilation ringing like a death knell. He inhaled sharply, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, squeezing out a few fragmented, yet crystal-clear syllables from between his teeth. The key to the trap is not in the coordinates. It lies within his soul. Look into his eyes. As the final word escaped, the brilliance of his kaleidoscope dimmed abruptly. His body slumped, falling once again into a deep coma. Yet this time, the cracks in the gray-white crystal covering his half-body had visibly expanded, revealing a hint of new, blood-colored skin. The key is not in the coordinates, but within Boruto's soul. Look into his eyes. Sakura murmured, her heart racing. This information was too vague, too crucial, and too heavy. What was Sasuke desperately trying to convey? Kakashi stood at the door, absorbing everything with keen eyes. Sasuke's brief awakening, the kaleidoscope's focus on Boruto, and the final fractured warning collided in his rapidly processing mind like vital puzzle pieces. Itachi's phantom hinted that the key to Sasuke lay in Boruto's soul, marked by the strange contraction of the gray-white mark and the opposing molten gold, alongside that lethal triangular trap. A bold, nearly insane thought sliced through the fog in Kakashi's heart like lightning. He abruptly turned, his lone eye fixated on Boruto's isolation chamber, where the ceiling light continued to flicker erratically. Could it be that the true key was not the gray-white mark upon Boruto's forehead itself? Was it that suppressed, nearly extinguished molten gold, that held the core to unlock the path to survival? And perhaps Sasuke's Rinnegan or some deeper resonance bond was crucial to seeing and utilizing this key. If so, then the core strategy of the impending Danyuan operation a month later would undergo a profound transformation, no longer relying on Boruto's mark for passive coordinate detection, but rather actively awakening and utilizing that deeply buried molten gold within Boruto's soul, shrouded by layers of gray-white. This thought sent a chill down Kakashi's spine, yet it was laced with a thrilling exhilaration. Risk? This was akin to placing Boruto atop a volcano. But if Sasuke's desperate message bore truth, this might be the only route to breach the trap of annihilation, directly targeting the essence of the gray-white eye. He needed to verify it immediately. A clearer guidance from Sasuke is desperately needed. Boruto's will, consumed by the gray and white, yearns for a more explicit response. Kakashi's hand instinctively rested upon the pouch of ninja tools at his waist, where the edge of a scroll containing the most perilous forbidden techniques lay, cold and unyielding. He gazed at the flickering seal's light within the isolation chamber, then at Sasuke, who once again succumbed to an eerie silence upon the hospital bed. The flickering flame before the storm, far from extinguished by the recent harrowing clash, instead erupted into an even more dangerous and unpredictable spark. This spark could either ignite the final ember of hope or serve as the fuse that drags everyone into the abyss of destruction prematurely. Time, in the silent medical area, ticked away mercilessly. Kakashi was acutely aware that the time left for Sasuke to awaken, for Boruto to stabilize, and for the entire ninja world to unravel the enigma was slipping away at an accelerated pace toward the dark entrance known as Yomi Hirazaka. Beneath Boruto's tightly closed eyelids, entwined by gray and white chains, did that glimmer of molten gold truly hear Indra's call? How would it respond? Chapter 36. The undercurrents before the storm. Kakashi felt the cold, sharp edges of the scroll through the rough fabric of his clothing. The contents of that scroll carried an ominous scent of blood merely by name. The ancient technique of the soul resonance was a dangerous, long-forgotten art employed to forcibly invade and guide the chaotic consciousness of a target through the bridge of a powerful third-party soul. The risks were immense. A moment's carelessness could render both the caster and the subject as fools, or even lead to the obliteration of their souls. Once utilized to combat the madness of those possessed by malevolent spirits, could it now be invoked upon Boruto? Upon that child, whose soul was marred by gray and white stains, like a fragile glass bottle riddled with cracks. The thought churned Kakashi's stomach. He observed the seal's light within the isolation chamber stabilizing, yet still flickering ominously like a ticking time bomb. Boruto lay there, quiet as a sacrificial offering. Sasuke's last words echoed in his mind. The key is in the soul. Look into his eyes. Each syllable pricked at his nerves like icy daggers. Itachi's phantom, Sasuke's warning, and the molten gold within Boruto's soul coalesced in Kakashi's thoughts, which spun like a rapidly turning windmill. If his conjectures were correct, that glimmer of molten will was indeed the true key, and relying on Boruto's passive response to the gray and white mark as a means of navigation was akin to courting death. It would only lead to a trap. They must awaken Boruto's own will, allowing him to perceive the genuine keyhole. But how to awaken him? How to make him see? Kakashi-sensei, Sakura's voice, laden with fatigue and a barely perceptible tremor, disrupted his reverie. She stood beside Sasuke's bed, having just completed another round of chakra stabilization, her complexion as pale as parchment. Sasuke is temporarily stabilized. The crystallization seems to have accelerated slightly. She watched Kakashi's hand resting on the pouch of ninja tools, her gaze complex. What are you thinking? Kakashi refrained from answering directly, casting his eyes toward the isolation chamber. What did Sirin and Chiba say? What of the disturbances on Boruto's side? Sakura followed his gaze. Her brow furrowed. The seal has stabilized for now, but the activity of the gray and white mark remains high. Chiba-senpai mentioned that Boruto's molten gold will is like an ember buried beneath dozens of meters of volcanic ash, its sensitivity exceedingly faint. Sasuke's earlier outburst was like a gust of wind that temporarily cleared some ash, but once the wind ceased, the ash settled back into place. She paused, her voice lowering. Chiba-senpai insists that we must attempt soul resonance once more, and this time, on a deeper level. The target is still Sasuke. Her gaze fell upon her lifeless husband. An ocean of worry reflected in her eyes. Kakashi remained silent. Chiba-Sirin's obsession bordered on madness, yet her intuition was often terrifyingly accurate. Sasuke was the only resonant source capable of exerting a significant suppressive response to Boruto's gray and white mark. However, Sasuke's current state could not withstand another mental upheaval. Kakashi's voice was hoarse. To force the resonance could mean he may never awaken again. Sakura's body swayed almost imperceptibly, her fingers tightening around the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. The air thickened to a near standstill. In the abyss of Sasuke's consciousness, darkness lingered, viscous and frigid as before. Yet this time, it was no longer an absolute silence. A low, metallic hum persisted, reverberating like background noise. Fragments of Sasuke's remaining consciousness, akin to glass beads sinking in icy depths, passively sensed the irritating buzz. The imprint left by Itachi's phantom formed a lockhole at the center, while the key, a searing iron shard, radiated heat and pain within the chaos of his consciousness. Although he could not see Boruto, he vaguely sensed the immense, cold, malevolent gray-white aura next door. Alongside a faint warmth, as fragile as the embers of a dying sun, hidden deep within that aura. The chaotic thoughts within Boruto sought to coalesce. Itachi's assertion that the key resides in the eyes, was it not referring to ordinary eyes, but rather to the soul, to the will, to that glimmer of molten gold? Just then, the continuous metallic hum abruptly escalated, becoming sharp and piercing. It felt as though countless invisible steel needles had plunged mercilessly into Sasuke's tumultuous consciousness. Accompanying this shrill buzz, he sensed the vast gray-white aura next door swell and stir violently. A cold, greedy will surged forth like a tide, targeting that faint ember of molten gold. No, a surge of fury from the depths of his soul erupted instinctively within Sasuke's chaos. It was not a conscious will, but rather a primal response akin to a slumbering dragon reacting when its scales were touched. His consciousness fragments trembled violently. The latent power hidden within the Uchiha bloodline ignited by this external malice, erupting forth. Buzz. A spark of crimson light suddenly ignited within Sasuke's consciousness fragments. It was not the kaleidoscopic pattern, but a cluster of leaping, destructive black flames. The flames of Amaterasu. This tiny flicker of black fire did not strike outward but ignited deep within the abyss of Sasuke's own consciousness. Its target was the chains of gray energy, cold and binding, that represented the remnants of gray-white erosion entwined around his consciousness fragments. Sizzle. The silent incineration unfolded on the level of consciousness. The gray-white chains emitted mournful cries of erosion under the caress of the black flames, disintegrating into nothingness, thread by thread. Though it was but a minuscule fraction, the sense of being bound and polluted lightened slightly. It was akin to a heavy shackle, from which a tiny rusted point had been burned away. Simultaneously, an extremely faint yet undeniably clear sensation of connection surged forth, reminiscent of the tremor transmitted at the moment a severed chain burst apart. Crossing the barriers of the abyss of consciousness, the target was that ember of molten gold while being suppressed by gray and white next door. In Boruto's isolation chamber, the seal's array glimmered steadily. Boruto lay as if in slumber. Yet at that very moment, Chiba Siren's sharp gaze suddenly caught an anomaly. "Wait," she exclaimed, halting a nearby medical ninja who was attempting to adjust the instruments. There, deep within the profound gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead, the nearly extinguished glimmer of molten gold flickered violently, without warning. The magnitude was such that it caused the entire gray-white mark to ripple. Following this, a faint yet distinctly audible chime echoed. It was as if an invisible chain had been suddenly pulled to its limits, then snapped. "What was that sound?" Siren questioned, casting uncertain glances at the surrounding instruments, all readings appearing normal. "It's not the instruments." Siren's voice trembled with disbelief and excitement as she fixed her gaze on Boruto, as if striving to penetrate his skull to gaze into the depths of his soul. It was the voice of the will, the molten gold will. It just struggled actively, and it seemed to have broken free from something's grip. She abruptly turned, her gaze seemingly piercing through the walls, directed at the adjacent special ward. "Sasuke-sama, was it you again? What have you done this time?" The special isolation ward. Kakashi and Sakura both sensed it. At the very moment that faint metallic sound echoed, Sasuke, who lay comatose on the hospital bed, twitched imperceptibly, as if gently zapped by an electric current. A small, nail-sized crystal of grayish-white on one side of his body silently shattered and peeled away, revealing the vibrant, healthy skin beneath. "Sasuke," Sakura gasped, immediately checking him. Her face a mixture of shock and ecstasy. His vital signs. Chakra circulation. That last fluctuation was upward. Though faint, it was a rise. Was he improving? Kakashi's single eye widened in alarm. He glanced at the crystal that had fallen from Sasuke, then abruptly turned his gaze towards Boruto's isolation room next door. The faint metallic sound, Boruto's fervent will, and Sasuke's response occurred almost simultaneously. This was no coincidence. A vivid, chilling image formed in Kakashi's mind. Deep within the abyss of Sasuke's consciousness, he instinctively resisted the encroaching grayish-white, Amaterasu's burning chains. The energy of this resistance resonated through an indescribable connection, Indra and Ashura, directly vibrating the molten will of Boruto, bound by the grayish chains, even helping to snap one of its shackles. Conversely, the resistance of this molten will echoed back, subtly stimulating Sasuke's physical body, hastening the melting of the gray crystals. Resonance. A deeper, instinctive soul resonance, established on the foundation of combating a common enemy, the grayish erosion. A mutual motivation of bloodline and will. Kakashi's hand, resting on his ninja tool pouch, slowly relaxed. The coldness of the scroll's edges seemed to be dissipated by something far more fervent, named possibility. He no longer needed that perilous forbidden technique. At least, not for now. The true key may not need to be forcibly extracted. What it required was ignition. To ignite it with another key that burned with unwavering flames. Sakura, Kakashi's voice was low yet powerful, carrying a clarity that pierced through the fog. Guard Sasuke. Every struggle he endures, every improvement he makes, could assist Boruto. He turned once more toward the isolation room, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the walls, landing on the sleeping youth. As for you, Boruto, Kakashi's voice fell to a whisper, almost inaudible yet bearing immense weight. We see your spark. Now, it is your turn to ignite it. The flickering light before the storm surged abruptly in the aftermath of that silent tremor of the soul. The invisible chains between sparks finally broke the first link. But how many more lay ahead? Could the molten fire, ensnared by layers of chains, completely blaze forth before the countdown to destruction reached zero? And deep within Sasuke's consciousness, what transformation would that cluster of burning black flames bring him? A month had never felt so frugal. Kakashi turned and strode out of the medical area. He needed to urgently convene the 4 Hokages and the think tank. A strategic overhaul was imperative. Boruto was not merely a detector. He was a torch, and Sasuke would be the fuse that ignited the torch. A new storm, within the silent tremors of the soul, began to whirl with accelerated intensity. Chapter 37. Abyssal Fire, and echoes. Kakashi's roar of ignite it struck the silent medical area like a scorching iron. The command swiftly transformed into an invisible current, penetrating every corner of the ruins of Konoha. The holographic image of the emergency meeting of the 4 Hokages flickered to life once more, the air no longer thick with resolute despair, but rather charged with a stifling exhilaration ignited by more frenzied possibilities. To ignite that child's soul's fire? To treat him as a torch? The projection of Raikage seemed poised to shatter the virtual table, his voice thunderous. Are you certain you are not driven mad by pressure? Is that spark sufficient? The risks were incalculable. The voice of the acting Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, bore the weight of rock-esque tradition. Boruto's body is the final vessel, and should it lose control during ignition? But the resonance from Sasuke and the broken chains. Mizukage may gently tap the virtual armrest, her azure eyes turbulent. If this is genuine, it might be the only path to break free from the trap of annihilation. The Mist agreed to the new plan. We will expend all resources to optimize mental protection and will stabilizing potions. The Wind Shadow Rashi remained silent, his sand-gold eyes sweeping over Kakashi before settling on the 3 cold, mirrored nodes marked on the holographic map. The Sand Village will forge soul anchor points. His voice was as steely as iron. Magnetic barrier, stabilizing the fragile fuse between him and Sasuke. The cost will be steep. Doubt and shock ultimately transformed into a consensus of no return. The strategic core was completely altered. Boruto, from a mere key for probing coordinates, was elevated to a torch that must be ignited to illuminate the true path of survival. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke stood as the soul fused to light the torch. The entire Shinobi Alliance began its final, life-draining sprint around this audacious new core. Cloud Village, deep within the Raikage Valley, the piercing sound of metal forging resounded day and night. A colossal lightning release generator was being reshaped into a distorted, spiked circular structure, the Lightning Heart Furnace. The rugged warriors of the Cloud Village fought bare-chested, their skin charred and healing under the violent lightning chakra as they combined their ferocious will with lightning attribute chakra, striving to forge a core of lightning barrier capable of stimulating and safeguarding the spiritual ember. Each charging test was accompanied by deafening thunder and the horrifying sight of blood streaming from the operators' mouths and noses. Hold it together. If you can't withstand this amount of lightning, how can you serve as a heart guard for that boy? The Raikage's roar echoed through the valley. Rock Village. The elder Inoki personally oversaw operations, suspended in midair, his old eyes dim yet sharp as an eagle's. Below, at the center of a vast earth release formation, floated a continuously twisting, complex rock structure simulating spatial mirror nodes. The dust release masters of the Rock Village took turns, their fingers emitting thread-like white light. meticulously cutting and analyzing the seemingly ethereal core of that structure, their foreheads soaked with sweat. Balance. Absolute balance. The decomposition field of dust release must be precise to the level of chakra molecules. A mere fraction off, and the space collapses. Anoki's voice carried unprecedented gravity. Mist Village. In the makeshift laboratory, an overpowering blend of scents filled the air, extracts from deep-sea behemoth spinal cords, powdered millennia-old corals, and the secret medicinal catalysts left by the first Mizukage. Ao led the medical team, his Byakugan veins bulging beneath his eye patch. Intently focused on the swirling azure liquid in the boiling cauldron, abyssal essence. A young medical ninja mishandled the operation, a wisp of medicinal vapor escaped, causing him to go momentarily dazed, drooling, before his comrades swiftly dragged him away for emergency treatment. The concentration of spiritual pollution is still too high. Dilute it. Add the number 3 neutralizer. Quickly. Ao's voice was hoarse, his bloodshot eyes unblinking. Sand Village. Rashi stood before an enormous sand table, his hands hovering above. Golden sand flowed like a living entity, coalescing to form 2 small, human-shaped silhouettes, abstract models of Boruto and Sasuke. Countless strands of sand, finer than hair, shot forth from the hands of magnetic release ninjas, meticulously intertwining and connecting the 2 models, attempting to establish a stable soul-linking passage. With each connection, the practitioner's complexion paled further. The magnetic lines are the strings of will. Tension them. Steady. We cannot allow the connection between the fuse and the torch to break. A trickle of blood discreetly oozed from Rashi's lips. Konoha Core. In the special isolation ward, the pressure weighed heavily on Sakura and Chihaya Rin. Sasuke's body had unconsciously become the eye of the storm. The black flames of Amaterasu continued to burn at the grayish shackles deep within his consciousness. Each minute fracture accompanied by violent convulsions of his physical form and the shedding of crystals. Sakura resembled the most intricate of instruments, her medical ninjutsu operating at its zenith, striving to mend the internal damage wrought by the conflict while simultaneously guiding the nascent power to facilitate the melting of the crystallization. Sweat pooled at her feet, forming small puddles. A fracture appeared in the 3rd rib of her left side. Chakra surged back, assaulting the heart's chamber. Suppress it. Quickly. Sakura's voice rasped with a metallic edge. Chiba Rin, akin to a restless beast in a cage, paced around Boruto's isolation chamber. The fluctuations of the molten gold will within the apparatus remained feeble, resembling the last flicker of a flame in a tempestuous night. Each searing pang deep within Sasuke's consciousness prompted a corresponding tremor within Boruto's soul, yet it was woefully insufficient. The stimulation was too indirect, too passive. Chiba Rin abruptly halted, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Shizune, insisting that Lord Sasuke must actively guide it, even if only for a fleeting moment, to channel the power of the black flames along that invisible string to Boruto. Ignite that spark. Shizune's face turned ashen. This would be tantamount to using Lord Sasuke's fractured soul as a conduit. What if? No, it cannot be. Chiba Rin growled. We must either ignite the torch or all perish in this trap. Sakura. She spun towards the adjoining room, questioning whether it was possible to stir the black flames deep within Sasuke's chaotic consciousness. Through the wall, it seemed she could hear Chiba Rin's frantic proposal. She gazed upon her husband, writhing in agony upon the hospital bed, and glanced at her trembling hands, worn from excessive exertion. To stir Amaterasu? Within the abyss of Sasuke's tumultuous consciousness? It was tantamount to suicide. But was Chiba Rin's suggestion the only path to survival? At that moment, ugh! Sasuke's body arched upward violently, more ferociously than any previous convulsion. The ashen-white crystallization covering his chest cracked extensively, shattering into fragments. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, the patterns of the eternal kaleidoscope whirled madly, crimson light almost bursting forth. A cold, violent chakra, imbued with the essence of destruction, erupted uncontrollably. Boom! The thick walls of the hospital room were instantaneously breached, creating a massive gaping hole. Dust swirled, almost simultaneously. Buzz! The ceiling array in Boruto's isolation room erupted with an unprecedented, blinding radiance. All instrument screens overloaded instantaneously, emitting a wail of impending doom. Boruto's body trembled violently, the gray-white mark upon his brow twisting and swelling as if alive. A surge of greedy, frigid will erupted forth, attempting to utterly crush the flicker of molten gold. Suppress it. Chiba, Rin, and Shizun's eyes widened in desperation, leading the medical team in a desperate attempt to seal the energy. Amidst the dust, Sakura coughed blood, yet clung tightly to Sasuke's weakening body, which was rendered frail by the explosion. In that fleeting instant of destructive energy release, she distinctly sensed the cluster of burning black flames of Amaterasu deep within Sasuke's consciousness, provoked by an external, cold, and malicious will emanating from Boruto's turbulent gray-white mark. The black flames instinctively retaliated, striking back like a venomous serpent along that intangible connection. It was precisely this moment. Clang, clang, clang. Deep within Boruto's soul, three clear, resonant sounds echoed, akin to tangible fractures. The flicker of molten gold, squeezed relentlessly by the gray-white force, surged forth like a fire ignited by boiling oil, leaping up a foot high in a phantom flame, though it was quickly extinguished by an even more ferocious gray-white energy. That ephemeral light and heat were so vivid, so blinding. Boruto. Chiba, Rin screamed in disbelief, tears and sweat mingling. His will. It just ignited. It truly ignited. As the dust settled, Kakashi's figure emerged at the edge of the breach, his solitary eye fixated on the flickering seal within the isolation room, then shifting to the unconscious Sasuke in Sakura's arms. His chest's crystallization nearly melted away, yet his breath was faint to the utmost degree. The cost was steep, but the spark had finally ignited, fiercely, for the first time. However, in that brief moment of luminous eruption, deep within Sasuke's chaotic consciousness, amidst the embers of the black flames of Amaterasu scorching the gray-white shackles, an exceedingly faint yet bone-chilling gaze pierced through his dwindling perception like a needle traversing endless time and space. Accompanying that gaze was a barely audible sigh, seemingly emanating from the universe's edge, mingling greed and indifference. The key shall eventually return to its place. The flickering light before the storm was ignited for an instant amidst this brutal collision, yet it also drew forth a deeper gaze from the abyss. Was that sigh a warning? A prophecy? Or perhaps the signal for the ultimate hunt to commence? Kakashi's palm felt icy. Chapter 38. The molten gold emerges from its cocoon. It truly ignited. It truly ignited. Chiba, Rin's voice trembled with tears, more so with a euphoric relief from surviving calamity. As she collapsed onto the cold floor of the isolation room, her fingers still unconsciously trembling. The momentary ascent of the molten gold flame felt like a potent stimulant, piercing through the hearts of all engulfed in despair. The price was the gaping hole blasted open in the adjacent room, Sasuke's chest nearly torn apart, and Sakura, utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Kakashi stood at the edge of the breach, debris and dust falling upon his silver hair, yet failing to penetrate the ice that had crystallized in his gaze. He had witnessed the flicker of hope, and heard the final cold sigh captured deep within Sasuke's consciousness. The key shall eventually return. The gray-white eye had never ceased its watch. It was accelerating. It was pressuring. The plan remains unchanged. Execute to the utmost limit. Kakashi's voice rang with finality, shattering the silence. Priority to deploy the sole anchor point of Sunagakure. The Raikage's heart furnace must achieve core charging within 7 days. Awagakure. I demand the final model for the singularity suppression array. Kirigakure. Configure the abyssal concentration due at maximum dosage. He suddenly pointed towards the isolation room, where Boruto's light was stabilizing yet still akin to a dormant volcano. Next time, we shall make that spark pierce through this shell. The entire coalition camp erupted like oil in boiling water, completely igniting chaos. At the Sunagakure encampment, Raza's expression was colder than the golden sand itself. Before the massive magnetic sand platform, 2 models of gold, representing Boruto and Sasuke, were intricately connected by a multitude of shimmering golden threads. These threads were exceedingly fragile, necessitating the continuous infusion of chakra and mental energy from the sand ninja to sustain them. Individuals collapsed from exhaustion, only to be replaced by newcomers, pale-faced as they took over the trembling strings. Steady. The strings must not break. This is the only passage for the fuse. Blood had already dried at the corner of Raza's mouth, yet fresh blood seeped forth again. He pressed his hands down, enveloping the entire area in a massive magnetic field, forcibly stabilizing the connections that were on the verge of collapse. The cost was the rapid depletion of the Kazekage's vitality. In Sasuke's hospital room, temporarily reinforced, Sakura's medical ninjutsu glowed a dim green like never before. She had exhausted herself to the brink, her chakra nearly depleted, sustained only by sheer willpower. The wound on Sasuke's chest healed slowly under the green light, the traces of gray-white crystallization beneath the new skin barely discernible. Yet the price was that the chakra within him resembled a desiccated riverbed, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Not enough, far from enough. Sakura bit her lip, blood seeping forth. She glanced at the side, where Karen had just awakened, her complexion ghostly pale. "Karen, help me." Karen, with her crimson Sharingan, managed to open her eyes with difficulty, weak yet resolute, nodding affirmatively. She pressed her trembling fingers against her heart, a stream of pure, life-imbued red chakra flowing into Sakura like a brook. "Take it to save him, and also that foolish little brat." In Boruto's isolation room, Chiba Rin paced like a famished wolf around the ceiling array. On the instrument screens, the fluctuations of the molten gold will display a curve, where each faint wave of Sasuke's consciousness, even a mere involuntary twitch, would manifest as a tiny upward spike. "Do you see? The connection remains. And it's clearer now." She pointed at the screen, her voice hoarse yet exhilarated. "Every time Lord Sasuke resists the gray-white residue, each flicker of the spark, the embers of Amaterasu, in his depths ignites a spark here for Lord Boruto. A mutual resonance. They are recharging each other. Shizun, prepare the abyssal concentration elixir at maximum dosage. Once the Raijin forge is ready, we shall commence the first active resonance guidance." In silence, Shizun's face remained pale, yet her eyes glinted with an unwavering determination. The secret potion from the Mist Village was meticulously prepared, the shimmering azure liquid rippling in its specially designed vessel, emanating a chilling and tranquil aura. Success or failure hinges on this singular moment. Time, under extreme duress, slipped into the depths of the seventh night. At the cloud-hidden stronghold, within the heart of the Raijin forge, a colossal circular apparatus housed a fist-sized, incandescent white lightning sphere, formed from the furious compression of lightning chakra, suspended and emitting a low, resonating hum that seemed capable of tearing through space. Surrounding the device, dozens of elite cloud-hidden shinobi lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Raikage was drenched in blood, half of his body charred. His lone arm pressed firmly against the control hub, his solitary eye fixed intently on the lightning sphere, charging at 99-100. It succeeded. He let out a primal roar, then collapsed to one knee, drained. In Boruto's isolation chamber, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The ceiling array had been temporarily adjusted. Its strength diminished, yet it bristled with runes designed to guide and amplify mental fluctuations. Boruto lay quietly within the array, a grayish-white mark on his forehead resembling a dormant beast. Chio, Shizun, and Sakura, supported by Karen, encircled the array's center. The magnetic soul anchor of Tsunagakure, a golden thread, connected to Boruto, while its other end pierced through the wall to link with Sasuke's heart. "What is Lord Sasuke's condition?" Chio's voice was taut. "There are weak fluctuations of consciousness. The embers of Amaterasu still linger." Sakura, eyes closed, exerted her full effort to sense the remnants of her husband's soul. Boruto's vital signs were at the brink. The Mist Village elixir was ready for injection. The energy connection of the Raijin forge was primed. Kakashi stood at the control console, his one eye scanning all critical nodes before ultimately resting on Sasuke and Boruto. He inhaled deeply, his hand slicing downward. "Begin. Ignite the resonance." Buzz. The incandescent white lightning sphere of the cloud hidden erupted, shooting forth a blinding beam that pierced through layers of barriers, crashing into Boruto's isolation chamber. The violent, invigorating lightning energy surged into the ceiling array in an instant. The entire array blazed like daylight. "Soul anchor, maximum output." Rashi's hoarse voice resonated through the communication. The golden thread connecting Boruto and Sasuke blazed bright, akin to a heated iron brand. A colossal magnetic field forcibly stabilized the fragile soul pathway. The abyssal concentration elixir, injected. Shizun pressed the button. The frigid blue potion coursed through the vascular conduits into Boruto's bloodstream. "Sakura, guide Lord Sasuke's embers. Follow the string. Ignite it." Chio commanded fiercely. Sakura's hands, enveloped in the red chakra transmitted by Karen, trembled as they pressed against Sasuke's heart. Her spirit, akin to the most delicate probe, struggled to penetrate the cold darkness of Sasuke's consciousness. She saw it. Within that void, a faint yet tenacious black flame, the embers of Amaterasu, flickered. "Sasuke." Help me ignite him. Sakura's soul cried out, channeling all her thoughts and prayers, along with Karen's life chakra, into a gentle yet resolute force that caressed the black flame. As if responding to her call, sizzle, the black embers of Amaterasu flared up momentarily. A chill, destructive force, imbued with the indomitable will of the Uchiha, surged along the fiery thread of the magnetic soul anchor, shooting forth like an arrow towards the other end. In Boruto's isolation chamber, just as that black force surged through the thread, boom, the dormant grayish-white mark within Boruto exploded like ice tossed into boiling oil. The frenzied grayish energy retaliated violently, attempting to sever the connection and consume the invading embers. Suppress it, Chio and Shizun roared, the medical team pushing the ceiling to its limits. The lightning from the cloud hidden detonated within the array, resisting the grayish backlash. Boruto's body shot upward, like a fish leaping from the water. His tightly shut eyes flew open amidst the tumult of energy conflict. The left eye, a lifeless, cold grayish-white, as if encased in eternal ice. The right eye, however, burned with molten, lava-like golden brilliance. The radiance was blinding. Ugh! A roar, inhuman in nature, erupted from Boruto's throat. It was not a cry of pain, but an ultimate scream of a soul being torn apart and ignited. His right eye, that molten golden pupil, spun unfocused, as if piercing through the roof, through endless space, fixated upon an absolute point in the void. That point, formless and intangible, seemed to be the most fragile, core essence of the entire spatial structure, the center singularity of the mirrored triangle. At the moment he perceived that singularity, buzz, an indescribable, colossal hum, as if emanating from the very fabric of the universe, radiated outwards from Boruto. The ruins of Konoha trembled violently. Space rippled like water waves. All sensory ninjas felt a profound dizziness and a piercing pain at the soul level. The molten golden light in Boruto's eyes burned to its zenith. His lips moved, uttering fragmented yet thunderous words that struck like lightning in everyone's ears. The door has opened. The eyes are watching. Before the words faded, the molten golden light in his right eye extinguished abruptly, like a candle snuffed out. He collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, crashing back into the ceiling array. All instruments blared frantically. The grayish-white mark recovered his right eye, the lifeless gray completely dominating. Silence enveloped the isolation chamber. Only the sharp wails of alarms and the heavy breaths of the gathered remained. Was it a success? A failure? Boruto's last utterance, the door has opened. The eyes are watching, echoed like a curse in Kakashi's mind. He jerked his head up, his single eye seeming to penetrate the roof, gazing towards the direction of the Gizuki city ruins. A bone-chilling cold crept up his spine. It was no illusion. The earlier spatial tremor and the proclamation of the door opening, along with the eyes watching, indicated that they were aware of their arrival. They were waiting for them. The storm was no longer gathering. It had descended. The portal to the underworld, at the moment the embers extinguished, revealed a chilling rift. Behind the door, an eye coldly observed their steps into the abyss. Chapter 39. The torch of the underworld. Boruto's phrase, the door has opened. The eyes are watching, resonated like an ice-forged blade, sharply cutting into each heart. After a brief silence, a more intense eruption followed. Spatial coordinates. Lock onto the direction of his last gaze. Kakashi's shout shattered the alarm's wails. The sensory team, like a whipped top, activated all their powers, Byakugan, sensory ninjutsu. Spatial mapping instruments, maximizing their output to frantically capture the source of that terrifying spatial tremor and the last location fixed by Boruto's molten eye, directly above the Gizuki city ruins. Spatial coordinates confirmed. It is the central singularity hinted at by Lord Itachi. Hyuga Hayashi's voice trembled with disbelief, the veins around his Byakugan bulging ominously. Boruto's vital signs plummeted rapidly. The activation of the grayish-white mark's backlash exceeded critical levels. The medical team spoke with quivering voices. Lord Sasuke. Sakura's exclamation rang out. In the adjacent room, the moment Boruto's molten light extinguished, Sasuke's body jolted as if struck by a heavy hammer. The last remnants of the grayish-white crystallization covering him shattered completely, yet dark red blood froth spilled from his mouth and nose. The violent fluctuations of the soul thread exacerbated his already fragile condition. Sever the soul anchor. Immediately, Kakashi commanded sharply. The magnetic threads from Sunagakure dimmed instantly, severing the connection. Rashi groaned, staggering backward, supported by a comrade, his complexion pale as parchment. Chaos. Utter chaos. Yet Kakashi's singular eye shone terrifyingly bright amidst the turmoil. The gaze Boruto had traded his life for illuminated the endless fog like a lighthouse. The coordinates were established. The true entrance position, the center singularity of the mirrored triangle, had been locked. The cost was steep, but the path was open. Relay the orders. Kakashi's voice resonated like a clarion call across the frozen expanse, silencing all cacophony. The final phase of the severance operation, the torch of the underworld, was about to commence. All combat units, proceed according to the predetermined plan. The target is the spatial singularity of the Ghost Lantern City ruins. Foreshadows. Follow me into the underworld. The command ignited like a wildfire, rousing the war machine that had long been prepared to its limits. In the darkness before dawn, the ruins of Ghost Lantern City stood desolate. Once a city of despair that imprisoned notorious criminals of the ninja world, it was now reduced to crumbling walls, resembling colossal skeletons under the dim moonlight. Above these skeletal remains, the space twisted and turned like a massive, swirling vortex. At the center of the vortex was not darkness, but an absolute, heart-stopping void, the singularity that Boruto gazed upon for the last time. 3 enormous, ethereal gray-white eye phantoms orbited this void like satellites, exuding a chilling, deathly pressure. Mirrored triangle. Annihilation trap. The trap itself was a guise for the entrance. The most elite forces of the coalition silently descended upon this land of death. From Iwagakure, Onoki floated at the forefront of the team, his diminutive figure radiating an imposing presence reminiscent of mountains. Dust release. Limit removal technique. He formed hand seals, unleashing 2 slender beams of white light, imbued with terrifying disintegration power that accurately targeted the sides of the singularity. The aim was not to attack the singularity, but to sever and suppress the 2 closest mirrored eye phantoms. Where the white light passed, the space emitted a groan of unbearable strain as the 2 eye phantoms quivered violently, growing indistinct. Diverting pressure from the singularity. Suppress the mirrors. Clear the path for the torch. Young ones, do not let this old man down. From Kumogakure. The core of the Thunderheart Forge was mounted on a specially designed mobile platform, carried by 8 robust men. Reikage, wrapped in bandages, raised his lone arm. Lightning release. Lightning wall. A blinding sphere of lightning erupted, transforming into a vast thunder barrier enveloping the entire vanguard of the coalition. The violent lightning surged, invigorating the spirits and warding off the encroaching dead air emanating from the mirrored eye phantoms. From Kirigakure, Terumi Mei stood within the barrier, forming hand seals. Water release. Breath of the abyss. A massive torrent of water chakra mixed with the potent essence of the abyssal dew manifested as a pale blue mist, instilling tranquility and clarity, permeating the barrier and providing the final mental shield for all warriors. With her Byakugan fully activated, she intently observed every subtle change within the swirling space. From Sunagakure, Raza sat cross-legged on the ground, his complexion pale, pressing his hands against the sand. Golden sand, alive and writhing, spread beneath the coalition, constructing a colossal, flickering magnetic field array. The core of the array shone brightly, pointing towards the life pod at the center of the formation, where Boruto lay unconscious, the gray-white mark on his forehead a sign of death, yet also the soul key. Magnetic field stabilized. Torch coordinates locked. Magnetic release squad, maintain formation. We must not let the array collapse, even in death. In the heart of Konoha, Kakashi stood beside the life pod, lowering his mask to reveal his chiseled jawline. Behind him, Sasuke, barely recovering some mobility, was supported by Sakura and Karen on either side. Sasuke's complexion was ghostly pale, his breath faint, yet his eternal Mangeki Sharingan forcibly remained open. The crimson pupils fixed intently on the spatial singularity, reflecting profound exhaustion and a burning resolve. His Rinnegan had yet to recover, but those eyes, capable of perceiving the myriad phenomena, served as the final assurance for positioning and guidance. Sasuke, can you still see? Kakashi's voice was low. Sasuke offered no reply, merely nodding imperceptibly, his gaze like a nail, firmly affixed to that void-like singularity. Whether his Rinnegan could recover at a critical moment remained the greatest unknown. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's voice trembled, yet was imbued with a determined resolve. Entrusting Boruto to us. You and Sasuke must. Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the young and the aged alike, each embodying a fearless acceptance of death. He took a deep breath, his voice low yet clear, resonating in every warrior's ear. The severance operation. Final objective, destroy the gray-white eye. Operation codename, Torch of the Underworld. He pointed sharply towards the twisted, swirling spatial singularity, towards the source of that chilling gaze. The torch has been ignited. The path ahead leads to the underworld. All forces, charge. The command thundered. The coalition's elite, poised for action, transformed into streaks of light, fearless of death as they surged forward, propelled by Iwagakure's dust release suppressing the mirrors, Kumogakure's lightning wall clearing the way, Kirigakure's mental barrier safeguarding, and Tsunagekyure's earth anchor stabilizing, plunging unhesitatingly into the consuming void of the singularity. Just as the vanguard was about to make contact with the singularity, an abrupt transformation occurred. The seemingly void center of the singularity suddenly unveiled a colossal, cold, gray-white eye. Within its depths, the advancing coalition was reflected, viewed with the indifference of a superior life looking down upon mere ants. In swift succession, boom, 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 the three mirrored eye phantoms surrounding the singularity detonated like explosive devices. A torrent of gray-white energy surged forth, not attacking the singularity but transforming into three devastating beams of light that struck the other two temporarily suppressed mirrored nodes. The space, fragile as glass, instantly became riddled with web-like black cracks. A terrifying suction, distorted force fields, and chaotic spatial turbulence erupted from the fissures like an uncontrollable meat grinder, targeting the advancing coalition. Beware of spatial aberrations. The Byakugan captured a horrifying scene. From those spatial cracks emerged countless grotesque monsters, twisted and menacing, formed from pure gray-white energy and fragments of space. Surging forth like a tidal wave, they roared silently, exuding an aura of annihilation as they lunged at the coalition. It's a trap. The mirrored nodes have been detonated, creating spatial turbulence and aberrations to intercept. Kakashi's pupils constricted. Do not stop. Charge forward. The only objective is the center of the singularity. The battle escalated to an intense fervor. The most brutal slaughter unfolded before stepping into the underworld. The lightning wall flickered violently under the assault of gray-white energy and spatial turbulence. The dust release master from Iwagakure fought desperately to maintain suppression, blood spewing from his mouth. The earth anchor array from Tsunagakure flashed with golden light, magnetic ninjas collapsing in droves. The blue mist from Kirigakure was torn apart. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, attempting to discern the weaknesses of the aberrations, but his overtaxed body caused his vision to darken. Inside the life pod, Boruto remained oblivious. Yet the gray-white mark on his forehead flared with intensity the moment the massive eye of the singularity opened. A faint, chillingly insatiable will seemed to establish a connection through the mark with that eye. Kakashi severed a lunging spatial aberration with a swift stroke, the foul gray-white viscous fluid splattering across his face. He gazed at the singularity, close yet seemingly a chasm apart, at that indifferent, towering gray-white eye. The torch has been ignited. The path ahead leads to the underworld. Yet, the first hurdle beyond this gate was laden with ravenous fangs. The unusual heat of Boruto's mark foretold of greater peril. Would Sasuke's Rinnegan still awaken? Naruto, how long Kinyer will protect this child? The order to charge had been given. There was no turning back. Blood and fire would stain the first step into the abyss. And the master of the abyss awaited their sacrifice with cold indifference. Chapter 40. Torch of the Underworld. The spark reignited above the ruins of Ghost Lantern City. The realm was no longer human. The space resembled a canvas torn asunder by a mischievous child, black cracks spreading like a spider's web, as violent turbulence roared, ripping rocks, debris, and even light into distorted fragments. The aberrations composed of gray-white energy surged forth like maggots crawling from a hellish rift, ceaselessly and silently slaughtering any intruders. The protective barrier of lightning flickered uncertainly under the onslaught of tidal waves, each flash accompanied by the muffled groans of the cloud-hidden ninja who coughed up blood. The golden earth anchor array shimmered fiercely as the magnetic escape ninja fell like cut wheat, while Rasha's complexion turned ashen, blood streaming from his lips. Yet he stubbornly maintained the stability of the life pod's coordinates. Dust release. Hold steady. Ohyuki's furious roar seemed diminutive amidst the energy storm. His small figure suspended at the core of the dust releases white light, his aged face flushed with exertion as delicate strands of light, akin to fragile spider silk, clutched tightly at the torrents of destruction unleashed from the detonated mirror nodes, creating a narrow passage for the advancing vanguard. The cost was high. With the dust ninjas from a Wagakure falling one after another, chakra depleted, plummeting from the sky. Left flank. The aberration has broken through. The Byakugan of the azure-eyed ninja detected a gap in the defenses, issuing a hoarse warning. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, a distorted, bone-like energy entity tore through the frail lightning barrier, lunging fiercely towards the vital core of Boruto's life pod. "You shall not pass," came a beast-like roar. Raikage, drenched in blood, resembled a raging rhinoceros, his single arm entwined with blinding lightning, using his body as a shield to crash into the bone claw. Boom. The sound of a sharp explosion and the shattering of bones echoed simultaneously. A's figure was violently hurled away like a ragged sack, crashing heavily into the ruins. His fate uncertain. The bone claw was also shredded by the raging lightning, yet its residual energy continued to sweep mercilessly across the periphery of the life pod. Boruto. In a state of despair, Sakura and Chiyo's eyes widened, the green glow of medical ninjutsu illuminating to its utmost, fiercely protecting the pod. Inside, Boruto remained unconscious, but the gray-white mark on his forehead burned hotly under the indifferent gaze of the colossal eye at the center of the singularity. A chilling well, greedily infiltrating and corroding through the invisible connection. "Sasuke." Sakura's voice rose to a shriek, laced with tears. At the moment the life pod was struck, Sasuke, supported by her and Karen, suddenly arched his body. He spat out a dark red mist of blood. His forcibly opened eternal Mangeki Sharingan trembled violently, his vision utterly blurred. The Rinnegan remained silent. He could sense the agonizing squeeze of gray-white pressing on Boruto's soul, could feel the cold gaze of that colossal eye. Yet he was powerless to penetrate it. Despair washed over Kakashi like a frigid tide, as the vanguard struggled against spatial turbulence and the onslaught of the aberration. Boruto, the beacon, was on the verge of being entirely consumed by the gray-white mark. Was it truly the end, where even the threshold of the underworld would remain unattainable, leading to the annihilation of all? Inside the life pod, Boruto's consciousness sank into an abyss of absolute, frigid gray-white. There was no light, no sound, only an infinite silence and heavy shackles. The last smile of his father, the blood-stained figure of Uncle Sasuke, the shouts of his companions. All warm memories were covered by a thick layer of gray-white ice, frozen. So cold, so tired, perhaps I should just sleep, thought Boruto. A distant voice echoed, as if transmitted through millennia of icy solitude. "Is it you, Dad?" No, this voice was older and warmer, imbued with the essence of sunlight and the scent of grass. "Your fire has not extinguished. Rise, my child. The will of Ashura never yields." Buzz, enveloped in gray-white chains. The soul, buried deep within, felt a flicker of a long-forgotten ember, once dull, now stirring unexpectedly. It was as if a dormant heart was infused with the first surge of scalding blood. At that moment, crack, a faint yet distinct sound of shattering. It did not originate from the outside. It came from the depths of Boruto's soul. The final protective layer formed by Naruto's frozen will cracked under the relentless erosion of the gray-white mark and the stimulus of the ancient call. A weak yet pure and intensely heated will of molten gold surged forth from the fissure, like volcanic magma long suppressed, erupting fiercely. It did not directly confront the enveloping gray-white but flowed along the cold connection between the gray-white mark and the colossal eye of the singularity, streaming upwards. At the center of the singularity, the enormous gray-white eye. For the first time, a minuscule wave of confusion surfaced within the depths of its indifferent pupil. A faint yet incomprehensible will, emanating from the very essence of life, surged back through the path that had once been used to erode Boruto, fiercely rebounding. Though as weak as a firefly, it inflicted a momentary sting upon the core of that cold will, on the battlefield of reality. At the very moment Boruto's molten gold essence surged back to retaliate. Ugh! Sasuke, supported by Sakura and Karen, felt his body tremble violently. An indescribable resonance, originating from the very depths of his bloodline, struck his nearly exhausted soul like a current. It was not pain, but rather a stirring ignited by the shared flame. "What is this?" Sasuke's bloodshot, eternal Mangeki Sharingan fixated on the life pod. Through the thick walls of the pod, he seemed to see. He saw the molten gold fire within Boruto's soul, breaking through the gray-white ice layer and flowing upwards. The form of that flame, its indomitable will, bore an uncanny resemblance to Naruto's chakra, which had burned to its utmost in the Valley of the End. Ashura. Even more jolting to his soul was when his gaze penetrated through Boruto's molten gold fire to the colossal gray-white eye at the center of the singularity. A sudden transformation occurred. The previously indifferent, complete, and imposing gray-white eye, in the instant of the molten gold fire's counterattack, revealed a minuscule yet undeniably existent point deep within its pupil, akin to a red-hot iron searing through white paper, suddenly igniting a glimmer of molten gold light. That light, though faint, shone like a beacon in the night, clearly marking a position not of the eye itself, but a keyhole hidden deep within its core of will. A coordinate ignited by Boruto's surging molten gold essence. I see it. Sasuke's voice was hoarse and fragmented, yet carried an almost frenzied, penetrating power that drowned out the cacophony of the battlefield. He abruptly broke free from Sakura and Karen's support, his body swaying precariously. Yet that pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan erupted with the last brilliance of life, locking onto that molten gold point deep within the colossal eye. Simultaneously, the chakra of Indra within him ignited, burning fiercely like a returning light. Kakashi, the true keyhole, it is not in space. It lies within its eye. That molten point. Attack there. Use the power to sever causality. Rinnegan. He needed the Rinnegan. Only the Rinnegan's heavenly hand, or an even higher-level spatial ocular technique, could ignore distance and strike at the keyhole of that core of will. Yet his Rinnegan. Sasuke. Kakashi instantly understood. He saw the molten gold point locked onto by Sasuke's eyes. He also saw the clarity and determination in Sasuke's gaze. Born of a life exchanged for this final moment, there was no time for hesitation. He swiftly pressed his hand against the ninja tool pouch at his waist, where the special kunai left by Minato awaited. Cover me. Target the center of the singularity. Kakashi's roar resonated across the battlefield. His body erupted with lightning, transforming into a resolute lightning arrow, disregarding the approaching aberrations and spatial turbulence, shooting straight towards the immense gray-white eye. He did not need to strike it. He merely needed to get closer, just a little closer. Protect the sixth Hokage. The remnants of the allied forces unleashed a final roar. Dust release, lightning, water wall, golden sand. All remaining powers converged recklessly, carving out a brief passage paved with flesh and blood for Kakashi. Kakashi's figure, amidst the violent energy storm, surged forward like a lone boat in a tempest. In the blink of an eye, he reached within 100 meters of the colossal eye of the singularity. Spatial turbulence tore at his body. Gray-white death energy eroded his will. He abruptly drew forth the special kunai. The target was not the enemy. It was the faltering Sasuke behind him. Sasuke, catch it. Kakashi expended all his strength, hurling the kunai towards Sasuke. The kunai glimmered with the technique of flying thunder god. In the moment the kunai left his hand, several gray-white spikes, formed from shards of space, suddenly shot forth from the rift beside Kakashi, piercing through his body with brutal force. Blood gushed forth. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's scream was heart-wrenching. Sasuke gazed at the flying kunai, crackling with lightning, descending like a lifeline. While witnessing Kakashi's pierced form, the flames of life within his eyes erupted violently, a torrent of unwillingness and fury originating from the depths of his soul. Fused with Indra's chakra and the searing resonance of Boruto's molten will, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, crashing against his tightly shut Rinnegan. Crack! It was as if some shackles deep within his soul had been shattered. Sasuke abruptly lifted his head. The Rinnegan, which had lain dormant for far too long, suddenly opened. No longer the past's violet ripples. The Rinnegan now burned with a dark purple tinged by the embers of molten gold, exuding an aura of destruction and rebirth. His gaze pierced through space, disregarding distance, locking onto the molten keyhole ignited by Boruto's will deep within the singularity's colossal eye. Heavenly hand power. Sasuke's roar was laced with blood. The brilliance of his Rinnegan reached its zenith. He expended the last vestiges of his life force to activate his ocular technique. The target was not to shift himself or any object. Instead, it was to swap Kakashi's throne kunai, imbued with the flying thunder god technique. with the molten keyhole deep within the singularity's eye. Buzz. The space emitted a mournful cry of being overwhelmed. The kunai, shimmering with lightning, vanished into thin air. In the next instant, it plunged into the molten keyhole like a searing nail. A howl emerged, a pain indescribable, as if it resonated from the very core of the universe. Erupting from the depths of the singularity's eye, the entire space quaked violently. All the grayish-white aberrations collapsed like mud stripped of its bones, instantly crumbling. The torrents spilling from the two detonated mirror nodes came to an abrupt halt. The enormous grayish-white eye twisted and trembled. The speck of molten light within its depths rapidly spreading like a virus, corroding the cold grayness. Now, Naruto. Inside the life pod. The unconscious Boruto seemed to sense the moment the key was inserted into the lock, instinctively letting out a hoarse cry. The grayish-white mark on his forehead flickered frantically, boiling. The last remnants of molten will igniting like a flashback, surging through the embedded flying thunder god kunai. Boom! An unimaginable explosion ensued. Not a physical shock, but a collapse of will and rules. At the center of the singularity, the colossal grayish-white eye, along with the surrounding twisted space vortex, began to disintegrate and melt, as if thrown into boiling water. A bottomless, chaotic, and terminally resonant black passage suddenly opened at the heart of the collapse. The true entrance to the Yellow Springs was forcibly unveiled. A violent suction instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. The remnants of the Allied forces were swept away like fallen leaves towards the entrance of the dark passage. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Meiterumi's scream was torn apart by the raging wind. Boruto, Sakura, and Shizune clung desperately to the life pod's tether, their bodies suspended by the force of the suction. After Sasuke activated the Rinnegan, he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with severed strings, his eyes shut tightly, his breath fading to the brink of disappearance. Kakashi, drenched in blood, was held tightly by two Umbu members, gazing at the devouring entrance of the passage. Just then, crack, crack, within the life pod, around Boruto's body. The frozen crystals formed by Naruto's will finally cracked under the ultimate explosion of will. A faint yet familiar chakra essence, like the first rays of winter's sun, seeped through the cracks, quietly spreading. The passage swayed within the collapsing space, resembling the throat of a colossal beast. The torch extinguished, the fuse turned to ash, and the door finally opened. Yet what awaited them beyond the door was an end, or perhaps another beginning. Was Naruto's frozen state a precursor to shattering, or a final safeguard? Kakashi coughed blood, gazing at the dark passage, then glancing back at the dying Sasuke. The spreading cracks on Boruto, and the remnants of the army being torn apart by the suction. His bloodied hand slowly clenched into a fist. The Yellow Springs had been crossed, the torch reduced to ash. But was there still warmth to be found in the depths of the ashes? In the black passageway's entrance. It resembled the greedy throat of a cosmic beast, unleashing a terrifying suction. The broken Allied forces were dragged in like withered leaves caught in a tempest, helplessly pulled towards the maw of darkness. The ruins of the Ghost Lantern City, the swirling smoke, and the remains of the fallen rapidly shrank and twisted in view, ultimately being wholly consumed by the pure darkness. Hold onto the life pod. Shizune's voice was barely audible amidst the howling chaos. She and Chio clung tightly to the tether, their fingers turning white from exertion. Inside the life pod, Boruto lay in a state of oblivion, the grayish-white mark on his forehead dim, yet stubbornly persistent, like cooling embers. The last flicker of molten will seem to have been utterly expended, leaving only a cold shell behind. Yet on the pod's surface, the cracks formed by Naruto's will silently spread under the onslaught of the passage's violent energy. A strand of warm golden chakra flickering like a tenacious firefly within the depths of the fissures. Kakashi, supported by two Umbu, hastily sealed his severed arm with chakra. Blood continued to seep, staining half of his body red. His one eye fixated intently on the unknown darkness deep within the passage, struggling to glance back towards the entrance. In the final moment of vanishing from sight, Sasuke's collapsed figure seemed to be caught by a golden thread. Was it the thread of fate? Was he still alive? The Rinnegan that had just opened, burning with its final glimmer, remained in view. Sasuke swallowed blood, hope dimming, yet he had to believe. Falling, an endless descent. No light, no sound, only pure void and a suffocating weight of existence. It felt as though submerged in a sea of solidified tar, even thought turned viscous and slow. The tumultuous spatial currents ceased, replaced by a deeper, colder stillness. The surviving warriors of the allied forces, frozen like insects trapped in amber, felt even fear become numb. The life pod emitted a faint glow, the sole light source in this absolute darkness. Time became irrelevant, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. Buzz, a deep, resonant hum, reminiscent of the universe's initial sigh, reverberated from afar, slowly shaking the frozen darkness. Ahead, within the absolute void, a glimmer of light flickered. It was neither the warmth of the sun nor the coolness of stars, but a cold, pure grayish-white, as if the very concept itself had materialized. The light rapidly expanded, coalescing. Formless and boundless, it manifested as an infinite sea of grayish-white energy. At the center of this sea, three colossal, slowly rotating grayish-white ocular phantoms arranged in a triangular formation appeared more solid and ancient than those seen above Ghost Lantern City, exuding a detached will that transcended time and space. They were interconnected by countless intricate, twisted beams of light, forming a vast, precise, and despair-inducing eternal structure. This was the essence of the grayish-white eye, a pure collective of will, a malignant cell of cosmic rules, annihilation to zero, a voice, indistinguishable in origin, resonated coldly within the depths of every soul, declaring, no anger, no hatred, only the indifference of executing a predetermined program. As this declaration echoed, the grayish sea began to ripple, an irresistible will intent on dissolving all existence into primal nothingness, like an invisible tide, slowly pressing against the imprisoned allied forces. Despair instantaneously gripped each throat. Before this absolute will, any ninjutsu or struggle seemed utterly ludicrous. Even thought would be erased. Inside the life pod, Boruto's tranquil abyss of consciousness once again felt the cold intent to obliterate all. But this time, at the abyss's bottom, there was no absolute silence. The warm chakra spilling from Naruto's frozen cracks, like the most resilient seed, tenaciously took root and spread amidst the chilling void. Boruto heard Naruto's voice not as a distant call through layers of ice, but as a clear resonance within his very soul, imbued with the warmth of sunlight and an unprecedented gravity. Do not fear it. It is strong, yet it does not comprehend, does not grasp the weight of guardianship, nor the flame of perseverance. Show it your fire, our fire. Buzz. Within the life pod, the gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead flared with an intense heat. Yet this time, it was not an icy encroachment. Deep within that mark, a thread so faint yet infused with Boruto's own molten will ignited fiercely, as if it had been doused with the final fuel, bursting into flame. It did not resist